When talking about building a house, Madame Chui's eyes shone brightly, and she looked very excited. Before Jiang Zhilu married into the Chui family, Madame Chui never thought she would have her own house. Back then, she didn't even dare to think about having enough food, but now she eats well every day and has actually earned some silver. She counted her silver several times and was sure it was real. She had really earned this much. Seeing Madame Chui so excited, Jiang Zhilu also smiled happily. "Mother, do you have any ideas about how our house should look?" she asked. "There's no need for ideas. As long as we have a house to live in, I'll be happy," Madame Chui replied. "Zhilu, if you have any ideas, we can follow yours. Comfort is the most important," she added. Madame Chui knew very well that without Zhilu, they wouldn't have this silver. As for how to build the house, Zhilu could decide herself. Jiang Zhilu said, "Mother, I think we should plan carefully. We can buy more land, enough to build a good house. We can make the bedrooms bigger, customize cabinets and tables, and even have a study room and a bathroom. We can build a separate room and shed in the yard to store things. The shed can hold tools and firewood, and we won't have to worry about rain." In her memory, whenever it rained in the village, people would quickly move things that couldn't get wet into the house or cover them with oiled paper or cloth bags. But the firewood stacked in the corner couldn't be covered, and many got soaked. Basically, the environment was too simple. Building a small room and a shed in the yard would be much better. But even adding a small room and a shed would cost quite a bit of money. If the house and yard are small, adding a side room will make the yard even narrower. Old Lady Chui nodded and said, "Yes, Zhilua, you are right. In that case, we can cut more firewood in winter and store it, so we won't worry about heavy snow blocking the mountains and preventing us from collecting firewood, nor about the snow making the firewood wet. Our region is in the far north of Yun country, and it gets really cold in winter. Without heating the bed, it would be hard to endure such cold winters." Just thinking about it makes Old Lady Chui feel cold. Fortunately, last winter they cut extra firewood and kept the bed heated every day, so it wasn't so cold. Jiang Zhilua's expression moved a little. She thought that if the Chui family had better conditions, they might leave this place for the capital city. With Chui Hejin's abilities, she wouldn't stay here forever. But right now, there's no point in thinking about that. She needs to focus on making life better at home. Jiang Zhilua asked, "Mother, where do you think is a good place to buy land to build a house?" Old Lady Chui replied, "I don't know much about that. Zhilua, I think you're smart. You decide. It's like running a business. If it weren't for Zhilua, she wouldn't know how to set up a stall or what food to sell." Old Lady Chui trusts Zhilua a lot. They sell things together every day, discussing many matters. Old Lady Chui is growing to like her daughter-in-law more and trusts her completely. She also believes in her abilities. Jiang Zhilua already has ideas, but she still prefers to discuss them first with Old Lady Chui. "Mother, I think with the silver we have, we can buy a plot of land to build a house. Such a large piece of land can't be bought in the village for building." "A plot of land?" Old Lady Chui was stunned. Most people in the village live in houses with 4 rooms. Zhilua suddenly buying a whole acre of land surprised her a lot. Jiang Zhilua nodded and said, "Yes, if we have an acre of land, our house can be bigger, and the front and backyards can be used as vegetable and crop fields. Some things like fresh vegetables such as chives are inconvenient to grow outside." She also thought about planting some watermelon seeds to grow fruit. If watermelons are grown outside, there's a risk that someone might steal them when they ripen. The people of Dongha village are honest and simple, but others in the village or the small troublemakers in town might try to sneak into the fields to steal food. Usually, during the harvest season, villagers build small thatched huts in the fields to sleep and watch over the crops and grains. Old Lady Chui nodded in agreement and said, "That's a good idea, but the village doesn't have such large plots of land for building houses." From the east to the west end of the village, a few families' houses are built close together, with a small alley between the front and back rows for walking. In the middle of the village, there is a large open space with an old locust tree. People like to sit under the tree to rest and chat. There is also a stone mill nearby. When villagers grind things with the stone mill, they often go there. It is a place for relaxation, and no one builds houses there. Inside the village, there are some empty plots of land suitable for building, but they are only enough for 6 rooms at most, with no space for big front and backyards. Certainly, a plot of 1 acre is much larger. Jiang Luo said, "Mother, I looked around. We can buy 1 acre of land at the very north end of the village, near the foot of the mountain, to build a house. That spot is close to the village in front and separated by the mountain and valley behind." Jiang Luo thinks the mountains are full of treasures. When she has free time, she can go picking things in the mountains. Old Lady Chui's face slightly changed. Is that too far back? There are wild animals on the mountain. Wouldn't that be dangerous? Old Lady Chui feels uneasy about building a house at the very back of the village. If her son still had his martial skills, she wouldn't worry so much. But now that her son has lost his skills and she doesn't know martial arts, if wild animals come down from the mountain, they might attack their house first. She doesn't mind herself, but she cares about her good daughter-in-law and wants to protect her husband's family. Jiang Luo looked at Old Lady Chui's expression and thought, she can't tell her that she has a way to deal with mountain wolves if they come down. "Mother, why don't we wait for my husband to come back and discuss it with him?" "All right, we'll talk about it again then." While they were discussing, a voice came from the door. "May I ask if Miss Jiang is at home?" It was an elderly woman's voice. Jiang Luo was a bit surprised. Who could be looking for her? She was only familiar with Aunt Zhu, the wife of the village head, in Donghe village. She didn't know many others in the village well. Old Lady Chui knew many villagers and quickly stood up to open the gate at the front. Everyone was surprised when they saw Grandma Zhao. "It's Grandma Zhao. Please come in," they said warmly. Although Lady Chui was a bit confused, she still greeted everyone kindly and invited them inside. Grandma Zhao came with her 2 grandsons, carrying a basket. Zhao Dalin and Zhao Olin each carried a big bundle of firewood on their backs. Grandma Zhao expressed her gratitude, saying, "Yin Yang, it was really thanks to your daughter, Ji Luo, last time. If she hadn't saved my life, I don't know what would have happened to us. I haven't come to visit or thank you properly these days because I've been busy taking care of my health. Today, I came especially to thank you. We don't have many good things at home, so I brought some homemade steamed buns. I heard you needed firewood, so my 2 grandsons went to the mountain to chop some." Grandma Zhao felt a bit embarrassed because she didn't have much to give. But she knew that Jiang Luo had saved her life, which was a great kindness. She wasn't afraid of dying, but she worried about her grandsons. If something happened to them, she wouldn't know what to do. Her biggest concern was her grandsons. If they both got married and settled down, she might feel more at ease. But she knew the conditions of the Zhao family very well. She wanted to stay healthy and work harder. In about a year, she hoped she could arrange for Zhao Dalin to get married. Jiang Luo understood that the Zhao family was not well off. She asked Grandma Zhao and the others to sit down and poured them some water. "Grandma Zhao, I was just helping by chance, so you don't need to thank me so much. Please take these back and enjoy them." Jiang Luo knew that people in Donghe village didn't have much money. Life was tight and they were reluctant to spend money even on food. They rarely ate white flour bread, which was considered a luxury, usually only during festivals. On normal days, unless visiting relatives or friends, they wouldn't make white flour bread. Grandma Zhao brought a whole basket of it, which showed her sincerity given the family's modest conditions. Grandma Zhao quickly waved her hand and said, No, you saved my life. You're a great benefactor to our Zhao family. We really don't know how to thank you. From now on, if you need anything, just call us. Dalin and Erlin are strong and can help." Despite her words, Grandma Zhao didn't take the white flour bread back. Zhao Dalin and Zhao Olin also felt grateful to Jiang Luo. "Just call them if you need anything. They may not be good at many things, but they are strong enough to help with farm work or chores." Jiang Luo looked at Zhao Daling and Zhao Olin, who were thin and weak and naturally didn't want them to do physical labor, but she agreed verbally. She was also worried that Grandma Zhao and the others might feel grateful and uncomfortable. "Don't worry, if I need help, I will ask you. Zhao Daling and Zhao Olin were very happy, thinking this was their chance to repay Jiang Jiejie for saving their Zhao family. After they left, Grandma Cui sighed helplessly. These white flour buns are probably your Grandma Zhao's long-term food supply. Maybe she even saved them for the new year. Grandma Cui felt a bit guilty inside. But you did save their family, and if you treat patients, you should charge a consultation fee. Although this makes sense, Grandma Cui still felt a little uneasy inside. Jiang Luo knew that Grandma Cui was kind-hearted mother. You saw it too. We told Grandma Zhao to take them back, but she refused no matter what. We can only make some delicious food and send it over later. Jiang Luo looked at the pile of firewood in the yard. Good firewood, all chopped and ready to use. It showed that the Zhao family was very careful in doing things. Right now, she was busy with her small business and couldn't think about anything else. But if her business grew bigger in the future, she might need to hire help or maybe involve the villagers. For now, she was still focused on taking care of her parents. She looked at the white flour buns in the basket and said, Grandma Zhao's buns are really beautiful. She even made a pair of fish. The fish were shaped from white flour to look like real fish. The villagers valued a symbol of abundance every year. Jiang Luo carefully observed and thought Grandma Zhao was very skillful. Grandma Cui smiled and said, I heard from Aunt Zhu that when Grandma Zhao was young, she was very skillful and could make all kinds of shaped noodles. Everyone in the village would ask her to make fancy buns for special occasions. But Daling and Olin's parents passed away early, and Grandma Zhao was heartbroken and lost her eyesight. Plus, she's getting old, so she doesn't do these things much anymore. I guess these buns might have been made by Daling and Erlin to help Grandma Zhao. Jiang Luo's expression changed and said, if they help make them, that means they are very skillful. If she had this skill, could she become a chef? Old Lady Cui shook her head and said, it's not that simple. Almost every family in the village can make some kind of noodles or bread. That doesn't count as cooking skills. No one is willing to take apprentices, and apprentices have to pay money every year. Old Lady Cui only realized how hard it was for ordinary farmers to learn a craft after she was exiled to the village. Some people in our village have gone to be apprentices elsewhere, helping out for 4 or 5 years without being taught anything. Jiang Luo touched her chin thoughtfully. If she ever took on apprentices, she wouldn't do it like that. In the evening, Cui Hejin returned home. After dinner, the family washed up and went to their rooms. Jiang Luo took a charcoal pencil and started drawing and writing on paper. Cui Hejin watched his wife busy at work, a faint, shimmering light flickering in his eyes. Recently, Jiang Luo has been very busy. Sometimes, Old Lady Cui delivers her lunch, and other times Cui Hejin brings her food. Since there is no kitchen at the school, Mr. Li helps by heating up food at home and bringing it back to Cui Hejin at the school. Cui Hejin sat down at the table, composed himself, and looked down at his book. Time slowly passed. After a while, Jiang Luo, feeling sleepy, rubbed her eyes and felt a bit thirsty. She got up to get water, but was in such a hurry that she nearly fainted and almost fell. Cui Hejin quickly caught her. Suddenly, Jiang Luo leaned into Cui Hejin's arms. Be careful. His low, clear voice sounded in her ear, carrying a subtle, gentle warmth, like feathers brushing her heart, making her feel tingling. And since they were so close, she could smell his alluring, faint scent, which made her heartbeat quicken. In that moment, Jiang Luo's sleepiness disappeared, and she was suddenly fully alert.
I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to. Jiang Luo tried to explain again, but she felt the more she explained, the more confused she became. Lately, she had been busy making money and running her business, and it seemed she rarely talked to Cui Hejin. So, to Cui Hejin, it might look like she was offering herself willingly. But who knew? She was just tired from drawing house designs. Cui Hejin lowered his head and gently extended his fair, slender fingers to softly touch her forehead. He asked in a gentle, clear voice, have you been tired lately? Jiang Luo's eyelashes trembled sharply. She felt Cui Hejin's fingers, cool and smooth like jade, brush her brow and eyes. It was as if an electric current ran through her heart, making her tremble inside. She found herself a bit overwhelmed. She looked up slightly and saw a complex expression in his charming, beautiful eyes. Perhaps it was just her imagination, but she felt that under the candlelight in the room, his gaze seemed to carry a hint of worry. Jiang Luo had a moment of confusion, making her unable to resist wanting to stay close to this embrace. Jiang Luo couldn't help but want to hold him tightly, to breathe in the fresh, subtle scent from his embrace. She knew this was his natural scent, and when she got close, it was easy to become addicted to it. Jiang Luo had to use a lot of self-control to stop herself from reaching out and hugging him. She steadied her mind and shook her head, saying, "It's nothing. I just spent a long time drawing the plans." Cui Hejin slightly released Jiang Luo and said softly, "What plans? Are you in a hurry to finish them? Maybe I should come and draw them for you, so you can rest earlier." When she mentioned the plans, Jiang Luo suddenly thought of something and said, "It's okay. I'm almost done. By the way, take a look. What do you think?" She handed the plans to Cui Hejin. He took them and sat down, carefully examining them by the candlelight. Looking at the house design she drew, his beautiful, ink-black eyes flashed with a strange light, like moonlight shining through, giving off a peculiar glow. "Is this a residential plan?" Even Cui Hejin had never seen such a style of drawing. It was clear at a glance from all angles, and one of the drawings looked as if viewed from above, as if from the sky. The drawing was very detailed. Jiang Luo nodded and gently explained, "Yes, our family now has 22 taels of silver. I discussed with my mother about buying land to build a house. I want to buy a bigger one so I can design more rooms. The front and backyards could also be planned for planting some things. I want to buy 1 acre of land. There is no large enough space in the village to build a house, so I am thinking of building at the very back of the village. However, my mother is a bit worried about safety, and I want to discuss it with you." Jiang Luo blinked her big eyes at Cui Hejin. She didn't realize that when she looked at him, her eyes were bright with trust, dependence, and a little hope, hoping he shared her idea. Seeing her adorable expression, Cui Hejin's gentle, clear eyes shimmered with a soft light like a peaceful painting. "That plan sounds good. You agree with my idea?" Cui Hejin softly replied, "Yes."
"But mother..."
Cui Lao Furen is very kind to her, and Jiang Luo also wants to consider her mother's feelings. Cui Hejin gently said, "Don't worry about safety. I will talk to her." "Oh, then, will mother think you are favoring me?" Cui Hejin helplessly shook his head. "If I didn't support you, she would be worried." Recently, Jiang Luo has been busy with her business, and they rarely talk. Her mother looks anxious and often reminds him to treat his wife well. She says his wife is very popular at the market. Thinking of this, Cui Hejin's eyes slightly darkened, a faint cold light flashing in his deep eyes. Jiang Luo had no idea what Cui Hejin was thinking. She only felt relieved that the house plan was settled. After talking with Cui Hejin, Jiang Luo went to bed. Maybe she relaxed, because she had another dream that night. This dream was still about Cui Hejin. She dreamed that the next day, Cui Hejin told Cui Lao Furen about the location of the land, and she agreed. Then she and her mother were busy measuring the land with the village head and going to the county office to buy the land deed. Only after the official stamp from the government would the deed be considered valid, truly making the land theirs. So, that day, she and her mother didn't go to the market to sell things. They focused on this task. They also needed to buy tiles and find villagers to help build the house. Cui Hejin knew they would be busy, so he planned to return home for lunch. But that noon, someone appeared outside the school. It was a woman wearing a white waterprint dress, slender and graceful, with a delicate and fragile look. She was holding a food box and waiting near the door for someone. After school let out at noon, Cui Hejin came out and was about to go home when he suddenly saw this woman. As she approached, Cui Hejin slightly stepped back to keep her at a distance and politely said, "Miss Chen." The so-called Miss Chen looked at Cui Hejin with affectionate eyes and said a lot of words. She explained that she had to leave the town some time ago and hoped Choi Hee-jin would take the imperial exam and marry her, so her parents would agree. Choi Hee-jin politely replied that he was already married. The woman was shocked and couldn't believe it, even trying to pull on Choi Hee-jin's clothes. Fortunately, they were at the edge of a quiet alley, so no one was around. Even so, Choi Hee-jin's expression grew colder. He avoided her hand and politely declined Miss Chen's advances. Miss Chen started crying loudly. Choi Hee-jin did not turn back. At first, it seemed like nothing serious, but then they found out that a young man in the county admired Miss Chen. He was the young master of the largest agency in the county. He and his men intercepted Choi Hee-jin and beat him badly. Because Choi Hee-jin had no martial arts skills, he was no match for the men. He was injured and even spat blood. He was already weak from previous torture in prison and having lost his martial arts, and he was exiled. This time, after being beaten, he had a sudden illness and nearly lost his life. The next day, Jiangji Luo woke up still lost in the dream and hadn't come back to herself. She turned to look at Choi Hee-jin, thinking that he looked very handsome even while sleeping. He slept very properly, like a sleeping beauty. Perhaps that was why Miss Chun Hua-dai, the daughter of the bookstore owner, was so obsessed with him. Of course, Miss Chun liked Choi Hee-jin, but she also had demands. She insisted that Choi Hee-jin must take the imperial exam and gain fame before marrying her. She even looked like she was forcing him, crying as if saying that if Choi Hee-jin didn't agree, he was hurting her sincere love and bullying her. Thinking of those scenes in her dream, Jiangji Luo felt like vomiting blood. Choi Hee-jin's sleep was shallow, and he seemed to sense something. He woke up. When he opened his eyes and looked around, he saw his wife looking at him with watery, resentful eyes, as if he had done something wrong. Choi Hee-jin was confused. Jiangji Luo looked at him, seeming unaware that he was awake, her eyes filled with sadness. She looked at him deeply, then suddenly sat up. Choi Hee-jin also sat up gracefully and whispered, "Did you sleep well last night?" Jiangji Luo looked at Choi Hee-jin, hesitant to ask whether he knew any young lady before. After thinking for a moment, she felt that since they were only nominal spouses, she might not have the right to interfere in his affairs. "It's nothing, just a dream." Choi Hee-jin softly said, "If you didn't sleep well, you can sleep a bit longer. Anything I need to do, I will do it." Listening to Choi Hee-jin, Jiangji Luo looked at his gentle, jade-like face, feeling a little moved. He was at least better than that girl Chen. He was innocent, and she couldn't let the young master of the agency hurt Choi Hee-jin. After Jiangji Luo understood this, her expression softened. She shook her head and said, "I'm fine. No need to sleep more. I'll get up first." With that, Jiangji Luo got out of bed to wash up. Choi Hee-jin also got up. While Jiangji Luo was washing in the yard, Choi Hee-jin talked with old Madame Choi about the location of the land. Choi Hee-jin comforted old Madame Choi, so she no longer worried about safety. "Yes, spend more time with Ji Luo during your free time, and come home early after school. Being with Ji Luo will make her feel safer." Women, they still hope their husbands stay by their side. Old Madame Choi advised Choi Hee-jin from her own experience. Choi Hee-jin glanced at Jiangji Luo, busy in the yard, and felt she was different from her mother in personality. She might not need as much companionship as her mother did. Jiangji Luo naturally didn't know these things. At breakfast, old Madame Choi said, "Ji Luo, I've thought about it, and I agree with your idea to build the house behind the village. Choi Hee-jin will come home early after school, which will also be safer." "No, mother, do you have some misunderstanding about safety?" Jiangji Luo blinked and looked at Choi Hee-jin, unsure how he convinced her mother. "Mother, if that's the decision after we finish eating, let's go find Uncle Lee to measure the land, so we can go to the government office to handle the land deed early. Only a land deed stamped by the government office is truly official and provides security." Madame Choi nodded and said, "All right, sooner the better. While the weather is warm, we can also find someone to help build the house early. In half a month, everyone will be busy planting crops. From mid to late March through April, villagers start planting wheat, corn, peanuts, vegetables, and other crops. Since it's still early March and not very busy, they can hire villagers to help build the house. Hiring more people will allow the house to be built sooner. Since they decided to buy land, Jiang Luo and Madame Cui decided not to go to the town to sell chive boxes that day. After breakfast, since it was still early, Cui Hejin accompanied Jiang Luo and Madame Cui to the Li Zheng family. As they reached the door, they heard a raised voice inside. What? 6 taels of silver? Our village girls don't ask for such high bride prices. 6 taels? That's really bold. This was Zhu's shocked and disbelief-filled voice. Another woman said, Don't worry too much. The girl is indeed the most beautiful in the village, pretty and capable. Her parents said the bride price is at least 6 taels. Yes, the bride price is a bit high, but if you see their good and kind daughter and how well they live, you'll feel at ease for your son. Zhou Zhaoxi. Zhu frowned and said, The main problem is, I can't afford 6 taels of silver. She whispered, Would 2 taels of silver be okay? Oh, don't be fooled by the high bride price the Cui family asks for. Nowadays, if a girl is pretty and capable, any family would ask for more bride price. Your village is poor, with little and barren land. You can ask around, and you'll find many families are reluctant to marry their daughters into your village. So, they at least want 4 taels of silver. Zhu whispered, I always thought Ji Luo was a good girl. The Jiang family is also a good family. Who would have thought Ji Luo would like the Cui family's boy? She had originally planned to marry her own son to Ji Luo. She genuinely liked Ji Luo. Although she used to seem a bit slow and not very smart, she was a good person. But now, the more she looked, the more she felt Ji Luo had grown up, as if she suddenly understood more and was more mature. Jiang Luo listened at the door, feeling annoyed that they were talking about her, and couldn't help but twitch her lips. Madame Cui felt a bit emotional, thinking it was good to have married her son to Ji Luo early. As for Cui Hejin's expression and feelings, no one knew what they were. Jiang Luo stood beside him, always feeling that a cold aura radiated from his body, though she wasn't sure if it was just her imagination. Jiang Luo felt a bit embarrassed and thought about going home first. At that moment, someone from the village passed by the mountain and saw Cui Laofu and his family. They smiled and greeted, Sister Cui, you're here to find the village head? He's at home. Why don't you come in? Villagers tend to speak loudly. Some women, who initially spoke softly, gradually raised their voices after spending years in the village. Their conversation was loud enough for Zhu Shi in the yard to hear. She hurriedly came out of the house. Oh, Sister Cui, Hejin Ji Luo, you've come. Another woman, thinking it wasn't the right time to stay, greeted Zhu Shi and then left. Zhu Shi warmly hosted Cui Laofu and his family. When she learned they wanted to buy a mu of land for a homestead, Zhu Shi was surprised. But she quickly recovered and called out to the inner room, Zhao He, go to the fields and call your father back. Soon, a young boy ran out, politely greeted Cui Laofu and his family, then ran away. Zhu Shi poured water for Cui Laofu and his family, chatted with them for a while, and soon, the village head carried a back. The village head excitedly said, Cui Xianji, you really want to buy the homestead behind the village? A whole mu of land? But I want to tell you, people in our village don't like buying land behind there. It's close across the valley, and the land is poor even if fenced off for planting. It's not suitable for farming. Plus, the price isn't cheap. 2 taels of silver per mu of homestead. That's the price set by the county office. Because of this, that piece of land was designated as a residential area. Since they all belonged to the same village, the village head wanted to inform them first. Cui Hejin softly said, Thanks for telling us, Uncle Zhou. We still plan to buy a mu of land there. Maybe you can help us measure it. Seeing that the Cui family had made up their minds, Zhou Jingde didn't say anything more. All right, I'll take you to measure the land behind there and help you find a good spot. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. Since they were from the same village and their relationship was close, there was no need for formalities. Zhou Jingde was also happy for the Cui family. He didn't expect that so quickly they would be able to buy their own land and build a house. After measuring the land, it was just the right time for Cui Hejin to go to school. Cui Hejin then went to town with Jiang Luo. Last night, Jiang Luo cooked marinated pig offal to sell at Lin Juju's meat stall. Since Cui Hejin was with her, she couldn't leave her space to carry it. She was worried about what to do when Zhou Zhaoxi arrived driving an ox cart. He cheerfully said, "Big brother Cui, Miss Jiang, I heard from my parents that you're going to town. I happen to be going there too. Let me take you along." Jiang Luo looked at Cui Hejin and saw he didn't seem upset, so she nodded and said, "Thank you, brother Zhou." Just after she spoke, Cui Hejin suddenly coughed. Cough, cough. When Jiang Luo heard Cui Hejin cough, she became nervous. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell all of a sudden?" At this moment, Jiang Luo forgot everything else. She put down her marinated food bucket and went to support Cui Hejin, gently patting his back. "You've been taking medicine recently, so you should be better. Why are you coughing so badly?" Cui Hejin kept coughing. Jiang Luo was both confused and worried. She reached out to check his pulse. Zhou Zhaoxi also looked surprised. He knew Cui Hejin wasn't in good health, but seeing him cough like that made him feel very fragile. Zhou Zhaoxi quickly stepped forward and said, "Big brother Cui, should I take you to the town clinic to see a doctor?" Cui Hejin calmly replied, "It's nothing, just rest for a while and it will be fine." Jiang Luo said, "Maybe I should go to the school and ask for leave for you." Cui Hejin, as always, looked elegant and calm and said, "No need. I'm fine. Moving around a bit might help." Jiang Luo thought about it and agreed. Sometimes, moving around was better than sitting still. She looked at Zhou Zhaoxi's ox cart and asked, "Brother Zhou, could you do me a favor?" "Miss Jiang, there's no need to be polite. Just tell me what you need." Zhou Zhaoxi was very kind and straightforward. Seeing Zhou Zhaoxi's sunny and handsome face, Jiang Luo couldn't help but think that if he were in modern times, he would be the kind of cheerful basketball boy who would be very popular with girls at school. But here, Zhou Zhaoxi, at 16, was already about to get married. This morning, after hearing those words, I understood that Zhu was worried about the bride price. Yes, the villagers in Donghe village are not well off. They can't even afford 6 taels of silver, and only a few can spare 2 taels. Every family in the village lives frugally just to survive, and they can't even have enough to eat. Zhou Zhaoxi always felt that Jiang Meimei looked at him strangely. "Jiang Meimei, is there something on my face?" Jiang Luo shook her head and said, "Brother Zhou, and Zhu told me you're getting married soon. Don't you have your own thoughts about it?" Zhou Zhaoxi, still a young and innocent boy, blushed immediately. "Jiang Meimei, I don't have any particular thoughts. You are a man. How can you not have your own ideas?" Zhou Zhaoxi then became serious and said, "I just want to marry a kind and gentle wife. If she has a good temper, I will treat her well. If the bride price is too high, I won't marry." Zhou Zhaoxi guessed what his mother and others had said that morning and what his younger brother told him. He thought Jiang Meimei might have overheard. So he added, "If I earn enough money myself, I think I can pay it. I will marry then. But if I have to risk my parents' lives to get that money, I can't be selfish and reckless. If all the villages asked for 6 taels of silver, I wouldn't say anything. But other villages usually ask for only 2 or 3 taels, at most 4. Yet in our village, it's 6. This made Zhou Zhaoxi feel a bit discouraged, but he couldn't really argue. Jiang Luo also felt a bit helpless. In their eyes, Donghe village is a remote little place, far different from other big villages, with worse conditions. The land around their village is limited and somewhat poor. But in Jiang Luo's opinion, Donghe village is actually very good. Although small, everyone is honest and kind. When someone has difficulties, they help each other. They have good hearts and simple customs. There are no factions or cliques. In larger villages, families often belong to different clans and sometimes fight each other. Brother Zhou, don't worry. You must believe you're a good person, and there will be a kind girl who won't mind these things and will like you. Jiang Luo's words made Zhou Zhaoxi blush again. While they were talking, Jiang Luo also asked Zhou Zhaoxi to help deliver some marinated meat to Lin Juju's meat stall. Zhou Zhaoxi didn't know where Lin Juju's stall was, so Jiangji Luo explained the way to get there. Zhao carefully said, "Jiang Meimei, don't worry. I will bring the items." Jiangji Luo nodded. She then went inside to pour hot water and added some spiritual spring water. She came out and handed it to Cui Hejin, saying, "Drink some water and rest. We will go to the town later." After drinking the water, Cui Hejin felt much better and said, "I'm fine now. Let's go." Once they confirmed Cui Hejin looked normal, the two of them went to the town together. Cui Hejin went to the school, and Jiangji Luo went to the government office. When the officials heard it was Jiangji Luo, they immediately showed respect, saying, "Please sit for a while, Miss Jiang. We will finish the work soon." They had been told by the county magistrate's daughter to treat Jiangji Luo and her family well if they came to handle matters, because she was considered her benefactor. Hearing her name, they dared not be careless. Moreover, Miss Jiang was quite famous now. Previously, she had challenged the Song grain shop, and after Song Gongzi was arrested and questioned by the county magistrate, the shop was sealed. Now, the Song family dared not act arrogantly in their county. They had privately discussed that Jiangji Luo was very capable and should not be offended. They officially handed over the red deed of the land to Jiangji Luo. "Miss Jiang, please check if there are any issues." Jiangji Luo looked at it and smiled, "Nothing wrong." "Thank you, young man." She then handed over the tea snacks she had bought earlier and a small jar of wine. "Thank you for your hard work, brothers." The officials quickly declined, but Jiangji Luo sincerely gave them the gifts. After she left, they felt very pleased. That Miss Jiang really knows how to handle things. From her speech and knowledge, she doesn't seem like a villager. No wonder Miss Jian is friends with her and repeatedly said she is her benefactor and friend, so we must not offend her. When Jiangji Luo left the government office, it was still early. She wandered around the town and saw the sealed grain shop again. She knew from her previous visit to set up her stall that the Song family was under investigation and that the shop had been sealed by the county office to be sold. But she didn't have much silver to buy the shop. The location was excellent, and if she opened a store or did some business there, it would be very good. But buying a shop costs at least 100 taels of silver. This is not something Jiangji Luo can think about right now. Jiangji Luo went to the market and looked around. She saw that today there was one more stall selling vegetable pancakes and another selling marinated pig offal. They didn't set up stalls, so the people shopping at the market were not affected. Jiangji Luo's expression changed slightly. "It seems I can't just sell chive dumplings anymore. Maybe I should try making mixed rice sauce." Yes, Jiangji Luo plans to make a mixed rice sauce. In the modern era, there's a type of spicy chili sauce that goes well with steamed buns or rice and makes the meal more delicious. While Jiangji Luo was thinking about these ideas and planning to visit the grocery store, she suddenly saw a familiar woman's figure. Her eyes brightened. Wasn't that Miss Chen Huadai from her dreams? Jiangji Luo's expression turned cold. She saw Chen Huadai enter a nearby rouge shop with her maid, so she quickly followed inside. Jiangji Luo pretended to look at some rouge and face powder, but her ears were sharp, listening carefully. The maid beside Chen Huadai said with some resentment, "Miss, are you really going to be with that young Master Cui? He's just a country bumpkin. How can he compare to you?" Chen Huadai looked calm and replied that Cui Hejin's background isn't suitable, but if he can pass the imperial exams, he might catch my family's attention. The maid was surprised. "Miss, that young Master Cui looks cold and aloof. Will he pass the exams?" She also worried, "I wonder how his studies are." Chen Huadai said, "He used to come to the bookstore often, bringing books to copy. His handwriting is excellent. Even my father was amazed. Someone who can write beautifully probably has good knowledge. If he passes the exams, he should be able to succeed. People like him, although cold as ice, once they melt, it's a different story. The more reserved they seem, the more they hide warmth inside. If he falls for someone, he might become obsessed. And he looks like a fairy, untouched by worldly affairs. If he truly falls for me and becomes crazy about me, that would be a great achievement." While saying this, Chen Huadai looked proud and confident. It seemed she was sure of winning over Cui Hejin. And she thought, if such a cold and divine man truly fell for someone, he would probably cherish her deeply. The maid proudly said, "In our entire county, there's no one as talented and beautiful as Mississippi young Master Cui naturally admires her." Just what about Miss? What will happen to Wei Xiao? Wei Xiao is also very devoted to Mississippi. I also heard that although Wei Xiao runs a security business, his family is a noble family from the capital. If Miss were to be with Wei Xiao, her status would be much higher. Chen Huadai said, Wei Xingye is only 16, and he has been traveling with a security business for years. He's impulsive and restless. He seems to be infatuated with me, but he might not truly love me. Besides, Wei's family is a noble house. Even if Wei Xingye's branch is only living in this county, the Wei family values family background. The Qin family might not catch their eye. But if I get close to Cui Hejin and pretend to be deeply in love, I might provoke Wei Xingye. If Wei Xingye fights for me against his family, I could also join the Wei family, and the Qin family would gain a connection to them. The maid admired, Miss is so strategic. They call that. Isn't it called killing two birds with one stone? The two servants were whispering and scheming. They spoke softly, seemingly unaware of Jiangji Luo hiding her presence. Of course, they thought their voices were quiet enough, and since the shop was not crowded, no one would hear. But Jiangji Luo, who had some wood element special powers, could hear their faint voices by shifting her body's energy. Hearing this, a sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and her expression grew colder. No need to guess, she knew this was a green tea, white lotus. Jiangji Luo was worried that Chen Huadai was plotting against Cui Hejin, so she secretly followed her. After buying rouge and powder, Chen Huadai returned to the Qin family estate with her maid. By noon, Chen Huadai changed into a new dress and dressed up carefully. She looked even more delicate and fragile. Meanwhile, her maid headed in another direction. Jiangji Luo narrowed her eyes but didn't bother to care about what the maid was doing. She only needed to follow Chen Huadai to prevent Cui Hejin from being schemed against. Indeed, Chen Huadai arrived outside the Inkstone Academy with a basket, but she didn't stand directly outside the school. Instead, she found a shady, secluded spot to wait. This scene was exactly the same as Jiangji Luo saw in her dream. Even the clothes Chen Huadai wore, the basket she carried, and the place she waited were all the same. This made Jiangji Luo feel even more nervous. She wasn't worried about what Chen Huadai might do. With Cui Hejin's cold appearance, she definitely wouldn't cause trouble at the school gate by arguing with a girl. Her main concern was that Chen Huadai might be plotting against Cui Hejin, and that Wei Xiao from the agency might send people to hurt Cui Hejin. She wanted to prevent anything from happening to Cui Hejin. Soon, school was over at Shimo Academy. Cui Hejin remembered that Ji Luo and her mother would have lunch at home, so he also prepared to go back at noon. He headed toward Donghe Village, walking toward the East Alley. This way was different from where the students usually went and was a bit more secluded. Just as he entered the alley, Chen Huadai came out carrying her basket. She looked at Cui Hejin with eyes full of tears, saying, "Young Master Cui." Her voice was full of emotion, as if she wanted to speak but held back, hiding deep feelings of longing and sadness. Jiangji Luo, hiding in the shadows, tried to hide her breath. Listening to her tone, she couldn't help but grimace. If she hadn't just heard Chen Huadai talking with her maid about something, she might have believed Chen Huadi's feelings for Cui Hejin were very deep. Cui Hejin saw Chen Huadai clearly and slightly frowned. He took a few steps back to keep a safe distance and asked coldly, "Miss, do you know me?" Chen Huadai almost collapsed hearing Cui Hejin's unfamiliar tone. "Young Master Cui, it's me. My father owns a bookstore. You often go there. Have you forgotten?" Chen Huadai secretly cursed herself. She couldn't believe Cui Hejin didn't recognize her at once. Had she changed her hairpin and makeup? Had he not recognized her? Cui Hejin really didn't pay much attention to Miss Chen. "Miss Chen, is there something wrong? Did I do something to the books I borrowed from the bookstore?" It wasn't impossible that the bookstore might have trouble with the books, making it difficult for scholars. Seeing Cui Hejin's cautious expression, Chen Huadai almost couldn't hold back her frustration. But she knew her goal and was good at hiding her feelings. The colder Cui Hejin appeared, the more she wanted him to fall for her and become gentle. Chen Huadai's manipulative words could only be swallowed silently. She looked at Cui Hejin with a loving, infatuated gaze and said, "I know that young Master Cui is currently struggling with life. My Chen family is not a noble family, but we do have some assets, and our bookstore holds many rare books." First, Chen Huadai mentioned her family's advantages. She then threw out a tempting offer and watched Cui Hejin's expression carefully, gently persuading him, "I know that young Master Cui has great talent and ambition. The Chen family is willing to help you succeed in the imperial exams, gain fame, and build a successful career." Of course, her enchanted look was genuine. This man's bearing and appearance alone were enough to make anyone captivated. But unfortunately, she was a girl from the Chen family. Deep down, she desired wealth and status. Even though her family owned a bookstore with a literary atmosphere, ultimately, they were still merchants, and merchants held low social status. To climb higher, she could only try to enter the scholar official class. Cui Hejin's narrow, phoenix-like eyes slightly narrowed, and the corner of his eye lifted with a cold, sharp glint. "Miss Chen, how do you know I am talented? Why do you want to help me succeed in the imperial exams?" At this moment, Cui Hejin's aura grew colder and more dangerous. Those familiar with him knew that his eyes now carried a threatening coldness. His guard was high. Beneath his seemingly gentle and refined exterior, there seemed to be a sharp blade ready to strike at any moment, eager to kill. He could be cold and gentle like a deity one moment, then like a dark demon the next. At this moment, Cui Hejin suspected that Miss Chen was sent from the capital to test him. Chen Huadai didn't know what was happening. Just a simple sentence made her feel that Cui Hejin was hiding immense pressure, causing a chill to run down her spine. Looking at Cui Hejin's gentle scholar appearance, she thought perhaps she had been mistaken earlier. She suppressed her fluttering heart, blushing shyly, and said, "To be honest, young Master Cui, I admire you. If you succeed in the imperial exams, you could become my family's ideal son-in-law." Hearing this, Cui Hejin chuckled softly, his voice cool, giving a faint sense of chill that seemed to sweep through her entire body. Chen Huadai had seen Cui Hejin a few times at the bookstore but had never seen him smile. Now, hearing his laugh, she was momentarily stunned. Cui Hejin's words were cold and icy. "Then I must thank Miss Chen for her high regard. But I'm afraid Miss Chen will be disappointed. I already have a wife." Chen Huadai recently went back to honor her ancestors, unaware that Cui Hejin had already married. "How is that possible? How could you suddenly get married? Were you forced?" Cui Hejin coldly replied, "Miss Chen, we are not related, nor old acquaintances. There is no need for me to report to you. Furthermore, I never intended to take the imperial exam, so Miss Chen, please mind your own business." Cui Hejin's chilling aura pressed down on Chen Huadai, making her stumble back 2 steps. She had never seen someone so unyielding. The colder Cui Hejin became, the more Chen Huadai refused to give up. She was beautiful and talented, admired by the young master of the Wei family. Why wouldn't this country bumpkin be interested in her? Her plans seemed to hit a dead end. "Young Master Cui, what can your wife give you? Can she compare to the Chen family? She can't help you with everything and might even hold you back. What if her presence limits you? You could just divorce her." Cui Hejin turned to leave, but after taking a few steps, he heard these words. His eyes instantly darkened, swirling with a black vortex. At that moment, all the surrounding light seemed to dim. His eyes flashed with coldness, like a sharp blade stabbing at Chen Huadai. "She is my wife. Nothing from the Chen family can compare to her. As a woman, how can Miss Chen casually say such things? It makes me question the Chen family's upbringing. But what does the Chen family have to do with me? If Miss Chen keeps bothering me or speaks disrespectfully of my wife, don't blame me for being rude." Jiangji Luo, watching Chen Huadai's attitude, felt very annoyed. This Miss Chen's way of doing things really opened her eyes. She almost wanted to go up and punch her. Originally, she was a bit upset that Chen Huadai came to find Cui Hejin. But Cui Hejin had already made it clear from the start, they were only married in name. So, even if she was unhappy, she couldn't interfere. She watched and listened from the shadows. She thought that if Chen Huadai tried a scheme against Cui Hejin and he was caught off guard, she would step in. But unexpectedly, Cui Hejin showed no mercy to Chen Huadai. Especially when she heard Cui Hejin defend her, Jiangji Luo's lips curled slightly.
She knew he was a good man.
Cui Hejin paid no attention to Chen Huadi's stubbornness and even warned her before leaving. Chen Huadai was very upset, her face turning pale with anger, and she stood there for a while without leaving. Jiangji Luo hid at the corner of the alley, breathing a sigh of relief after Cui Hejin walked away. But just ahead, Cui Hejin seemed to sense something, as if a faint fragrance filled the air. His expression grew serious, and he stopped walking. If he turned around, he could see Jiangji Luo leaning against the wall in the nearby alley. Jiangji Luo's heart raced. She thought Cui Hejin might notice her. How could she explain then? Should she say she just happened to be there or that she was there to pick him up for dinner? Would he believe her? While Jiangji Luo was worried, Cui Hejin didn't turn around. He continued walking forward. Jiangji Luo finally relaxed. She wasn't in a hurry to go back because she knew that young Master Wei from the agency would bring people to confront Cui Hejin. She planned to deal with those people here herself. Meanwhile, Chen Huadai was still very upset, her face dark with anger, standing there for a while without moving. Soon after, a young man in a black robe ran over, followed by several guards around his age. The young man had strong features, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes. When he spoke, he sounded wild and rebellious. Who dares to steal someone from me? The young master. Do they not value their life? Exactly. Everyone knows you, young master, are the little overlord of our county. If someone dares to take your person, they should be taught a lesson. The people behind him flattered the young master. Chen Huadai started crying in front of Wei Xingye, deliberately speaking unclearly so Wei Xingye would think Cui Hejin had bullied her. I really didn't mean any harm. I didn't expect him to talk like that and threaten me.
Boo-hoo.
What should I do? Young Master Wei, I'm just a weak girl. Chen Huadi's words misled Wei Xingye. Wei Xingye immediately became angry and said bravely, Don't cry. Don't worry, I will get justice for you. Teach that Cui Hejin a lesson. He's blind to the fact that he dared to bully you. You are so gentle and kind, yet he, a man, is so lacking in grace. I will gather some people to teach him a lesson and vent your anger. After Wei Xingye made his promise and assurance, guided by Chen Huadai, he chased in the direction where Cui Hejin had left. But unexpectedly, just after turning a corner in an alley, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Jiangji Luo didn't say a word and immediately attacked Wei Xingye and the others. Bang, bang, bang. Jiangji Luo's movements were fast, fierce, and precise, leaving no time for Wei Xingye and the others to react. If she could fight, Jiangji Luo wouldn't waste words. Who is this young lady, daring to attack us? Stop right there. But Jiangji Luo didn't listen to them. Soon, 3 of Wei Xingye's subordinates fell to the ground. Wei Xingye was holding 2 iron hammers and fiercely swung them toward Jiangji Luo. If you're looking for death, don't blame my hammers for being ruthless. He never expected that a delicate-looking young lady in front of him would be so strong. Jiangji Luo's lips curled into a cold smile. Let's see who's tougher. Then she attacked even faster. Wei Xingye was stunned by her skill. He was naturally strong, with high hopes from his father. When he went out with his family's team, he could fend off many bandits with his 2 hammers. Among the younger generation of the agency, no one's martial arts could surpass him. In the entire county, he could beat up those thugs alone, and no one dared to provoke him. But today, a young lady's attack made him feel pressure for the first time. She looked light, but every move seemed to restrain him. Jiangji Luo's strength was naturally not comparable to someone born with divine power, but she was agile, using a combination of Tai Chi and traditional martial arts, soft to overcome hard. So even though Wei Xingye was strong, Jiangji Luo could control him. She also understood human acupoints. The places pierced by her silver needles could weaken Wei Xingye's strength.
You.
Wei Xingye felt the difference in his strength most clearly. He widened his eyes, showing a look of disbelief. Soon, the iron hammer in Wei Xingye's hand fell to the ground, and he was pressed against the wall by Jiangji Luo. Who were you planning to teach a lesson just now? Wei Xingye was dazed and not fully back to himself. Instinctively, he answered, "Punish that Chui fellow." Jiangji Luo narrowed her eyes dangerously and pressed his head against the wall.
Bam, bam, bam.
Of course, Jiangji Luo controlled her strength so she wouldn't cause bleeding or serious injury. The three men from the agency, who were Wei Xingye's followers, had been crying out in pain earlier. Now, seeing this scene, they all looked terrified. The usually capable young master was being beaten by this skinny young woman, and they couldn't fight back at all. This young woman looked about 14 or 15, but she was so strong. They were so scared they didn't even dare to scream anymore. Who do you say you want to teach a lesson to? Jiangji Luo's cold voice made everyone shiver and become alert. Wei Xingye wasn't stupid. He had just been stunned and now quickly regained his senses. Please, miss, have mercy. It was Chui who bullied Miss Chen. I just wanted to teach him a lesson. Jiangji Luo said coldly, Did you see him bullying anyone with your own eyes? Wei Xingye shook his head. I didn't see it myself, but it's obvious that Miss Chen was crying because he bullied her. Jiangji Luo snorted coldly. If you don't know the truth and haven't seen it yourself, and you're being used by a woman to play around, you're really foolish. My husband was just coming home from school to eat when Miss Chen blocked him, forcing him to take exams and marry her. Is this something a person would do? After hearing this, Wei Xingye's eyes widened fiercely. How could it be? Miss Chen is so kind and gentle. How could she? He couldn't believe it. He thought such a kind girl couldn't do such things. Jiangji Luo mocked. Then why did she appear here at the school? My husband didn't go to her family to find her, did he? Wei Xingye listened and thought it was true. No, that's not right. You're Chui's wife. You got married? This young woman was of marriageable age. How could she be married? Is she a fierce woman? He didn't know if Chui was able to handle her. Jiangji Luo didn't want to talk to Wei Xingye anymore. I warn you, if anyone dares to do anything to my husband, I will get back twice as much. Wei Xingye hurriedly said no. He was already in pain all over and didn't dare to do anything else. He is flexible and resilient, and he doesn't argue with women. Moreover, young Master Chui already has a wife, so he wouldn't compete with him for Miss Chen. A real man keeps his promises. Remember what you said. At this moment, Jiangji Luo exudes confidence. Her words carry a chilling sense of authority, almost like the commanding presence on a battlefield. Wei Xingye is stunned and keeps nodding. Only then does Jiangji Luo release Wei Xingye, and she coldly glances at the three men on the ground. The three men shiver and hurriedly say, Thank you, miss, for sparing us. Rest assured, we will never bother young Master Chui again. After threatening them, Jiangji Luo leaves and goes home. The three men see Jiangji Luo walk away and quickly crawl to Wei Xingye's side, asking, Young Master, are you okay? Young Master, it's our weakness that caused you to be bullied. They usually are not this weak. They think of themselves as strong. But after fighting this young lady once, they realize how weak they are. They decide to train harder when they go back. Wei Xingye is stunned for a long time. When he comes back to himself, his eyes suddenly shine with bright stars. Don't you think she's very impressive? The Wei family members have long admired strength, especially those who are skilled fighters. Only truly powerful martial artists can survive. He wants to become the head of the agency and must have strong martial skills to earn respect. Otherwise, he can't protect the people in the agency. The three followers are unsure of their young master's thoughts and shiver, saying yes. She's very strong. That female warrior doesn't look like a young lady. She's also very strong. This is what the family head always says. Real experts don't show off their strength. They start to complain. Wei Xingyi suddenly becomes excited. If only she could teach me martial arts. He feels her skills are better than those of his martial teacher. Her moves look soft and gentle but can control others' techniques. The three followers are so surprised their mouths open wide, almost big enough to hold eggs. They think their young master might have lost his mind, or else why would he say such things? Could he have a masochistic streak? That's a joke. If this young lady taught him martial arts, wouldn't he get beaten many times a day? Furthermore, that young lady's fierce appearance suggests she is not the type to teach others martial arts. Young master, that young lady is too scary. She directly fought with the young master, and just thinking about it makes us feel hurt. Young master, please don't be reckless. Wei Xingye didn't listen to his subordinates. When I was a child, my father taught me martial arts by punishing me harshly. My father said that enduring some hardship while practicing martial arts is nothing, as long as it ensures I won't lose my life. But if I encounter danger while delivering messages or face someone with strong skills, lacking good martial arts could cost me my life. At this moment, Wei Xingye felt a surge of determination. He thought he couldn't be beaten down by a young lady. All he could think about now was martial arts, completely forgetting about Miss Chen. His subordinates also didn't bring up that matter at this time. Wei Xingye used to believe he was very strong and was quite lazy. Now he realized his strength was still quite weak. Jiangji Luo never expected that after scolding these people, they would start practicing martial arts more diligently every day. Jiangji Luo originally planned to go to the meat stall, but now she couldn't care less and hurried home. However, halfway there, she suddenly saw Cui Hejin. Cui Hejin was sitting on a stone bench under a big tree. When he heard her voice, he looked over. The moment Jiangji Luo saw Cui Hejin, her whole body seemed to freeze as if her blood had turned to ice. She felt as if she had been caught doing something wrong. But then she thought Cui Hejin had already left, so he wouldn't know what had happened. She relaxed her mind. Jiangji Luo pretended to act natural and walked over, asking, "Why are you sitting here? After school, why didn't you go straight home?" Her voice was soft and gentle, but she didn't look at Cui Hejin's expression. She always felt that his gaze was a bit intense, as if he could see through people. Cui Hejin looked at her, who was lowering her head like a little girl, and saw her kicking small stones by her feet. He raised an eyebrow, with a deep mist in his eyes, and said clearly, "I'm tired from walking, so I'm just resting here." The tree and the stone bench beneath it were meant for passers-by to rest. Many people who were tired from traveling far or going to the town would stop here for a break. It is already noon, and the people working in the fields have gone home. No one is around except Cui Hejin, who is sitting here. Cui Hejin softly asks, "Have you finished your errands in town?" Jiangji Luo nods politely and says, "Yes, I bought the land deed, and the official seal is stamped. Once we go home, we can find someone to help build the house." Did anyone cause trouble? Jiangji Luo shakes her head. No, the officials are quick with their work. I was also thinking of doing some other business, so I took a walk around the town. If there's nothing else, let's go home and have lunch. Okay. So, the two continue walking toward the village. At noon, Old Lady Cui has already prepared the meal. After cooking, she sits at the gate of the fence yard, shelling peanuts while sitting. There are some peanuts from last year's harvest that haven't been peeled yet. Old Lady Cui feels both worried and hopeful. She can't stay at home, so she waits at the door for Ji Luo to return. She wonders how the land deed process is going. Of course, she hopes it's done so they can quickly start building the house, a big house, so they can live comfortably. Old Lady Cui is full of anticipation. While she keeps looking toward the street entrance, she sees Cui Hejin and Jiangji Luo returning. Old Lady Cui happily stands up quickly. She carries her basket into the house, washes her hands, and takes out the cooked food. She warms up some plain buns, stir-fries some cabbage and tofu, and cooks some mushroom soup. When she sets the dishes on the table, Cui Hejin and Jiangji Luo come inside. Old Lady Cui says, "Lunch is ready. Wash your hands and come eat." She pours water into a basin to make it easy for them to wash. Jiangji Luo goes into the house first and shows old lady Cui the red land deed with the official seal, saying, "Mother, everything is done. This is our house's land deed." Old lady Cui looks at it, excited and happy. "That's wonderful. Now we can build a big house." Jiangji Luo nods and says, "Yes, this afternoon we can arrange for people to start building. I've also drawn the building plans." The plans include every detail of the house's design and furnishings, ready for craftsmen to start building directly. Old lady Cui is very happy. At this moment, Cui Hejin has finished washing her hands, and Jiangji Luo goes to wash hers in the yard. While washing her hands, a faint streak of blood suddenly appeared in the basin, turning the clear water slightly red. Jiangji Luo was momentarily stunned. Cui Hejin caught the smell of blood, and his face suddenly changed. He looked down, squatted, and grabbed Jiangji Luo's hand. "Are you hurt?" His voice was no longer as cold and clear as usual, but instead carried a husky, fluctuating tone, with a hint of danger. Jiangji Luo realized she had a small cut on the inside of her palm. It wasn't bleeding much, but as she washed her hands, a little blood appeared. "It's nothing. Just a small scratch from a brush," she said casually. Cui Hejin's elegant eyebrows slightly raised, and a faint redness appeared at the corners of his eyes. He looked deeply at Jiangji Luo. She didn't know why, but facing his intense gaze, she felt unable to resist. Maybe because she was feeling guilty and lying. She hadn't expected that Cui Hejin, who usually seemed gentle and cold, would have such a strong oppressive aura now. She felt as if she was under a heavy pressure. Finally, Cui Hejin let out a soft sigh. He didn't say much, only helped Jiangji Luo treat her wound and bandaged it carefully. "Don't get your hands wet these next 2 days. If you need to do anything, wait until I come back." Jiangji Luo wanted to argue but looked up at Cui Hejin's cold, steady expression and could only obediently say, "Okay." She was so obedient because she didn't want to upset him or make him worry. By the way, was he worried about her? Thinking this, a sweet feeling arose in Jiangji Luo's heart. After she sat down at the dining table, old lady Cui noticed her hand and her face changed. "Ji Luo, what happened? Are you hurt? Did someone bully you?" Seeing the worried and tense look on old lady Cui's face, Jiangji Luo explained, "I accidentally cut my hand. It's just a small wound, nothing serious." This small injury was nothing. She didn't even feel much. But being cared for and noticed felt different. It felt like being part of a family, with someone paying attention to her. She thought that maybe during the incident, her hand accidentally touched Wei Xingye's iron hammer. His hammer had sharp edges, and she cut herself by accident. Old lady Cui still looked worried. "That wound is on your right hand. You can't strain yourself or use too much force. Let Hejin take care of you." Jiangji Luo thought to herself that she wasn't that delicate or weak. Of course, in that ancient lifetime, whenever her finger accidentally touched something hard, she would act weak and delicate to tell him. Every time it would make him feel distressed for a long time. Back then, he truly cared for her very much. While Jiangji Luo was lost in thought, some vegetables appeared in her bowl. It was Cui Hejin who served her the food. He then took a new bowl and scooped some mushroom soup for her. "Be careful, it's hot. Drink slowly." Jiangji Luo was overwhelmed with gratitude. In this life, Cui Hejin was very cold and distant. She knew this best. She didn't expect much from him, thinking he wouldn't do anything special for her. But he served her food and soup. A small feeling of warmth grew in Jiangji Luo's heart as she looked at Cui Hejin with shining eyes. She had thought Cui Hejin was very cold and unfeeling toward her. But seeing how he behaved with Chen Huadai, she realized that his usual cold appearance was just a mask. He was actually quite good. Seeing her silent and quiet, Cui Hejin thought she wasn't feeling well, so he spoke softly. "What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable?" Jiangji Luo sniffed and shook her head, saying, "No, I just want to eat a piece of bread." The freshly cooked bread from the pot was still a bit hot. Cui Hejin picked up a small piece, blew on it, then carefully wrapped the corner of the bread with a clean cloth and handed it to Jiang Ziluo, making it easier for her to hold. This way, it wouldn't be hot anymore. Please vote for me. A warm feeling rose in Jiang Ziluo's heart, and she felt a strange, bittersweet sensation in her eyes. She blinked, suppressing many complicated emotions. She started to eat quietly. Even if he had no memories of his past life, even if he was cold and distant in this life, he still had a gentle side. She knew he was a good person. No wonder Chen Huadai wanted to pull him down from his pedestal, hoping to let him experience the joys and sorrows of the mortal world. Jiang Ziluo reached out and took the white bread. Her fingers accidentally touched Cui Hejin's cool fingers, giving her a tingling, electric feeling. He always had a different influence on her. Old Lady Cui watched her son take care of his wife and felt very happy, her smile almost spilling from her eyes. She thought her son's feelings for Ziluo had changed a little. Jiang Ziluo quietly ate her meal. The dishes in the bowl were almost finished, and Cui Hejin would serve her more food. This meal was mostly eaten under Cui Hejin's care. She felt warm inside, and a little shy, because the old Lady Cui was still present. Fortunately, the old Lady Cui didn't look at her. The old Lady Cui was worried her daughter-in-law might feel uncomfortable, so she lowered her head and ate quietly, but her lips were slightly curved upwards. Oh, she was so happy that even the food seemed more delicious, and she felt very hungry. After eating, Cui Hejin helped tidy up a bit. Seeing that it was getting late, he prepared to go to the school. Before leaving, he looked at Jiang Zilu with concern and said, "Be careful with your hand, don't use too much force, and keep it dry." At this moment, Jiang Zilu nodded obediently and said, "Okay." Cui Hejin gave a few more instructions before leaving. Jiang Zilu then discussed with the old Lady Cui, "Mom, if we build a house, should we ask the villagers for help? How do they usually handle these things?" Jiang Zilu didn't know much about building a house in the village. Old Lady Cui said, "Usually, you need to hire carpenters and bricklayers. They get paid daily, and you also ask villagers to help, providing meals." Jiang Zilu was stunned. "Do they not pay villagers for their help?" Old Lady Cui replied, "In Dongha village, with the current conditions, everyone helps each other when building houses. They can't afford to pay wages. It's all mutual help, just providing 2 meals a day." This was also something old Lady Cui learned after coming to the village. Jiang Zilu wanted to pay wages, but she thought that if she paid wages and also provided meals, it would break the village's usual customs. If others also built houses, would the villagers all expect wages? Many families work hard all year and might not even save a silver coin. Jiang Zilu pondered and said, "Mom, what if we don't provide meals? Just pay wages? Would that be okay? I think if we only provide wages, more people might want to help, and it would be easier to manage. It wouldn't break the village rules." Old Lady Cui's expression changed slightly and said, "You, Zilu, are very thoughtful. Other villages also have this situation. If people are willing to accept wages, then no meals are necessary. In fact, most villagers prefer wages, but since their conditions are not good, they can't afford to pay, so they just provide meals." The food they ate was quite simple, mainly mixed grain corn buns, and the vegetables were from their own garden. There was at most 1 or 2 pieces of meat on a plate. Hearing this, Jiang Ziluo understood and asked, "Mother, how much do you think we should pay for a day's work?" Old Lady Cui replied, "I've checked. In the bigger villages, wealthier families don't pay wages for work. They only give about 10 coins a day. In villages like Dongha village, no one can afford to pay wages, so everyone helps each other for free." Jiang Ziluo was surprised to hear about 10 coins. But then she thought about people carrying goods at the dock or working hard for wealthy families. Most of them earn only 20 or 30 coins a day. There are many idle workers now, so labor is very cheap. Plus, during the farming off-season, many workers want to find work in the town or county, but can't find any. No one needs extra help for chores. Jiang Ziluo calculated, "Mother, after we buy the land, we only have 18 taels of silver. But that doesn't include the cost of hiring craftsmen. If we only pay villagers to help build the house at 10 coins a day, we can hire more people and finish building the house sooner." Old Lady Cui thought for a moment and said, Yes, if we don't need to provide food, we can hire more people. We can talk to the village head about it. Your Aunt Ju's family, the carpenter, and the bricklayer also know some masons. We can invite them to help. How much is a fair daily wage? For carpenters and bricklayers, if we don't provide food, about 50 coins a day should be enough. Jiang Luo knew that Ju's family was from Xingshan village. She also thought of her parents. Thinking about building the house, she decided to mention it to her parents. She hadn't visited her parents' home in a long time, so she missed her father, mother, and younger siblings. She wondered how they were doing. Also, now that life at home was better, she couldn't help but worry about them. Seeing Jiang Luo looking distracted, old lady Cui quickly thought of something and said, Luo, since you have nothing planned this afternoon, why not go back to your parents' house? We might need people from Xingshan village for the work. It's good to visit your parents and see how they are. Parents always worry about their daughters. Visiting them will also put your mind at ease. By the way, Grandma Zhao brought some plain steamed buns and a few other things. I'll pack a basket for you, and you can take it to your parents to eat. At this time, it was popular to carry white steamed buns in baskets when going out. As she spoke, Madame Cui began preparing some for Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo felt grateful to Madame Cui and did not refuse. Madame Cui prepared 6 white buns, a basket of eggs, and a large piece of marinated meat on top. The marinated meat had been prepared earlier and hung outside to dry. Jiang Luo looked at Madame Cui, wanting to say something. Madame Cui waved her hand and smiled, saying, "Talk more with your family. No need to rush back. This afternoon, I will also speak with the village head about hiring people to build the house." Jiang Luo smiled sweetly and said, "Mother, thank you." She truly appreciated Madame Cui. Madame Cui's eyes warmed with emotion. "Silly child, we are all family. No need to thank me." She had a daughter too, but when the Cui family was exiled, her daughter was already married and did not go with them. However, the Cui family was no longer the same as before, and even if her daughter didn't go into exile, she might still be affected. She didn't know how things turned out. She worried that her daughter might suffer injustice without anyone to help or protect her. Sometimes, she would wake up in the middle of the night, anxious. Thinking with empathy, she understood Ji Luo's parents, hoping that Ji Luo could visit her parents more often so they could feel at ease. Jiang Luo carried her things and went to Xing Mountain Village. When she arrived, it was just after the villagers had finished lunch and were resting before heading up the mountain. Many villagers saw Jiang Luo and greeted her warmly. "Oh, Ji Luo is back to visit her family. It's Ji Luo. Once you get married, you're different. Your complexion looks much better." The villagers greeted Jiang Luo, and she responded kindly. "Yes, Aunt Li, you're going to the fields to work, and even Dodo can help now. Aunt Lin, you look younger and younger. My family treats me well, and life is comfortable. My complexion has improved a lot." Outside, Jiang Luo often spoke well of Madame Cui and Cui Hejin. She didn't want anyone to speak ill of Madame Cui or Cui Hejin. The villagers were happy for Jiang Luo. Even the children playing on the street saw her and happily called out, "Ji Luo sister. Ji Luo sister is back." Jiang Luo saw everyone and wanted to give out some candy. However, the caramel candies had all been sold earlier and she hadn't made any recently, so she didn't have any on hand. Seeing how innocent and cute the children were, Jiang Luo softened her heart. She thought for a moment and took out some roasted peanuts to give to them, saying, "Here are some roasted peanuts. Take them and enjoy." These peanuts were made a couple of days ago, and she had kept some aside while preparing them. Now was a good time to give them to the children. Hearing this, the children quickly ran over and gathered around Jiang Luo to take the peanuts. "Thank you, Sister Ji Luo. Sister Ji Luo, we all miss you. Sister Ji Luo, we haven't seen you in a long time. Sister Ji Luo, you got married. Will you come back often?" Sister Chen Xia only comes back during the new year. The children asked Jiang Luo many questions, their eyes full of innocence. They didn't know much about adult matters. Jiang Luo smiled patiently and explained, "Of course I can. My mother-in-law and husband are very kind. The things I brought are also prepared by them, so I can come home often to visit. Now that you've grown up and married, you should treat your wife well. Understand? The children naturally understood what marriage meant. Hearing Jiang Luo's words, they shyly ran away. Jiang Luo shook her head with a slight smile. A feeling of nostalgia also rose in her heart. In this era, people's minds were like that. Women who married rarely visited their family home. People like the open-minded Madame Cui and Cui Hejin were very rare. When Jiang Luo entered the house, only Yi Shi and 5-year-old Jiang Yunxian were there. Xian was sitting on a small stool, carefully picking wild vegetables, while Yi Shi was drying dandelions. Hearing the noise, Xian looked up suddenly. When he saw his sister's figure, he excitedly stood up and ran toward Jiang Luo. His voice was clear, soft, and adorable. Sister, sister. Hearing this sweet and cute voice, Jiang Luo's heart almost melted. She crouched down and hugged Xian. The 5-year-old boy was delicate and thin, not very strong. Just holding him felt light. She knew her younger siblings often didn't have enough to eat, so they were naturally much thinner than normal. Seeing her little brother, Jiang Luo felt a bit sad. Especially when he held her and relied on her, Jiang Luo felt her heart soften even more. Mrs. Yi saw that Jiang Luo had returned and hurried over without caring about her work.
Luo, you're back.
Jiang Luo nodded and smiled, saying, Mother, my mother-in-law asked me to bring some things. I came to see you. Mrs. Yi looked at Jiang Luo's expression and could tell she was doing well at her husband's home, which made her feel relieved. It's good that you can come home. You don't need to bring anything. Our life is starting to get better. You know the silver you brought your father before? I haven't touched it. I was saving it for you. When do you plan to use it? Mrs. Yi was most worried about Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo could feel her mother's concern. She softly said, Mother, don't worry about me. We started a small business at home, and things are getting better. We earned some silver and are planning to build a house. I just wanted to come home for a visit. Hearing this, Mrs. Yi was both shocked and excited. That's great. Now you will finally have your own house. While they were talking, Jiang Luo carefully set down her younger brother Xian, then carried 2 baskets and followed her mother into the house to chat. Jiang Luo briefly explained her business, and Mrs. Yi was very happy for her daughter. Don't worry about our family. You teach your father how to make malt sugar. Your younger brothers and sisters are many, and everyone helps out. When the market comes to Yanglu village, we can make malt sugar and sell it at the market. We can earn at least a few dozen coins each time. As she spoke, Mrs. Ye's face lit up with a smile, and her eyes shone with hope. She was full of optimism about life. She now felt that earning money, even while living in the village, made life hopeful. Jiang Luo knew that Yanglu village was a large village nearby, about 10 miles from other villages. They went to market every few days, and villagers from nearby villages would come to buy things. Most villagers preferred to buy at the village market because the goods there were cheap and varied. Few people went to the town to buy things, partly because the town was far away and partly because they thought the town's goods were expensive. Usually, during the Lunar New Year in December, people would go to the town to buy New Year's supplies. If they urgently needed something and couldn't wait for the village market, they would go to the town to buy it. Jiang Luo knew that earning a few hundred coins a month could greatly improve their family's life. By the way, Mother, where are father, second brother, and third sister? Speaking of this, Mrs. Yi also smiled and said, Your father ate lunch and then took your second and fourth brothers to deliver the bellows to the blacksmith shop. Jiang Luo was stunned. Did her father know he was selling bellows to the blacksmith shop? She was planning to tell her parents about her visit today. Mrs. Yi looked at her daughter's expression and realized she didn't know anything, so she softly explained, Thanks to that child Hejin, he didn't even know how to contact the blacksmith shop. The shopkeeper of the blacksmith shop specifically came to visit us, looked at the bellows, and got very excited. He immediately ordered 6 bellows, each costing 100 coins, for a total of 600 coins. That really made us happy and a bit surprised. The shopkeeper said a young man named Chui told him that we have bellows that can air without manual effort, which makes work easier. Listening to this, Jiang Zilu felt a warm feeling in her heart. It turns out that while she didn't know, Chui Hejin quietly did this for her family. He usually looked cold and distant, but she didn't expect him to be so thoughtful about her parents. At this moment, Jiang Zilu felt very warm inside. In fact, at first, Mrs. Yu was not very happy with the Chui family and didn't want her daughter to marry into their family. She thought her daughter, Zilu, deserved someone better. But Zilu liked him, and Chui Hejin was indeed raised with good family manners, showing proper conduct in every action. They decided to agree, thinking as long as Zilu was happy. Now that Zilu was sensible and intelligent and looked happy, Mrs. Yi felt more at ease. Otherwise, she would be worried all the time. Mother, look at Hejin. Although he is cold, he has a kind and gentle heart. As long as you two live happily, I will be at ease. Jiang Zilu smiled and said, Mother, don't worry. He is very good. If the blacksmith shop thinks the bellows are useful, they should promote them well. More people will buy them in the future. But that's just a matter of time. Mrs. Yi nodded and said, Yes. Your father and I initially wanted to sell the bellows for 200 coins each, but we couldn't sell them at that price here. If the price is too high, villagers won't buy them. If it's 100 coins, families with better conditions nearby might be willing to buy and use the bellows. They don't understand how good the bellows are now. Once they use it, they'll realize how convenient it is for cooking and heating. Just a few pulls on the stove's fire, and the flames become very strong, saving firewood. As the weather gradually warms up, everyone doesn't notice much change. I think when it gets colder, especially in winter, people will buy a bellows. Jiang Ziluo nodded. Jiang Yunxian helped pour water nearby, then sat obediently and watched. Even if he didn't understand much of what his mother and older sister were saying, he liked sticking close to his sister. After some chatting, Yishir mentioned picking dandelions. Our local clinic buys medicinal herbs. They dry some common herbs halfway and send them for 10 cents per gene. They happen to collect dandelions. Your younger sister and sister-in-law often go to pick dandelions and dry them. Your third and fifth sisters go picking after lunch. Jiang Ziluo nodded, knowing her younger brothers and sisters were hardworking and capable. Are medicinal herbs really that cheap? Only 10 cents per gene. Although dandelions are common on the mountain, they are very light, especially when dried halfway. Yishir nodded and said, That's the usual price for herbs. Maybe rare herbs cost more, but we haven't seen or know much about those, so we can't pick them. Anyway, it's free time now. If we pick more now and dry them, we can sell for 20 or 30 cents. Don't underestimate these 20 or 30 cents. It can buy several pounds of coarse grains. And working on this isn't tiring. It can be done during free time. For Yishir, earning an extra penny was worth it. 1 penny could buy 2 eggs. Jiang Ziluo knew Yishir was careful with money. She had many younger siblings and they had land, so they probably didn't have time every day to go to town and sell things. Plus, not everyone is suited for selling in the market. Even if someone has skills, if they can't speak well or aren't good at dealing with people, they might be nervous about selling. She had asked her father before. He also wanted to find time to do some work. So, Jiang Ziluo talked with her mother and brothers and time slowly passed. In the early afternoon, suddenly there was loud thunder.
Boom, boom,
rumble. As the thunder continued, strong wind started blowing in the sky. Yishir's face changed and said, It's going to rain heavily. She didn't care about anything else and hurried to bring the drying clothes inside the yard. Jiang Ziluo quickly helped carry the dandelions back into the house. Xian also walked with small steps, bringing the small bench and broom from the yard. He is only 5 years old and not very strong, so he couldn't carry everything at once and had to make several trips. He accidentally fell but quickly got up by himself. Jiang Ziluo was holding things in both hands and didn't have time to help him up. Seeing how sensible he was, she felt a little sad and touched. Xian, some things are too heavy for you to carry.
Sister can do it for you.
Xian carefully replied while carrying something. Sister, I can make more trips, so Mama and sister won't have to work so hard. Just after covering the firewood in the yard, suddenly it started to rain heavily. The thunderstorm came quickly and was very loud. Jiangji Luo looked worried and said, "What should we do? Father and the younger brothers haven't come back yet." Xian also looked outside, seeming a bit worried about their father and older siblings. The rain was very heavy, and the door was closed, but water seeped in through the cracks. "We don't have an umbrella at home, and we can't go to meet them." Xian pointed to his small finger and whispered, "Umbrellas are so expensive." He knew that their parents wanted to buy an umbrella before. Market umbrellas cost about 300 coins each. 300 coins could buy a lot of rice and food. Even though Xian was only 5, he understood the value of money and food. Jiangji Luo also thought not having an umbrella is really inconvenient. Most families in the village couldn't afford an umbrella. A single umbrella costing hundreds of coins was too expensive for the villagers. Even without umbrellas, people didn't buy them. They could use those coins to buy plenty of rice and food instead. On rainy days, everyone just stayed indoors. Yishir started boiling hot water, thinking that when Jiang Xiangchuan and the others returned, they could take a hot bath to warm up. She quickly found the clothes everyone needed to change in the cabinet. Jiangji Luo was at the stove lighting a fire. Xian said, "Sister, I will pull the bellows for you." "I can do it." Jiangji Luo felt sorry for her brother and said, "You're still young. Don't overwork your body. Sister can pull the bellows." "Sister, I will grow up quickly and help you." "Yes, Xian, you need to eat well and be full so you have strength." Jiangji Luo told Yishir, "Mother, this silver money is for you. Keep it and use it. If there's not enough food at home, go buy some. While the younger brothers and sisters are growing, don't let them go hungry." Master Yi said, "Mother knows that our family can earn money daily, so we often cook extra meals." Soon, Jiang Yunhua and Jiang Yunmian returned carrying baskets in the rain. They were both soaked. When they saw Jiangji Luo, their eyes lit up with happiness. "Older sister," they exclaimed. "Older sister, you're back." They didn't care about getting soaked and happily gathered around Jiangji Luo to talk. Jiangji Luo smiled and said, "You two should take a hot bath and change into clean clothes so you won't catch a cold." "There's no rush. Let's talk later." Jiang Yunhua and Jiang Yunmian went to wash up. The Jiang family yard is large with many rooms, including a special room for washing and bathing. Jiangji Luo looked at the heavy rain outside and thought that if it kept raining like this, she probably couldn't go back tonight. She wondered if her mother would be worried. Soon, Jiang Yunhua and Jiang Yunmian came out happily. Jiang Yunmian said excitedly, "Older sister, the dandelions we dried recently were sold at the clinic and earned 12 coins. But only I and the third sister don't know much about identifying herbs. If we could tell different herbs apart, we could pick more." Jiang Yunmian was very excited to share her happy news with Jiangji Luo. "Does the clinic buy a lot of herbs?" Jiang Yunmian said, "Not only does the clinic buy herbs, but some merchants from other places also come here to buy herbs. I heard they buy from us at low prices and then sell them at higher prices in the big cities, making a profit. It's like during harvest season when many people go to different villages to collect grain, then sell it to grain shops for a profit. Although we all know about this, it makes things easier for everyone." Although Jiang Yunmian was only 8 years old, she was lively, cheerful, and good at observing and asking about things, so she knew a lot. "If only I knew more about herbs, I could pick more and sell them to help the family." Jiang Yunmian's eyes sparkled when she talked about herbs. Jiang Yunhua was shy and quiet, not much of a talker, and just listened quietly beside her. Seeing that the water in her cup was running low, she quickly added more water. Jiangji Luo looked at her fifth sister, whose eyes shone brightly when talking about herbs, and asked, "Fifth sister, do you want to learn about herbs?" "Of course I want to, but even girls who want to become apprentices are not accepted. The pharmacy only takes male apprentices, and you need connections to become one. Our village's Aunt Zhou wanted to send Tiangung to be an apprentice, but they wouldn't accept him without connections." Jiang Yunmian understands clearly that learning something new isn't easy. She even thought about having her third sister learn embroidery, but learning from the embroidery lady costs several hundred coins a month. She feels that her third sister often lowers her head because she's shy, and now she's 13. In 2 years, she will get married. She thinks that if her sister had a skill to make money, it might be easier for her to find a good husband, and people wouldn't look down on her for her face. Jiang Zilu looks at her younger sister, who is so young but acts like an adult, and suddenly shows a worried expression. She pats her head and says, "Don't worry, Yunhua's face will get better. I saw a doctor's recipe before. As long as we find the right herbs, Yunhua's face can be cured." When Jiang Zilu says this, Jiang Yunhua and Jiang Yunmian look at her excitedly. Big sister, really? Can her face really get better? Jiang Zilu is confident about this, but 2 of the herbs are very rare. The pharmacy doesn't have them, and even if they find them, they are very expensive. So, for now, she can't cure Yunhua's face. They also need more wood element powers. The scars on Yunhua's face are too deep. Healing them requires a combination of wood element abilities and herbs. Really, I believe what Big Sister says. Aren't you convinced? Jiang Yunmian is excited. I believe. Big Sister is amazing. She taught Dad how to make malt sugar, and we earn dozens of coins every market day. She also taught Dad how to make a bellows, which works really well and can be sold for money. Jiang Yunmian looks at Jiang Zilu with admiration. Yunhua's dull eyes suddenly brighten, as if filled with hope. Jiang Zilu thinks to herself, her third sister is only 13, and in 2 years, she will come of age. Before that, she will earn enough silver to buy the key herbs and cure her face. The 3 sisters chat happily. While talking about herbs, Jiang Zilu seems to remember something and says, in this season if we pick herbs we can gather kudzu roots. Some common herbs only appear in autumn, but during the season, there should be kudzu roots on the mountain. Yunhua and Yunmian look a bit confused. Big sister, what is kudzu root? They had never heard of kudzu root before. Jiang Ziluo said kudzu root is a kind of medicinal herb, and it can also be used for cooking. They didn't know whether the medical clinic accepted this herb or not, and they weren't sure if they could sell it there. But even if they couldn't sell it, digging out kudzu root and bringing it back could still be used for cooking. People in this era have very few types of daily food. Powdered kudzu root can be mixed with grains to make bread or noodles, or brewed into a drink, and it's good for health. Jiang Yunhua and Jiang Yunmian had never seen kudzu root powder before. They were confused at first, but when they heard it could be eaten, they became excited. Jiang Ziluo used charcoal to draw on the ground. The leaves of kudzu are like this, and after digging out the root, it looks like this. This is kudzu root. She explained the shape of the leaves and how to identify them. Jiang Yunhua and Jiang Yunmian listened carefully. Big sister, next time we go up the mountain, we will pay more attention. Before, we didn't notice these kinds of leaves because we didn't know about them, and we didn't dare to pick them casually, afraid some might be poisonous. Jiang Ziluo nodded and said, yes, the mountain is full of dangers, so you need to be careful. After it rains, you can also gather wild mushrooms and wood ear fungi on the mountain. Rain makes it easier to collect mountain treasures. Xing Mountain Village is built near the mountains, with several mountain ranges behind it, where many things can be gathered. Jiang Ziluo talked with her 2 younger sisters, and they all listened carefully, thinking that after the rain, they would go to pick these things. When they returned, they could make soup or dishes with what they collected. By late afternoon, the rain eased a bit, and Jiang Xiangchuan, Jiang Yunshu, and Jiang Yunzheng came back. The 3 carried an umbrella. The umbrella was small, just enough to keep the 3 of them from getting wet. Jiang Xiangchuan carried the 10-year-old Jiang Yunzheng, and Jiang Yunzheng helped hold the umbrella for their father and second brother. When they returned, their shoes were soaked, and they had a little rain on their arms, but their hair and clothes remained dry. Everyone felt relieved. Seeing Jiang Ziluo return, everyone was very happy. After chatting for a while, Jiang Xiangchuan said, the blacksmith shop owner is very grateful to us. He said that with the bellows, the speed of forging tools has increased a lot. They had a job that was almost finished on time, but with the bellows, they're not worried anymore. Earlier, he bought our bellows, and he said it was very useful. At first, the blacksmith shop owner came to their house to buy a bellows. Jiang Xiangchuan's family only had one bellows and the owner bought it on the spot, then ordered 6 more. The owner took the new bellows back to the blacksmith shop, where it worked very well. Jiang Yunjing said, "When we were coming back, it started to rain heavily. The shopkeeper told us to stay inside and wait until the rain eased before we left. He even poured us tea. It was the first time I drank tea," Jiang Yunjing said happily. "So, blacksmiths can afford to buy tea leaves," he added. Tea leaves are usually expensive, so ordinary people can't easily buy or drink them. At this moment, Jiang Yunjing was thinking about becoming a blacksmith. But he knew he had no power or influence, and no one would hire him as an apprentice. So, he had to keep his hopes to himself. However, Zhang Ziluo noticed her brother's eyes and probably understood that he had thoughts about working as a blacksmith. For the villagers, having a skill meant they could become respected people in the village. Because with a skill, they wouldn't have to worry about going hungry. Jiang Yunshu said, "This umbrella was also borrowed from the shopkeeper. When the rain stops, we should find a chance to return it." Jiang Yunshu shook the umbrella to remove the rainwater and placed it under the eaves. Jiang Yunmian and Xian Xian curiously went to look. "Wow, this is an umbrella. It looks so nice." They didn't have umbrellas at home, so seeing one was very new to them. Earlier, when they went to the market, there were stalls selling umbrellas, but if they didn't buy one, they weren't allowed to look freely. It looks very sturdy. Even with such strong wind outside, it didn't break. Zhang Yinhua remembered going to the town before, seeing young ladies holding oil paper umbrellas that looked very beautiful. She wanted to touch one but held back, worried she might tear it. Jiang Ziluo watched her younger siblings love the umbrellas and knew that their family had never had one since they were young. On rainy days, they had nothing to shelter themselves, at most, a piece of oiled paper to cover their heads. Jiang Ziluo could make oil paper umbrellas, but those are usually made with bamboo, which might not grow in their cold northern land. Bamboo is more common in the south. Without an umbrella, going out in the rain is very inconvenient. Jiang Ziluo thought for a moment and asked, "Father and Mother, do you know if there are bamboo plants around here?" Yisher thought for a moment and shook his head, saying, "I really don't know where there are bamboo plants." "Ziluo, do you need bamboo?" Jiang Xiangchuan said, "Ziluo, if you need bamboo, I will ask around later." Jiang Ziluo nodded and said, "Yes, if I have bamboo, my parents, I can make oil paper umbrellas myself with Dad's skills." When they heard about making oil paper umbrellas, everyone looked surprised. Jiang Yunmian and Xian Xian looked at their older sister with admiration, thinking she was very talented. Yisher and Jiang Xiangchuan exchanged a glance, feeling proud that their daughter was so clever. They didn't ask more questions. "Does older sister know how to make oil paper umbrellas?" Jiang Yunshu found it hard to believe. Jiang Ziluo said, "I saw an old craftsman make one once. I think I know how to do it, but I haven't tried myself. Maybe Dad can make one." Jiang Yunjing quickly said, "I often go to the dock to ask around. Maybe I can find out where there is bamboo." Jiang Ziluo said, "If there's no bamboo, we can look for palm trees nearby on the mountain. Cutting some palm bark can make raincoats, at least for rainy days when we go out." When Jiang Ziluo mentioned raincoats, everyone was surprised. They had never thought about making raincoats and didn't know what palm trees looked like. Jiang Ziluo described the appearance of a palm tree in detail. Actually, once they got the palm trees, making raincoats was simple. There were no complicated steps, just time-consuming sewing. But Dad, Mom, and the younger siblings could make them in their free time. Having a raincoat at home would be more convenient. Especially in spring when it rains a lot, they can't just stay indoors every time it rains. Hearing Jiang Ziluo say this, the whole family was very excited. Especially Jiang Yunjung and Jiang Yunmian, who hoped the rain would stop soon so they could go to the mountain to look for palm trees. And on rainy days, our cloth shoes get soaked easily. We can make straw sandals to wear outside. Jiang Ziluo knew how to make straw sandals. Luckily, the family had some rushes and Jiang Xiangchuan and Yisher took some out. Jiang Ziluo then taught everyone how to weave straw sandals. The villagers were skilled, and they made their own baskets, mats, and other woven items. So Jiang Luo quickly taught everyone how to make straw sandals. The family talked and wove the sandals happily together. Once finished, the straw sandals will be a bit thicker, so you won't worry about getting wet in the rain. In this era, cloth shoes are the everyday shoes that everyone makes for themselves. People are usually reluctant to wear them daily. If they get dirty or torn on a rainy day, everyone feels very upset about it. Wearing straw sandals is different. If they get damaged, they can simply be repaired. The straw grass used is tough and durable, and once woven, it doesn't break easily. As time passes, the sky gradually darkens. The rain outside also lessens. Jiang Luo is immersed in her handcraft work, temporarily forgetting everything outside. At the Chui family in Donghe village, old lady Chui is very worried when it rains heavily. Of course, her mind is full of thoughts about Jiang Luo, almost forgetting that Chui Hejin also needs to go home after school. Although I told Ji Luo not to rush home, with this heavy rain, I wonder if she can come back tonight? If Jiang Luo doesn't come back, old lady Chui feels a bit uncomfortable. She thinks that when Ji Luo is at home, she is confident and strong. But when she goes to her mother's house, she seems to lose her motivation. I don't know when the rain will stop, old lady Chui mutters as she works on her chores. By evening, the rain has eased considerably. Chui Hejin returns home holding an umbrella. She's back. Old lady Chui looks up excitedly, recognizing Chui Hejin. Her expression relaxes a little as she says, "You're back?" Then she continues with her work. Chui Hejin looks calm and graceful, with a faint coolness in her beautiful eyes. "Mother." Her tone is soft, as if she has more to say. Old lady Chui asks, "What's wrong?" "Mother, I'm not feeling well. It's cold in the rain. Please put on an extra layer of clothes." Old lady Chui replies, "I will take care of myself. You're thoughtful about Ji Luo, and that's enough for me to feel at ease." Chui Hejin's expression changes slightly. "But what's wrong with Ji Luo?" Before old lady Chui can answer, Chui Hejin steps into the house. She doesn't see Jiang Luo inside. Her beautiful eyes flicker with a faint, shimmering light, a hint of coldness and aloofness. Old lady Chui observes her son's expression and realizes he doesn't feel indifferent toward Ji Luo as he appears. She says, after lunch, Ji Luo went to her mother's house. I told her she didn't need to rush back, but she said she would come back for dinner. But who would have thought it would rain heavily, and she didn't bring an umbrella. I wonder if she will stay overnight at her mother's house. Usually it's not a big deal, but since Ji Luo isn't at home, I feel a bit uncomfortable. Old Mrs. Chui kept talking, looked at the rain outside, which had lessened, but without an umbrella, she probably couldn't come back. She said, if Ji Luo comes back in the rain and gets soaked, she might catch a cold. Hearing her mother's words, Chui Hejin's expression darkened a little. He picked up the umbrella he brought from school and stepped into the rain. Where are you going, Hejin? He didn't turn back, his eyes shining like stars. He calmly said, Mother, I'm going to pick Ji Luo up. He held the umbrella and carried himself with a graceful, pure aura. His voice was clear and smooth, like flowing water hitting stones, deep and gentle, drifting away with the wind and the rain, making it hard to tell his mood. After speaking, Chui Hejin went out under the umbrella. Old Mrs. Chui quickly came to her senses and said, Bring some things with you. You can't go empty-handed. He held a bag of date cakes and said, This is what I bought from town. She sighed in relief. In the afternoon, Ji Luo went to her mother's house with some things. It wouldn't be proper for Hejin to bring too many items when picking her up, so he just took a small gift to show his thoughtfulness. Old Mrs. Chui watched Hejin walk into the rain, thinking that he still cared about Ji Luo. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought a bag of date cakes home. It must be a gift for Ji Luo. Her son was cold on the outside but warm inside. Even when he cared about someone, he wouldn't say it out loud. Xingshan village, Jiang family, Ji Luo quickly wove a pair of straw sandals. Xian looked at them, excitedly shouting, Wow! Sister, these straw sandals are so pretty and beautiful. Xian had never seen such sandals before. Jiang Yunmian also looked very excited. With these sandals, I won't need to wear cloth shoes when I go up the mountain, and I won't worry about them getting torn. When she and her third sister went up the mountain, they were very careful with their mother's sewn shoes, afraid they would get scratched or torn. Because they were so careful, they couldn't go to some mountain areas to pick mountain produce. These sandals look sturdy, so she can move freely on the mountain. Plus, the soles are thick so she won't be hurt by thorns under her feet. Jiang Luo said, "These shoes are a bit big. I made them for Dad. Try them on and see how they feel." Her father usually walks with a limp and has trouble putting pressure on his foot. Wearing a sturdy pair of shoes would make walking easier. Jiang Xiangchuan and Yi Shi were also weaving straw sandals. They had just started learning, so their movements were slow, and they had only made a little. Now, seeing the finished sandals, they both praised them highly. Jiang Xiangchuan looked at his daughter handing him the shoes. A warm feeling filled his chest, an indescribable emotion. He felt that his daughter had grown up. He was both happy and a little sad. Jiang Yunmian looked at him expectantly and said, "Dad, try them on quickly and tell me how they feel." While speaking, she kept weaving with her hands. Yi Shi, Jiang Yunshu, Jiang Yunhua, and Jiang Yunzheng also watched Jiang Xiangchuan. Jiang Xiangchuan smiled and said, "All right, I'll try them on." He put on the shoes. They fit perfectly and are quite comfortable, not prickly at all. Jiang Luo said, "Dad, go ahead and take a walk." Jiang Xiangchuan then stood up and walked around on the ground. Everyone was amazed and exclaimed, "I didn't expect woven straw sandals to be so comfortable. They don't hurt the soles and feel soft." Jiang Luo smiled and said, "On rainy days, we can wear these straw sandals to go out, so we won't worry about getting the shoes wet." Yi Shi happily said, "It's all thanks to Ji Luo's clever idea." She had even thought about buying some fabric later to make more shoes for the family. Making a pair of shoes also uses quite a bit of fabric, which is expensive. Yi Shi thought saving money was good. Jiang Yunzheng's weaving speed increased significantly. "Now, my second brother and I can wear these straw sandals to go up the mountain to chop firewood. And in summer, wearing straw sandals will be cooler." Jiang Yunshu thought for a moment and said, "Sister, if we make these straw sandals, maybe we can sell them at the market." Many people in nearby villages walk barefoot, especially children, who often play barefoot on the street. Some families don't know how to sew soles, and others think shoes waste fabric and don't bother making them. There are very few shoe sellers because the sizes are just right. When she thought about this, Jiang Luo was surprised and hadn't considered it before. Second brother is right. Mom and Dad, you can make more straw sandals in your free time. When Yonglu village goes to market, you can set up a stall to sell them. These are cheap to make, just need some reed grass, and selling at a low price with small profits can still earn some coins. Hearing this, everyone became excited. Jiang Yunzheng quickly said, "There is plenty of reed grass, so we can make as many sandals as we want." Jiang Yunhua lowered her head and whispered, "I learned how to make them. I will make more in my free time." Jiang Yunmian, thinking about earning money to help the family, was very happy. She said, "I can do it too. I will make more sandals, and when we go to market, I will sell them with Mom and Dad." Everyone agreed to make more sandals. Jiang Luo thought for a moment and said, "This is easy to learn. Skilled people can figure it out quickly. I suggest you, Mom and Dad, make more in your free time and sell them together. These are cheap to make, and if we sell them at a low price, many people will buy. Once they learn and become skilled, they can make a pair of sandals in no time." Jiang Yunshu and the others were very happy. Their father made a wind chest, but they couldn't help much with that. But they could help make sandals. Helping the family with small tasks made them very happy. Thinking of something, Yi Shi said, "Ji Luo, everyone's feet are different sizes. If you make sandals that are too big or too small, they won't sell well." Jiang Luo replied, "Mom can make some small shoes for children. Since most kids in the village go barefoot, they also need shoes. If the sandals are cheap, many families will be willing to buy a pair for their children. Plus, straw sandals are sturdy and durable, so they won't easily break, and they won't interfere with daily work." Many elders in the village thought that since children's feet grow quickly, making special shoes for them wasn't very cost-effective. So, many children went barefoot. Yi Shi nodded and said, "That's true. Let's make shoes that fit half-grown children." Just as Jiang Ziluo was about to make her third pair of shoes, she suddenly thought of Cui Hejin. Outside, it was drizzling, and the sky was dark. They didn't know how Cui Hejin would get home after school. Thinking about this, a gentle knocking sound came from outside. Xian, with very sharp ears, looked up and said, "Mom and Dad, someone is knocking." Yi Shi was momentarily stunned. It's raining now. Who could be coming? Although feeling confused, Yi decided to get up and go to open the door. Jiang Xiangchuan said, "Maybe something urgent at the village needs help. Go check." He thought that on a rainy day, someone knocking might mean an emergency. Jiang Yinshu said, "Parents, it's still raining outside. I'll go see." Then she picked up the umbrella she brought from the blacksmith shop and went out. The courtyard gate was open. As Jiang Yinshu stepped out and went around the front wall, she saw Cui Hejin at the door. She was surprised and called out uncertainly, "Brother-in-law?" Cui Hejin responded gently, "Second brother, is your older sister at home?" Jiang Yinshu nodded. "Yes, she's home." "Brother-in-law, come in quickly." She guessed that her brother-in-law was here to pick up her older sister. She called out to the family, "Parents, older sister, brother-in-law is here." Jiang Zilu heard the sound, paused her actions, and looked toward the yard. Jiang Zilu looked up and saw someone walking slowly through the rain and fog, holding an oiled paper umbrella. He looked like a delicate ink painting emerging quietly from the mist, with an ethereal, floating aura. A gentle wind blew through the rain, carrying a cold, whistling sound. The wind lifted his clothes, making his robes flutter, enhancing his elegant, noble appearance. Jiang Zilu gazed at him as if she saw a sky full of apricot blossoms in spring rain. Her eyes trembled slightly, and her breath caught softly. As Cui Hejin approached slowly, he looked at Jiang Zilu. His refined, beautiful features slightly frowned, and the corner of his eye moved with a charming, alluring expression. Seeing that Jiang Zilu was not soaked by the rain and looked comfortable, Cui Hejin relaxed a little. Then he politely greeted Jiang Xiangchuan and Yi. Seeing this noble, jade-like son-in-law, Jiang Xiangchuan and Yi looked a bit dazed. His graceful movements amazed them so much they seemed momentarily stunned. "Cui Hejin has arrived. Come in quickly, it's raining outside." "Are you wet from the rain?" "Just come in, no need to bring anything. Zilu already brought something back."
Brother-in-law.
Jiang Zilu's younger brother and sister happily called Cui Hejin. Last time, he told them many stories, explained lessons, and was very gentle. They all liked him very much. Cui Hejin spoke to everyone calmly and politely, always showing good manners. Ye's family nodded quietly in approval. If Cui's family hadn't been wronged, such a person would indeed be a good match for Ziluo. Jiang Ziluo was worried about Cui Hejin's health and about him catching a cold. She poured him a cup of hot water and handed it to him. "Drink this hot water first to warm your body." "Okay, thank you, wife." Hearing the word wife, Jiang Ziluo's fingers trembled slightly, almost dropping the cup. Just then, Cui Hejin took the cup, and their fingers accidentally touched. Jiang Ziluo quickly withdrew her hand, as if electrocuted. Wife. He had never called her that before. Was it because she was in front of her parents that she used this term? But that was okay. Her parents would think Cui Hejin cared about her and believed they had a good relationship. They would also feel more at ease about her life in her husband's family. Ye's family watched the affectionate interaction between their son-in-law and daughter, smiling so broadly their eyes nearly closed. They hurriedly warmly invited Cui Hejin to sit down and prepared to make dinner. Cui Hejin softly said, "Father, mother, you don't need to work so hard. I will take my wife home. We can eat there." He knew that his in-laws' family wasn't well off, and asking them to cook for him might be a burden. So, Cui Hejin decided to take Jiang Ziluo home to eat. Jiang Ziluo quickly said, "Father, mother, since the weather isn't too dark yet and the rain is light, let's go home first. If we delay and the rain gets heavier, it will be hard to go back." She could go home alone without much problem. But with Cui Hejin here, her parents and younger siblings might feel restrained. Plus, her parents would surely prepare good food and busy themselves to host them well. Jiang Luo didn't want her parents to be so busy. Her purpose in returning to her parents' house was to see her family, share her happiness, and talk about building a house. Now that everything was discussed, it was time to go back. Otherwise, old Madame Cui would worry and be anxious. Seeing Cui Hejin and Jiang Luo insist on leaving, Ye's family could only prepare some things for them to take home. It's nothing special, just some homemade pickled vegetables. These are small fish caught from the river by your second and fourth brothers. I've dried them into fish jerky. You can eat them with your meals. Yu was thinking of packing some flour and beans, but Jiang Zhilu didn't take any. Those were the family's grains, and her parents and younger siblings still needed to eat. However, Jiang Zhilu knew her parents would feel bad if she didn't take anything, so she took some pickled vegetables and dried small fish. When Cui Hejin was walking back with Jiang Zhilu under an umbrella, Jiang Zhilu turned her head and asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" She was worried Cui Hejin might catch a cold. Cui Hejin softly replied, "It's fine. This little rain won't affect me." After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Zhilu said, "Thank you for coming to pick me up. Although Xingshan village is close to Donghe village, it still takes about half an hour to walk there, about an hour." The muddy roads after rain, with puddles, made walking difficult. Cui Hejin paused, frowned slightly, and said, "Seriously, you're my wife. It's my duty to come and get you. No need to thank me." He paused and then sighed softly. "That day I carried you back, you weren't like this." The girl seemed to have become distant from him. Jiang Zhilu watched Cui Hejin's expression and suddenly smiled, asking, "If I ask you to carry me now, would you still do it?" Cui Hejin replied, "You're right. Carrying you makes it less likely to get caught in the rain." He then found a clean stone and said to Jiang Zhilu, "Step on this, I'll carry you." On a rainy day, he couldn't squat down easily, so he asked Jiang Zhilu to step on the stone and get on his back. Jiang Zhilu wanted to refuse, but she looked at his clothes on the other side, completely wet. To keep the umbrella over her as much as possible, his clothes were soaked. She thought about refusing but then reconsidered, saying, "People in the village might say I'm being pretentious." "Fool, don't mind what others say," he said gently. Jiang Zilu's lips curved slightly as she stepped onto the big stone and climbed onto Cui Hejin's back. With her holding the umbrella, he carried her step by step toward home. At this moment, Jiang Zhilu felt a bit guilty and said, "Your health isn't good, and I made you carry me." Cui Hejin chuckled helplessly and slowed his voice, "You're light. I still have the strength to carry you." Hearing his gentle voice, Jiang Zhilu relaxed her tense nerves and asked, "By the way, did you buy the date cake?" Cui Hejin took out the date cake in front of her younger brothers and sisters, and she saw their bright eyes shining with happiness. Cui Hejin explained, "It was sent by a student's parents." He didn't want to take it, but the parents insisted, saying he could bring it to his wife. "I told my parents about building a house. They said they would come to help, but I refused." Cui Hejin softly said, "My father's leg isn't good, and my younger siblings are still small. Mother needs to stay at home to take care of them. You're right to refuse." Jiang Luo's expression changed slightly. She felt he understood her unspoken feelings and was comforting her in return. Feeling touched, she gently tightened her hand around Cui Hejin's shoulder and softly called him, "Husband, yes?" A wave of emotion rose in Jiang Luo's heart. She spoke with a hint of sourness, "You are so kind to me." In that ancient time, he was so good to her. And now, even if he had no memory, he still cared for her gently and carefully. Cui Hejin listened to the special tone in Jiang Luo's voice. His steps paused slightly, and he sighed softly, "Fool, isn't that what being good to someone means?" But how could that be considered truly caring for her? Jiang Luo didn't explain much. She thought about Chen Huadai from this morning and wondered if he had ever been kind to others before. He was a noble son in the capital, with a good appearance, family background, and ability. Surely many women like Chen Huadai, had flocked around him. She didn't know how he would react. Maybe he was cold and distant too? Though curious, Jiang Luo held back from asking. Their relationship had eased a bit, but it still didn't seem the right time to ask such questions. Besides, after all the upheaval in the capital and her exile, he probably didn't want to recall those memories. Jiang Luo changed the subject, saying, "My mother made small salted vegetables from mustard greens. I really like to eat them." Holding the small salted vegetables her mother made, she felt a warm feeling inside. It was as if holding this made her longing for home ease a little. "If you like them, you can also make some at home later," she said. "But the taste is different," she added. Krui Hajin probably understood. He softly said, "It's okay. When you have time, you can visit your parents often. If you want me to go with you, I will accompany you." Listening to these words, Jiang Luo's heart felt like stones were dropping into a pond, causing ripples and waves. Because he understood and supported her, she felt very comfortable and warm inside. Although she was married, she didn't think she had no connection to her family anymore. Her parents raised her, and her younger siblings loved and respected her. How could she say that once married, she would ignore them completely? There was an unavoidable feeling of attachment in her heart. The two of them talked like this and soon arrived home. Old Madame Cui saw them return and felt relieved. "It's good you're back. I just finished cooking. Are you hungry? Let's eat." Jiang Luo first washed her hands, then went inside to find a clean set of clothes in the cabinet. She said to Cui Hijin, "You change your clothes first. Your left sleeve is all wet." It was because Cui Hijin initially used an umbrella that tilted toward her, causing her to get half of her shoulder wet. Cui Hijin washed his hands and changed into clean clothes inside. Jiang Luo then sliced some. Old Madame Cui didn't understand and asked, "Luo, are you going to soak that to keep out the cold?" Villagers often use slices to ward off the cold, but they rarely used in cooking on ordinary days. It was only when Jiang Luo cooked that Cui old Madame learned slices could also remove the fishy smell, so was always kept at home as a backup. Jiang Luo said, "Yes, mother. Water helps keep out the cold. Let my husband drink some first, it will help him feel better." She placed the sliced into a bowl, then poured hot water over it. Soon, Cui Hijin could drink it. "Mother, you should drink some too." She also added 2 pieces of to old Madame Cui's and her own bowls. "Good, everyone drinks it." Old Madame Cui saw how thoughtful Luo was and how much she cared for Cui Hijin. Her heart was also touched. When Cui Hijin finished changing clothes and came out, old Madame Cui said, "Hijin, drink the water quickly. Luo was worried about you and prepared it early, so you can ward off the cold." Cui Hijin looked down at her, his eyes seeming to shimmer with gentle light, like the soft glow of the moon, radiating a tender feeling. He looked at Jiang Luo's hand. "Does your hand still hurt?" Earlier that afternoon, when Jiang Luo went to her parents' house, she took off her bandage to prevent them from worrying. The wound was small, and after applying some medicine, it was fine. She spent the afternoon weaving straw sandals, but didn't feel tired. Not sore anymore. Good. That's a relief. The family sat down to eat. After drinking water, old lady Cui said, "After drinking it, I feel warm all over." Jiang Luo said, "In cold weather, you can soak some water to drink." After finishing their meal and tidying up, Jiang Luo took out 2 pairs of sandals and said, "Mother, these are for you. These are for your husband." Old lady Cui looked at the shoes Jiang Luo handed over and was surprised. They looked very beautiful and delicate, but they were woven. Old lady Cui was amazed. "Luo, did you buy these shoes?" Jiang Luo explained, "Mother, I made them myself. On rainy days, or when going up the mountain, wearing shoes like these makes it easier to move around." "Oh, Luo, you're so clever with your hands." At first glance, straw sandals might seem rough and unattractive. But the ones Jiang Luo made were beautiful and detailed. Holding them in hand, they were hard to put down. Old lady Cui couldn't wait to try them on. She walked around on the ground, her eyes full of liking. "They're really good. I'm glad you like them, Mother." "Of course I like them. They're soft and comfortable to wear. When it rains, I won't have to worry about wet shoes or difficulty walking. And I feel these shoes won't slip when worn." Chui Hijin looked at Jiangji Luo, a gentle and tender expression flickering in her cold eyes, as if wanting to see her deeply. But at this moment, Jiangji Luo didn't notice Chui Hijin's changing expression. Seeing that old lady Chui and Chui Hijin liked these shoes, she was very happy. However, old lady Chui and Chui Hijin only had 2 or 3 sets of clothes, which had become somewhat faded from washing, and they were made of coarse cloth, and she thought that later she still needed to buy 2 sets of clothes or some fabric to make her own. After washing up, Jiangji Luo took a hot bath, then returned to her room to pick up a brush and draw on paper. She first sketched how to make a raincoat. If her parents found palm trees and got palm bark with a diagram, they would understand how to make a raincoat. Bamboo might not be easy to find. If they could find it, they could also make an umbrella. Jiangji Luo drew a picture of a palm tree on the paper. Below, there are step-by-step instructions for making a raincoat from palm bark, including peeling the bark, weaving the fibers, and twisting the threads. Write down each step clearly and illustrate it with a drawing. It should be easy to understand at a glance. If palm trees are unavailable, you can also make the raincoat from straw, reed, or grass. However, these homemade raincoats only provide limited protection from wind and rain, and they're still easy to get wet or cold. The best material for the raincoat is still palm bark, as it offers good protection and warmth. While drawing, Jiangji Luo suddenly remembered something. She thought her father might be able to read. She remembered that when she drew the blueprint for the wind chest, she had written the instructions on how to make it. She wrote many words, and her father recognized them all. Her younger brothers and sisters also learned to read and write from their parents since they were young. So, her parents had no doubt that she could read and write. According to her parents, her grandfather was once a poor scholar who knew how to read. Her mother learned to read from a young age, and her father learned from her mother. Dear little ones, please vote for me. Jiangji Luo recalled some childhood memories and felt a bit confused. But after thinking carefully, she decided it was not a big problem, so she didn't dwell on it. She continued drawing the steps to make the raincoat on paper. Making the raincoat is simple, but requires effort. After sewing the collar, she needs to layer and sew the palm bark repeatedly. Once the first layer is sewn, she adds the second layer. This requires a strong needle and good strength to sew properly. Jiangji Luo drew and wrote each step in detail on paper. She could teach her parents how to sew a raincoat, or they could look at her drawings and learn. She used a small piece of charcoal to quickly sketch and write on paper, which was much faster than writing with a brush. After bathing, Chui Hijin returned to her room and saw Jiangji Luo sitting at the table, concentrating on what she was writing. Her expression was so focused. The candlelight in the room was dim and flickering in the breeze, casting gentle shadows on her slender figure. At that moment, she looked like the pure moonlight in the sky, calm and gentle. Just looking at Jiangji Luo, Chui Hijin's ink-black eyes shimmered with tiny sparks of light. It was like moonlight falling into a clear pond, creating gentle ripples. Chui Hijin slowly approached, walking softly as if afraid to disturb her concentration. He sat quietly at the table and picked up a book to read. When Jiangji Luo focused on her thoughts, she seemed to block out everything around her. Time gradually passed. After finishing and drawing the steps for making the raincoat, she picked it up and set it aside. Next, Jiangji Luo took out paper to write down the steps for making an umbrella. Making oiled paper umbrellas mainly uses bamboo. She wasn't sure if there was bamboo in Beizhou. She first wrote down the steps so she could make the umbrella directly once she found bamboo. Spring and summer here have a lot of rain, so the demand for umbrellas is high. However, most ordinary people are reluctant to buy umbrellas. Jiangji Luo really hopes her family has more umbrellas so they can go out easily on rainy days. Even in heavy rain, just going to the yard would get them soaked. First, they need to cut bamboo, then peel off the outer skin of the bamboo. Next, split the bamboo in the middle to make the frame. Jiangji Luo's steps are very detailed, with drawings of bamboo and how to handle each step. There are also instructions for attaching the umbrella pole and the switch. Some steps require fine work, measuring the sizes carefully, Any small difference is not acceptable. This is different from making a raincoat, which is rougher and doesn't need such precision or measurements. But with oiled paper umbrellas, the umbrella ribs are all the same size and require high precision. To help her father make the umbrellas more easily, Jiangji Luo wrote down the measurements for the umbrella frame and other parts. Fortunately, her father sometimes does carpentry work and has a wooden ruler at home, which makes measuring easier. Jiangji Luo was so absorbed in drawing and writing that she almost forgot the time and place. Cui Hejin had been sitting beside her the whole time. Occasionally, a cold breeze sneaked in through the window gap, making Cui Hejin feel like coughing. He held back, not wanting to disturb Jiangji Luo. Jiangji Luo didn't notice any of this. It wasn't until nearly midnight that she finally let out a relaxed breath. Now the drawings are finished. Looking at her completed sketches, Jiangji Luo felt very happy. She smiled with her eyes curved like crescent moons, her long eyelashes fluttering like feathers, as if touching the hearts of others. At this moment, Cui Hejin coughed softly, cough cough. Hearing the sound, Jiangji Luo finally noticed Cui Hejin beside her. "Oh, you're still awake?" She felt it was very late, probably already midnight. "Yes, I'm not sleepy." Jiangji Luo felt confused. Usually, Cui Hejin didn't stay up this late. She thought he was busy and lost track of time. In her previous life in the modern world, she often stayed up late training or on missions, so it was normal for her to be busy. "Tomorrow you still need to go to school. Let's go to bed early," she said. "It's okay." Old Mr. Lee said if it rains tomorrow morning, the school will have a holiday, Cui Hejin replied. Jiangji Luo's expression changed as she listened to the wind and rain outside. She thought the school might really be closed tomorrow. "That's good. You can rest at home," she said. Still worried about Cui Hejin's cough, she went to the stove to pour water. Her drawings and charcoal sketches were casually stacked on the table. Cui Hejin could see them clearly from where he was sitting. He looked at the writing and drawings on the paper, and a faint, mysterious light flickered in his eyes. Jiangji Luo poured water and handed it to Cui Hejin, saying, "Drink some water first. It will help." She added a bit of spiritual spring water to the drink. Cui Hejin nodded gently, "Okay." He looked at Jiangji Luo, but didn't ask the questions in his mind. After they both lay down to sleep, Jiangji Luo remembered that her family's medicinal herbs were running out. There were only enough herbs for Cui Hejin and Madame Cui to take for 2 days. She needed to go to the pharmacy to buy more medicine. Recently, she had been boiling medicine for Cui Hejin, and his health had improved. He was coughing less. Madame Cui also said she felt much better, had more energy, and slept better. But Jiangji Luo knew that to fully restore Madame Cui's health, she would need to take medicine for 2 or 3 months. Cui Hejin's health was more complicated than she thought. For now, she could only suppress his symptoms until she found the key herbs to fully heal him. She understood she still needed to earn more silver. Some herbs were very expensive. She also gave Zhuangxing and some herbs, but wasn't sure if he had found them. If she could cure Zhuangxing, and she might earn some extra money. Jiangji Luo felt heavy-hearted. Thinking about all this, she couldn't sleep easily. So she decided to enter her space. After the last upgrade, her space now had 1.5 acres of land. She had already planted chives on the 1-acre plot. Some of the chives had been harvested 3 times. Jiangji Luo noticed that there were now several shops in town selling pancakes, and the business for chive-filled pastries wasn't as popular as before. After a busy morning, they probably sold only a couple hundred. It's not as lively as it was at the beginning. Everyone eats chive pockets every day, but they might be tired of them and want a different taste. Maybe they'll buy chive pockets only occasionally now. Business with chive pockets should change. I should try something else. After building the house, I probably won't have much money left. Jiangji Luo muttered to herself, maybe I can try making chili meat sauce. I might earn more. Thinking of chili meat sauce, a bright idea suddenly appeared in her mind, and she felt excited. This stuff is cheap to make, goes well with rice, and lasts a long time. People who work on ships stay for several days or even half a month. Their food is simple, But if they bring dried food and chili meat sauce, they can eat well on the ship. Seeing this, Jiang Luo's eyes lit up. She increasingly believed that chili meat sauce would have a good market and would be hard for others to copy. Even if someone made it, the taste would be different. She also checked the market and knew that the town only had soy sauce and bean paste, but no chili sauce, let alone chili meat sauce. Thinking about how popular chili meat sauce is in modern times, Jiang Luo's expression changed. Her mind quickly reviewed the steps to make it. In her free time in modern days, she liked to study food. She had personally made chili meat sauce before, so she was very familiar with the process. The key ingredients are chili peppers and fermented black beans. Jiang Luo knew she couldn't buy fermented black beans here, so she could make them herself. To make fermented black beans, she needed soybeans. Soybeans are sold in the town, and some villagers grow them. If I only make chili meat sauce, buying chili peppers and soybeans isn't cost-effective. It would be better if I could grow them myself. Now she thought about buying land to plant more crops. Last time she went to the county office, she only bought a plot of land for her house. She planned to focus on building her house first. If she bought more land, she might not have enough money because building the house, buying tiles and wood, and making furniture all cost a lot. She hoped to earn more in the next few days. As long as she could buy land by the end of March, it wouldn't delay her spring planting. It's only early March now, so she still has time. Actually, if the space could be upgraded more and I had more land, I could grow many things. Because planting things in the space is not limited by the environment or seasons, crops grow much faster and yield more than outside. Some chives have been harvested 3 times, and they can no longer be eaten. Jiang Luo noticed that some chives had been cut 3 times, and the new growth was not tasty unless used for flowering and seed planting. So she dug out some of the chives to clear the land. These dugout chives are from the 3rd harvest, and she plans to feed them to the chickens. Nothing should be wasted. She kept a small part to let the chives flower and produce seeds, and she plans to plant more chives in the space farm later. Even if she doesn't sell chives, she can still grow them for her own use. After working for a while, she cleared a lot of land, more than an acre now. When she was resting, she went to the water pond to drink some spiritual spring water. While planting in the field, she noticed the wooden house nearby. The wooden house doesn't seem to have changed. She remembered Xiaolon said that after the space upgrade, the wooden house would get bigger. But she saw no change in the house. After the last space upgrade, I forgot to check the wooden house. Jiang Luo stood up and went to look at the house. Earlier, the house was empty, with only chairs, tables, beds, and cabinets. Hey, what's this? She saw a bag on the table. She remembered there was nothing like this when she first arrived at the space house. Excited, she hurried over and picked it up to look. Chili peppers, small red peppers? Recognizing the seeds as chili peppers, she became very excited. She was sure there were no chili seeds in the house before. So, how did they appear now? Could it be the upgrade effect? Why are there chili peppers? She wondered. Could it be that because I was thinking about needing chili peppers, they appeared? This really solves my urgent problem. She remembered that chili peppers take about a month to mature. But growing them in the space could make the process even faster. For example, chives grow very quickly in the space.
Xiaolan, Xiaolan.
She called the space spirit Xiaolon several times, but Xiaolon didn't appear. Jiang Luo guessed that it might be resting peacefully. She no longer called Little Blue but left the space quietly, got out of bed, scooped some water from the jar, mixed in warm water, and brought it into the space. Then she soaked the chili seeds in the water. After sprouting, she could plant them directly. After finishing all this work, it was already past 1 in the morning, and Jiang Luo finally had a good rest. The next morning, Cui Hejin woke up early. He looked at Jiang Luo, who was sleeping restlessly beside him, sighed softly, then reached out to tuck her in and quietly got out of bed. When he left the room, Cui Hejin gently closed the door. At this time, old Madame Cui also woke up. She started preparing breakfast, and after Cui Hejin washed up, he helped her light the fire. Old Madame Cui looked at the door and said, "It's rare that Ji Luo sleeps in a bit longer." Let's speak softly, so we don't wake her. Even when speaking, her voice was very soft. Chui Hejin whispered, yes, she stayed up very late last night. Old Madame Chui carefully lowered her water cup and said even quieter, during this time, she's been busy with work and business, so she's quite tired. Even if she's very tired, she doesn't say anything. No matter how late she sleeps, she still gets up early to work. Since it's rainy today, she can rest at home more. But I hope Luo's health is fine. Don't overexert her. Chui Hejin pinched his eyebrows and sighed helplessly. Mother, don't worry, I have it under control. He knew his mother misunderstood something. His mother didn't know that he and Luo hadn't actually been married. But Chui Hejin didn't explain much, afraid she'd worry or overthink. Old Madame Chui still looked concerned and said, just pay more attention. Luo is a strong girl. Even if she's uncomfortable, she might not say so. People are different at home and outside. At her parents' house, she can be gentle and coquettish, but at her in-laws' house, even if she's unwell, she might feel shy to say so. Mother understands that feeling very well. In front of her own mother, some words can be spoken freely, but in front of her mother-in-law, she'd be more reserved. Even if her mother-in-law is kind, she can't be as relaxed as with her own mother. Old Madame Chui understood this feeling. And besides, girls sometimes find it hard to talk openly with their husbands. You need to be more attentive. Chui Hejin's expression moved slightly, and he nodded, saying yes. Old Lady Chui knew her son had taken her words to heart. While preparing breakfast, she waited a moment. When Luo didn't come out, she spoke, I'll eat first. You let Luo sleep a bit longer. Yesterday afternoon, I talked with Uncle Li Zheng and Aunt Zhu about building a house. We agreed to go to Yanglu village today to speak with the carpenter, so he can help us when we start building. Chui Hejin said, Mother, it's still raining outside.
I'll go.
You can't go. I already discussed with Uncle Li Zheng and Aunt Zhu. It's better if I handle the communication, so everyone feels comfortable. Plus, since it's raining and your school is on holiday, you can stay home and take care of Luo. Old Lady Chui insisted, and Chui Hejin had no choice. Fortunately, Chui Hejin brought an umbrella back from school. Old Lady Chui took her umbrella and went out. The rain wasn't heavy. After breakfast, Old Lady Chui, wearing the straw sandals Luo gave her yesterday, stepped out into the rain and fog. Chui Hejin didn't eat breakfast. He was waiting for Luo to wake up so they could eat together. By midday, Luo still hadn't woken. Chui Hejin looked at the sky, his expression tense. He entered the room, went to the bed, and looked at Luo's face, which didn't look quite right. He reached out and touched her forehead, feeling her temperature was a bit cool. Chui Hejin's face changed. He softly called, Luo, wake up. Chui Hejin gently reached out to tidy some strands of hair by Luo's face, then took a clean cloth and softly wiped her cold sweat from her forehead. His brows furrowed tightly, and worry was clear in his eyes. Luo, wake up. Be good. Wake up. Luo. Although Chui Hejin was anxious to wake Luo and ask what was wrong, his voice remained gentle and soothing, full of comfort. Luo slept very deeply and uncomfortably. Her body was cold, her head felt foggy, and her stomach hurt a little. She wanted to wake up but fell into a deep sleep and didn't wake. She kept hearing a familiar, gentle voice nearby. Only then did she slowly open her eyes. As soon as she opened her eyes, Luo met Chui Hejin's worried, painted-like eyes. Those eyes shimmered with a deep, enchanting color, full of a breathtaking, captivating charm. Luo's gaze trembled fiercely. Chui Hejin watched her wake up and finally relaxed, softly asking, Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Luo, just waking, looked a bit dazed. She checked her body and softly said, Maybe I don't feel well. I feel weak. At this moment, Luo's voice was sweet and soft, like a gentle child's tone, which was hard for anyone to resist. Chui Hejin felt his heart soften completely. Are you tired? Chui Hejin, inexperienced in caring for girls, really didn't know how to take care of her now. Jiang Luo shook her head and tried to sit up. But her body was too weak, so Cui Hejin hurried to help her up. Jiang Luo had no strength and nearly leaned on Cui Hejin's chest. She could smell his fresh, pleasant scent. Breathing in this faint aroma, she seemed to regain some clarity. Cui Hejin wrapped his arms around Jiang Luo, helping her sit up, then placed a pillow behind her to make it easier for her to lean. As she moved, Jiang Luo suddenly remembered something, and her stomach ached a little. This strange yet familiar feeling suddenly made her remember something important. Jiang Luo was stunned for a while. She looked at Cui Hejin, unsure how to speak about this. Cui Hejin was very patient and softly asked, "What's wrong? Do you want something to eat? Are you cold? I'll go get a blanket for you." Seeing Cui Hejin about to get off the bed, Jiang Luo gently grabbed his sleeve. She was too weak to move on her own and couldn't even get off the bed herself. Cui Hejin looked at her holding his sleeve, then lowered his head to see her. Her eyelashes fluttered gently with a watery, shimmering look. Her cheeks turned pink, and she bit her lip, seeming hesitant to speak. At this moment, Jiang Luo's black hair was spread out like a cloud of silk, flowing like moonlight. Her delicate face was pale but beautiful. She looked so fragile and weak, like a delicate lotus. When she looked at him, her eyes were like a clear starry sky after rain, bright and moving. She blinked softly, as if the stars in her eyes had fallen into his heart. Cui Hejin felt a wave of pity in his chest. "What's wrong?" he asked gently. Jiang Luo softly said, Is my mother at home? Could you call her over?" As she spoke, she looked down, hiding her face from showing her awkward expression. Cui Hejin sighed softly and said, "My mother has gone out and is not at home. If you need anything, just tell me. I will take care of you." Jiang Luo covered her face with her hand, hesitating for a long time. But she couldn't wait any longer because her stomach hurt badly. She was worried about soiling the bedding, so she whispered, "I'm having my period." After saying this, Jiang Luo's face suddenly turned red. Cui Hejin realized what was happening and also blushed. He quickly left the room. Jiang Luo watched Cui Hejin rush out in embarrassment and was stunned. She blinked, thinking, isn't he supposed to take care of her? Is he even more shy than she is? She is a woman, and she didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Soon after, Cui Hejin came back with a cup of hot water and handed it to Jiang Luo, saying, "Drink some water first. I'll prepare some things for you." Jiang Luo nodded. She reached out to take the bowl, but was too weak to hold it steadily. Fortunately, Cui Hejin kept holding the bowl. Seeing her struggle, he sighed gently and said, "I'll feed you." He placed the bowl near Jiang Luo's lips and helped her drink the hot water. After drinking a little, Jiang Luo's brow furrowed tightly. She was enduring the pain. Her face grew paler and paler. Cui Hejin noticed this and said, "You should rest for a while. I'll be back soon." Before Jiang Luo could say anything, Cui Hejin had already left the house. Since there was no umbrella at home, he went out in the rain. He then knocked on the neighbor's door. Mrs. Niu loudly asked, "Who is it? Coming in the rain?" Although reluctant, Mrs. Niu opened the door. When she saw Cui Hejin standing in the rain, she was surprised.
Cui
Young master, what's wrong with you?" Cui Hejin whispered, "Aunt Niu, may I borrow some red sugar?" Since they stopped making red sugar at home, they had none left. Cui Hejin vaguely knew that drinking some red sugar might help. Mrs. Niu immediately understood and smiled, saying, "Oh, that's good for caring for your wife. Luo is 15 now, right? You're married, so there's nothing to be shy about. But women, when they have their period, usually feel uncomfortable, weak, and fragile. You should take good care of her. It will make her feel better. Also, her clothes should be clean." Mrs. Niu went inside and brought back 2 pieces of red sugar, handing them to Cui Hejin. She also took a paper-wrapped item and said, "This is for your wife. She will know how to use it." She then mumbled some reminders. Naishir's son is already grown up, and she is talkative and loves to gossip. She has a thick skin and has nothing she can't say. She is not a bad person. Only women understand how hard it is to be a woman. Seeing Choi Hajin caring for his wife, she also wants to say a few more words of caution. Choi Hajin's face turned bright red. Luckily, it was a rainy day, so the darkness helped hide it, and it looked better. Thank you, Aunt Nyashir. There's no need to be so polite with me. It's raining, so go home quickly. Your wife is a good person. Hurry back and take good care of her. Okay. After returning home, Choi Hajin didn't bother to wipe the water off himself. Instead, he boiled some brown sugar water for Jiangji Luo. Then he handed her a paper-wrapped item and said, "This is from Aunt Nyashir." Jiangji Luo saw that he was still dripping wet and changed color. Did you go out in the rain? Yes, it's fine. This little rain is nothing. Jiangji Luo hurriedly said, you should dry your hair and change into clean clothes. Okay, I'll get your new clothes first. Jiangji Luo understood his carefulness. She whispered, help me bring the clothes from the bottom left corner of the wardrobe. Inside was her underwear, making it easier for her to change.
All right.
Choi Hajin went into the wardrobe and brought the clothes out. I'll go first. He was worried that Jiangji Luo would find it inconvenient to change clothes inside the room, so he left her some space. Jiangji Luo felt warm inside. He was always so thoughtful and considerate. After Jiangji Luo finished changing inside and drank the brown sugar water Choi Hajin prepared, she felt much better. After a while, she felt her body warm and a bit more energetic, and she slowly let out a breath of relief. Jiangji Luo stepped out of the room to wash up. Choi Hajin looked at her and softly said, you're not feeling well. Rest more. By then, Choi Hajin had also changed out of his wet clothes and dried his hair halfway. Jiangji Luo didn't think she was that delicate. She whispered, it's fine. I feel much better now. As long as she had a little strength, she could move around. I'll wash up and have some breakfast. That should help. Eating something to replenish energy might make her feel better. Choi Hajin understood what Jiangji Luo meant. He helped scoop water into a basin and then poured a ladle of hot water from the stove, mixing it. He checked that the water temperature was just right before letting Jiangji Luo wash up. While Jiangji Luo was washing, Choi Hajin took the hot breakfast from the pot, brought it to the table, and set out the bowls and chopsticks. After washing, Jiangji Luo looked at the steaming breakfast on the table and felt a little warm inside. She isn't a very sentimental person, but when she feels unwell, her heart tends to be more fragile than usual. At such times, someone caring for her carefully makes her feel very warm inside. Seeing Jiangji Luo sit down quietly, Choi Hajin scooped her a bowl of mushroom and egg flour soup, then wrapped a scallion pancake in clean cloth for her to hold and eat easily. Be careful, it's hot. Eat slowly. Jiangji Luo blinked and nodded obediently, saying okay. Choi Hajin looked at her well-behaved expression, and his eyes softened. He also sat down to eat with her. Watching his movements and looking at his bowl and chopsticks, Jiangji Luo couldn't help but ask, did you not eat breakfast either? Yes. Although Choi Hajin didn't say anything, Jiangji Luo guessed he was probably waiting for her to eat together. It's already late morning now, probably around 9 o'clock by modern time. Usually, Choi Hajin gets up around 5 or 6 in the morning and eats breakfast around 6. Seeing Jiangji Luo not eating and just looking at him with her bright, water-like eyes, he understood what she was thinking. He put down what he was doing and softly explained, don't worry, I'm not hungry. Jiangji Luo bit her lip and softly said, I'm not feeling well today. If I wake up late next time, you can eat first. Okay, got it. Choi Hajin didn't argue about this with her. Let's eat now, or it will get cold. Jiangji Luo nodded, then started eating. After finishing, perhaps because she had replenished her energy, her body felt less painful. Now, the rain outside had stopped. Jiangji Luo thought for a moment and said, the rain has stopped. I want to go to the town. Choi Hajin, who had been caring for her, thought she should tell him where she was going and what she needed to do. He usually seemed easy to talk to, but at this moment he was quite firm, saying, you should rest at home these days. If you need anything done, I will help. If you need to go to the town, I will arrange it. He definitely wouldn't let Jiangji Luo tire herself out during these days. Jiangji Luo actually wanted to buy meat to make spicy meat sauce. She also wanted to see how Lin Zhu's roasted meat stall was doing. She felt better and couldn't stay still. But she couldn't bring herself to ask Cui Hejin to do all these things for her. It's nothing, just thinking that since the rain has stopped, I want to go to the town and take a look. Since she couldn't go to the town, Jiangji Luo thought about helping to prepare lunch. But no matter what she wanted to do, Cui Hejin wouldn't let her. He told her to stay in her room and rest on the bed. Jiangji Luo blinked and looked at Cui Hejin, innocent and sweet, saying, I really am not that delicate. I have strength. She didn't realize that at this moment, she was acting spoiled in front of Cui Hejin, her voice soft and gentle, which most people couldn't resist. Cui Hejin looked into her eyes and felt a bit overwhelmed. His heart softened like a clear pool of water, making him want to indulge her. But, remembering how she looked in pain this morning and what Aunt Neo next door said, he could only sigh coldly and say, Be good, listen to me. Your main job now is to rest well. Otherwise, your stomach might hurt again. And you can't even touch cold water. Cui Hejin poured her some hot water to drink. As lunchtime approached, he softly asked her, What do you want to eat for lunch? I'll cook. Jiangji Luo had never seen Cui Hejin cook before. Usually, he just helped with lighting the fire or assisted when she and Madame Cui did something. Is your mother not coming back for lunch? Cui Hejin said. She said before leaving that she might come back in the afternoon. Jiangji Luo thought for a moment and asked, How about making noodles? Do you know how to cook noodles? There were already some noodles at home, made by Madame Cui a few days ago. She rolled them out, dried them, and stored them away. This way, when they wanted noodles, they wouldn't need to roll and cut them fresh. They could just take out the dried noodles and cook them directly. Jiangji Luo thought that Cui Hejin might not be very good at stir-frying, but boiling noodles was simple. Cui Hejin looked at Jiangji Luo with a half-smile, observing her pale little face. He gently touched her hair and said, Don't worry, I can still cook noodles. Even when cooking noodles, Cui Hejin carried himself with the elegance of a nobleman. When he finally finished cooking the noodles, Jiangji Luo couldn't help but be surprised. Because Cui Hejin brought 2 bowls of noodles to the table, topped with fried eggs and some greens, they looked very appetizing. Jiangji Luo's bright, clear eyes sparkled with joy, like layers of sunshine spreading out and shining into Cui Hejin's heart. Cui Hejin's delicate eyes, with a gentle, water-like smile, gracefully said, Try the taste. Then he handed her the chopsticks. He also reminded her, Be careful, it's a little hot. Jiangji Luo replied, It's okay, I'm not afraid of hot noodles. When she was on a mission before, she didn't worry about these things. Seeing her eager to eat, Cui Hejin softly said, Wait a moment. He went to get a bowl, picked up a handful of noodles from the big bowl with chopsticks and said, This way it cools faster so it won't burn. Jiangji Luo thought to herself that if this person really wanted to take care of someone, he was very attentive and gentle. Over time, her heart couldn't resist anymore. She used a small bowl to pick up some noodles, blew on them, then ate, seeming very satisfied with the taste. Her eyes curved into a crescent shape, saying, Delicious. Good to hear. Eat more. Jiangji Luo took a few bites of noodles and sipped the broth, feeling very comfortable in her stomach. She suddenly seemed to think of something, blinking her curious eyes at him. Cui Hejin patiently and kindly asked, What's wrong? You used to be the heir of the Duke's mansion, right? Aren't you supposed to be a gentleman who stays away from the kitchen? Do you know how to cook? Cui Hejin's delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed, and he softly said, This is my first time cooking noodles. He had never cooked in the Duke's mansion before. Back then, as the heir of the Duke's mansion, he carried responsibilities, was skilled in both literature and martial arts, and followed the family's strict education, so he never cooked. Even after coming to Dongha village, Cui Hejin mostly just helped heat the food over the fire, never cooked a proper meal. Hearing this, Jiangji Luo paused her actions. Thinking that this was Cui Hejin's first time cooking, and he did it for her, she felt a strange, indescribable feeling in her heart. Her lips couldn't help but curl upward. Your first time, and it's already very tasty. Jiang Luo wasn't deliberately praising Cui Hejin. It was true. The noodles he cooked were perfectly done, chewy, and seasoned just right. The broth was also very tasty. Perhaps because of Cui Hejin's recent words, Jiang Luo felt more hungry. She ate a large bowl of noodles. After finishing, she looked satisfied. Her body had felt a bit cold, but after eating the noodles and drinking the broth, she felt warm and cozy. Cui Hejin watched her with water at the corner of her mouth, smiling, looking lively, soft, and beautiful. He couldn't help but reach out and gently wipe her mouth with his fingertips. Suddenly, Jiang Luo's lips tingled from his touch, and her heart skipped a beat. She opened her eyes wide, staring at Cui Hejin, forgetting to breathe and react. Cui Hejin withdrew his hand, his eyes flickering slightly, but he said nothing. Jiang Luo pressed her lips, feeling a little dry and thirsty. Her eyes moved as she tried to find a topic to hide her awkwardness. That was very tasty noodles. Yes, if you want to eat more, I can make it for you next time. Throughout, Cui Hejin maintained a calm, cool appearance. Jiang Luo thought to herself that even when he doesn't speak, just sitting or standing, he can be very captivating. Especially when he's gentle and charming. She couldn't resist him at all. Unintentionally, his teasing was most dangerous. Moreover, she still had memories from her previous life and was already unguarded around him. No, Jiang Luo decided she wanted to tease him back. Her eyes shifted, and she looked at Cui Hejin softly, calling, "Husband." Her tone was light and sweet. Yes, what's wrong? Cui Hejin's voice was smooth and pleasing to listen to. I have a bit of an upset stomach. Hearing this, Cui Hejin's face changed. He quickly stood up. Does your stomach hurt? Jiang Luo shook her head, softly saying, It's nothing, just want to rest, but I feel weak. She looked at him hopefully. Seeing her eager expression, Cui Hejin felt both amused and helpless. It's good that her stomach isn't really hurting, and he relaxed. He followed her words and asked, What should we do then? Jiang Luo's heart started to race. Seeing his good temper, she decided to test the waters and ask softly, Can you carry me back to the room? She thought Cui Hejin would refuse or say something. But unexpectedly, he simply stood up, walked over, and gently bent down to carry her in his arms. Her head buzzed, and instinctively, she reached out and hugged his neck. Until Cui Hejin carried her into the house, placed her on the bed, and took off her shoes, she finally came to her senses. Cui Hejin softly advised, Lie down and rest for a while. If you need anything, just call me. Jiang Luo felt a wave of gratitude and obediently nodded, saying, Okay. A gentle look of affection appeared in Cui Hejin's eyes as she tucked a strand of hair behind Jiang Luo's ear, saying, Be good. After letting Jiang Luo rest, Cui Hejin left the room to clean up the dishes. After lunch, light rain started to fall again. Listening to the rain outside, Jiang Luo felt a bit sleepy. She thought that listening to rain in a mountain village was very soothing. Maybe her body was truly weak and tired, and she soon fell asleep. Cui Hejin had excellent hearing. When she entered the room and saw Jiang Luo asleep, she noticed the blanket wasn't covering her well. Gently, Cui Hejin adjusted the blanket without waking her. In the early afternoon, Old Lady Cui returned with an umbrella. Mother, you're back. Old Lady Cui smiled happily and said, Yes, I'm back. I had lunch at Aunt Ju's brother's house. Everything for building the house has been arranged. Your Aunt Ju's eldest brother is a bricklayer and Yang Yong from Yonglu village is a carpenter. They will come help build the house. Also, Uncle Li Zheng is helping coordinate, asking villagers and neighbors from Xing Mountain Village to lend a hand. With more people, we can start early. It should take about half a month to finish. Although Dongha village has poor conditions, it has many people and strong workers. With everyone helping, building the house will be quick. Finishing early means it won't delay farming work. In about half a month, everyone will start busy with farming again. Uncle Li Zheng said, For 10 cents a day, regardless of meals, everyone will be willing to come help. Your Aunt Ju's family is from Xing Mountain Village. Her great-uncle is the village head there. With Uncle Li Zheng and Aunt Ju's family helping, many things will go smoothly. Actually, your father-in-law's family is the most respected in Xing Mountain Village. It used to be a small village with only a few Zhu families. Later, those people were refugees who fled here during a famine. They all listened to your father-in-law. But now, Aunt Ju's great-uncle is the village head officially in charge. When I heard it was us who asked someone to build a house, Zhu Lizheng also said that because of our relationship with your father-in-law, the villagers are willing to help without pay or food. Old Mrs. Cui kept talking to Cui Hejin about many matters. Actually, old Mrs. Cui didn't want to trouble the Jiang family, but everyone in the two villages knew about their relationship. It's mainly because the Jiang family is very respected in Xinghua village, and Uncle Zhu is a former village chief. When something happens in the village, the Zhu family often discusses it with Jiang Xiangtuan. Since the two families are close, Zhu's family also has a good relationship with Ye's family, especially with Jiang Luo, who is Jiang's daughter. Jiang Luo heard the noise and woke up. She came out of the house and said to old Mrs. Cui, "Mother, you're back." Seeing Jiang Luo's expression, old Mrs. Cui felt something was wrong. Her face changed, and she asked nervously, "Luo, are you sick? Or is there something uncomfortable about your body?" Jiang Luo shook her head and said, "It's nothing, mother. It's just a special time, and I'll be fine in a few days." Hearing this, old Mrs. Cui understood. She asked, "Did Hejin take good care of you?" Jiang Luo hurriedly explained, "Thanks to my husband's care. He made lunch today. I feel much better now." Hearing this, old Mrs. Cui felt relieved. The family sat down and talked for a while. When they learned that the house-building arrangements were settled, Jiang Luo also relaxed. "Let's take out the copper coins first and ask Uncle Village Chief to help count. Starting from the day we build the house, we'll settle the wages daily. That way, everyone will feel more at ease working." If they didn't provide food and only settled wages after finishing the house, many people might feel uneasy. Settling wages daily would motivate everyone to work harder. Old Mrs. Cui and Cui Hejin also thought this plan was good. The three of them carefully discussed the house-building plans and finalized some details. Jiang Luo said, "Mother, Uncle Village Chief, and the others are helping and worrying about it. Later, we should send some gifts to thank them." Old Mrs. Cui smiled and said, "Of course, that's what friends do." Old Mrs. Cui thought Jiang Luo was very thoughtful during their discussion. Cui Hejin didn't talk much, but would add a few words when needed. Everyone supported Jiang Luo's ideas. The next day, it stopped raining, and Cui Hejin went to the school to teach. As for Madame Cui, she was communicating with the village head about building a house. Jiang Luo wanted to help, but both Madame Cui and Cui Hejin insisted she stay at home to rest. They told her not to work or get cold wind during these days. After the rain, the weather was still a bit cold. The village head also called a meeting the next day after the rain stopped to talk to the villagers about the house construction. He said that everyone who works would be paid 10 coins a day. Most villagers brought their own stools or small benches and sat under the old locust tree to listen. Important village matters were always discussed here. Sometimes, when there was a lot to do, standing for a long time was tiring, so people got used to bringing their own seats to sit comfortably. "What? 10 coins a day? Is that true?" A woman heard this and got excited, shouting out her question. Everyone looked at the village head in surprise. "Yes, Brother Zhou, can Chui's family really afford to pay that much?" Exactly, everyone in the village knows the situation. When it's not busy, helping out a little is no problem. Basically, they only needed food, and if the work was done well, no one would complain. 10 coins a day working for half a month, that's over 100 coins. For the villagers, 100 coins was a lot of money. With that money, families who didn't have enough grain could buy some, so they wouldn't go hungry. They wouldn't have to be so stingy when buying things either. It's normal that Chui's family isn't building a house. Getting paid is good. It's better than just providing food. Yeah, since it's all in the village, whether they provide food or not, people can eat at home. The village is close by, so after eating, they can go back to work. Most villagers couldn't afford to pay wages, so they helped each other out. As long as they provided some food, that was enough. Everyone was free and idle sometimes, but they still helped a little. Everyone was talking about their doubts. The village head waited until most people finished speaking and then explained, Chui's family is honest. They wouldn't say things they can't do. The worker gets 10 coins a day, paid on the same day they finish the work. Don't worry. Recently, Chui's family went to town and sold some things.
They have some copper coins now.
To thank everyone for their help before, they decided to pay wages, hoping to support everyone a bit. Everyone knows that now there are plenty of laborers. During the farming off-season, people look for work but often get paid very little. At the dock, they might not even be used for carrying goods. We must work hard in our village and not be lazy. Although I know the villagers are good people, the village head should remind everyone to work hard. It's natural that even if we don't get paid, we should still do our part. Everyone is grateful that Chui's family knows how to appreciate help and remembers our kindness. Some women are surprised to hear that Chui's family made some money from selling goods and are interested in earning money too. Some are thinking of asking Chui's family about it later. After the village head finished talking with the villagers, he started counting the number of workers. The strong men in the village signed up, and the village head counted the total. Even some 15-year-olds, who have some strength, want to earn 10 coins. The village head saw they were capable and included them. Jiangji Luo said that the more people, the better, as long as they can work and don't hold others back. Some people from Xingshan village also joined after discussing. The next day they started working. Jiangji Luo rested at home for 4 days. Every day she earned a few hundred coins, which made her feel a bit guilty when she took money out. She was more eager to do business and make money. Mom, I'm feeling better.
I really don't need more rest.
Now, building a house costs at least a few hundred coins a day. In half a month, it will cost about 20 taels of silver. I need to find ways to make money quickly. Ji Luo, your health is the most important. He Jin told me before she went to school not to let you overexert yourself. Mom, I understand. I'm really better now. I can't stay idle. Seeing Jiangji Luo so determined and noticing her color has improved and she looks stronger, the old lady Chui finally relaxed. That day after lunch, Jiangji Luo carried her basket and went to the town. Her mother and Chui Hejin's herbs were running low, so Jiangji Luo had to go to the clinic to buy more. When she arrived at Xinglin Clinic, the doctor and the assistants recognized her. Miss Jiang is here. Our young master has personally gone to different places to find medicinal herbs, so he isn't here. Jiangji Luo explained, I'm not here to see your young master. I'm here to buy medicine. She took out 2 prescriptions and handed them to the apprentice. They were just common herbs. Some valuable medicinal herbs she couldn't afford to buy for now, so she only improved the recipe slightly. Although these herbs are usually not expensive, they can help nourish Lady Chui and Chui Hejin's bodies. But just 3 sets of medicine cost her 7 taels of silver. Jiangji Luo couldn't help but feel that herbs are really costly. No wonder the villagers often suffer from colds and fevers. If they can use simple home remedies, they do, and rarely come to the clinic for medicine. It seems she still needs to hurry and earn more silver. Then, she bought some seasonings and spices, spending a little over 1 tael of silver, and went to Lin Juju's meat stall. Seeing Jiangji Luo, Lin Juju immediately perked up. Oh, Sister Jiang, you're finally here. If you didn't come, I was about to close up and come to your house to see you. You don't know, in the past few days, many people came to buy marinated meat from my stall, but there was no marinated meat available. Many were upset. I think they might have gone somewhere else to buy marinated offal. A few regular customers told me that although the prices are lower elsewhere, the taste isn't the same. The flavor of the marinade is very different, so they prefer to buy from me. I asked several times when I would have more. If it weren't for Brother Zhou from your village saying your family is busy building a house, I would have thought you stopped selling marinated meat. Lin Juju, who was feeling a bit down, suddenly brightened up when she saw Jiangji Luo. She kept chatting for a while and also settled the money from that day's marinated meat sales with Jiangji Luo. Jiangji Luo received over 1,000 won. She also learned about some market trends from these past few days. It seems that even though many people in town sell marinated pig offal, everyone still knows her version tastes better after trying her marinated pig offal. Some families with better conditions are willing to spend a few more coins for better flavor. Moreover, she also gives away the marinated broth for free. Others usually don't give free broth, and even if they do, their broth can't compare to hers. Her spices and seasonings make her marinated dishes taste special, with just the right cooking time and flavor, so she is confident in her taste. Jiang Luo smiled and explained, "I've been quite busy these past few days, so I haven't had time for this. But since business is good, I will continue making marinated pig offal." Lin Zhuzhu immediately smiled happily. She was really worried that Jiang Luo might stop selling marinated meat. She knew that Sister Jiang was capable, and maybe one day she would no longer look down on the pickled meat business. But making even one more day of sales was good. Not only did she earn commission, but the pickled meat also helped attract many customers. As a result, her meat stall business was doing very well. Naturally, she earned more money. That's good. Sister Jiang, if you need anything from my side, just tell me.
Don't feel shy.
If you're busy, you can also ask Brother Zhou to help deliver. I think he's reliable. Jiang Zhilua smiled and said, "You're talking about Brother Zhou Zhaoxi, right? That day, he had something urgent, so I had to trouble him to deliver it." Lin Zhuzhu nodded and said, "Yes, no wonder you trust him to deliver. He's really honest and friendly. If he hadn't explained when he came to buy meat yesterday, I would have worried that you might stop making pickled meat." Lin Zhuzhu had a good impression of Zhou Zhaoxi. That young man was cheerful and sunny, and he didn't look down on her. He was honest and clean, which made her feel very comfortable. Jiang Zhilua nodded. Zhou Zhaoxi was indeed trustworthy. If it were someone else, she wouldn't trust them so much, let alone hand over a bucket of prepared pickled meat. If she really got busy with her business and needed help, she might consider asking Zhou Zhaoxi. But for now, she could manage. Let's see how it goes if I get too busy later. This time, I came not only to buy pig offal, but also some meat. Lin Zhuzhu cheerfully said, "Buying meat is easy. Do you want pork belly?" Lin Zhuzhu used a high-quality scale to weigh the meat, and it was much cheaper than others. Usually, Jiang Zhilua bought a lot of pork belly for cooking at home. But this time, she needed it for making spicy chili meat sauce, so she didn't need pork belly. "Give me a pound of pork belly and 5 pounds of lean meat." Pork belly was for cooking, while lean meat was better for making chili meat sauce. At first, she didn't plan to make a lot, just a little to let her family taste and see how the market responded. If the business was good and people liked it, she would make more in bulk. Right now, her money was limited and she also needed to build a house, so she had to be careful with her spending. She was starting small with a little business. Fortunately, the pickled pig offal had a unique flavor, so the business was steady. Every day, she earned about 1 or 2 silver coins, which helped ease the pressure of building a house. Lin Zhuzhu cut a slightly higher portion, and Jiang Luo calculated the cost of pork belly, lean meat, and pig offal, then gave Lin Zhuzhu some coins. She planned to take the items home but remembered she still needed fermented soybeans. However, there were no stores selling fermented soybeans here, so she had to make them herself. "Older sister Lin, I'll leave the pork and pig offal with you first. Come pick them up later. Don't worry, whenever you come, it's fine." Jiang Luo then went to the grain shop to buy soybeans. Since the last incident at Songji grain shop, it had closed, so Jiang Luo went to another shop. The soybeans cost 5 cents per jean, half a kilogram. Jiang Luo thought the price was okay, so she bought some more soybeans. After finishing her shopping, Jiang Luo picked up the meat and took the pig offal home. Once home, she started working immediately. "Luo, what's this?" Old Lady Cui looked at the soybeans, chili peppers, and meat Jiang Luo brought back, feeling a bit confused. Usually, if she was cooking, Jiang Luo wouldn't buy so much lean meat all at once. Knowing Old Lady Cui's doubts, Jiang Luo explained, "Mom, I plan to make chili meat sauce to sell. So I bought some things first to try it out." Seeing Jiang Luo's calm and confident expression, Old Lady Cui understood that although she was testing, Jiang Luo had a plan. Usually, when Jiangji Luo does something, she is confident about it. Old Lady Cui knew Jiangji Luo was busy for the family. Even when she wanted her to rest more, she was always busy with business matters once her health was fine.
If you need help, I'll assist.
Jiangji Luo said, Mom, mainly I need to make the fermented soybeans first. Once that's ready, I can directly make the chili meat sauce. I also need some peanuts. First, shell the peanuts, so I can fry them later. The chili meat sauce also requires some crushed peanuts. Old Lady Cui didn't know what fermented soybeans were, but she didn't ask much. Whatever Jiangji Luo said she was making, she went to help. Old Lady Cui was quick and soon took out some peanuts from the house and shelled them. Jiangji Luo soaked some of the soybeans she bought. These soybeans need to soak overnight before they can be used. Old Lady Cui nodded and said, All right, then let them soak there. Mom, I also need some shiitake mushrooms. It rained recently, so I'll go pick some from the mountain. Actually, there were mountain goods sold at the town market, but Jiangji Luo didn't want to buy them. She thought about the rain that had fallen recently and believed there must be many mountain treasures on the mountain. It would be better to go and pick some. Before, her family had also gathered shiitake mushrooms on the mountain and made soup with them, which tasted very good. Every bit saved was a benefit. When Old Lady Cui heard this, she quickly put down her work and said, The soil on the mountain is still wet and hard to walk on. I should go and pick some. Jiangji Luo shook her head and said, It's okay, Mother.
I'll go see.
I also want to check if there are other ingredients. If there were medicinal herbs, she could recognize them. If she could pick herbs from the mountain, she wouldn't need to buy them at the clinic anymore. Jiangji Luo convinced Old Lady Cui, carried her basket, and went up the mountain. It had been 3 or 4 days since the rain, and the forest still felt damp. The ground beneath her feet was not dry. In soft, muddy places, a light step could cause her to sink slightly. Fortunately, she wore woven straw shoes, so she didn't have to worry about mud sticking to her shoes. After walking for a while, Jiangji Luo saw many shiitake mushrooms on the mountain, and some large wood-ear mushrooms on certain tree trunks. They looked very appealing. Jiangji Luo approached and picked all these mushrooms and wood ears into her basket. With so many shiitake mushrooms, I can make soup, mushroom dumplings, or small mushroom buns. They had been here for so many days, but they had never made dumplings before. The villagers only made dumplings during festivals or New Year. While picking mushrooms and wood ears, she continued deeper into the mountain, not knowing exactly where in the remote mountains she was. Near a cliff, Jiangji Luo discovered a Sichuan pepper tree. A Sichuan pepper tree? Seeing the peppercorns, Jiangji Luo was very excited. She remembered she had bought Sichuan peppercorns before for marinating pig offal, and she had bought a small amount in town that afternoon, costing over 100 coins. Here, Sichuan pepper seemed to be a spice, which made it quite expensive. Seeing the Sichuan pepper tree, Jiangji Luo was extremely excited. However, the tree was close to the edge of the cliff, so she had to be careful when picking. As she moved closer to the cliff, she couldn't help but think of the night she was picking herbs. That was a dangerous time, and Cui Hejin had saved her despite injuring his hand, carrying her home on his back. Thinking about how he had taken care of her carefully these past few days during this special period, her heart was filled with warmth, like a hot flow of lava. It warmed her heart. It would be fake not to feel touched. Thinking of Cui Hejin, Jiangji Luo felt even more energized. She carefully looked at her feet and began picking Sichuan peppercorns. After a while, Jiangji Luo's expression changed. She seemed to think of something, looked up at the tree, and sighed, If I could dig this tree into the space, maybe I could always have Sichuan peppercorns? Yes, at this moment that was exactly her idea. Now that the space has been upgraded and the land area is larger, I should be able to transplant this tree. Also, Sichuan peppercorn trees are small and don't take up much space in the space. Jiangji Luo thought Sichuan peppercorns are very important for seasoning. They are needed when making braised pig offal and chili paste. If she keeps buying them, it will be very expensive. Moreover, there are really few Sichuan peppercorns in the north. If the general store runs out, it's hard to buy more. So, the more Jiangji Luo thought about it, the more she felt that transplanting the tree into the space was the easiest solution. This way, with the space and spiritual energy nourishing the land, the Sichuan peppercorn tree would keep growing. She could use it for free. Fortunately, this tree is small, making it easy to transplant. Jiang Luo decided to act quickly, took out tools, and started digging around the roots. After working for a while, she exposed the roots. She sighed in relief, planning to pull out the tree, but her strength was simply not enough. Her expression changed, and she gathered her accumulated wood element spiritual energy. Using her wood element ability, she controlled the roots and pulled the tree out of the ground, then transplanted it into the space. Jiang Luo followed into the space and used her abilities to plant a chili pepper tree beside the Lingquan water pool. In the half-acre field in space, she planted some chili peppers and kept a small patch of chives for seeds. She also planted some new chives, which could grow long enough for her family to eat. Having used some wood element spiritual energy just now, Jiang Luo felt a bit tired. She sat by the water pool, drank some spiritual spring water, and her energy gradually recovered. After leaving the space, Jiang Luo continued picking mushrooms. She couldn't fit them in her basket, so she stored them in the space. With these mushrooms, she wouldn't need to buy any when making chili paste. If only I had chickens, I could make mushroom chicken stew tonight. Thinking about mushroom chicken stew, Jiang Luo felt a little hungry. Although her family had started a small business recently and their conditions improved, they still didn't like to waste money. It was mainly because old lady Cui and Cui Hejin needed medicine to improve their health, and they hadn't built a house yet, so they spent a lot on silver. She usually buys only a pound or two of meat to add to her cooking, mainly to reduce the fishy smell. Sometimes she buys a little pork rib to make soup, which can last for several meals. A whole chicken costs quite a bit more. At home, there are 2 large old hens that lay eggs. They had hatched some chicks earlier, but they are still too small to eat. Jiang Luo wandered nearby for a while but didn't find anything. As it was getting late, she decided to go home. On the way, she unexpectedly found a wild chicken. The wild chicken was eating in the grass. The grass was tall, and unless her long tail feathers dragged behind her, Jiang Luo would hardly notice it. Her expression changed, and she quietly approached. She took out a silver needle and quickly stabbed the wild chicken. The chicken was alert, sensed danger, and flapped its wings to fly away. But Jiang Luo's speed was faster, and she pierced the chicken directly. It struggled a few times before falling to the ground. She hurried over, caught the chicken, and tied its legs with a rope for easy carrying. Just as she was about to leave, she saw some snow-red plants in the grass. Snow-red! She exclaimed happily. Seeing the snow-red, Jiang Luo was very excited. I didn't expect to find snow-red here. Now I can make preserved vegetables. She remembered that both snow-red and mustard greens could be used to make preserved vegetables. Preserved vegetables can be used to make many delicious dishes, like braised pork with preserved vegetables, or even vegetable-filled flatbreads. She became even more excited at the thought of making different kinds of stuffed flatbreads. Flatbreads are not easy to imitate. Jiang Luo quickly picked a lot of snow-red and also planted some in her space. After finishing, she stored the snow-red, mushrooms, and other ingredients in her space, placed the wild chicken in her empty basket, and carried it home. When she was descending the mountain, it was just evening. The sun was setting in the west, casting a beautiful glow over the village. Jiang Luo saw the land behind the village, where many people were busy building houses. They were laying foundations, and the area was fenced off. Thinking that the houses would be finished soon and she could move into a big new home, Jiang Luo felt much lighter and more cheerful. When she returned home, Cui Hejin was already back. Mrs. Cui relaxed when she saw her return. It's good you're back. If you had come later, Hejin would have gone up the mountain to find you. Mrs. Cui had just returned from behind the village and had given the copper coins to the village chief. Everyone finished their work and settled their wages directly. Jiang Luo looked up at Cui Hejin coming out of the house. For some reason, she felt a little guilty because she had promised him to rest well at home. She cared about Cui Hejin's feelings, so she felt guilty and didn't want to worry or upset him. Cui Hejin came over and looked at her carefully. When he saw she was fine, he sighed in relief but still asked worriedly, "Are you hurt?" "No, I just wandered around the outskirts of the mountain and picked some shiitake mushrooms. I also caught a wild chicken." As she spoke, Jiang Zilu happily put down her basket, taking out the wild chicken and a bunch of shiitake mushrooms with preserved vegetables. Mrs. Cui was inside cleaning the table and stove. She loved cleanliness and cleaned the house inside and out 2 or 3 times a day. Although the yard was small and the rooms tiny, the house was very clean and comfortable. Mrs. Cui put down her chores and ran outside to look at the wild chicken and mushrooms, becoming excited. Jilu is amazing. Wild chickens are hard to find and catch. In the village, people often went to the foot of the mountain, but after many tries, they never found a wild chicken. Any wild chickens had been caught long ago. Now, there wasn't even a feather left. Jiang Zilu shyly said, "It was just a coincidence." "Hey, what kind of vegetable is this?" Mrs. Cui looked at the snow-red vegetables, but didn't recognize them and felt a bit unfamiliar. She knew Zilu wouldn't bring back vegetables for no reason. Could it be something good to eat like chives? Thinking of this, Mrs. Cui got excited. Now, even when she saw unfamiliar greens, she wouldn't think they were just weeds. And this vegetable looked very different from grass. Jiang Zilu smiled and explained, "Mom, this is snow red. It's a kind of edible vegetable. Its taste is quite different from other vegetables. It can be used to make preserved vegetables through steaming and drying. I thought we could set up a stall selling preserved vegetable flatbreads, mushroom flatbreads, and meat-filled flatbreads." Flatbreads are hard to imitate. She originally thought that making dried mustard greens could also be used to make mustard green pancakes. But this method is similar to making pies and doesn't feel new or exciting. To make the business popular, the product needs to be different from other pies. A crispy, sweet, and savory pancake would be good, especially with various fillings. Many people would probably like it. Old Lady Cui felt a bit sad and said, "Child, I keep telling you to rest, but you just can't sit still. You're always thinking about business." She believed her granddaughter worked too hard for the family and was too honest. Jiang Zilu's face was bright with a smile. She thought that earning more money meant she could buy rare herbs and fully cure Cui Hejin's health. In her past life, she was willing to take blame and risk her life to protect him. Now, in this life, she wanted her family to treat her well. "Mother, I find what I do meaningful and I don't feel tired," Jiang Zilu said. Especially when she caught a wild chicken and found mustard greens, she felt very happy. She felt a sense of achievement when she had a good day's harvest. Moreover, over the past 4 days, Old Lady Cui and Cui Hejin had carefully taken care of her. Her health improved, and she didn't feel tired or cold. They used warm water for washing, so once her body recovered, she felt strong and energized again. Cui Hejin looked at Jiang Zilu with a gentle, caring expression. Jiang Zilu didn't notice these feelings. She kept thinking about mustard green pancakes and the busy snack stall. Thinking about that gave her strength. Old Lady Cui rolled up her sleeves and said, "Zilu, whatever you want to do later, just tell Mother, and I'll help. And this wild chicken, should we stew it tonight to help you regain strength?" Jiang Zilu nodded and said, "Yes, I just happen to have mushrooms and a wild chicken. I was thinking we could make mushroom chicken stew tonight." She felt her body was fine, mainly because she believed that drinking the mushroom chicken soup would be good for her and her family's health. Old Lady Cui hadn't eaten stewed chicken in a long time. The aroma of mushroom chicken stew made her feel hungry. "The pot already has hot water, so Mother will handle the chicken," she said. Jiang Zilu took a bowl and added a little salt. This would help the chicken blood coagulate. She said, "Mother, first, take out the chicken blood. It can be used for cooking or making soup." Old Lady Cui had never killed a chicken or prepared these dishes before. However, Lady Cui knew that her daughter-in-law was very knowledgeable, so she followed her advice without mistake. Cui Hejin was worried that Jiang Zilu might be scared, so she walked over and said, "Let me do it." While speaking, Cui Hejin took a knife and quickly cut the chicken's neck. It was as if the shadow of the knife flashed by, and it was done. Jiang Zhilo almost couldn't believe it. Seeing the blood flow out, she hurriedly caught it in a bowl. After handling the chicken blood, Lady Cui started boiling hot water to pluck the chicken feathers and began processing the chicken. Jiang Zhilua then started washing the snow cabbage. After washing the snow cabbage thoroughly, she hung it out in the yard to dry. She washed quite a lot of snow cabbage, using more than half of the water in the basin. Cui Hejin watched silently, then quietly carried a water bucket to the village well to fetch water. After washing the snow cabbage, Jiang Zhilua began washing the shiitake mushrooms. Once the mushrooms were cleaned, she rinsed scallions, star anise, Sichuan pepper, and red dates for seasoning, with the scallions and already cut in advance. All preparations done, she looked at Lady Cui, who still hadn't finished processing the chicken. She took a small piece of old dough from the cabinet for making dough. She scooped a large basin of flour and started kneading the dough to let it rise. Letting it rise overnight, she could make baked flatbreads in the morning, stuffed with mushroom and meat filling. After kneading the dough, she covered the basin with a lid to let it rise. By then, Lady Cui had also finished processing the chicken. Lady Cui was about to throw away all the chicken feathers. Jiang Zhilua hurriedly said, "Mother, washing and drying the chicken feathers can still be useful." "Useful for what? To start a fire?" Jiang Zhilua patiently explained, "Mother, chicken feathers can be used to make mattresses, and they keep warm in cold weather." She had mentioned this to her parents before, but forgot to tell Lady Cui. Although Lady Cui was a bit suspicious, she trusted Zhilua's words, so she didn't throw the feathers away. She set them aside, planning to wash them after dinner. Then, she took the processed chicken into the house and cut it into large pieces. After cutting, she looked at Jiang Zhilua and asked, "Zhilua, should I just put it in the pot with water to stew?" Jiang Zhilua shook her head and said, "Mother, that will make the taste quite plain. We need to blanch it first." Lady Cui still didn't quite understand what blanching meant. Jiang Zhilua patiently explained, "Mother, first add cold water to the pot." "Okay." Old Lady Cui scooped some water from the jar with a water ladle and poured it into a large pot. Jiang Zhiluo then added the chopped chicken pieces, followed by sliced green onions and slices, and a little yellow wine. In this era, there was no such thing as cooking wine, so she could only use yellow wine for flavor. Of course, she bought the cheapest kind of yellow wine from the market, which was quite rough. But since it was not for drinking, it was good for cooking and removing the smell. Next, she started the fire. When the water boiled, she skimmed off the blood foam from the chicken. Then she took out the chicken pieces and put them in a basin. She cleaned the pot thoroughly, then put it back on the stove, added the blanched chicken, all the seasonings, including yellow wine, soy sauce, red dates, and other ingredients. It's worth mentioning that people in this era made soy sauce from soybeans, and ordinary folks liked to add some soy sauce to their dishes. Then she added shiitake mushrooms and poured in enough water to cover the chicken. Without a doubt, Jiang Zhiluo also added spring water to the pot. This way, the soup would be fresh, tasty, and nutritious. Old Lady Cui watched in amazement, realizing that making a stew with chicken involved so many ingredients. Before, she only added a bit of salt when making stews or soups, and she didn't know what blanching was for. "Zhiluo, is this how you should cook with fire?" Jiang Zhiluo nodded and said, "Mother, first use high heat to bring it to a boil, then turn to low heat to simmer. That way, the flavor develops." Old Lady Cui nodded and said, "Use high heat to fan the flames, then switch to low heat, so you don't need the bellows." Using the bellows to stoke the fire, the flames at the stove were very strong. That's high heat. Without the bellows, the fire was much smaller. Since they got the bellows, controlling the fire was much easier. Before, when Jiang Zhiluo talked about high and low heat, she could only use an iron rod to poke the fire and control the flames. When the fire burned and the pot started to steam, Old Lady Cui actually smelled the aroma. A rich, fresh scent wafted into her nose, instantly making her hungry. So fragrant. Old Lady Cui, while tending the fire with wood, couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Jiangji Luo took out the dried Sichuan peppercorn she bought today and began pounding them into powder in a stone mortar. Tomorrow, when making mushroom and meat-filled flatbreads, she planned to add the pepper powder to the meat filling. Thinking of something, old lady Cui asked, "Ji Luo, what should we eat as our main food?" Jiangji Luo thought for a moment and said, "Mother, last night we made cornmeal buns. We can eat them with the buns." Last night, she steamed a pot of cornmeal buns, enough to last several days. Even now, since the family's conditions have improved, they are reluctant to eat only white flour buns at every meal. Usually they mix some cornmeal into the dough. It's mainly because the house isn't fully built yet. So, they are careful with their spending. Saving a little is saving a little. They don't want to run out of money halfway through building the house. And since they've bought medicine for Cui Hejin and old lady Cui to help her recover, it's best not to stop halfway. A few treatment courses can fully restore old lady Cui's health. Old lady Cui nodded and said, "Yes, we can eat with cornmeal buns. By the way, Ji Luo, are you crushing garlic? I can do this small task later, or Hejin can do it." Jiangji Luo replied, "Mother, my husband is busy studying all day and gets tired. I can do this small task, so he doesn't have to work so hard." Old lady Cui listened and found herself at a loss for words to argue. She had never seen anyone care so much for her own husband. When she was a noble lady, she didn't feel this way about her own husband either. She smiled and sighed. Hejin must have accumulated good karma in his past life to find such a good wife like you. I didn't feel this way about my own father back then. I just thought he was a man and should pamper me more. Jiangji Luo's expression changed, and her hand paused. A wave of emotion rose in her nose and chest, making her heart ache. Perhaps he suffered a lot in his previous life. Yes, he protected her so fiercely. He must have endured a lot. In this life, she couldn't bear to see him suffer even a little. Old lady Cui said, "That's just a guess. Anyway, as long as you two live happily and peacefully in this life, I'll be at ease." Seeing her son and daughter-in-law happy made her feel both joyful and comforted. A married couple should support each other and care for each other. Her son, who used to be cold and distant, seemed to have gained some warmth of life under Ji Luo's influence. While they were talking, Cui Hejin had already carried in 2 buckets of water. He glanced at Jiangji Luo as if he had heard what she just said. A faint light flickered in his eyes, shimmering and deepening, his black eyes growing even more mysterious. Cui Hejin poured the 2 buckets of water until the jars were full. Then he went to the yard to chop firewood. Looking at his busy figure, Jiangji Luo's cheeks appeared slightly dazed, as if she saw another scene through him. After Jiangji Luo ground the Sichuan peppercorns into powder, old lady Cui sniffed and asked, "Is this the smell of spices?" "Mother, this is Sichuan peppercorn powder. I just kneaded the dough to let it rise. Tomorrow morning after it wakes up, I can make the flatbread. I plan to make flatbread with mushroom and meat filling. The Sichuan peppercorn powder is for seasoning the filling." Old lady Cui was surprised. "So you're not making chive pocket buns anymore, but flatbread?" Although she didn't know what flatbread was at this moment, since her daughter-in-law wanted to make it, it must be something good. Jiangji Luo nodded and said, "Yes, making flatbread. Our bread is different from others, not a stuffed bun, and has a unique taste. That way, it will stand out among the many snack stalls. Now, not many people buy chive pocket buns, so we won't make them for now." Old lady Cui nodded and said, "Yes, I don't understand much about business. I'll follow your plan. I'll wake up early tomorrow and make flatbread with you. After we make pickled mustard greens into dried mustard, we can use that to make flatbread, which will taste even more special. From previous market research, there was no dried mustard here. And we can also make braised pork with preserved vegetables ourselves." Thinking of these things, a smile appeared on Jiangji Luo's face. Thus, old lady Cui and Jiangji Luo talked about tomorrow's stall, planning their work. Time slowly passed. The aroma inside the house grew stronger and stronger. This smell is so fragrant. Old lady Cui had previously eaten a banquet in the village and smelled the stewed chicken, but it was not as fragrant as this. Next door at the Nyo family's house, although the Chui family and the Nyo family were separated by an abandoned empty lot, the strong smell easily reached the Nyo household. Especially now, Sean Mao was playing in the yard. When he smelled the aroma, he couldn't resist. "Mom, it smells so good. I want to eat meat." It was mealtime, and 7-year-old Sean Mao was already hungry. His mother hadn't cooked the rice yet, and just smelling the aroma, he was sure it was meat because it smelled so good. "Yesterday, you wanted candied hawthorn, didn't I buy it for you? Why do you want meat?" "We can only eat meat during the new year." The aroma of the mountain herbs was so tempting that she couldn't resist. "Ugh, I want to eat meat, meat." Mrs. Nyo usually doted on her son. Her husband was strong and capable, and they had divided the family land with their brothers, enough to feed themselves. Sometimes she would buy a piece of candy or some peanuts for her son. But such small treats only cost a few coins and were enough to soothe the child. Eating meat, however, was not something they could afford easily. A pound of meat cost 20 coins, and Mrs. Nyo was reluctant to buy it. Meat was only eaten during the new year. "Stop crying. If you keep crying, your dad will come back and scold you." Mrs. Nyo's husband, Lu Tsong, was very strong and hardworking. He had gone to help build a house behind the village. Every day for the past 3 days, he brought home 10 coins, and Mrs. Nyo was almost overjoyed. It was a slack farming period, so there wasn't much work to do. Staying at home was boring, but earning 10 coins a day from working outside made people happy. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder about the Chui family's sudden good fortune. She knew well what kind of life the Chui family had before. Could it be that Jiangji Luo brought some dowry money? Otherwise, why did their life suddenly improve, and why do they have money to buy land and build a house? The village head said they're doing business. What kind of business could make so much money? If business was that easy, everyone would be doing it. Some villagers were clever enough to sell food at the market, but it wasn't easy to sell enough. If they couldn't sell their goods, it would be a waste, and the flour they used would be wasted too. Moreover, even selling eggs at the market wasn't guaranteed. So over time, people lost interest and focused on farming. If they planted well, they could harvest more grain without fussing over other things. Mrs. Nyo finally managed to calm Mountain Mao down, stopping him from making trouble. But Mountain Mao, tears in his eyes, was drawn to the stronger aroma, and his stomach growled loudly from hunger. Mrs. Nyo also smelled the tempting scent and licked her lips. "Really, I don't know what they're making, but the smell is so tempting every day." Last night, she also caught the scent. When she saw Mrs. Chui in the afternoon, she asked about it. Mrs. Chui said she made cornmeal steamed buns last night. Why did their cornmeal buns smell so good? As Mrs. Nyo kept swallowing her saliva, Jiangji Luo knocked on the door with a small bowl of mushroom chicken pieces. Mrs. Nyo swallowed her saliva and called out, "Who is it?" When the mushroom chicken stew was ready, Jiangji Luo thought it was time for her to go. That day, it was raining, and Madame Chui was not at home. It was Chui Hijin who braved the rain to borrow red sugar from the Nyoshur family. Nyoshur carefully wrapped 2 pieces of the sugar in oiled paper and placed them on a bed of grass ash cloth, which was clean and easy to use. This era is different from the modern technological age. Most farmers used cloth stuffed with grass ash. Wealthier families used cotton and cotton fabric. Nyoshur's carefulness helped her out of a tight spot. Although Chui Hijin bought a few more pieces of red sugar the next day at school and returned them, Jiangji Luo thought Nyoshur was very kind. Chui Hijin took good care of her, told her not to get water on herself, and said these instructions were from Nyoshur. So Jiangji Luo thought for a moment and brought over a bowl of soup, which contained a few chicken pieces, some fragrant mushrooms, and plenty of broth. "Uncle Nyoshur, it's me." When Nyoshur heard the voice, she immediately recognized it as Jiangji Luo's. She walked around the welcoming wall to the door and saw Jiangji Luo, and she was momentarily stunned. "Ji Luo, is there something you need?" Jiangji Luo opened her basket and took out the bowl of mushroom chicken soup. "Uncle Nyoshur, that day during the rain, my husband came to borrow something. I haven't properly thanked you yet. Just in the afternoon, I caught a wild chicken at the foot of the mountain, cooked some chicken soup, and brought a bowl over. Jiang Jiluo was very polite, and Nyoshir felt a bit embarrassed. You're too polite. I didn't do much. Helping each other among neighbors in the village is normal. I'm glad you remember. Take the stuff back and eat it at home. We've already prepared dinner. Although Nyoshir wanted to accept the gift, she knew she shouldn't. Everyone in the village was probably struggling financially. This bowl of chicken soup, with chicken pieces and mushrooms, was good stuff. Even Chui's family might not have enough to go around. Moreover, she was a bit thick-skinned and liked to chat about others, but she didn't like to take advantage of people. Jiang Jiluo smiled and insisted, Uncle Nyoshir, please take it. It's not much, just a token of our kindness. Besides, we might need your help with something in the future. If you don't take it, we'll feel embarrassed. Hearing this, Nyoshir thought of her son and no longer hesitated. Then I won't be polite. Just tell me if you need anything in the future. We're so close, we'll definitely help if we can. Nyo is also a straightforward person. She truly means what she says. Jiang Jilu smiled and said, And Nyo, if there's anything you need help with at home, just tell us. The villagers are very kind, and Jiang Jilu is happy to show her goodwill. Nyo looked at Jiang Jilu and thought she was really nice. Since Jiang Jilu saved Grandma Zhao last time, everyone in the village has had a better impression of her. They no longer believe the rumors from before. The rumors were quite unpleasant. They said Jiang's daughter was a bit slow and that Jiang family forced Mr. Chui to marry her because she saved Grandma Chui. There were all kinds of rumors. But after talking to Jiang Jilu, Nyo thought she was a good girl. Nyo liked her and wanted to get to know her better. Nyo suddenly remembered something and said, That day, it rained heavily. Your husband didn't even have an umbrella. He knocked on the door to borrow some red sugar, and his face turned red from embarrassment. I told him to pay attention to the small details, and he patiently listened in the rain. That shows he's a caring person. Some men may seem cold, but as long as they care about you and understand your feelings, that's enough. Don't listen to others outside. Just focus on your life together and what feels right. Nyo couldn't help but talk a bit more, speaking like an experienced person to Jiang Jilu. Jiang Jilu smiled politely and thanked her. Nyo poured out some items and packed 2 salted duck eggs for Jiang Jilu. She took the bowl and went home. When she returned, Grandma Chui asked, Did you give them the things? Yes, I did. Sometimes, Aunt Nyo's words may not sound nice, but she's kind-hearted and cheerful. Jiang Jilu nodded. Grandma Chui scooped out some fragrant mushroom chicken from the pot and put it into a bowl, filling a large bowl with soup. It smells so good. This chicken soup must taste great. Chui Hejin also brought out some warm cornmeal buns. Seeing his calm figure and thinking of what Nyo said, Jiang Jilu couldn't help but smile. He really is a cold exterior but warm inside. The family sat at the dining table to eat. Grandma Chui, smelling the delicious aroma, couldn't resist and poured herself a spoonful of soup. She blew on it and took a sip. She exclaimed, This soup is truly delicious. It's very different from the chicken soup I've had before. On the day you returned home, your mother gave you a small bowl of chicken stew with mushrooms, which was very tasty. However, today's chicken soup is the most delicious. Jiang Jiluo explained with a smile. That day, my parents had limited spices at home, so the flavor was just average. But today, with all the spices available, the taste is more authentic. Old Lady Chui sighed. I never knew that these ingredients used for seasoning could make such a difference. Probably no one would have guessed. But these spices are quite expensive. Fortunately, we only use a little each time we cook. Jiang Jiluo couldn't help but look at Chui Hejin, wondering what he thought of the taste. She hoped he liked the food too. Chui Hejin first scooped a bowl of chicken soup for Jiang Jiluo. It's a bit hot, drink slowly. Jiang Jiluo looked at Chui Hejin and said, You should drink some too. Chui Hejin met her gaze, a gentle light in his eyes.
Okay.
He took a spoonful of the soup, tasted it, and nodded slightly. Jiang Jiluo's eyes brightened, blinking her big eyes as if asking him how it tasted. Without her saying a word, Chui Hejin understood her meaning and softly said, Yes, it's very good. Jiang Jiluo relaxed and said, Good, as long as it tastes good. Eat more and drink more soup. This soup is nourishing, and Jiang Luo felt that Cui Hejin drinking it would be good for his health. Cui Hejin replied gently with a good temper, okay. The whole family enjoyed the delicious meal, filled with happiness. At the Niu family's house, Niu's son, Shan Mao, looked at the food in his bowl with wide eyes. Mom, is this really given by Aunt Jiang? Niu smiled and looked at her son. Of course, how could it be fake? Now we have meat to eat. So stop making trouble. Shan Mao happily jumped and followed Niu into the house. Mom, it smells so good. It's the same chicken soup, but it tastes different from what we had before. The flavor is different, and it looks different too. He still remembered last year's New Year when they killed a chicken and made soup. The taste and color were different. This one is so thick and fragrant. Niu suddenly realized it's true. Looks like Jiang Luo is quite skilled at cooking. That's why the cornmeal buns she made last night were more delicious than others. But such good ingredients, sent by someone, show they are sincere and loyal. That young master from the Cui family married a good wife. Mrs. Niu looked at the bowl filled with several pieces of chicken and fragrant mushrooms, feeling very touched inside. She thought about how she should build a good relationship with the Cui family later. Little Shan Mao was still young and didn't care what his mother said. His mind was full of food. The smell made him drool with hunger. Mom, I want to taste the soup. Mrs. Niu snapped out of her thoughts and looked down at her son's greedy face. She felt both sad and amused. You're so hungry. Drink some soup first, and when your dad comes back, you can eat more. Your dad works hard outside every day and needs good food. Otherwise, he won't be able to handle it. Mrs. Niu felt sorry for her husband. Usually, she would save the best food for him. Their family relied on his work in the fields for food. Shan Mao said, I know. I'll wait for Dad to come back, so we can eat together. Although Mrs. Niu loved her son, she also knew that the head of the family needed to eat more to do heavy work. If the head of the family was weak, the family would struggle to survive. Nowadays, villagers depended on their men to live. They could help with farming, but their strength to plow was not enough. After a while, Lu Song returned, laughing and chatting with the villagers. He entered the house and put down his. Mrs. Niu heard the noise and hurried out. Back already? Yeah, I'm back. Here, this is today's 10 coins. Lu Song carefully took 10 coins out of his pocket and handed them to Mrs. Niu. She took the coins and couldn't help but count them. Lu Song smiled and said, Big Sister Cui personally delivered the coins to the village chief. After finishing work, the chief counted them in front of us. There's no mistake. Mrs. Niu shook her head and said, You don't understand the joy of counting money. I can count these 10 coins over and over again and still be happy. We've been working for 3 days, earning 30 coins. If we work a few more days, we'll have even more. Thinking about the dozens of coins in her hand, Mrs. Niu felt very excited. With this money, life at home would be better and they wouldn't be so tight on money. Seeing his wife happy, Lu Song also felt happy. Every day, thinking about the 10 coins motivated him to work harder. Wash your hands quickly and come to eat. I tell you, tonight we have fragrant mushroom chicken. This is from the Cui family. Lu Song went to wash his hands, listening to the conversation, and his movements paused.
What?
From the Cui family? Mrs. Niu explained what had happened. Lu Song said, I always said the Cui family is good. They understand and care. You should help them more when you have free time. Mrs. Niu replied, You don't need to tell me. I know. Shan Mao couldn't hold back anymore.
Dad, hurry and eat.
Mom said we must wait for you to come back. Lu Song said, I'm hungry. You can start eating first. Mrs. Niu shook her head. Wait for you. It's not much trouble. Exactly, Dad. When we eat together, it tastes better. Lu Song looked at his wife and son, feeling a deep sense of happiness. When Mrs. Niu brought out the food from the pot, the family ate bread made from cornmeal with cabbage soup and fragrant mushroom chicken. They all thought it was delicious. Just eating the soup with bread is so tasty. This soup is so good. Lu Song had drunk chicken soup before, but it was never this flavor. This chicken soup was fresh and flavorful. Mrs. Neo helped her son by putting some chicken on his plate. After eating, Shan Mao smiled so widely that his teeth showed. "Mom, this is so delicious."
So tasty.
After eating, Shan Mao licked his lips, savoring the aftertaste of the chicken. "Mom and Dad, you should eat too." Mrs. Neo urged Lu Song to eat, but she was reluctant herself.
Eat.
Lu Song didn't want to eat and let Mrs. Neo have some. Then she quickly scooped some into his bowl. They kept offering and refusing for a while.
Shan Mao was used to this.
At home, when they ate meat, his parents would take turns offering it to each other for a long time. "You need strength from hard work so you can take better care of this family," Mrs. Neo said. Lu Song took a piece of chicken after hearing that. When he ate it, he was stunned. "I didn't expect chicken could taste this good." He had eaten chicken before, just boiled in clear broth with some salt, thinking it was tasty enough. But he never imagined chicken could be this delicious. Lu Song was amazed. Mrs. Neo watched her family's reactions and wondered if she could ask Jiangji Luo later how to cook chicken to make it so tasty. But she hesitated, thinking every family had their secret recipes, and she shouldn't ask casually. There were 6 pieces of chicken in the bowl. Mrs. Neo and Lu Song each ate one, leaving 4. They still couldn't bear to eat them all and kept them for their son. Shan Mao looked at them and said, "Mom, Dad, why aren't you eating?" Lu Song smiled and said, "Dad doesn't really like eating chicken, so you can have it." Mrs. Neo replied, "Yes, we want to drink some cabbage soup." Shan Mao didn't suspect anything. In the past, his parents also didn't like certain foods. Only when Shan Mao grew up did he understand his parents' hardships. It wasn't that they didn't like eating, but because they enjoyed the food so much that they didn't want to eat it all, leaving some for him. He didn't understand this when he was young, so he believed it. At the Cui family house, after dinner, Jiangji Luo began preparing pig offal, marinating it. After finishing, she finally rested. Early the next morning, Jiangji Luo woke up early. Thinking about making flatbreads first thing in the morning, she slept lightly and woke up as dawn was breaking. She looked at Cui Hejin sleeping beside her and quietly prepared to get up. However, over the past few days, Cui Hejin had gotten used to taking care of Jiangji Luo. Any small movement she made, Cui Hejin would wake up too. Cui Hejin looked at her and, out of instinct, asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell or hungry?" When Jiangji Luo looked into Cui Hejin's clear, gentle eyes, her heart fluttered slightly. "Did I wake you up?" "No, what's wrong with you?" She blinked softly and explained, "I woke up and just wanted to get up. Sleep a little longer." Seeing Jiangji Luo full of energy, Cui Hejin felt reassured since she didn't seem tired. "All right, I'll get up too." Jiangji Luo asked, "Aren't you going to sleep a bit more?" "No, I won't." Then both of them got up. Cui Hejin poured warm water for Jiangji Luo. "Use warm water to wash up." Jiangji Luo blinked her big eyes and gently said, "I'm already done. No need for warm water." She wasn't that delicate. "The weather is still a bit cold in the morning. Use warm water to wash up for the next couple of days." Seeing Cui Hejin's calm expression, Jiangji Luo knew she couldn't argue. She could only follow his advice and wash her face with warm water. After washing, Cui Hejin helped pour out the water from the basin, without Jiangji Luo needing to do anything. It seemed to be just a habit of his these days. Being taken care of like this, Jiangji Luo actually wasn't used to it. She felt a bit spoiled. She took out the meat she bought yesterday, planning to chop it for the mushroom and fresh meat filling for the flatbreads. Cui Hejin had just finished washing up and came over, saying, "Let me do it." Jiangji Luo hesitated, deeply suspecting that Cui Hejin's waking up with her was just to help her with chores. She didn't know that her weak, painful, and sweaty appearance that morning still made Cui Hejin feel uneasy, worried she might be unwell. Jiangji Luo looked up and deeply gazed at Cui Hejin. Even though he had no memory of his past life now, he instinctively treated her kindly. He remained as cold and distant as before, but at this moment, dark swirling shadows seemed to flicker in his eyes, carrying a powerful, consuming force. Jiangji Luo felt as if her soul was being drawn into his gaze. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she quickly looked away, softly saying, "I want to do some things. If I do nothing, I'll just worry," she added. She then looked up at him with eyes like autumn water, shining with a gentle light, as if she was coquettishly teasing him. Cui He-jin sighed helplessly. "If you're tired, rest a bit, or tell me. I can do it, okay?" Jiangji Luo obediently nodded. She knew Cui He-jin was very patient and kind-hearted. As long as she acted obedient, he would soften. "Then go read a book," she said. She knew he was busy helping the students with their essays and had many other things to do. Cui He-jin didn't insist further and returned to his room. Jiangji Luo then started chopping meat and vegetables. Last night, she had prepared the seasonings in advance, so she could start working as soon as she got up. She tried to keep her voice quiet, afraid of disturbing Old Lady Cui. Old Lady Cui was used to waking early. After washing up, she began helping Jiangji Luo. She checked the dough in the basin and saw it had risen well. Old Lady Cui took it out and started kneading the dough. Ji Luo, after kneading it well, cut it into pieces to roll out the wrappers. They had developed a good understanding when making chive flour buns before. Now, she kneaded and rolled out the dough very quickly. But she could feel that this dough felt different from the one used for the chive flour buns before. She wondered what Jiangji Luo had added last night when fermenting the dough. Jiangji Luo replied, "Mother, divide the dough into small balls, coat the surface with a layer of oil, and let it rest for 15 minutes. Once the dough had rested, she could chop the fillings and season them. For the size of the dough balls, like this," she said, pinching a small piece to show Old Lady Cui. With this, Old Lady Cui could gauge the right size. If you use meat filling and oil, the cost might be higher. While staying with Jiangji Luo, Old Lady Cui also understood what cost meant. She started to use this word too. Jiangji Luo said, "We will sell this for 5 cents each." Old Lady Cui was surprised, paused her kneading, and hesitated, asking, "Is this price a bit high? Will anyone buy it? The other shops in town sell meat pies for only 4 cents and vegetable pies for 2 cents. Cheaper prices attract more buyers. But those pies have thin crusts with lots of vegetables and less meat. They have a meaty flavor, but aren't fully meat. Because they are cheaper by 1 cent, more people buy them." Jiangji Luo had previously sold chive-filled buns and understood the market and the town's spending habits. She thought 5 cents was acceptable. The shop selling buns also sell meat buns for 5 cents and many people buy them. Plus, some people who bought chive buns bought 4 or 5 at once, showing they had enough spending power. These people are picky about taste, but if the food is good, they are willing to spend a little more. Especially children from well-off families in town, who are often picky eaters. Many times, older women in line would talk about their children being picky and not eating well, not knowing what to do. She thought it wasn't just children being picky. Maybe the food wasn't tasty enough. If the food was good, they would probably eat more. Because it's meat filling, it costs a bit more. Also, our baked flatbreads are not sold in town. Many people come back often because they like the taste and freshness. And the meat-filled buns are 5 cents each, so setting this price is normal. Jiangji Luo is confident about the baked flatbreads. Old Lady Cui worried a little, asking, "What if others copy us?" They were confident about the chive dishes at first because others didn't know how to make chive fillings. But later, they saw that others could make various pies at low prices and still do business. However, once people try different stalls, they know which food is good. Some stalls make tasty pies, so more people line up. Others make not-so-tasty pies, and fewer people buy from them. Just a few days, and several pancake stalls have been eliminated. Old Lady Cui understands that the key is that the food tastes good. Yes, at this price. Jiangji Luo worries that Old Lady Cui might be concerned, so she reassures her, "Mom, at first, no one could imitate or make this kind of pancake. The taste is different. The dough I need is not like normal leaven dough. It has a specific water, oil, and salt ratio. Even if later someone makes it and takes away our business, I'm not worried. Then we can make pickled vegetable pancakes. No one in town should know about pickled vegetables. Later, I also made fermented black beans so we can make chili pork sauce. Jiangji Luo isn't afraid of being copied. As long as she isn't surpassed, she's fine. Thanks to her experience in the modern world and her hobby of exploring new foods, she has many business ideas in her mind. Hearing Jiangji Luo speak like this, old lady Cui finally feels at ease. When it comes to fermented black beans, Jiangji Luo naturally remembers the soybeans she soaked yesterday afternoon. The soybeans are already soaked. After we make the pancakes, we can cook the soybeans and let them ferment. Once that's done, we can make chili pork sauce. It's perfect timing to make pancakes now. After steaming and drying the pickled vegetables, we can also make pancakes with that flavor. Pickled vegetables are cheap, but because they taste good and are rare in the market, they can be priced at 4 coins. Anyway, for snacks, if the price is too high, sales won't be good. It's better to keep a small profit and sell more. Old Lady Cui nods. She doesn't actually know how to make these things. She just listens to Ji Luo. She truly feels her daughter-in-law is working hard. But looking at Jiangji Luo's happy, shining face, she feels curious. This girl doesn't seem tired at all. Instead, she looks energetic and motivated. For Jiangji Luo, making money through business is very enjoyable. And here, she no longer has to follow organizational tasks like in her previous life. That fast-paced rhythm was stressful and kept her on high alert. Although the local food and tech are behind, life here is relaxed and slow. Walking around the countryside, watching some villagers chat lazily, and seeing children playing and running around, she naturally relaxes. The feeling that her breathing can slow down is very calming and comfortable. All the food and ingredients are natural, so there's no need to worry about using chemical products or pesticides. The chicken and chicken soup are very tasty, so she can eat without concern. Most importantly, he is in her world. Having him nearby makes her mood very happy. In their past life, even though they held high positions, it was hard for them to retire. This life, even if they live in the countryside, they can enjoy a peaceful and stable life. Although it is a bit hard now, as long as they work hard, they will have enough to eat and wear warm clothes. She plans to work harder, earn more money, and do small things to be kind to him, making up for past regrets. Thinking about this, Jiangji Luo suddenly feels energized. She speeds up chopping the filling. Chop, chop, chop. Her chopping rhythm on the cutting board becomes more lively. Old Mrs. Cui watches the dough need to rest for another quarter of an hour and, feeling bored, says, Ji Luo, I'll light the fire and cook some soybeans first. Jiangji Luo nods and replies, okay, but mother, when you put the soybeans in the pot, add a little salt to the water. Old Mrs. Cui agrees, adds some salt as Jiangji Luo instructed, then goes to the yard to fetch firewood and boil the soybeans. Jiangji Luo finishes chopping the meat and vegetables, puts them in a basin, and starts preparing the filling. Once the filling is ready, old Mrs. Cui has already brought the pot to a boil. She can't help but sigh again. Villagers just don't realize how useful a bellows is. See, normally at this time, it's impossible to boil water quickly without burning a lot of firewood. But with a bellows, the wind blows strongly, and the water boils in no time. Jiangji Luo knows that a bellows isn't a necessity for villagers. Buying one for 100 coins is too expensive for most. 100 coins can buy a lot of grain. Maybe once the villagers are better off and no longer worried about food, they will think about buying a bellows. Her parents can make maltose candies and weave straw shoes. When Yanglu village goes to market, her parents can set up a stall to sell some things. Even earning a few dozen coins can help support the family and improve life. Her father has sold 6 or 7 bellows this time, earning about 600 or 700 coins, which is quite good. Life won't be so tight anymore. If she can find brown bark and bamboo later, she can teach her father to make raincoats and oil paper umbrellas. Learning to make oil paper umbrellas will bring continuous income from her maternal family. One oil paper umbrella can sell for 200 or 300 coins. These days, craftsmanship is valuable, and just one skill can support a whole family. Most villagers know some carpentry or bricklaying, but few have other skills. These skills are usually passed down from ancestors. If you want to learn from someone, almost no one will teach you. Jiangji Luo hides her expression and says, Mother, Just put some firewood in the stove and let it burn by itself. Let's make some flatbread first. Since it's getting late and dawn is breaking, the village rooster starts crowing. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Woof, woof. The roosters crow, and the dogs barking blend into a morning song. Villagers start waking up one after another to prepare breakfast. They work from sunrise to sunset, day after day. Jiangji Luo feels that this lively noise has a warm, homely feeling. Old Lady Cui quickly washes her hands and helps Jiangji Luo. Old Lady Cui begins to roll out the dough. Seeing her habit of rolling it into a round shape, Jiangji Luo says, "Mother, I'll roll one first so you can see." She then rolls it into an elongated oval shape. She knows that even if her words aren't perfect, Old Lady Cui will understand by looking at the actual shape. Good, Mother can roll it. Old Lady Cui takes the rolling pin and starts working. Jiangji Luo adds filling inside, then rolls it from top to bottom and flattens it again. It would taste even better if black sesame seeds were added, but the village doesn't grow black sesame, and buying them would be a bit expensive. Jiangji Luo thinks about not buying black sesame. Since it's not essential for making flatbread, it will still taste good without it. After rolling, she puts the flatbread aside. When everything is ready, she sprinkles some cornmeal on top, so they don't stick together in the clean basket. We'll fry some in town later, but let's fry a few at home first. Jiangji Luo plans to fry some at home, so they can reheat them if they get cold at the market. Some of the flatbreads are just rolled and not fried yet, so they can be cooked on the spot. This saves time, and they can have breakfast at home. So, Old Lady Cui starts a fire, and Jiangji Luo adds oil to fry the flatbreads. When both sides are golden and crispy, a fragrant aroma fills the air. Jiangji Luo reheats the chicken soup she didn't finish last night. When it's time to eat, she goes inside and calls Cui Hijin to come for breakfast. Yesterday, they had a school exam and all the students wrote essays. Cui Hijin brought his back for correction. He is very serious about his studies. When he corrects papers, he looks focused, as if he forgets everything around him. Jiangji Luo sees his expression and almost feels bad to disturb him. However, Cui Hijin seems to sense something. She slightly lifts her eyelids and, upon seeing Jiangji Luo, her calm face softens with a gentle look. "What's wrong?" Jiangji Luo replies, "The breakfast is ready."
Come out and eat first.
Okay. Cui Hijin tidies up her writing, then washes her hands and goes to eat. Jiangji Luo bites into a crispy, sweet bun with the aroma of mushrooms and meat, nodding to herself quietly. Mrs. Cui, who had never tasted such food before in the capital, has a bright smile in her eyes and happily says, "This bun would be very popular if sold in the capital." "I never had such food back in the city." Jiangji Luo knows that it's probably because the food culture there is less developed. Maybe it's also because modern seasonings are more varied and abundant. When Jiangji Luo looks at Cui Hijin understands her gaze and nods. "It tastes very good." "That's good. I made a lot. You should eat more." Jiangji Luo notices that Cui Hijin always looks slim no matter how he eats, but she remembers that his figure was excellent when she gave him acupuncture before. Thinking of this, her face flushes slightly, and she lowers her head quietly to eat. After eating 2 buns and drinking a bowl of chicken soup, Jiangji Luo feels warm and comfortable inside. Once she's full, she opens the lid of the pot and looks at the soybeans. The soybeans are cooked. They can be taken out to ferment. Mrs. Cui asks, "Should we pour out the soybean water?" Jiangji Luo replies, "That water is also useful." Mrs. Cui helps Jiangji Luo scoop out the soybeans and places them on a clean basket to ferment. She then saves the cooking water for later use. After everything is prepared, they go to town. First, they deliver the marinated meat to Lin Zhu's meat stall, then head to the market. Most people at the market are familiar with Mrs. Cui and Jiangji Luo. When they arrive, everyone greets them warmly. "Oh, Sister Cui Luo. It's been several days since you last came. We thought you weren't selling at the stall anymore." Mrs. Cui smiles happily and responds, No. There were some family matters to take care of, but it didn't delay us. Our family still depends on this little business to get by. If you had told us earlier, We could have helped you save a spot. Now everything is gone. Old Lady Cui understood that everyone was speaking the truth and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Sister Lin. We didn't know when we would finish our work and come out to set up a stall. It's okay if someone else takes the spot. We can just stand nearby. Old Lady Cui and Jiangji Luo greeted everyone one by one. They pushed a small food cart and carried some cooked crispy pancakes as they walked through the market. Someone immediately smelled the delicious aroma. Oh, what tasty food have you made now? It smells so good. Old Lady Cui smiled and explained, it's crispy pancakes. Crispy pancakes? What's that? I've never heard of it. Yeah, what exactly are crispy pancakes? Actually, you're not selling leek dumplings anymore, right? A few days ago, someone came to ask about buying leek dumplings. Most people thought that when Old Lady Cui and Jiangji Luo sold leek dumplings, business was quite good. At least, their stall was busy. Some vendors sell small items, and only about 10 people might ask to buy something in the morning. Others might not sell anything all morning. But in business, there are busy times and quiet times. Jiangji Luo smiled and said, Aunt Li, we're not selling leek dumplings anymore. Starting today, we sell crispy pancakes. I'll cut some into small pieces. Everyone is welcome to taste for free. When people heard this, they smiled too. The reason everyone was so friendly to Old Lady Cui and Jiangji Luo was because they thought the two women were nice, straightforward, and friendly. If someone had a problem, they would help out. Earlier, when Ding Zhuang's money pouch was stolen, Zhang Xiaonyang recovered it. Once, someone nearly lost their life after falling down, but Zhang Xiaonyang saved them with her medical skills. And that old lady in the corner who suddenly fainted was treated with just a few acupuncture needles by Zhang Xiaonyang. Everyone admired her very much. They were happy to be friends with her. Even though Old Lady Cui and Jiangji Luo's stall was busy, no one was jealous. There were also many nearby farmers at the market selling eggs, vegetables, and other farm products. Some people are simple and honest, not very good at talking or shouting. They just sit at their stalls, and when someone comes over asking for the price, they answer a few words. Jiangji Luo and Old Lady Cui found a spot in the corner to set down their small food cart. Next to them, a lady selling duck eggs moved a little to the side, worried their space was too small. She only had a basket in front, holding a basket of duck eggs, so it didn't take up much room. Jiangji Luo gratefully said, "Thank you, ma'am." The lady blushed and rubbed her hands. Oh, no need to thank me. She hadn't done much. After setting up the stall and tidying everything, Jiangji Luo took out 2 crispy bread rolls, cut them into small pieces, and placed them on a plate, sticking a wooden skewer through each piece so people could easily taste them. Once the stall was ready, Jiangji Luo loudly called out, selling crispy bread rolls. Fresh meat rolls, crispy and fragrant. You can taste for free. Old Lady Cui also shouted a few times. Jiangji Luo's clear voice carried well in the busy market. Soon, some people heard her and looked over. Someone recognized her and said, "Hey, isn't that Zhang's little daughter's stall?" "Yeah, a few days ago I came to buy chive flour buns, but I didn't see her then. I thought they weren't selling anymore. Did they change what they're selling? What are these crispy bread rolls? Are they food?" No one had heard of crispy bread rolls before. Since Zhang's chive flour buns were so tasty, they figured the other food should be good too. Plus, with free tasting, they could try the flavor first. Some people didn't recognize Jiangji Luo and her friends, but seeing many others gather around, they couldn't resist joining in. Suddenly, there were more people at Jiangji Luo's stall. Some familiar with her business style looked at the small pieces on the plate and asked, "Little Miss Jiang, are these free samples? From the way you look, I can tell you've bought my chive flour buns before."
Exactly.
My kids love those buns.
I've bought them many times.
I thought you weren't selling anymore. Just selling crispy bread rolls now. Why aren't you selling the chive flour buns anymore? I can't even buy them now. Jiangji Luo smiled and said, "Fewer people are buying the buns now. It's a small business, and I don't sell many. I had to switch to a different food." The Annie heard this, and her face changed. "So, we won't be able to buy chive pockets anymore." They used to buy and eat these often at first, but after a few days, they didn't want to eat them anymore. However, after a few days, they would start craving them again. So they thought when they wanted to eat, they would buy 2 to try. It was like eating buns. Whenever they wanted, they could go buy them. But now, people just don't sell them anymore. The problem was, there were no shops nearby selling them at all. Many people looked disappointed. We can't buy them anymore in the future. Will we never be able to eat them again? They didn't mind buying things that were easy to find, but suddenly realizing they couldn't get chive pockets anymore, everyone started missing their taste. Jiang Luo saw everyone's expressions and knew that maybe, once in a while, they could sell some chive pockets again, and business might pick up. This kind of hunger sales mode would attract more buyers. Jiang Luo said, "Our ingredients are very rare. Once we have enough, we will make them again. Ladies, aunties, and sisters, please help support the business when the time comes. If everyone doesn't like chive pockets, we really don't want to make them anymore because making them is quite troublesome." After Jiang Luo said this, many people who had tried the chive pockets responded enthusiastically. Some newcomers who gathered around didn't know Jiang Luo and her family and wondered what chive pockets were. Are they tasty? So Jiang Luo chatted with everyone, casually promoting the baked flatbread. There were small samples available for free tasting, so everyone just took a bite and could taste the flavor. Wow, there's real meat inside. This tastes very different from a pie. Jiang Luo smiled and explained, if it was the same, we'd just call it pie. But it's different, so we call it baked flatbread. It's really delicious. Little lady, you and your mother-in-law are great cooks. Everything you make is special. Exactly, and everything is kept very clean. Even though the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were dressed plainly in rough cloth and linen, their clothes looked old but very clean. Their fingers were also clean, which made people feel comfortable. Actually, these were their better clothes. At home, they still had clothes patched up from work. Jiang Luo thought about buying clothes, but in this era, ready-made garments are rare. Not only do they not fit properly, but they are also expensive, making buying ready-made clothes not very worthwhile. Buying fabric is cheaper than ready-made clothes, but fabric is also costly. A single bolt of the coarsest, most ordinary cloth costs over 200 coins. Actually, Jiang Luo finds uncomfortable to wear. She really wants to buy cotton fabric for her family, but even the simplest patterned cotton costs about 1 or 2 silver coins per bolt. Before selling chive dumplings, one day after closing up shop, Jiang Luo wanted to take Madame Cui to buy fabric to make clothes. However, Madame Cui isn't very good at making clothes. Jiang Luo is mainly focused on earning more money and doesn't have the time to sew clothes herself. Madame Cui just said they still have clothes to wear and decided not to buy fabric for now. So, the plan to buy fabric and make clothes had to be put on hold for the time being. Jiang Luo thought that for now, wearing these simple clothes might make others see them with sympathy and be more willing to support their business. When she has free time later, she still plans to buy fabric to make clothes. It's best to buy cotton fabric. There are several types of linen, and prices vary. Currently, they are wearing rough cloth. Most villagers wear patched because it's cheaper and more durable, suitable for work where clothes might get torn or dirty. Everyone was chatting and asking questions as Jiang Luo was selling her steamed bread. How much for one of these? Jiang Luo smiled and said, 5 coins each.
What?
5 coins? Such a thin pancake costs only 5 coins. Isn't that a bit expensive? Exactly, you used to sell chive dumplings for only 3 coins each. Hearing 5 coins, everyone instinctively thought it was too costly. Some had planned to buy but hesitated, thinking it was too expensive and decided not to buy. But the food really is delicious. Jiang Luo wasn't upset. She had guessed how people might react before setting the price. These are made with meat filling, and our process for making the steamed bread is complicated, different from making pies. It costs more and takes more effort, so naturally, it's a bit pricier than vegetarian options. Besides, isn't a meat-filled bun also 5 coins? It's okay. If everyone thinks it's tasty, they can buy it. If not, no pressure. But maybe in a few days, we won't be selling steamed bread and making these anymore. When everyone heard Jiang Luo, they were all stunned. Other people run businesses and wish they could spend all day selling at their stalls. Does the Jiang family really have such a carefree attitude about their stall? Actually, Jiang Zhilu is being honest. In a few days, if the chili meat sauce sells well, she might stop selling snacks at the stall. Running a snack stall every day is quite busy. Making chili meat sauce doesn't require a stall. She can prepare it at home and sell it in the town or to merchants and boatmen. Then she can work from home. She wouldn't need to get up early every day to rush to the town with old lady Cui. Spring is easier, but in summer, with the heat, she probably couldn't handle standing in the heat at the stall. In this time period, there are no fans, air conditioners, or ice pops, so heat stroke is easy to get. Why don't you sell pancake wraps anymore? Exactly, these taste good. If the price was lower, we would buy some. Jiang Zhilu patiently explained, Auntie, I really can't lower the price. I put a lot of meat inside so everyone can taste it. Also, it's so crispy because I add a lot of oil. Just think about it, making this costs a lot. Our stall for pancake wraps is a small business. If we lower the price too much, we really can't keep doing it. She smiled and explained gently. Even if people wanted to bargain, Jiang Zhilu was always kind and patient. Seeing her good temper and gentle words, some people thought about buying a few to try at home, so they wouldn't lose the pancake wraps altogether. They had never seen this kind of food before. Indeed, unique things can be quite stubborn about their price. If anyone sold pancake wraps cheaply, these people wouldn't buy from there. Gradually, some people bought one or two, and others, finding it delicious, bought several at once. After selling until late morning, Jiang Zhilu packed up. Old lady Cui was surprised. Zhilu, aren't we selling here anymore? There are still some left unsold. Jiang Zhilu shook her head and said, Mom, many people here are residents of the town. Even if they don't buy anything, they can go home and cook. Earlier, the chive-filled pastries had a unique flavor, so people tried them out and naturally, the business was good at first. But with meat fillings, people are used to eating meat pies and buns. Although pancake wraps are tasty, their main difference is just the flavor. Jiang Luo decided to go to the dock after figuring things out. She whispered, Mother, let's go to the dock. Most people there are workers from the town and some are boatmen. They can't cook for themselves, so they buy food. Once they try our delicious baked flatbread, they'll buy more. So, Jiang Luo and old lady Cui pushed a small cart toward the dock. When they arrived, it was just lunchtime. Jiang Luo and old lady Cui called out, and some passing merchants gathered around, asking, Free tasting of meat-filled flatbread? It looks very tasty. Jiang Luo and old lady Cui took out the flatbread they had cooked earlier at the market and kept frying more, filling the air with a wonderful smell. Some boatmen came over and asked, Your flatbread tastes really good. How much for one? Jiang Luo smiled and said, 5 cents each. Some of the sailors, who had been on the ship for 10 days or half a month, naturally wanted to eat something nice after getting off. They traveled far and wide for business, so they had seen a lot. Hearing 5 cents, they didn't think it was expensive and bought 2 or 3 at once. Some ship captains bought dozens to take back to their crew to try. Others, who had bought Jiang Luo's brown sugar before, recognized her immediately. Oh, little lady, is that you? Ma'am, do you know me? The woman smiled and said, Of course. We often run ships and fish. Last time, we bought brown sugar from you. Jiang Luo suddenly remembered. So, you took care of my business before. The woman chuckled and said, Oh, little lady, you're so polite. We should thank you. We bought 10 pieces of brown sugar before, and we drink it every day. It's really good for our health. The most obvious change is that my legs don't hurt anymore. We're on ships all year, and the water and humidity make our legs ache often. On rainy days, the pain is worse, but a few days ago when it rained, my legs didn't hurt at all. You say your brown sugar works so well. I told my sister, but she didn't believe it at first. Jiang Luo knew that spiritual spring water was effective. She didn't expect that when combined with sugar, it could also help with cold and dampness. Ma'am, our brown sugar is different from others because we add medicinal herbs, so it's good for health. Yes, your 2-cent price is really cheap. The herbs are very expensive, everyone knows that. Jiang Luo smiled and said, "It's just a small business." The woman gratefully bought 4 steamed buns. "Young lady, you're kind-hearted, so your food must be delicious." "Just right, I can take some home to share with my family and 2 children." As more people gathered around, everyone joined in to watch. "Oh, young lady, you're selling food now? Do you still have your brown sugar? We want to buy some." Jiang Luo didn't expect that, after starting a bun business, everyone was asking about her brown sugar. She helplessly and humorously replied, "No more brown sugar, just buns now. They're tasty, fragrant, and crispy." "Madam, would you like to buy some?" While Jiang Luo was busy with her business, the medicine boy from the Xinglin Medical Hall ran over. "Oh, Miss Jiang, I finally found you here." The medicine boy was panting heavily. When he saw Jiang Luo, his eyes lit up suddenly, like he saw hope. Jiang Luo was in the middle of her business when she suddenly heard the boy's words. Seeing his anxious look, she asked, "What's wrong?" The boy hurriedly said, "Miss Jiang, this is urgent. Can we talk somewhere private?" His eyes were red. Seeing him like that, Jiang Luo stopped her work and said, "Mother, I'll go see what's wrong." Old Lady Cui nodded and said, Yes, go ahead. I can handle things here. I won't be busy." Jiang Luo followed the boy to the side. The boy choked with emotion and said, "Miss Jiang, please go quickly. The young master has been badly injured. His illness is worsening, and he's in danger. The doctors at the Xinglin Hall can't do anything. We need your help to see him and save our young master."
He must not die.
Everyone at the medical hall liked the young master. Although he was sometimes unwell, he was gentle and kind to everyone. He was a medicine boy, but actually, he was someone the young master had saved. If not for the young master, he would have frozen to death in the snow. "Miss Jiang, our young master is a good person. He has saved many of us." The boy's face was pale and scared as he spoke. Jiang Luo's expression changed. How could he be injured? Didn't he go out earlier to find herbs? Jiang Luo's expression was tight and serious. She didn't bother asking questions and quickly followed the medicine boy to the Xinglin Pavilion, then upstairs to the 2nd floor. Outside the room on the 2nd floor, several well-dressed guards stood there, armed and fully prepared. They looked cold and serious, as if guarding the person inside. From their clothing and the aura they emitted, they were clearly not ordinary guards. The young master of the Xinglin family was protected by such skilled fighters. It seemed a bit unbelievable. But Jiang Luo knew the rules of survival. Don't ask what you shouldn't, and pretend you don't know anything to stay safe. Once inside the room, Jiang Luo smelled blood. There were a few people inside. An old doctor was checking Zhang Xing's pulse, while another looked at the arrow in his body and sighed. "This arrow is placed too close to the heart, and it's a famous barbed arrow. Removing it could go wrong, and young Master Zhang might die. But if we don't remove the arrow and let the blood flow, his body will get colder, and the poison could kill him too." The 2 doctors looked worried. At this moment, the medicine boy said, "Young Lady Jiang has arrived." His words made some people inside turn to look. Was she someone trusted by the young master? The young master was badly injured and unconscious. They had brought several doctors, but none could help. Next to them was an old doctor, famous in North State for his skill. He was proud of his talent and sometimes a bit arrogant.
"What?
Such a dangerous situation for young Master Zhang, and you bring a young lady like her? Isn't this too reckless?" Dr. Chiu smiled and said, "Old Dr. Wu, don't get upset. Young Lady Zhang's medical skills are even better than mine." Dr. Chiu had seen Jiang Luo's excellent skills more than once. Plus, the young master was suffering greatly, and earlier, he had asked Jiang Luo to help. She was able to identify the details of his illness, and her careful, conservative treatment plan had greatly improved his condition. Nonsense. We all know how serious young Master Zhang's situation is now. His body already has poison, and with his severe injuries, removing that barbed arrow is not something just anyone can do. If she makes a mistake during treatment, can she take responsibility? Prince Zhuang's life is very precious. He is not someone an ordinary young woman can resist. If something happens, no one can bear the responsibility. Old Dr. Wu's face looked serious. If someone dies because of his treatment and it gets out that he was present, his reputation will be ruined. Old Dr. Wu naturally felt angry. He thought the people at the Xinling clinic were careless. Moreover, he always felt that Prince Zhuang was not just an ordinary young master. This person must not have an accident. Seeing how serious Princess Zhuang Xingan's condition was, old Dr. Wu also felt it was a difficult situation. Jiangji Luo listened to the doctor and showed some concern. It seemed that the young master of this clinic had secrets. But she was not someone who pried into others' secrets. Jiangji Luo coldly said, "Step aside." Old Dr. Wu was annoyed by the attitude of this young woman. "This is not a place for you to cause trouble." Jiangji Luo replied coldly, "Then tell me, doctor, do you have confidence in curing him? If you do, I won't cause trouble." Old Dr. Wu's face turned grim when asked so directly. "Foolish child, how dare you ask that? With such injuries, even the imperial doctors in the capital wouldn't claim to be confident. You don't know anything. We are trying to find a way." Jiangji Luo sneered and said, "Trying to find a way means delaying time instead of treating him quickly. Don't you see his condition getting worse? By the time you come up with a solution, he might have succumbed to the poison or lost too much blood. But regarding the question you just asked, I can answer. I am confident I can cure him. If something goes wrong, I will take responsibility." Jiangji Luo simply looked at the arrow, which was very close to the heart. Using her wood element supernatural power infused into her eyes, she could see the exact location of the barbed arrow. She was confident she could remove it without touching the heart. Her words stunned everyone present. No doctor dared to make such a confident statement. While everyone was stunned, Jiangji Luo had already stepped forward. She quickly examined the patient, then took out silver needles and began to insert them into Princess Zhuang Xingan's body. When she used the silver needles for acupuncture, her fingers moved so fast they looked like residual shadows, almost too quick to see. Everyone watched this move in awe. Dr. Chiu looked on with bright, shining eyes, trembling with excitement. Jiangji Luo injected some wood-type special energy, which suppressed the cold poison affecting Zhuang Xingan's body. It seemed like she heard some sound, or perhaps her wood-type energy gave her a little awareness. She slowly opened her eyes and saw Jiangji Luo by the bed, softly saying, "Sorry to trouble you, Miss Jiang." Although Zhuang Xingan's voice was very faint, the room was quiet, so everyone heard her clearly. This was the order from the young master, so no one dared to object. However, everyone was still a bit surprised that the young master trusted this young lady so much. Old Dr. Wu was a little angry. He had wanted to leave with the items, but seeing the young girl's skill, he stopped and watched carefully. Jiangji Luo said seriously, "Don't worry, you won't be in danger. As long as the arrow didn't hit your heart, you'll be fine. Even a barbed arrow wouldn't be a problem." Jiangji Luo always looked confident and calm. Zhuang Xingan was still very weak and semi-conscious, but he was vaguely listening to Jiangji Luo and her voice. For some reason, he felt a strong sense of trust. Maybe she had a convincing power. Maybe it was because he had seen her excellent medical skills before. In any case, Zhuang Xingan felt somewhat at ease now. He weakly said, "Thank you very much." Jiangji Luo replied, "With your condition, you should speak less." Actually, Zhuang Xingan couldn't sleep deeply because the pain from the arrow in his chest was so clear. Jiangji Luo quickly said, "Go prepare a knife, hot water, alcohol, and needle and thread." She mentioned what needed to be prepared, and Dr. Chiu hurriedly arranged for people to get everything ready. Jiangji Luo looked at Zhuang Xingan, seeing him covered in blood and injured, which was very shocking. He must be in a lot of pain, but even as his face stayed pale and he kept sweating, he endured the pain without making a sound. Jiangji Luo's expression changed slightly, and she spoke softly. "It might hurt a little later. Hang in there. If it hurts too much, just call out." In this era, there were no anesthetics. If there had been, she could have used it to numb the pain when removing the arrow. Thinking of this, Jiangji Luo considered the possibility of preparing anesthetic in the future. Zhuang Xing'an nodded weakly in response. Seeing that everything was ready, Jiangji Luo began preparing to remove the arrow. To make sure there were no problems, Jiangji Luo used a little plant-based magic. People around her watched her move, and their faces changed. In that moment, everyone held their breath. Suddenly, with a pop, the arrow was pulled out, and blood sprayed out. Blood also splattered on Jiangji Luo.
Don't worry, her heart is fine, she said.
Hearing this, everyone in the room sighed with relief. The hardest part was pulling out the sword, but now the young master was safe. However, at this moment, Zhuang Xing'an fainted from the pain. After speaking, Jiangji Luo ignored everything else and quickly treated Zhuang Xing'an's wound, sewing it up carefully with a needle and thread. Dr. Chiu was so excited he was trembling, staring intently, afraid to miss any detail. Old Dr. Wu watched nearby, stunned. You're sewing up this young master's wound just like sewing clothes. Old Dr. Wu got angry and couldn't help but speak out. Jiangji Luo didn't pay attention and kept working. Dr. Chiu hurriedly said, Old Dr. Wu, I think this way of sewing really stopped the bleeding. Old Dr. Wu's face turned pale. Are you crazy? Do you think these stitches should be sewn into the young master's body? Jiangji Luo said nothing, and after finishing, she calmly said, Once the wound heals, the stitches will be removed. She almost called the old doctor too stubborn and inflexible. But since he was invited here, he must be skilled in medicine. Doctors have different specialties, so Jiangji Luo didn't say much. Old Dr. Wu's face was still pale. After hearing this, he paused and went to check the stitched wound, then was stunned. Jiangji Luo finished sewing the wound and dressed Zhuang Xing'an's injury, giving some advice on what to watch for. The old doctor examined her pulse and was amazed. It's really stabilized. There's no injury to the chest at all. He was shocked and moved. Young lady, your medical skills are excellent. I was too rigid earlier, and I apologize. Jiangji Luo calmly replied, Old doctor, no need to apologize. This was just treating an external injury. Some wounds can be sewn like this to stop bleeding. Once healed, the stitches can be removed. The old doctor listened carefully, feeling like he learned a lot from this experience. This young lady is so young, yet she remains calm in difficult situations, especially when treating serious injuries. Her composure is rare and impressive. After giving some instructions, Jiangji Luo prepared to leave. Dr. Chiu hurriedly said, Miss Jiang, your clothes are stained with blood, which might make it hard to go out. Jiangji Luo shook her head and replied, It's okay. The blood on my clothes is dark and hard to see. I can wash the blood off my face and hands. She washed her face and hands, took some time to tidy up, then collected the 20 taels of silver given by Zhuang Xing'an's assistant before leaving. Looking at the silver in her hand, Jiangji Luo was a bit lost in thought. It was only supposed to be 16 taels, she thought. But Dr. Chiu's people had given her 20 taels. 20 taels for a medical fee was quite a lot in the town. Even though she was saving lives, she wouldn't ask for an unreasonable amount. She charged based on local prices. Besides, the cost of treating wounds, removing arrows, and medicine wasn't paid by her. So, this amount was acceptable. She wanted to earn money, but she believed in earning honestly. With this 20 taels, her family would be much more comfortable. They could finally build a proper house, and once it was built, she planned to decorate the yard to her liking, maybe with some cobblestone paving. However, her main concern was to cure Cui Hejin's health as soon as possible. Although she secretly used her wood element abilities to help him recover when he was asleep, it was only temporary relief. To truly heal Cui Hejin, she needed to find enough medicinal ingredients according to the prescription. She believed she could cure him. Cui Hejin's health had already improved a lot. He no longer coughed frequently or woke up in the middle of the night from coughing, and his body no longer experienced alternating chills and fever. Now, he could sleep well and rest properly, with fewer coughs. Thinking of this, Jiangji Luo looked up at the sky. Feeling the sunshine was especially bright. She realized it was already noon, stored the silver carefully, and hurried to the market stall near the dock. Hopefully my mother is doing well, and can come over soon, she thought as she quickened her pace. When she arrived at the dock, she saw a crowd gathered in front of the stall, forming layers of people. Most of them were women and young girls. Some young women were excitedly gathered together, talking about something. Jiang Luo was surprised and asked, "Is business really that busy?" It might be because the dock has a lot of visitors. Maybe people will start setting up stalls there to sell things. As she approached, she overheard their conversation. "He's so handsome. Yes, I've never seen anyone so good-looking. Even in rough cloth clothes, he looks like a cloud in the sky. Is he real? Or just an illusion? He's so handsome. I bought 2 steamed buns from him.
He personally handed them to me.
Even when he doesn't smile, he's so attractive. If he smiled, he'd be even more charming. I think he'd make people faint. His movements are so neat and graceful. It's really pleasing to watch. He must come from a wealthy family." Jiang Luo was stunned listening to this.
Who were they talking about?
A flash of the elegant and refined figure of Cui Hejin appeared in her mind. Could they be talking about Cui Hejin? Jiang Luo felt suspicious. Usually, she and old lady Cui sold things at the stall, and Cui Hejin didn't help. He was always at the academy. Could he be here at the stall today? For some reason, the thought of Cui Hejin being here made Jiang Luo feel uneasy. She had already seen him this morning, so why did she want to see him again so soon? She tried to walk inside but was pushed out. "Hey, excuse me. Please let me through." The women were too wild. Every time Jiang Luo tried to push her way in, she was pushed back out.
"This is my stall."
The women kept chattering and surrounding her in layers, more and more people gathering. "This is the place. He's so handsome, really. Not just the food is good, but he's good-looking too. His fingers are long and white like jade. When he handed you that bun, he could make anyone faint. Wow. Even in rough cloth clothes, he looks so noble, like a fairy. If he wore fancy clothes, all the young women would be even more captivated. I feel my heart pounding just from him looking at me." Hearing this, Jiang Luo couldn't help but twitch her mouth at the crazy crowd. If Jiang Luo really used her strength to push everyone away, she could have squeezed through. But these people are customers, all gathered to buy her stall's pancake rolls. She can't be rude. She has seen modern fanzines, and she never thought that in any era, people still like to see attractive people. While Jiang Luo was standing on the edge, feeling a bit distracted, Cui Hejin's sharp ears seemed to catch her voice among the crowd. Cui Hejin paused his actions, tall as he was, and looked out. He saw Jiang Luo outside. His face changed as he said, "Mother, I'll go out for a moment." Old lady Cui didn't understand, but she saw Cui Hejin walking out. The crowd automatically made way for him. Cui Hejin quickly reached Jiang Luo's side and asked softly, "You're back?" Jiang Luo nodded and said, "Yes, I'm back. Why are you at the stall?" She was planning to bring him lunch at noon, but she got held up at the clinic and returned a bit late. By now, the Shuremo Academy had already finished classes. Cui Hejin still worried about Jiang Luo. After class, he wanted to check on her. He first went to the market but didn't find her, so he came to the dock. He knew that if they weren't at the market, they might be at the dock. When he arrived, he didn't see her, and only Cui Hejin knew how he felt at that moment. His lips moved slightly, about to say something, but suddenly he smelled something and looked down at the bloodstains on her gray clothes. Though subtle, Cui Hejin still saw them. His face suddenly changed. "Are you hurt?" At that moment, Cui Hejin's voice carried a chilling, icy coldness, dangerous and sharp. Jiang Luo looked down at her clothes, which had some bloodstains, but they weren't obvious. He didn't expect Cui Hejin to be so observant. "Oh, it's not me who's hurt. It's someone else's blood. I just helped treat the wound." Hearing this, Cui Hejin felt a bit relieved. But he still carefully looked her over, making sure she was fine, and finally let out a sigh of relief. A group of women and young girls around them stared wide-eyed at the scene. No way? Such a handsome young man was actually caring for a young woman. He looked so cold and distant, like ice. I never expected him to be so gentle sometimes. Just now, a few familiar friends were talking about how he might be naturally cold. They wondered what kind of young lady could make him willingly take care of her. They couldn't help but imagine it just a moment ago. But then they saw that this young master was completely different. They all admired this young lady very much. She looked about 14 or 15 years old, wearing simple linen clothes, but she was very beautiful, delicate, and charming. She looked like a woman who would make everyone feel soft and happy just by looking at her. "This is Lady Jiang," someone said. "Do you all know her?" "No, I don't. I bought some of her things at the market before. Her chive-filled pastries are so delicious." Could she be the one making those baked flatbreads? Her stall is run by a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. The two are probably a young couple. Oh, this young master is already married and has a wife. The crowd was surprised but also looked at Jiang Luo with some admiration. Many women, seeing how happy the young couple looked, couldn't help but smile. Their sweet and loving appearance was very pleasing to see. Jiang Luo felt the focused gazes around her, so she gently tugged on Cui Hejin's sleeve and softly asked, "Have you eaten yet?" Seeing her shy expression, Cui Hejin's eyes flashed with a smile. He softly replied, "Yes, I ate 2 baked flatbreads. Go ahead and eat. Once the stall is sold out, go home early to rest." Jiang Luo said, "I'll go help my mother first." She went to help, and Cui Hejin followed her. The crowd continued to gather, buying baked flatbreads. Young master, is this your wife?" someone said.
Cui Hejin replied gently, "Yes."
"Your wife is very beautiful, with fair, lovely skin." A woman looked at Jiang Luo and couldn't help but praise her. Everyone liked beautiful things. Jiang Luo naturally had very fair skin. Even living in the countryside, no matter how much she was exposed to the sun, she didn't get dark. Old Madame Cui said, "My daughter-in-law is really good, hardworking, beautiful, and obedient. She's thoughtful and caring for my son. She handles everything at home, and there's no doubt about it." While watching the baked flatbreads, old Madame Cui spoke happily. Everyone exchanged a few words, bought some flatbreads, and then left. Since it was busy earlier, many flatbreads were sold quickly. Soon everything was sold out. After selling and tidying up, Cui Hejin returned to the school, while Jiang Luo and old lady Cui pushed the small car home. Back home, Jiang Luo took out 20 taels of silver and told old lady Cui about saving someone. Old lady Cui was very happy to hear this. She first boiled some water, and then said, "Luo, I've boiled hot water.
You can wash up now."
Old lady Cui didn't notice the bloodstains on Jiang Luo's clothes. However, when packing up, Cui Hejin told her to go home and boil some water for her to wash up. He also said Luo might be tired and should rest at home. Old lady Cui guessed that helping the injured might be tiring, so she didn't think much of it. Jiang Luo is very clean and was planning to take a bath to feel refreshed. But she usually bathes before bed, and old lady Cui wouldn't have boiled hot water at noon. "Mother, why are you boiling hot water for me?" "It's because Hejin asked me to." "He's very thoughtful," old lady Cui replied. She knew her son, Cui Hejin. Though cold in personality, he could be gentle and caring for those he cared about. Old lady Cui believed Cui Hejin cared about Luo. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so attentive. If Cui Hejin hadn't had classes in the afternoon, he would have taken care of Luo himself. Hearing this, Jiang Luo's heart fluttered, and her mood was like ripples spreading across a lake. A smile couldn't help but appear on her face. After washing up, Jiang Luo was indeed tired and lay down on her bed to rest for a while. At this moment, the Jiang family in Xingshan village. After lunch, the family started working. The reeds in the yard are dry enough to make straw sandals. It rained a few days ago, but luckily the sun has been shining these days, so the reeds dry easily. Fortunately, we still have some dried reeds at home, perfect for making sandals. We can make more this afternoon, then go to Yanglu village for the market tomorrow morning to sell the sandals. In the past few days, the Jiang family has been busy with daily chores and making straw sandals. Fortunately, they have many family members, so they have plenty of strength. Everyone has been helping make sandals, even 5-year-old Xian Xian. His parents and older siblings didn't expect him to work, but he insisted on helping. Even if he works slowly, he still wants to do his part for the family. He always insists on helping with chores at home, thinking that this way his parents, brothers, and sisters will have an easier time. Jiang Yinshu and Jiang Yinjun go to the nearby mountain every day, one to chop firewood, the other to look for palm trees, bamboo, or the kudzu root his sister mentioned. They also cut a lot of reed grass on the mountain to dry and make straw sandals. Jiang Yinmian watched her mother busy making straw sandals and asked, "Mom, are we not selling maltos anymore?" Before, whenever they went to the market, her mother would make some maltos to sell. Mrs. Yi said, "We still have about 20 pieces of maltos left from the last market, so we won't make much more. Let's first weave straw sandals and see if there are many buyers tomorrow." Jiang Yunjing said, "Mom, having good skills means you can earn money." Mrs. Yi smiled and said, "That's right. Your older sister taught us all that. When you grow up, don't forget your sister. Even if she gets married, she's still your sister." Jiang Yunjing quickly assured her, "Of course. No matter where sister is, she's always our best sister." Everyone else also spoke up, saying, "Yes, sister is the best. We all miss her. Sister can build a big house and she will live well. When I grow up, I will also treat sister well." Hearing everyone's words, Jiang Xiangchuan and Mrs. Yi felt relieved. Since Ji Luo started teaching them to make some things, the family has been earning a little money and life has improved. They cook extra food at every meal so the children can eat enough. Thinking about how they could earn more copper coins at the market tomorrow, Mrs. Yi felt hopeful about their future. Not only Mrs. Yi was full of hope, but Jiang Yunshu and the others also clearly felt that their family situation was getting better and their meals were more satisfying. At least everyone could eat until they were full. In the past, there was little food and everyone was reluctant to eat much, sometimes even going hungry. Now, the family sits together busy and full of hope. "Dad, Mom, how much should we sell each pair of straw sandals for?" Jiang Xiangchuan said, "I talked with your mom. Let's sell the sandals for 5 cents each. Selling in the village won't get us much money." Even though Yonglu village's market is big, most people shopping there are from nearby 10 or 8 villages. Yishir nodded and said, "Yes, straw sandals are different from malt sugar. We don't need to spend coins to buy things for straw sandals. We just work on making them, so selling more means earning more. Selling at 5 coins is cheaper, so more people will buy." Jiang Shumian said, "Father and mother, this is what older sister calls selling at a small profit but in large quantities." Yishir smiled and replied, "You understand what your older sister means." Jiang Yunmian nodded and said, "Of course. Older sister is very clever. We don't understand many things, but she does, and she patiently explains everything to us." Jiang Yunjing said, "Older sister has become much smarter than before." Hearing this, Yishir looked serious and said, "Your older sister has always been smart. It's just that when she was young, she was hurt and upset, so she didn't come back to herself. Now that she's married and grown up, she's naturally different. As you grow up and understand more, you'll become smarter too." After Yishir said this, everyone stopped overthinking. Xian Xian eagerly wove straw sandals with his small hands and said, "I want to grow up quickly." Jiang Yunshu looked at his brother and said, "You're only 5 years old. It will take time to grow up." Xian Xian lowered his head and kept working diligently with his small hands. After a while, he softly said, "I miss older sister. When I grow up, I can visit her often, right?" Hearing this, Yishir felt a little sad inside. This child was mostly raised by Ji Luo, since she didn't spend much time with him when he was young. After Ji Luo got married, Xian Xian might feel a bit uncomfortable, but he also thought it was normal to miss his older sister. But he behaved very sensibly every day, never saying much, just helping with chores seriously. Yishir could only comfort him, saying, "Yes, when you grow up and become capable, you can help your older sister and visit her often." Xuanxuan's eyes lit up. "Yes, yes. I want to get stronger. I want to learn martial arts from Dad." Jiang Xiangchuan looked at his son and said, Learning martial arts is hard work. Xian said, I want to learn, Dad. I want to learn. Seeing his son suddenly become so eager, Jiang Xiangchuan couldn't bear to refuse him. All right, come here. Dad will see if you're suitable for practicing martial arts. Among his 3 sons, Jiang Yunshu isn't suited for martial arts. Jiang Yunzheng has a good build for practicing, and Jiang Xiangchuan often teaches him some boxing and fighting skills. According to Jiang Xiangchuan, he learned a little boxing when he was young, so he knows a bit. Anyway, the Jiang family members don't know much, and whatever their parents say, they just believe it. Jiang Yunshu remained silent. He has a gentle personality and, although not physically suited for martial arts, he is very smart. He knows that his parents are hiding something from them. His parents were not originally from Xingshan village. Before fleeing famine, they came from somewhere else. They never talk about their past or tell him where they came from. Xian hurried over. Jiang Xiangchuan looked at Xian's build and became very excited. Your body is quite good. It's suitable for practicing martial arts. But you are still young, so I will start by teaching you the basics. The basics start with practicing horse stance. But if you want to learn, you must be willing to endure hardships and not give up halfway. Xian nodded and said, Dad, I'm not afraid of hardships. I won't give up halfway. I will study seriously and become capable. He is very determined about this. Jiang Xiangchuan looked at him and felt very pleased. Donghe village. After resting at noon, Jiang Zhilu woke up. When she got up, old lady Cui was no longer at home. Since they started building the house, old lady Cui usually goes to the back of the village in the afternoon. She goes to check on the progress of the construction, keep an eye out for any problems, and then count today's wages to deliver to the village head. The village head will then be responsible for distributing the wages. Jiang Zhilu knows this, so after resting, she's not idle and begins to busy herself. Jiang Zhilu first checked the soybeans cooked in the morning. The sun was shining just right, and the yard was warm and sunny. She took the soybeans out to ferment in a warm place. It needs about 3 days of fermentation before the next step. Next, Jiang Zhilu looked at the snow-red peppers drying in the sun. The snow-red peppers had already become somewhat soft. Once they soften, they can be steamed and dried. Then, Jiang Zhilu went to boil a pot of water and went outside to fetch firewood. She saw the chopped firewood, ready for burning, and her expression changed slightly. She couldn't help but think of Cui Hejin. Cui Hejin knows they need firewood every day. Sometimes, when he comes back from the schoolhouse early, he goes to chop wood in the mountains. Or, he goes early in the morning to chop firewood. He always chops the firewood into convenient pieces for burning, so Jiang Zhilu and her mother can easily light the fire. Their family has never lacked firewood because Cui Hejin always quietly prepares it in advance. Jiang Zhilu suppressed the rising emotions in her heart, took some firewood back to the kitchen, and started the fire. After the pot boils, Jiang Zhiluo dips the softened snow-red vegetables into the boiling water for a moment. After a short while, she quickly takes them out and puts them into a large jar, sealing it tightly. Let it sit overnight, and the next day, it can be hung on the clothesline in the yard to dry. Once it's mostly dried, they can do 3 rounds of steaming and drying, and then the preserved vegetables will be ready. Jiang Zhiluo looks at the snow-red vegetables, and her mind is full of the taste of preserved vegetables. She thinks about dishes like preserved vegetable with pork, preserved vegetable pancake, steamed ribs with preserved vegetables, and braised pork with preserved vegetables. Just thinking about it makes Jiang Zhiluo feel hungry. When Madame Cui returns and sees Jiang Zhiluo busy working, she quickly says, Zhiluo, some of the work I can do myself. Aren't I supposed to let you rest? While Madame Cui went to see the house being built in the back, Jiang Zhiluo was still taking a nap. Why is she up and busy again? Jiang Zhiluo smiles and says, Mother, I've rested enough. I just want to do some work. Once the preserved vegetables are ready, we can make preserved vegetable pancakes. Hearing this, Madame Cui is also very happy. Today, we earned over 1,800 coins, almost 2 taels of silver. After paying everyone's wages, we still have more than a tael of silver left for the day. Recently, business with chive flour buns was slow. On good days, they only earned around 6 or 700 coins, which was enough to pay everyone. Madame Cui is worried and anxious. But unexpectedly, Ji Luo has a good idea. This makes more money than chive flour buns, she says. Of course, after deducting the cost of meat and flour, we still make a lot of profit. Recently, she bought a lot of fine flour from an old lady, so they don't need to buy flour for a while. As for meat, since Ji Luo has a business partnership with Lin Juju, the price she pays is also cheaper each time. Thinking about how busy the business was this morning, Madame Cui feels more at ease. Jiang Ji Luo smiles and says, "Yes, we'll focus on making pancakes next. Once the preserved vegetables are ready, we can start making preserved vegetable pancakes." Madame Cui doesn't know much about preserved vegetables, but Ji Luo has been talking about it constantly these days, so she's also looking forward to it. She wonders how delicious it will be. I also look forward to making those preserved vegetable pancakes, she says. Then she seems to think of something and says, "I'll go see the back. I heard everyone talking about the market tomorrow. I'm thinking, should we go to Yonglu Village to sell pancakes at the market?" Yonglu Village is very big. Usually, during market days, villagers from nearby 10 or 8 villages come to sell and buy things. It's very lively. You might think that with so many people, they would also buy food to eat. When I went there, people were still talking about how some women from different families were planning to go to the market tomorrow after getting their wages. They might buy some food. Old Mrs. Cui thought that since Yonglu Village's market was so large and lively, there would probably be many buyers. But she knew she had no experience in business, so she decided to listen to Ji Luo's opinion. Market in the village? Jiang Ji Luo also remembered the scenes of going to Yonglu Village with her parents and younger siblings. That market was indeed very big, with many stalls and many shoppers. People from villages far away would come to the market, even if they didn't buy anything, just to look around and have fun. But usually, during farming seasons, fewer people went to the market. In December, around the New Year, every time Yonglu Village held a market, there were especially many people. More than half of the villagers would go to buy New Year supplies. It was truly lively then. Thinking back to those scenes, Jiang Ji Luo's face also showed a smile. "Mom, let's set up a stall at Yonglu Village's market tomorrow." Old Mrs. Cui was very happy when she heard Ji Luo agreed. "Then should we make more baked flatbreads tomorrow?" Jiang Ji Luo thought for a moment and said, "For farmers, an extra penny is still money. They wish they could split a penny in half to spend. But there are also families with good conditions who are willing to buy food. I thought, since there are chives in the yard, we can pick some to make chive pockets and baked flatbreads tomorrow." Fortunately, her father's small food cart wasn't very small. It had an iron griddle and a small pot, so she could fry chive pockets and baked flatbreads at the same time. People looking for cheap food could buy chive pockets for 3 cents each. They should be willing to buy. Those willing to spend money to enjoy flavorful food could buy baked flatbreads. Old Mrs. Cui's expression changed slightly and said, "That's a good idea." Now, Mrs. Cui was also eager to do business and make money. Every day, she would count the copper coins she earned, and she was very happy inside. "I'm going to harvest the chives, clean them thoroughly, wash everything, and prepare what I need so I won't be overwhelmed tomorrow morning." Jiang Ji Luo is also preparing to knead the dough and make it rise, while washing the mushrooms, green onions, and after finishing, she notices it's getting late and decides to cook dinner. For dinner, she makes scrambled eggs with chives and a mushroom and meatball soup. Actually, Jiang Ji Luo really wants to eat dumplings and wontons. But right now, she's busy with many things and can't find time to make them specifically. While she's busy, Cui Hijin comes home. Jiang Ji Luo just finished cooking and washed her hands. When she looks up and sees Cui Hijin back, she gives him a gentle, soft smile and says, "You're back." Cui Hijin looks deeply at Jiang Ji Luo, then gently grabs her hand and pulls her softly into the room. "What's wrong with you?" Jiang Ji Luo feels confused and is pulled into the room by Cui Hijin. He closes the door, turns to look carefully at her and gently tidies her hair, then touches her neck with his fingers. His fingers are cool and smooth like jade. Jiang Luo's body trembles slightly, feeling puzzled. She looks up at Cui Hejin and feels that his eyes seem a little dangerous. At this moment, she feels a dark swirl in his eyes, as if about to swallow her. Her heart trembles, and she gently tugs at his sleeve, softly asking, "Husband, what's wrong?" Cui Hejin sees her body trembling slightly. He narrows his eyes slightly and suppresses the emotions in his eyes. He also tries to control his feelings. "Did I scare you?" Jiang Luo shakes her head and says no. She isn't afraid of him. It's just that you're different from usual. I don't know what's wrong with you.
She only worries about him.
Cui Hejin softly and hoarsely asks, "Are you hurt?" "I'm not hurt. Is the blood really not yours?" That afternoon, Cui Hejin kept thinking about the blood on her and the information he heard, which made him feel uneasy. Jiang Luo looks at his eyes and probably understands. "Are you worried I have wounds?" Realizing this, Jiang Luo can't help but smile, her eyebrows curling into a crescent shape. She quickly presses her hand against the wall behind her and looks up at him, saying, "Husband, are you worried about me? Are you caring for me? Maybe your husband should check it?" Jiang Luo's eyes are as clear as blue water, bright as sunlight, as she looks at Cui Hejin. She intentionally wants to see how Cui Hejin will react. Cui Hejin's expression flickers, and he slowly turns his head to look at her. His deep, misty eyes seem to hide a charming, tangled feeling. Faced with this gaze, Jiang Luo's heart trembles strongly, feeling as if a vine is wrapping around her chest. She can't resist. Jiang Luo lowers her hand, tilts her head slightly, and avoids looking at Cui Hejin. Cough. "I'm fine, I'm not hurt. It's just that the young master of the medicine shop was badly injured. When I treated his wounds, I got some blood on me." Cui Hejin softly says, "Around noon, there was a big fire at Xinglin Medical Hall. It was probably an assassination or arson." Hearing this, Jiang Luo's face changes dramatically.
What?
The fire broke out? What about the people at the medical hall? The people at Xinglin Medical Hall are very kind. That night, when Cui Hejin fell ill, she went to borrow silver needles from the hall. Later, the young master even gave her a set of silver needles as a gift. She also earned some money from treating patients there. Not just the initial 10 taels of silver, but also the 20 taels she earned now are quite a lot. Others don't believe a young girl can have medical skills, but that young master trusted her. Such trust is truly rare. Cui Hejin's eyelids flicker, and a faint aura of authority surrounds him, giving an invisible pressure. "You're very worried about him." At this moment, Jiang Luo doesn't notice anything unusual about Cui Hejin's expression. She just instinctively responds, "Of course. I just saved someone. If he died, I'd feel like I saved him for nothing." Cui Hejin coldly says, "Don't worry, he's fine." Jiang Luo breathes a sigh of relief. Then she reacts and asks, "Hey, how do you know that?" Cui Hejin doesn't answer. Jiang Luo knows that if Cui Hejin doesn't want to tell her something, he won't say it no matter how she asks. But she trusts Cui Hejin's words. It's good that he's safe. Since everything's fine, let's tidy up and have dinner.
Cui Hejin nods.
That night, Jiang Luo sleeps restlessly, dreaming of flames. Cui Hejin's sleep is light, and he seems to sense her unease immediately. He gently sits up, looks at her, tucks her in, and softly says, "It's okay now. Sleep well." The next morning, Jiang Luo woke up before dawn, and Cui Hejin had already gotten up. After washing up, he went to fetch water. Jiang Luo and Madame Cui made chive pockets and baked flatbreads together. After breakfast, Jiang Luo and Madame Cui pushed a small cart to Yanglu village. When they set out, it was just beginning to get light outside. By then, many villagers had already woken up. Some were cooking breakfast, and smoke was rising from chimneys on rooftops. Some children were helping their families, hurriedly driving a flock of ducks and geese toward the river. The ducks and geese marched in a line, quacking happily, looking quite adorable. When the village children saw Madame Cui and Jiang Luo, they would shout loudly, "Auntie, Sister Jiang." Madame Cui would respond warmly, "Oh, it's Daquan. Are you heading to the river? Yes, driving the ducks to the river means they won't need feeding. They can find food in the water. Some villagers also happened to be fetching water and, seeing them, would greet them warmly. The villagers were friendly and exchanged a few words with everyone they met. Oh, Chui girl, this looks good. Are you setting up a stall? Madame Chui replied, this was made by Ji Luo's father. Very useful. Yes, we're going to set up a stall in Yonglu village. Your family's in-laws are really kind. Of course. By the way, you could go to the market a bit later. Many people from our village are heading to Yonglu village today. They've arranged to ride the ox cart of the village head's family. Their youngest son is driving the cart to the market, and we'll go together. The eldest son of the village head's family, Zhou Zhaoxi, was also helping build a house and earned daily wages. Usually, he didn't have time to go elsewhere. But the younger son was strong and capable, able to drive the ox cart. Madame Chui smiled and said, no need, pushing the small cart is just right. Until they left the village, Jiang Ji Luo couldn't help but smile. She remembered her past life, where everything was hurried, moving through big cities with quick steps. But here, watching everyone's slow-paced life, hearing their conversations, even breathing seemed to slow down. This relaxed, rural lifestyle naturally made people feel at ease. The small cart had wheels with a drum and a handle beside it, so it was easy to push like a small trolley. When they arrived in Yonglu village, they could clearly feel that the roads on both sides had become much wider. The nearby roads also seemed to have been repaired, with no potholes and very smooth. Old Lady Chui said long ago, when there weren't many villages nearby, there was Yonglu village. That's why Yonglu village has the tradition of holding markets, which has been passed down from our ancestors. Later, as more villages appeared nearby and people knew that Yonglu village sold goods at low prices, everyone was happy to come here for markets. Although it's just a small village, it has many kinds of goods. Last year, during the Lunar New Year, the market here was very lively. Jiang Ji Luo asked, can our village hold markets? If Dongha village could hold markets, it would be more convenient. Every village's market tradition is inherited from our ancestors. It's not that any village can just decide to hold a market. It has to be feasible. There need to be enough sellers and buyers. Our Dongha village is remote and has poor conditions, so it's hard to hold a market. Yonglu village is larger, with many families owning land and producing plenty of grain. The conditions are better. Just this one village has over 100 households, so people naturally like to come here for markets. Jiang Ji Luo understood that the people of Yonglu village have the ability to spend. They arrived a bit late and didn't have much space left. Many stalls were already set up. Jiang Ji Luo looked around. The variety of goods was indeed more than at the East Market in town. She also saw cloth being sold. Her expression brightened and said, Mother, there are cloth stalls over there. I wonder if the prices are cheaper. Jiang Ji Luo had always wanted to buy fabric for her family to make clothes, or ready-made clothes if possible. Old Lady Chui also saw the cotton, linen, and cloth in the corner. Her expression changed slightly and said it should be cheaper. I heard that some young women in Yonglu village can weave cloth. Those who are quick and skilled can weave a piece of cloth in a day using a weaving machine. Jiang Ji Luo was surprised. Yonglu village has weaving machines? She had never heard of anyone in Dongha village owning a weaving machine. Sensing Jiang Ji Luo's confusion, Old Lady Chui explained, some families in Yonglu village are well off and willing to spend money to let their daughters learn embroidery. They also buy weaving machines for their daughters to weave at home. Many young men marry women who are skilled weavers. So, the people of Yonglu village don't need to buy cloth often. They can make their own clothes from their woven fabric. Yes, but usually merchants come to Yonglu village to buy cloth. The villagers rarely set up stalls to sell at the market. Some merchants regularly come to the village to sell cloth at fair prices, so some families don't need to make cloth themselves to sell. Since there are cloth sellers, I might go see them later. She wants to make outfits for both Old Lady Chui and Chui Hejin. When she got married, her parents made her several sets of clothes, but Old Lady Chui and Chui Hejin have very few clothes. And most of their clothes are rough linen. Jiang Ji Luo wants to buy cotton fabric to make cotton clothes. Mother, Let's find a place to set up a stall first. After we're done, we can walk around the market to see if there's anything we need to buy. Old Lady Cui originally thought she didn't need much, but thinking of Jiangji Luo, she thought her daughter-in-law might need to buy some things. She nodded and said, okay. They arrived a bit late. Many people had already come early to set up their stalls before dawn. The market is very big, and it takes about 15 minutes to walk around it completely. They found a corner to set up their stall. Early in the morning, not many people were at the market. Only some villagers from Yonglu village came early to buy vegetables. Most people came after sunrise. Many villagers from distant villages would come to Yonglu village for the market after breakfast, and by around noon, they would be there. So, at that time there were many people. Now, there are some people at the market, but not many. Most are villagers from Yonglu village and nearby villages. Some people came early hoping to buy things quickly and go home. Others came slowly, just to browse and buy what they needed. In ancient times, there weren't many entertainment options. During farming off-season, villagers mostly visited neighbors or went to the market to walk around. If some relatives were from Yonglu village, they would visit during the market day to see each other. After setting up their stall, Old Lady Cui said, "Don't worry about the few people now. Once the sun comes out, there will be more." Jiangji Luo nodded. She remembered that when her parents took her and her younger siblings to Yonglu village for the market, it was very crowded from midday onwards. During the 12th lunar month, the market stayed lively until late afternoon. Some stalls only closed in the evening. Many villagers from distant villages come to the market. They usually buy some food here at noon to eat and only go home after they have bought everything in the afternoon. Jiangji Luo looked around and understood the situation. She said, "Mother, let's fry some chive pockets and baked bread." There aren't many people, but many vendors are also setting up stalls. Old Madame Cui listened and understood right away. Yes, there are so many stalls, some even have children with them. They probably didn't have breakfast in the morning. When we fry the chive pockets and bake the bread, the smell will spread out, and people will naturally come to buy food. You're so thoughtful, Ji Luo.
I didn't think of that, she said.
There are quite a few vendors at the Yonglu village market. Most people who do small businesses usually have some copper coins, and they're willing to buy some food. So, Old Madame Cui and Jiangji Luo quickly started working. Even though their spot is a bit remote, the smell of their food is very tempting. Soon, a strong aroma filled the air. Old Madame Cui hadn't made or eaten chive pockets for many days. Smelling the aroma, she couldn't help but say, "I think chive pockets are very tasty. I used to make them every day and sell them at the stall. I'd eat them for lunch. I got tired of them after a while, but I haven't had any for days. Just smelling this makes me want to eat. Ji Luo, should we give everyone a free taste?" Jiangji Luo thought for a moment and replied, "No, we won't give free samples. If people smell the aroma and want to buy, they will. If they don't want to buy, it won't matter because when it gets busy at noon, business will still be good." They had both chive pockets and baked bread, but not many other things. Jiangji Luo believed they could sell everything. All right then. Old Madame Cui was used to listening to Ji Luo. She knew that listening to her was always right. A young couple with a child was setting up a stall not far away. When they smelled the aroma, they paused and looked over. The young woman asked, "What are they doing over there? The smell is so good." The young man said, "Let's go see. Maybe they're selling something tasty. We can buy something for our little one. We didn't have breakfast this morning." They were quite far from Yonglu village. To get a good spot early, they left home before dawn and didn't bother to eat. The child came along too, so they didn't eat breakfast either. But the girl was sensible and didn't cry or make trouble. Of course, they also brought some dry food, planning to eat it if they got hungry, and they intended to eat here at noon. Yonglu village's market stalls usually close around evening. They naturally hesitate to buy food, but they are willing to spend for their daughter. The young woman nodded and said, "You stay here and watch. I'll take my son to look around." She held her daughter's hand and went over. The 6-year-old girl happily followed her mother. She loved coming to the market with her parents. Even though they had to wake up early and stay all day, her parents always bought her some food. These were special treats she couldn't usually get. That's why she liked the market the most. The young woman approached Jiang Jilua's stall and looked at the unfamiliar food, stunned. Is this a pie? What is this? Jiang Jilua smiled and explained, this is chive pockets, with chives and eggs inside. This is a crispy bread with meat filling, very crunchy and fragrant, very tasty. You'll definitely praise it after you try it. We used to sell these at the dock and market, and everyone said they were delicious. The young woman looked at the food, smelled the aroma, then looked down at her daughter's big, expectant eyes. She asked, how much for one? Chive pockets are 3 cents each. The crispy bread is 5 cents each. Both are very tasty. When the young woman heard the prices, she thought they were acceptable. She still hesitated a little and asked, are they really good? Jiang Jilua smiled and said, they are really delicious. I promise you'll want to buy more after trying them. This is our secret recipe, not available elsewhere. The taste is very different. For 3 cents, you won't lose or be fooled. They're freshly made and still warm. And just by smelling the aroma, you know they're good. They smell so fragrant, they must taste great. I'm not joking. Many regular customers come back just for our chive pockets. We're local people, and we don't just sell once. We want everyone to enjoy the food, become repeat customers, and support our business. Jiang Jilua kept talking enthusiastically. The young woman smiled and said, all right, I'll take 2 chive pockets. She didn't want to buy too much, planning to give one to her husband and one to her daughter, not eating herself. Jiang Jilua quickly wrapped the 2 freshly cooked chive pockets and handed them to her. The young woman paid 6 cents and took out one to give to her daughter. Here, eat slowly. The young girl walked and ate at the same time, blowing on her food before biting into each piece. She puffed out her cheeks and said, Mom, this is so tasty. Seeing her daughter's happy face, the little woman also relaxed. When they reached the stall, the little woman handed her husband another chive pocket to eat. He was reluctant to eat it and told her to have it. In the end, they ate together, taking turns. Just then, a customer came over, attracted by the smell. Seeing them eat happily, especially the little girl enjoying her food, made others curious. Miss, what delicious thing are you making? It smells so good, the customer asked. The little woman smiled and replied, it's nothing special, just some chive pockets I bought from a stall over there. They cost 3 cents each. I was worried they wouldn't taste good. Actually, they are really tasty, different from other snacks. They look like small pies, but they taste different too. At this moment, the little girl cheerfully said, Mom, there's an egg. The little woman nodded and said, yes, it looks like a big egg. 3 cents isn't expensive. Meanwhile, an older woman who was asking questions carried a basket and went to Jiangji Luo's stall. Young lady, I want to buy 6 of those boxes, she said. Her daughter-in-law and daughter both wove cloth, and their family had a lot of land, so they were well off. Every market day, she liked to buy some tasty food for her family to try. Jiangji Luo smiled and said, they're chive pockets. They'll be ready soon. Throughout the morning, people kept coming to buy things. Some bought flatbreads, others bought chive pockets. But most preferred the chive pockets because they were cheaper at 3 cents each. Everyone was just looking to fill their stomachs, so as long as the food was warm, it was enough. After selling chive pockets for a while, Jiangji Luo realized the difference between the village market and the town stalls. Mom, I think most people come to the village market because it's more affordable. The flatbreads have meat, but they cost 2 cents more. Even if they taste better, people still choose the chive pockets, she said. Old Lady Cui nodded and said, that's right. When I come to the market, I also look for cheap and good things. See, now that everyone in our village has some copper coins, they rarely go to the town to buy things. They prefer shopping here in the village. But in wealthier villages, people like to go to the town to look around. She asked, do you think these flatbreads won't sell? Old Lady Cui worried that people would only buy the chive pockets and not the flatbreads. Jiangji Luo said, Mom, don't worry. The market won't close until evening. We can sell all day, and if we can't sell everything, we'll go to the dock area. Yes, yes. Hearing this, Grandma Cui felt relieved. Thinking for a moment, Grandma Cui asked Ji Luo, do your parents come to the market? Since we made some food, if they come, we can give them some to eat. Jiang Luo's expression changed as she thought her parents might come to set up a stall. She said, "My parents should be selling straw sandals." Hearing this, Grandma Cui quickly said, "They might not have had breakfast. Maybe we should fry some chive pockets and baked bread to send over." Jiang Luo didn't refuse. She wanted to say thank you, but knew that saying thanks might seem too formal. Okay, sounds good. There weren't many customers at this time. Grandma Cui fried the chive pockets and baked bread, while Jiang Luo went to find her parents to see where their stall was. She walked around the market, looking at the stalls on both sides. After a while, when she turned to the other side, she saw her parents' stall. Her parents had brought Xian to set up a stall. Mom, Dad, Xian. Jiang Luo knew that when they went to the market, her parents usually only brought Xian, while her second brother and others stayed at home working. Big sister, Xian, who had been sitting quietly on a small stool, saw Jiang Luo coming and quickly stood up, running toward her. Worried he might be bumped by the crowd, Jiang Luo hurried over, squatted down, and picked him up. Jiang Xiangchuan and Yishir saw Luo coming and were very happy. Luo, you're here at the market too? Jiang Luo nodded and said, "Yes, I came with my mother-in-law to set up a stall and sell some food." She took out 6 baked breads and said, "Mom, Dad, you two can have some baked bread. This is a new recipe I just came up with." Yishir quickly waved her hand and said, "Mom, Dad, and Xian have already had breakfast. You made food to sell, so don't worry about us." Jiang Luo said, "Mom, I brought some. You, Dad, and Xian can help me taste it. I don't know if it's good or not. If you don't like it, I'll know." Jiang Luo was very persistent. She also took one and handed it to Xian, saying, "Xian, eat." Xian looked at his parents, then reached out and pushed it back to Jiang Luo, saying, "Big sister, business is hard work. Xian isn't hungry, so I don't need to eat." Although he is still young, he also knows that his older sister works hard. Older sister needs to earn money to build a house. Hearing Xuan's words, Jiang Luo feels both sour and warm-hearted. Xian helps older sister taste the food, so she doesn't feel tired. Now the house is starting to be built. When the house is finished, Xian and my parents will go to my sister's house to eat. There is a tradition here of eating hot pot when a house is built. Xian gets excited when he hears this. Xian, eat while it's hot. If you don't, older sister will be sad. Jiang Luo deliberately shows a sad expression, and Xian quickly reaches out to touch her forehead, saying, "Older sister, I won't make you sad. I will eat."
Good boy.
Jiang Xiangchuan and Yishir see their daughter speaking like this, feeling both helpless and warm, and they start eating too. During the meal, both are stunned. Is this called a pancake? It's so delicious. Xiangchuan also looks surprised and says, "I've never had such food before." Xian nods obediently, yes, it's tasty. Older sister made it. Seeing their parents and Xian happily eating, Jiang Luo feels very happy. Later, I will teach my parents how to make it, so they can cook it at home. Yishir quickly says, "It's okay, you don't need to teach your parents. With your skills, you can start a little business. Your parents are happy for you." Seeing their daughter doing well, Jiang Xiangchuan and Yishir feel happier than if they had eaten something delicious. Jiang Luo says, "I'll teach my parents, and I can also do business. I might not always sell pancakes. If everyone gets tired of eating pancakes, they might buy other things to sell instead. But don't worry, parents, I have many ideas in my mind." Seeing Jiang Luo's confident look, Yishir also relaxes a little. Don't work too hard. Yishir is worried that Jiang Luo might get tired. Jiang Luo shakes her head and says, "Parents, don't worry. My mother-in-law and husband treat me very well. I won't get tired." Yishir happily says, "I'm glad to see your mother-in-law is nice. Although He-jin looks cold and distant, people like that are often warm inside. Just have a good life, and we'll be at ease. By the way, how are the straw sandals selling?" Yishir smiles as she tidies up the straw sandals at the stall and explains, We sold 5 pairs early this morning. Each pair costs 5 coins, so that's 25 coins. This time, I brought many straw sandals. The market has just started, and if I can sell them all, I will earn a lot. Jiang Shengchuan added, the key is that making these sandals only costs some time and effort, no need to spend much money. Selling 1 pair earns the same as making 1. That's pretty good. Your younger brothers and sisters at home are all eager to make more. Xian said, big sister, I can weave too. Mrs. Yi smiled and said, of course. Xian has already woven several pairs. Mrs. Yi and Jiang Shengchuan never spoil the children. They don't think Xian at 5 years old shouldn't be working. Of course, the only one they spoil is Jiang Zhilu. Xian is so amazing, Jiang Zhilu said, hugging Xian and checking his small hands. She saw a few tiny cuts on his hands. Are these scrapes? Xian looked at his hands and said, big sister, it doesn't hurt. It will heal quickly. Actually, it did hurt, but he didn't want his sister to worry. Jiang Zhilu felt a mix of sadness and tenderness as she looked into his trusting eyes. She felt sorry for him, but couldn't tell him not to work, because his younger brothers and sisters had been helping with chores since they were very young. Many families in the village were the same. So, most children in the village are tough and not spoiled. Jiang Zhilu quietly used her wood elemental powers to heal Xuanxuan's hands without making a sound. Soon, his small cuts healed. At that moment, someone saw their sandals at the stall, curiously crouched down, and picked one up to look at. Are these sandals? Mrs. Yi quickly smiled and said, yes, they are. They are soft and comfortable, with thick soles. You can wear them to work in the fields or on the mountain without any problem. This kind of sandal is different from the ones I've seen before. The soles are thick but not rough, and they look really nice. Mrs. Yi hurriedly said, exactly. Our weaving method is different from others. The person looked closely and seemed satisfied. They asked, how much for a pair? 5 coins per pair. The person usually tried to bargain, but seeing her expression, they didn't think 5 coins was expensive. Mrs. Yi insisted, 5 coins per pair. Well, young lady, if you buy more, I'll give you a piece of malt candy as a gift. The person thought for a moment and nodded, saying, all right, I'll take 2 pairs. But I'm not sure if these sizes will fit. Yi Shi hurriedly said, we have shoes in different sizes, large, medium, and small.
You can try them on and see which fits best.
They followed the method Ji Luo taught them for weaving straw shoes, which included adjustable openings to change the size. A slightly larger size could be tightened, so it wouldn't slip off the foot when worn. The man tried on a pair, liked them, and bought 2 pairs directly. Soon others came to buy straw shoes as well. Jiang Zhiluo didn't delay her parents' business. After exchanging a few words, she prepared to return to her stall. As she walked over, she overheard some conversations. Some people were chatting as they strolled through the market. Did you hear? The town Xinglin Pavilion was burned down in a big fire. Really? We haven't been to the town in a long time. That's true. It almost burned the surrounding houses too. Luckily, it happened in the afternoon, and someone spotted the fire early. The nearby people helped put it out. Why would it burn in broad daylight? Some say someone wanted to kill the young master of Xinglin Pavilion.
What?
An assassination? In town? That's scary. That's just what I heard. No one knows the full story. Hearing this, Jiang Zhiluo's expression grew serious. It seemed Cui Hejin was right. Someone was trying to set fires and commit murder. But Jiang Zhiluo thought maybe someone was deliberately causing chaos, perhaps to distract others while the person targeting Zhuangxing and escaped in the confusion. She wondered why anyone would attack the young master of a medical family in broad daylight. It seemed unreasonable, but it also indicated there was something suspicious going on. If someone knew she had healed Zhuangxing, would they really try to harm her? Maybe that's why Cui Hejin looked strange when he returned yesterday. However, Jiang Zhiluo was not worried about the danger. She had her own ways to protect herself. And if there was real danger, her dreams would warn her in advance. When she arrived at her stall, 3 people were already waiting to buy things. 8 chive-filled buns and 8 pot stickers. Ludiga, your daughter and son-in-law are back, huh? buying so much food at once. Yes, they came to see us during the market day. Your daughter and son-in-law are so filial, visiting you once a month. Mainly, it's convenient for our Yonglu village because they can come to the market and also have a meal at home. That man called Brother Liu had a big smile on his face and looked well-dressed, indicating his family was probably quite well off. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bought so much at once. After Jiang Luo returned, she said, "Mother, I'll do it. Why are you back so soon? Stay and talk with your father and me." Jiang Luo smiled and said it's okay. More people are coming now, and they also want to sell straw sandals. At this moment, a young man came over, scratching his head awkwardly. "Excuse me, madam, can I ask what kind of vegetable this chive is? It tastes so good. If you have seeds for sale, I wonder if I could buy some. My wife is postpartum and doesn't have much appetite. I bought some chive dumplings to take home, and she's willing to eat them." Old Lady Cui looked at the young man, thinking of her own son, and smiled. "You really care about your wife?" The young man smiled and said, "Of course I care about my wife." At this moment, someone nearby sneered, "He's a son-in-law. Of course he cares about his wife." Hearing this, the young man's face turned red, then pale. He lowered his head, feeling too embarrassed to look at others. Someone whispered nearby, "Those two daughters of the Yang family, and the Fan family is struggling to get by. He married into Yang Hong's family, and now he's a son-in-law to Yang Hong's eldest daughter. How could he not care about his wife? Don't chase him away."
Exactly.
The Yang family is well off, with lots of land. Fan Qing used to go hungry, but now he can eat well every day. But what's the use of that? Yang Chai is walking with a limp. He was even rejected and had a marriage proposal turned down before. But I heard his mother-in-law is pregnant. If she gives birth to a son, the daughter and the son-in-law who married and might all be driven out. The young man called Fan Qing lowered his head, looking uncomfortable. His family has a stepmother, and they are not well off. He's the eldest son, so he married into the family. His wife's family gave his parents 5 taels of silver. His wife is very good, and even gave birth to his child. Now his family is essentially his home. People whispered among themselves, some words hitting close to the heart. Jiang Luo knew that the mindset of this era was like that. People who married into other families were looked down upon. She looked at the person with his head bowed and unable to lift it, and could only say, "Young man, you can go to the Cui family in Dongha village to find us." Old Lady Cui also sighed and said, "Young man, don't mind what others say." Fan Qing gratefully looked at Jiang Luo and Old Lady Cui, nodded, and left quickly without staying longer. Old Lady Cui whispered, "Luo, are you really going to sell the chive seeds to him?" Old Lady Cui knew Luo was kind, but if others learned how to grow chives, they might not be able to sell chive-filled buns anymore. Jiang Luo replied, "Mother, I thought about it. We can't keep doing the chive bun business forever. It might be better to sell chive seeds. We have chives in the field that have been harvested 3 times. We can leave some to grow more chives and sell the seeds. Selling small packets can bring in a good amount of money." Old Lady Cui understood that Jiang Luo had a plan. "You're quite thoughtful." Jiang Luo said, "I didn't think of this method before, but when that person asked about chive seeds just now, it suddenly occurred to me. Having everyone grow chives wouldn't hurt Jiang Luo at all." Moreover, after making chili meat sauce, she didn't plan to make chive buns anymore. By noon, more and more people arrived. Many bought chives and baked flatbreads. Especially at lunchtime, before finishing shopping, many would buy some food at the market to fill their stomachs. A few women from Dongha village also came to the market, and they saw what kind of business the Cui family was doing. "So these are the 2 kinds of food? They smell so good." Everyone finally understood why the Cui family had enough money to pay wages. These foods looked very delicious. Wasn't it obvious why so many people bought them? The business was indeed good. Fortunately, Jiang Luo had prepared enough chive buns and flatbreads. After noon, all the chive buns and flatbreads Jiang Luo and Old Lady Cui had made in the morning were sold out. Old Lady Cui happily said, "Luo, everything is sold out. We earned over 3,000 coins. 3,000 coins was equivalent to about 2 taels of silver. But it was a bit tiring to make so much. Jiangji Luo said, "Mother, doing this occasionally is enough. Making so much every day would be exhausting." She was never really free. Her hands felt sore from all the work, not to mention old Lady Cui. "Yes, today I prepared quite a lot. Although I am a bit tired, I am happy because I earned some money. I won't talk about them, but just by looking at the expressions of some vendors around, I can see they are smiling too. Many people come to the market in Yanglu village. Even if each item makes only a little profit, selling many items means earning a lot." After closing the stall, Grandma Cui looked at the booth, and Jiangji Luo went to buy some meat and fabric. "Mom, I bought some cotton cloth to make clothes for you and Hejin at home." Grandma Cui gently touched the cotton cloth and sighed. In the past, as Cui family's eldest daughter, and later as the wife of the Duke, she wore fine silk and satin. Now, touching the cotton cloth, she felt it was very good. Cotton cloth is so expensive. Just buy some linen. Jiangji Luo shook her head and said, "No, that won't do. Cotton is comfortable to wear. Besides, now we have silver in hand. We should buy what we need." Jiangji Luo really didn't want Cui Hejin to keep wearing rough cloth clothes. Even if Cui Hejin could look noble and elegant in rough clothes, she didn't want him to keep wearing them. After returning home, they measured Cui Hejin and Grandma Cui's sizes so they could make clothes in their spare time. In the following days, Grandma Cui and Jiangji Luo went to the town to sell pancake snacks, earning about 1 or 2 silver coins each day. Plus, they sold marinated pig offal, earning nearly 3 silver coins a day. But they also had to pay workers to build the house, so they didn't buy many things. They only bought essentials. Their food also improved a bit. While busy with business, Jiangji Luo also made fermented black beans and continued steaming and drying the pickled vegetables. Seeing the prepared fermented black beans, Jiangji Luo was very happy and said, "Mom, now we can make spicy pepper meat sauce." She had been talking about making spicy pepper meat sauce before, but Grandma Cui didn't quite understand. She only knew that Ji Luo had prepared some seasonings in advance. "Can we make it now?" Jiangji Luo replied, "Yes, everything is ready. We can make the spicy pepper meat sauce." Grandma Cui was very curious when she heard they could make a meat sauce to go with rice, and eagerly said, "Mom, help me make it too." Whatever Jiangji Luo wanted to make, Grandma Cui also liked to join her. Watching the delicious food being made step by step, they all felt a sense of achievement that they couldn't quite put into words. Jiangji Luo looked at the expectant expression of Lady Cui and smiled, saying, "Mother, wash the fermented beans twice, then steam them for a while." "Okay." Lady Cui nodded and went to steam the beans. Jiangji Luo began to cut the meat, and she had already prepared the scallions and garlic. The shiitake mushrooms picked from the mountain were also sliced. The sesame seeds had been roasted in advance, and the peanuts were roasted and crushed for later use. After everything was prepared, Jiangji Luo took another pot, added oil, and got ready to stir-fry. Lady Cui said, "The beans are steaming now. I'll help light the fire here." Jiangji Luo nodded, then added chopped long scallions and some spices into the pot to stir-fry, releasing a fragrant aroma. When it was almost ready, she removed the spices and set them aside, leaving the oil at the bottom of the pot. This way, the oil would carry the aroma of the spices. Lady Cui took a gentle breath and said, "Just this fragrant oil makes the dishes and rice taste so good." Jiangji Luo thought of the flavor of chili meat sauce and said, "Mother, if we make chili meat sauce, it can be added to stir-fried dishes and rice. It would be very tasty with steamed buns as the main food." Lady Cui looked at the chili Jiangji Luo placed aside and asked, "Won't it be too spicy?" Jiangji Luo smiled and explained, "Just a little spicy so my husband can eat it too." She knew that Cui Hejin didn't like spicy food very much. But she cooked with a slight spicy flavor, and he would eat it. Even if he initially found it hard to get used to, he was gradually adapting. Later, she tried to cook dishes with less spice because he seemed to prefer lighter flavors. Actually, Jiangji Luo didn't know Cui Hejin's taste very well. not even from her previous life. In this life, during meals, she paid close attention to his subtle expressions to understand whether he liked the food or not. But Chui Hejin's usual mood was reserved, always appearing calm and indifferent. It seemed he didn't care about anything, carrying an otherworldly aura that was detached from worldly matters. So every time they ate, Jiang Luo couldn't help but look at him and ask if the food was good. Every time, he would say it was delicious. Later, she found out he didn't eat much spicy food from Lady Chui's words. Lady Chui listened to Jiang Luo and was touched. She could see that Ji Luo always thought of Hejin. Ji Luo, you are really kind to Hejin, but as women we should think more about ourselves and not be so attentive to men. Actually, Hejin should be taking better care of you. Even though she is supposed to be the mother-in-law, the longer she spends time with Ji Luo, the more she likes her. Seeing how she gives her all to this family, she can't help but feel sorry for her. She treats her like a daughter, and I can't help but say some heartfelt words. Jiang Luo pauses her action of handling the chili. Is that okay? Her kindness to Chui Hejin is really nothing special. The kindness he showed her in the past life was truly genuine. Mother, it's nothing. When I wasn't feeling well those days, my husband took good care of me. She can feel that Chui Hejin seems inexperienced in caring for others this time, but he still gently and carefully looks after her. He is learning little by little. If she gets up at night, even quietly, he quickly gets up to ask if she is uncomfortable. At first, she was careless and didn't notice that she woke up in the morning with the blanket neatly covering her. Actually, she sleeps restlessly, and usually when she wakes up in the morning, the blanket is kicked aside. One day, when she was half awake and about to wake up, she saw Chui Hejin covering her with the blanket. That's when she realized why the blanket was always neatly in place at night. He quietly does many things for her, even if he doesn't say it. Thinking of this, Jiang Luo couldn't help but smile slightly. Old Lady Chui said without hesitation, "It's only right that he takes care of you." As a woman, Old Lady Chui considers things from a woman's perspective, which makes her cherish Jiang Luo even more. Jiang Luo chuckles softly, as if she just remembered something, and says, "Mother, we've been so busy with business these days that we haven't had time to make clothes from the cloth we bought. After I finish making the chili meat sauce, I'll take your measurements, so I can make you a dress." Old Lady Chui feels a bit embarrassed. If only I knew how to make clothes. Old Lady Chui is a direct descendant of the Hongnong Yang family, skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and embroidery since she was young. Unfortunately, she's not very good at sewing. Simple mending is fine, but making clothes is really beyond her. It's okay, Mother. If we can open up the market with the chili meat sauce, we won't have to set up a stall every day to sell food. We can just prepare well and send the goods with a peddler. Maybe we can even sell to merchant ships or traders, so we won't have to work so hard setting up stalls. That way, she would have time to take care of household chores. But if she did that, she would need to prepare buckets and jars to store the chili meat sauce. All of this had to be done first. Old Lady Chui felt happy just listening to Ji Luo talk about these things. It made her feel hopeful and excited about life. Now, she no longer thought about the affairs in the capital city. Instead, she focused on making money through business and enjoying delicious meals every day. Since Ji Luo came into the family, her mood had been very good every day. So, Jiang Luo talked with Old Lady Chui while making chili meat sauce. She boiled the dried chili peppers that had already been sun-dried, then added Sichuan peppercorns, bay leaves, and other spices to stir-fry until fragrant. When there was no more water, she took them out and ground them into powder. Next, she poured oil into a pot, added sugar, and stir-fried mincemeat. She poured the fragrant oil from earlier into the pot, then added fermented soybean paste and chili powder, stir-fried for a while, and simmered on low heat. Then she added peanuts, sesame seeds, and salt. Step by step, everything was done perfectly. The kitchen was already filled with a rich aroma. Old Lady Chui felt her mouth watering. This smells so good. Although they had eaten a full lunch, it wasn't even dinner time yet. The smell made her feel hungry. At this moment, She couldn't help but want to eat something. Jiluo also thought the smell was very tempting. It looks quite delicious. I'll try it with a steamed bun later. Jiluo, you started making the dough early in the morning and made steamed buns for lunch. Was it just to eat with the buns? By noon, they had finished their work and had already had lunch. But Jiluo didn't care about eating. She casually took a few bites and then started making steamed buns because the dough had just risen perfectly. She was making plain white buns. Ever since she started selling pot stickers at the stall, business had been better every day, especially with marinated pig offal, earning about 2 to 3 silver coins a day. So now, they were willing to make finer, white steamed buns. Jiluo nodded and said, yes, eating chili meat sauce with buns tastes better. Especially if you spread a little on the buns. It's very delicious. Later, when I make noodles, I can mix them with the chili meat sauce to eat. Old Lady Cui usually ate noodle soup and had never tried mixed noodles before. She imagined what mixed noodles might taste like and wondered about the flavor. Jiluo scooped out the prepared chili meat sauce into a large basin, filling 2 big basins. That's a lot. Jiluo explained, chili meat sauce keeps well and can last at least a month. Unlike chive pockets, baked flatbreads, and marinated dishes, there's no need to sell them within a day or 2. Once the jars are filled, we can take them out to sell. We can also sell some loose so people can taste how the chili meat sauce tastes. Jiluo thought about setting up a stall at the dock. People who run boats are on the water all year round. Sometimes they stay on the boat for more than half a month. There isn't much good food on the boat, mostly dry rations. Everyone is in a hurry to run the boat and doesn't bother to eat, but with chili meat sauce, meals become tastier. Some small boats, when carrying goods, don't have time to cook every day. Carrying dry food can be hard to swallow, but having some tasty things makes a big difference. And when it's cold, eating something spicy can warm the body quickly. Spicy food can also help keep out the cold. Old Lady Cui said if we don't need to set up a stall and stay mostly at home, it would be much more convenient. We can farm and do chores without any problem. If possible, Old Lady Cui still prefers to stay in the village. Dealing with people outside seems easy, but it's not really. Some customers speak harshly, and they bargain for a long time over just a penny. They can be so stubborn that they wear out their words. But Jiluo has a good temper. She can smile and patiently explain to anyone, never getting angry. Most people are kind. When they buy something tasty, they often come back to buy more. Don't worry, mother. When our business gets bigger, customers will come to buy, and we won't need to set up a stall anymore. While they were talking, a voice came from outside the door. Excuse me, is this the Cui family? Jiluo had just used a spoon to taste a bit of the chili meat sauce and thought it was very good when she heard a voice at the door. She looked outside. Suddenly, she saw 4 or 5 women standing at the door. Since their house has no wall around the yard or a gate, only a small fence, it's easy to see who is at the door and how many people there are. Mother, do you recognize them? Old Lady Cui just washed her hands and looked outside. I don't recognize them. Let's go see first. She said this and went out, opening the small fence gate. Looking at the 5 women outside, she asked, this is the Cui family. Who are you looking for? The 5 women heard this and became excited. Oh, at last I found out where you are. Yes, we've eaten your chive pocket pastries before. That's right, I bought some myself. My daughter-in-law bought them for us. They are really delicious. No other vegetables taste like this. They are so tasty. The 5 women happily talked, and Old Lady Cui listened carefully, understanding quickly. She said, are you here to buy chive pocket pastries? But we're no longer making them now. The older woman at the front hurriedly waved her hand. No, we're not here to buy pastries. We just want to buy chive seeds. Actually, I heard that Fan Chung from our village bought chive seeds from you to plant. We just want to buy some too. Yes, these are really delicious. If we can grow chives ourselves, then we can make our own dishes. Thinking about eating chive-based food often, it would be more convenient than buying it ready-made. Old Lady Cui paused for a moment. Are you from Yonglu village? Yes, all from Yonglu village. We came with sincerity, wondering if we can buy chive seeds. They were a bit nervous when they arrived, knowing that this family makes money from selling chive pocket pastries. If they had a special ingredient for making food to sell, they wouldn't want others to grow this vegetable. But it's truly delicious, and Fanqing said the Cui family is very nice and easy to talk to. As long as they have enough money, they can buy chive seeds. How could they not be tempted? Jiang Luo, in the kitchen, also heard the noise. Her expression changed as she took out a big bowl of spicy pepper meat sauce and placed it on a bench in the yard. Letting it cool a bit makes it taste even better. A fragrant aroma spread out. It was just around the time of Shun hour, roughly 4 in the afternoon, and dinner time was approaching. Several women from Yonglu village came over specifically. Their stomachs were already hungry, and smelling the aroma, they felt their mouths watering. One young woman couldn't help but wipe her mouth and said, "What delicious food did you make? Why does it smell so good?" Old Lady Cui looked back and saw her daughter-in-law's actions, instantly understanding. She hurriedly explained, "We just made spicy peppermeat sauce, planning to sell it at the town dock. This is our family's secret recipe, perfect for eating with rice. It's freshly made and needs to be dried in the yard. I didn't expect you all to come today." Old Lady Cui warmly invited them inside. The women felt a bit nervous but also curious. Chili meat sauce? We've never heard of it before. Yeah, is it similar to that bean paste? It smells so good. It's definitely different from bean paste. Did you add oil? Chili meat sauce must have chili and meat in it. Hearing their questions, Old Lady Cui patiently explained one by one. Yes, it's chili meat sauce. It's different from bean paste. You can eat it directly with bread or dry food, and it's very tasty. You can also mix it with rice or noodles. Of course, it has meat inside. I bought special meat and chopped it into small pieces to add. Jilu said that the key to this chili meat sauce is the seasoning and fermented black beans, which most people can't make easily. Old Lady Cui was confident about this. Many people envy their crispy pancakes, but they just can't make them. They can make pies, but not the crispy pancakes. Freshly cooked chili meat sauce, with its rich aroma from frying, was truly tempting. It made the women want to see the chili meat sauce first. Jiang Jilu turned and smiled at them. "Auntie, sister, you're all welcome to come and see. I'll go get a spoon and serve some so you can taste it." Hearing they could try it, everyone was stunned. Really? They could taste it? Will it cost money? Although it smelled so good, they didn't want to spend money. They came to buy chive seeds. Jiang Jilu naturally understood their unspoken thoughts and explained with a smile, "It's free to taste. No need to pay. Guests are welcome. Since you're here to buy chive seeds, we happen to make some chili meat sauce. You can try some too." One woman said, "Oh, I knew it. The young lady is so kind. When I bought chive buns before, she was gentle and sweet. No worries at all. Yes, the young lady is really nice. When it comes to food with meat, no one is so generous as to offer free samples." Hearing it was free, they were naturally happy. Immediately, they formed a good impression of Jiang Zilu and Old Lady Cui. The nervousness and wariness in their hearts also eased quite a bit. Jiang Luo took 5 spoons, scooped some, and offered it for them to taste. "It's a little spicy, but not too much.
Take your time."
One slightly chubbier woman didn't care much and was already drooling with anticipation. Eating was her favorite thing to do every day. She had bought a small bun from a street vendor before and knew how good her cooking was. So she was the first to taste with a spoon. As soon as she tasted it, her eyes widened. "Oh, it's fragrant and delicious. So tasty. Maybe a little more spicy next time." Jiang Luo smiled and asked, "Does this sister usually like spicy food?" "Yes, I love spicy food. I enjoy tasty things and don't mind if they're a bit spicy." From her build, Jiang Luo could tell she was used to hearty eating. And from their clothes, she could see they came from a comfortable family. They were all wearing cotton dresses. At this moment, the older woman also scooped some and tasted it, gasping softly. She kept sticking out her tongue and said, "Oh, it's a bit numbing and spicy, but the flavor is wonderful." Jiang Jiluo asked, Auntie, would you like a glass of water? The woman directly replied, No need, no need. Do you have any steamed buns? We can eat them together. Don't worry, we bought the money for buns. Jiang Jiluo smiled and said, Of course. Buns are 2 coins each. The 5 of them discussed buying a bun and sharing it to enjoy with the spicy meat sauce. Wow, this is so delicious. Just a little spicy meat sauce, and I can eat several pieces of bread.
It's so appetizing.
With this, we can bring this for lunch during busy farming days. Seeing the scene drifting into a more casual tone, a slightly calmer woman deliberately cleared her throat and said, Cough, let's not forget why we're here. Although she spoke calmly, her eyes stayed fixed on the spicy meat sauce, not looking away. So much of it, she wanted to take it all home to eat. The others slowly came back to their senses. The slightly chubby woman shyly chuckled and wiped her mouth, saying, Well, it's just too delicious. Jiang Jiluo smiled and said, No problem. If everyone thinks it's good, I'm happy too. Seeing Jiang Jiluo's bright and beautiful appearance, everyone felt that just looking at her was a pleasure. She also smiled so brightly that it felt warm and comforting. Although their home was simple, it was very clean and tidy, giving a feeling of purity. Looking at their small yard surrounded by a fence, I felt a bit of sympathy. Young lady, how much do you sell your chili meat sauce for?
30 coins per gin.
About half a gin, which is 15 coins. Jiang Jiluo had already thought of a fair price. Hearing this, the older woman said, Isn't that a bit expensive? It's more than a gin of meat. Jiang Jiluo explained, Madam, I add many spices, seasonings, chili, and meat. It takes effort to make, so the cost isn't low. Plus, even though it's 30 coins per gin, you can eat it for a long time. Everyone has tasted it just now, and you know that a little can be enough for several bites. It's easy to store. When you want to eat, just take it out and enjoy. No need to heat it. And the flavor, you all know it well. Everyone thought her words made sense. Although they wanted to bargain, they couldn't argue. Seeing everyone's relaxed expressions, Jiang Jiluo said, And I didn't make much this time. I plan to sell it at the dock tomorrow. I don't know when I'll make it again. Hearing this, their expressions became even more relaxed. Young lady, we want to buy a gin, but we didn't bring any containers. Yes, we came to buy chive seeds and didn't think of buying anything else. They all forgot to bring containers. Jiang Jiluo generously said, I happen to have a few gourds at home. I can use a gourd to store it for you. In this era, gourds were valuable and commonly used to hold water and wine. Even water ladles were made from gourds. Many families would plant gourds on the mountain. Gourds were cheap, and people could use them without buying. Old Lady Cui had previously gathered some gourds from the mountain to use as containers. Thank you very much. Everyone thought Jiang Jiluo spoke gently, smiled beautifully, and was capable, which made people feel very comfortable. After packing the items, they asked about the chive seeds. Are those chive seeds 100 coins per pack? Jiang Jiluo nodded and said, Yes, 100 coins per pack. Dandelions are really good. After planting them, you can harvest and eat them in just over a month. You cut from the bottom and they will keep growing back. When Fancheng came to buy leek seeds earlier, Jiang Jiluo told him he could tell others in the village. If anyone else wanted to buy leek seeds, they could come here. Unexpectedly, Fancheng was honest, and soon people from Yonglu village started coming to buy things. Everyone knew in advance that a small bag of leek seeds cost only 100 coins. Although it's just a small bag, the seeds are good, so it's worth it. Miss Jiang, we're buying this. Will you teach us how to plant it? Of course, once you buy it, I will teach you how to grow it properly. Everyone felt more at ease and asked some questions. Since they all had farm experience, Jiang Jiluo explained a little, and they understood quickly. In the end, each person paid and took home leek seeds and chili paste. That slightly chubby woman bought 2 gin of chili paste. Everyone was happy, talking and laughing as they left. Old Lady Cui looked at the 680 coins on the table and couldn't believe it. Jiluo, did we really make 680 coins now? We can earn money without even leaving home. Jiangji Luo was also very happy and said, "Mother, come here, and we'll count it to be sure. You just counted earlier, so it must be correct." Seeing old lady Chui's expression, Jiangji Luo understood what she was thinking. She deliberately said, "Mother, I might not remember clearly just now. Let's count again." She now enjoyed the feeling of counting money. It gave her a sense of fulfillment and stability. Having money in hand made her feel calm. Old lady Chui smiled and sat down with her to count. 1 coin, 2 coins. She placed every 100 coins aside, and the total was 680 coins. Old lady Chui was very happy and said, "Yonglu village really has good conditions. They can spend over 100 coins without blinking." Jiangji Luo took a string and threaded the coins together, saying, "Maybe many families in their village own a lot of land. Plus, some people are good at weaving cloth and can earn money. That's why they're willing to buy things. I bought some cotton cloth at the Yonglu village market before. I talked to the vendor, and she said she learned to weave when she was young. Now she's given her loom to her daughter-in-law. That diligent girl can weave a bolt of cloth in a day." Old lady Chui thought, "Yes, 1 bolt of cotton cloth a day, earning just a little silver, it's quite profitable." Jiangji Luo said, "Mother, cotton cloth is expensive. They can only weave half a bolt a day, but they might make a full bolt of coarse cloth. But even with cotton cloth, it's not pure profit. The thread costs a lot, but with this skill, it does make money. Life can be better than that of ordinary farmers. However, as you get older, your eyes tend to weaken, making it hard to see clearly, and your hands and feet become less nimble, so weaving gets slower. The lady I bought fabric from was very capable when she was young, but now she's older and her legs aren't very good. She can't weave cloth anymore and only helps with chores, while her daughter-in-law weaves. Some families who can weave are like that. But this is just a skill, not everyone has it. Many families in Yonglu village rely on farming and don't weave cloth." When Jiangji Luo went to buy fabric, she chatted with that lady for a while and learned about these things. While talking, Jiangji Luo threaded the copper coins and then took out a piece of string. She said, "Mother, let me measure your size so I can find time to make you clothes." Since there was no ruler at home, Jiangji Luo could only use the string to measure, so she could get a rough idea. Old lady Chui stood up to help Jiangji Luo measure. After measuring, Jiangji Luo went inside to cut the cotton cloth. While she was busy inside, Chui Hijin returned. In the past few days, Jiangji Luo had been busy with her business and had neglected Chui Hijin. Hearing footsteps, Jiangji Luo looked up and smiled. "Husband, you're back." Chui Hijin saw Jiangji Luo, and his usually cold features softened. He nodded gently, Seeing Chui Hijin wearing a rough linen shirt, Jiangji Luo couldn't help but feel that even in this simple outfit, he carried a graceful, otherworldly aura like clouds in the sky. She wondered how he would look in a new cotton outfit. Thinking of this, Jiangji Luo blinked and said, "Husband, stand still for a moment."
Huh.
Chui Hijin raised the corner of his eye, a charming and alluring expression appearing. Jiangji Luo's breath caught, and her heart suddenly beat faster. His look alone could be captivating and breathtaking, full of striking beauty. Jiangji Luo quickly lowered her head, her eyelashes trembling fiercely. She steadied her mind and said, I haven't had time to make clothes from the fabric I bought earlier. Let me measure your size." Chui Hijin looked at her with a faint smile and lazily said softly, "Okay." His voice made it seem like he was very easygoing. Jiangji Luo secretly let out a breath of relief. She picked up the rope beside her and walked toward Chui Hijin. Hijin remained still, allowing her to get close. As she approached, Jiangji Luo could smell a cool, faint fragrance on him, refreshing yet captivating. She kept her head down and didn't look up at Chui Hijin. When she reached him, she whispered, "Lift your arm." Hijin didn't move. Reacting instinctively, Jiangji Luo looked up at him and saw his eyes, which shimmered like moonlight, bright and flickering, gentle and flowing. She felt her heart almost being drawn in.
"You."
Hijin gently reached out his hand, causing her heartbeat to quicken uncontrollably. She thought he might do something, but he only gently removed a small piece of grass from her hair. Looking at the grass in his hand, she thought it might have accidentally gotten there while chopping firewood. Hajin sighed softly, his mysterious eyes turning warm. Fool, with so much to do. Do you still have time to make clothes? He actually wanted her to rest a bit. Jiangji Luo said, I can find time to do it. Hajin whispered, I have other clothes to change into, so no need to make more. He knew making clothes was very hard. After arriving at Dongha village, his mother also wanted to learn how to make clothes, but she kept pricking her fingers and never succeeded. Hajin understood how difficult it was to make clothes and didn't want Jiangji Luo to do it. He looked down and saw the calluses on her fingertips, but said nothing more. Jiangji Luo didn't understand Cui Hajin's thoughts and said, but this is cotton fabric. It's very comfortable to wear. Your previous clothes were made of rough fabric. Although rough fabric made him look noble and elegant, Jiangji Luo still wanted him to wear cotton clothes. Hajin smiled gracefully and said, it doesn't matter. For him, Dongha village wasn't a place where people paid much attention to such details. Seeing the faint, cold smile in his eyes, Jiangji Luo felt he kept all his thoughts deep inside, like it was hard for anyone to truly understand his heart. Since Cui Hajin seemed determined, Jiangji Luo didn't insist. He doesn't like things that are unpleasant for him, even if she means well, and he doesn't want to be forced to accept them. Jiangji Luo put away the rope and said, you rest for a while. I made some spicy meat sauce, just a little spicy. You can try it.
Okay.
Jiangji Luo scooped a little of the spicy meat sauce into a bowl, then handed him a pair of clean chopsticks to try. The dishes and utensils at home are made of wood. Although simple, they are cleaned very carefully every day. Jiangji Luo cares a lot about cleanliness, and Cui Hajin does too. Old Lady Cui also likes to keep things tidy. The house is cleaned twice a day. Seeing Cui Hajin's eager expression, Jiangji Luo used the chopsticks to pick a small amount of the sauce and put it in his mouth to taste. He nodded and said, it's quite good. Is it too spicy for you? A little spicy, but I can handle it. Jiangji Luo breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the flavor is good, that's enough. Since Cui Hajin can accept this level of spiciness, most people won't find it too hot and can enjoy the taste. Without chili, it wouldn't have that flavor. Using chili for seasoning makes it tastier. After putting down his book, Cui Hajin went to the yard to chop firewood. Watching his figure, Jiangji Luo wanted him to rest, but she knew persuading him was useless. She understood that the household used a lot of firewood, and selling goods at the stall also required plenty of firewood. So every day, Cui Hajin either went to the mountain to chop wood or split firewood to ensure enough supply. Even with the chili meat sauce, Jiangji Luo still cooked 2 dishes. In the evening, the 3 of them sat at the table eating steamed buns with the spicy meat sauce. Old Lady Cui and Jiangji Luo ate this way, while Cui Hajin ate buns and vegetables. After dinner and washing up, Jiangji Luo returned to her room to sew clothes. She first made a set for Old Lady Cui. Wearing cotton clothes is more comfortable. Sewing at night under the candlelight was not very good for her eyesight. Perhaps feeling a bit sleepy, Jiangji Luo accidentally pricked her hand with a needle, and it hurt a little.
Ow!
What's wrong? Cui Hajin immediately stood up and grabbed her hand. Seeing a small blister of blood on her hand, his face changed. He quickly looked for medicine at home. Jiangji Luo said, it's nothing, I just pricked myself by accident. Cui Hajin softly said, you bled a little. Jiangji Luo thought it was just a tiny bit of blood and would heal quickly. However, Cui Hajin seemed very worried and carefully cleaned, dressed, and bandaged Jiangji Luo's wound. His movements were gentle and soft, afraid of hurting Jiangji Luo. While bandaging, he softly asked, does it hurt? Cui Hajin's voice was deep and husky, easily touching the heart. Jiangji Luo originally wanted to say it didn't hurt, but her body was very sensitive to pain. It did hurt a little, mainly because she had been too forceful when she was distracted earlier, causing the wound to be a bit deep. Jiangji Luo suddenly thought of something, a faint, Charming blush appeared in her eyes as she softly said, "Brother, my finger hurts a lot." The words brother and hurts a lot made Chui Hejin's eyes tremble sharply. He gently eased his grip on her finger, saying, "Stop making clothes." Seeing Chui Hejin's subtle reaction, Jiangji Luo felt a little sweet feeling in her heart. Unknowingly, her tone and words sounded like she was acting spoiled. Her soft and delicate appearance was very charming and powerful. Jiangji Luo softly said, "But I want to do it. I want to make clothes." Chui Hejin's beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly. "Be obedient. Your hand is already sore. What if I don't listen?" Chui Hejin looked a bit headache and reached out to pinch his forehead. After bandaging Jiangji Luo completely, he looked at her deeply and said, "Where do you want to sew?" "I'll do it." Jiangji Luo was completely surprised. No, he was going to help her sew clothes? She couldn't help but look at Chui Hejin's hand. His hands were slender like jade, with distinct bones, white and beautiful. In a technological era, these hands would be perfect for playing the piano. Here, these hands were so delicate and perfect they should be used for holding a pen and writing. She couldn't help but recall some scenes from her past life. Her heart trembled sharply. She quickly concealed her emotions and hid her feelings behind her eyes, saying, "How could I bear to let brother help me sew clothes?" When Chui Hejin looked down at Jiangji Luo, his eyes grew deeper and more enchanting, shimmering with charm, different from his usual gentle demeanor. It seemed as if a hidden dangerous aura inside him was rising. At this moment, Jiangji Luo felt the same way. She blinked her eyes, gently tugged at Chui Hejin's sleeve, and obediently said, "Brother." Her voice was soft and tender. Jiangji Luo thought to herself, maybe Chui Hejin doesn't like me calling him husband, so I'll call him brother instead. But she couldn't quite read Chui Hejin's feelings. "I don't want to just follow orders." Chui Hejin rubbed his forehead with his hand and sighed helplessly, feeling like he couldn't control her. Still, he insisted, "If your hand is hurt, don't sew clothes. Whatever you want to do, I will do it." Seeing Chui Hejin's serious and persistent expression, Jiangji Luo pursed her lips and asked, "Have you ever sewn clothes before?" "No, but I can learn." Jiangji Luo knew that Chui Hejin was very smart and learned quickly. Although she believed he might really learn to make clothes, she still didn't want him to do it himself. "But I don't want you to do it." Chui Hejin softly and patiently asked her, "Are you afraid I won't do it well?" Jiangji Luo shook her head.
No.
Chui Hejin looked at her gently, seeming to want to know why. But Jiangji Luo just smiled and said nothing. He wouldn't understand. She only wanted to be good to him and to those he cared about. This dress was for old Madame Chui, and he should be happy about it. In her previous life, he was a filial son, and his mother was very good, but she died early. Her death was a pain and regret in his heart. In this life, she wanted to help him make up for that regret. She wanted to be good to his mother. Maybe that would make him happy too. Chui Hejin watched Jiangji Luo's beautiful face light up with a smile, feeling as if she carried a faint, ethereal aura. It seemed as if she was looking at something beyond him. Chui Hejin's expression softened as he said, "It's getting late. Go to sleep first." Since he couldn't persuade her, he decided to let her rest. Jiangji Luo nodded, feeling a bit sleepy. Tomorrow morning, she still planned to go to the dock to sell chili meat sauce. Right now, she only had loose, unpackaged sauce, so she needed to find someone to make some wooden jars that could hold half a gene of sauce at once. If she had good packaging, the chili meat sauce would look more upscale. Thinking of this, Jiangji Luo decided to look for a shop in town tomorrow to see if they sold wooden jars or could make them to order. The place that makes wooden bowls should be able to make jars too. She wasn't sure if they could follow her drawings to make the jars. She also wanted to write some slogans on them. Although branding wasn't common in this era, labels and slogans could help people recognize her products better. However, Jiangji Luo knew there was no patent protection here, so imitation was easy. If her chili meat sauce was copied too often, she would switch to another business. Anyway, she had many ideas in her mind. Thinking of this, Jiangji Luo quickly fell asleep in bed. In the middle of the night, She vaguely sensed something. When she opened her eyes, she saw Chui He-jin gently covering her with a blanket. His movements were soft, as if afraid of waking her. Feeling sleepy and dreaming of scenes from her past life, her emotions became a bit confused. She reached out her hand with blurry eyes, her gaze red, and gently hugged him, burying her head in his chest and falling asleep again. Chui He-jin was caught off guard by her hug and instinctively tried to push her away. But when he heard her light breathing and realized it was Jiang Luo, his body tensed up even more. After a while, Chui He-jin slightly reached out and placed his hand on her head, intending to help her lie on the pillow. He hesitated for a moment, but then withdrew his hand, unable to do anything but let her hold him. He sighed softly, lying there stiffly without moving, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. Meanwhile, Jiang Luo felt the familiar scent, and she was no longer lost in the scenes from her past life dream, so she slept more peacefully. She had a good night's sleep. The next morning, Jiang Luo woke up to find that Chui He-jin was no longer in bed. It was still dawn when Chui He-jin got up to wash and fetch water. After filling the basin, he went up the mountain to chop firewood. Jiang Luo didn't think much and started washing up after getting out of bed. Old Madame Chui had already woken early and prepared breakfast. When Chui He-jin returned, the three of them ate breakfast together. Jiang Luo habitually began to tidy up the dishes. Chui He-jin saw her move and held her hand, saying, "Your hand is injured, don't move." Jiang Luo blinked, surprised. No, her small wound had already healed. It's really fine now. She took off the bandage from her finger, showing that the small cut from the needle had healed. See, it's all better now. Chui He-jin looked at her fingers and then at her eyes. Seeing her innocent and clear gaze, a meaningful look appeared in his gentle eyes. Jiang Luo was confused and asked, "Is there something on my face? Did you sleep well last night?" Jiang Luo thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, very good. Seeing Chui He-jin's meaningful and clear-eyed gaze, Jiang Luo's heart trembled. Did I sleep poorly last night? Did I disturb your rest? Seeing her nervous and worried expression, Chui He-jin's eyes flickered with a gentle smile.
No.
Jiang Luo finally relaxed. That's good. Since Chui He-jin had already cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks, Jiang Luo prepared to head to the dock to sell chili meat sauce. Madame Chui said, "I'll go with you." Jiang Luo replied, "Mother, I can go alone this time." Madame Chui said, "No. How can that be? It's too hard for you to go alone." Jiang Luo explained with a smile, "Mother, selling chili meat sauce isn't hard. I don't have to fry and sell at the same time. I can handle it. Mother is just at home steaming and drying the snow red. And the house is mostly built now, so there's also things to take care of over there. Plus, if Mother stays at home, she can also sell leek seeds to anyone who comes." Madame Chui suddenly felt like she also needed to stay at home. She thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll stay at home first. Go to the dock by yourself, but don't overexert yourself and be careful." Although she knew her daughter-in-law was capable, Madame Chui still worried and gave a few cautious words. Jiang Luo smiled gently. "Mother, it's okay. There are many regular customers at the dock, and we all know each other. Nothing will happen." Initially, she started selling brown sugar at the dock, and during this time, she also set up a stall selling pancake-like snacks, which made many people at the dock and some boatmen familiar with her. Sometimes, even if they didn't buy anything, they would greet her and chat. When Jiang Luo was about to leave with her things, Chui He-jin came over to her. She handed her a dagger. Jiang Luo looked at the sharp dagger, her heart trembling. "What is this?" Chui He-jin softly said, "Take it. It's for self-defense." Jiang Luo was stunned. She wondered, is this for her to defend herself? She reached out and took the dagger, examining it in her hand. Her eyes lit up. In her previous life, she had been in an organization and used various cold weapons, but she was best at close combat with a dagger. She could also tell the quality of a weapon. This dagger is really nice and looks quite valuable. With Chui family's current resources, They can't afford such a dagger or make one themselves. Maybe it was a weapon from Cui Hujin's past, and he gave it to her. Are you really going to give it to me? Cui Hujin replied softly, Yes, I am. Jiangji Luo didn't hesitate and happily accepted it, saying, Thank you so much. Cui Hujin smiled gracefully and tidied a strand of hair behind her ear, saying, Be careful. Don't worry, I won't get hurt. Jiangji Luo knew about the big fire at the Xinglin Pavilion some time ago, which people in town discussed for a long time. Recently, she had been selling pancake wraps at the dock and hadn't noticed anything unusual. Jiangji Luo arrived at the dock, arranged her spicy peppermeat sauce, and took out a scale borrowed from old lady Cui earlier that morning. Selling spicy peppermeat sauce, delicious and fragrant. It goes well with dry food, great for mixing with rice or noodles. Her clear voice rang out at the dock. Today, the weather was warmer and many ships were leaving the port. More vendors set up stalls, selling food. Many vendors shouted to attract customers. Steamed buns, freshly made. Tofu pudding, delicious tofu pudding. Scallion oil pancakes, fried pancakes. By some, they're hot and tasty. Egg drop soup, have a bowl of egg drop soup. Cabbage-filled pancakes. Their shouts made the dock lively and bustling. But no matter how loud the vendors shouted, Jiangji Luo's voice was especially clear and penetrating. It was hard not to notice her. Not only passers-by but also other vendors couldn't help but look over. Recently, Jiangji Luo and old lady Cui had been selling pancake wraps every day, and everyone at the dock knew about them. They were very good at business. Both the food and their service were popular. Every time they set up their stall, many people gathered around. Some couldn't resist buying a pancake wrap to try. The taste was indeed excellent. Young Miss Jiang has changed her selling items? Really so soon? Yesterday, she was still selling pancake wraps. Yes, it looks like their pancake wrap business is good. Now she's selling spicy peppermeat sauce, made with meat? They had never heard of such a thing before. People in town know about a kind of bean paste. Just a spoonful adds flavor to cooking. But a small jar of bean paste costs 30 coins. Some families have bought it before. When busy, they take bean paste, big green onions, and dried food. At lunch, they dip the green onions in bean paste and eat with steamed buns, which helps fill them up. Most people still can't afford to buy bean paste, so they usually eat dried vegetables with dried food. Eating dried vegetables every day is quite dull, though. And just eating dried food can be hard to swallow. At the dock, some boat workers know Jiangji Luo. Curious villagers gather around and ask, Young Miss Jiang, why are you here alone today? Isn't your mother-in-law helping you? Jiangji Luo knows they're gossiping. She says, There's still a lot to do at home. My mother-in-law wanted to come help, but I didn't ask her. The woman asking thought she might hear a gossip story, but was surprised to see that the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law get along so well. Young lady, you're capable and pretty. Of course your mother-in-law treats you like a treasure. My son is grown up and married someone like you. Kind, capable, and beautiful. I treat her like a treasure too. Jiangji Luo can't help but smile and say, True hearts make true friends. The woman laughs and says, You're good at talking. But why aren't you selling steamed bread anymore? They're quite tasty. Jiangji Luo replies, I'll sell steamed bread again later. Right now I'm selling spicy chili bean paste. Auntie, would you like to try some? It's great with rice, and just a little can make several bites of cornbread or steamed buns very tasty. Most people are still eating cornbread or corn pancakes. Ordinary families rarely can afford white rice. When the preserved vegetables are ready, she'll make steamed bread with them. More delicious that way. Oh wow, it really smells good. Looks like it has quite a bit of oil, right? Everyone knows oil is expensive, so they think it looks costly. Jiangji Luo nods and says, Yes, it has oil and lots of seasonings. Must be expensive, right? She smiles and says, Half a jean, about half a pound, costs 15 coins. A full jean costs 30 coins. Oh my, that's so expensive. Someone nearby agrees, Yeah, it looks good, but it's more expensive than a jean of meat, and it doesn't seem to have much meat inside. Can it be cheaper? It does look very tasty, though. They gather around, smelling the aroma, almost drooling. The aroma is simply irresistible. Jiangji Luo understands everyone's mindset when buying things. No matter how much they pay, they always feel it's too expensive and want to discuss the price. People are used to bargaining. It seems like negotiating a few cents gives them a great sense of achievement. Jiangji Luo patiently discusses the price with everyone. Annie, sister, you've tasted our food before and know how good it is. I dare say this chili meat sauce is absolutely delicious. Buying half a jean can last over a month, and on average, it costs only a penny a day. Don't believe it? Try dipping a toothpick into the sauce and tasting it. Since there aren't enough spoons at home, Jiangji Luo takes some old toothpicks and places a small bowl nearby, allowing everyone to dip the toothpick into the sauce and taste it. Many people have tried Jiangji Luo's baked flatbreads before and know they taste great. Even though it's expensive, it's very tasty. They can eat it every day without getting tired of it. Listening to Jiangji Luo, everyone feels her words make sense. Moreover, if you work on a boat for a long time, eating dry food can ruin your appetite. This sauce would definitely help you enjoy your meals. Jiangji Luo is confident about her chili meat sauce. Someone picks up a toothpick, dips it into the sauce in the bowl, and tastes it. It really tastes good, but how can we buy it? We didn't bring any containers. I brought a lunchbox. I'm going to the boat to get a bowl and buy some. A few people think the sauce is delicious and immediately want to buy half a jean. Jiangji Luo happily weighs out the chili meat sauce for everyone. Just then, a large ship docks at the pier, and nearby workers rush to prepare for unloading. A group of sword-wielding people come ashore. Jiangji Luo's stall faces this direction. A young boy suddenly spots her and nervously pulls the young master next to him, trembling. Young master, look. Isn't that the scary woman? Dear little ones, please vote for me. I will work harder to write more. They had previously been beaten by this woman, so they still feel scared. Seeing her, they can't help but think of how she beat them that day, and their hearts tremble with fear. After they recovered their strength, they began to train intensely and recklessly. They trained so hard that even when they accompanied merchant ships, they kept practicing martial arts on board without rest. Some brothers from the agency thought they had gone crazy and were caught up in their early mornings and late nights of training, especially the young master, who seemed to be training as if he had lost his mind. They originally planned to relax and rest after returning from the ship, but the moment they saw this woman, their bodies instinctively tensed up. Wei Xingye looked in the direction indicated by Shi and immediately saw Jiangji Luo behind the stall. His eyes lit up. It's her. Shi swallowed hard and whispered, Young master, let's take a detour and go around. Don't let her see us. This woman was too terrifying. Just seeing her made him instinctively afraid. She looked weak, but when she fought, she was incredibly strong. She didn't hold back when she beat them up. Wei Xingye's eyes sparkled with excitement. What is there to be afraid of? Young master, we shouldn't offend her anymore.
What if she hits us again?
I'm not afraid. I actually want to find her. After being beaten, Wei Xingye was even more excited. He admired strong people deeply. He thought that the martial arts teacher who taught him was not as skilled as this woman. He wanted to learn, and he wanted to learn desperately. That day, after being beaten home, he felt sore all over. His father saw him like that and thought he was seriously injured, so he took him to see a doctor. The doctor said they had no serious injuries, but they still felt pain. His father scolded him for being so delicate like a girl, showing disappointment. He felt very wronged and very sad. He admired this woman even more. How did she manage to make people hurt so much, yet she looked completely unharmed? Lin Fan hurriedly said, Yes, young master, we better not provoke her anymore. He had been in pain for several days after being beaten and took a long time to recover. During this period, he didn't dare to be arrogant outside. They followed the young master and didn't cause trouble anymore. Even the old master thought the young master had become more sensible. Wei Xingye said, I want her to teach me martial arts. What do you think? Shi and the others' eyes widened in shock, almost falling out of their sockets. They quickly grabbed the young master. Young master, don't be reckless. Young master, that woman is very frightening. You probably don't know this. Young master, don't say whether she teaches you or not. If you fall into her hands, she might beat you every day. A young lady, she's surprisingly strong. Wei Xingye thought for a moment and said, look, she's dressed so poorly and is trying to sell things. She must need money. If I give her enough silver, maybe she'll teach me some martial skills because of the silver. His father had gathered some martial experts because they were poor and needed money, so they joined the agency. Having martial skills is good, but being able to eat well is also important. Lin Fan rubbed the back of his head and said, young master, I think you're right. But they all seemed to be dressed better than that young lady. Her rough cloth clothes looked uncomfortable. When they were young, they often didn't have enough to eat or warm clothes. After joining the agency and following the young master, they finally could eat well and stay warm. Wei Xingye saw sure air and the others nodding and gathered his courage. Let's go, he said. He just wanted to learn martial arts. If he had good skills, he could protect the people around him. His father wouldn't have to work so hard. The three followers swallowed hard and nervously followed behind him. But they kept a careful distance from the young master, thinking that if he got into a fight, they could quickly pull him away. Wei Xingye walked forward to go inside, but was pushed out by a few women. Hey, make way. One older woman was unhappy and said, make way?
No.
First come, first served. We got here first. Didn't you see everyone lining up for the meat sauce? People are dressed so nicely, but don't respect their elders. Wei Xingye felt wronged and could only call out Mrs. Cui, Mrs. Cui. Suddenly, the boy's voice caught Jiang Ziluo's attention. When she was talking about chili meat sauce, she looked up and saw Wei Xingye. She naturally recognized him as the young master of the agency. He wasn't very smart and wanted to bring people to teach Cui Hejin a lesson over mischief. Jiang Ziluo raised an eyebrow and gave him a cold look. Wei Xingye felt the pressure from a few people and shivered. I didn't come to cause trouble. Are you here to buy something? Wei Xingye gathered his courage and said, can we talk somewhere private? I promise I mean no harm. He didn't dare to have any bad intentions. Jiang Ziluo was naturally not afraid of him. I still want to do business. Wei Xingye, confident and bold, said, then I'll buy everything. How much money do you want? When Wei Xingye said this, the women in front all turned around and looked at him angrily. Young man, you're being unreasonable. Yeah, the girl is selling things at her stall. Everyone can buy something. Did you think about how we feel? Exactly. We're still waiting in line. Big items shouldn't be bought all at once. Just because you have money, you think you can break the rules? Each woman with her hands on her hips started arguing with Wei Xingye. Lin Fan and the others covered their faces, hiding to avoid seeing this. Wei Xingye was splattered with spit and couldn't argue back against these women. It's a misunderstanding, really a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? You bought everything. We're still in line to buy things. You bought everything, so what are we supposed to buy? Seeing this scene, Jiang Ziluo couldn't help but laugh. Uncle and aunties, don't worry. First come, first served. Everyone who arrives first can buy something. Hearing Jiang Ziluo say this, everyone relaxed. They originally planned to buy half a jean, but suddenly bought a jean. They planned to buy a jean, but now bought 2 jean, worried they might miss out later. Who knew if this young girl might decide not to sell that item another day? Don't forget, this young girl is very capricious. Yesterday she sold pancake wraps. Today she might not sell them anymore. People wanting pancake wraps couldn't buy any. In just a short time, Jiang Ziluo sold over 20 jean of chili meat sauce, and 1 bucket was sold out. She still had 1 bucket left and said to Wei Xingye, there's 1 more bucket. All bought? Knowing Wei Xingye's identity, Jiang Ziluo looked at him as he wanted to buy chili meat sauce. A flash of inspiration crossed her mind, and she suddenly thought maybe she could do business with the agency. Wei Xingye nodded and said, yes, buy it all. Then he rubbed his hands and whispered, after buying, can we talk privately? Wei Xingye looked at Jiang Ziluo with some nervousness and caution, afraid She might suddenly attack. Don't worry, I really didn't cause trouble for Cui Gongzi later. I won't bother him in the future either. Wei Xingye looked like he was just making a promise. Jiang Luo watched his expression and felt it was strange. Could this person be the one she had tricked earlier? Jiang Luo wanted to see what his real goal was. This bucket weighs about 22 jin of chili meat sauce, 30 coins per jin, totaling 660 coins. She had weighed it at home earlier, 2 large buckets, about 50 jin in total. This one weighs 22 jin. Wei Xingye took out his money pouch and handed Jiang Luo a tael of silver, saying, "This is 1 tael of silver." Jiang Luo directly took out her purse and started giving change. That's not necessary. No need to give change. He wasn't that stingy, just a few hundred coins more. Jiang Luo insisted, "No, business is business. The price is 340 coins.
Take it."
Hearing her words, Wei Xingye didn't know why, but instinctively obeyed and took the money. "Can I speak now?" Just then, a boatman smelling the aroma came over and asked, "Hey, little lady, are you selling chili meat sauce here?" Jiang Luo smiled and said, "Sorry, big brother, we've already sold out." "Not possible. All sold out in just a short while?" He couldn't believe it. He and his brother both had small boats and were boatmen. Early today, he went to catch river shrimp and came back to see his brother sitting by the boat, eating bread. Seeing how delicious his brother looked eating, he couldn't help but ask. His brother scooped some and said it was fresh chili meat sauce. When he tasted it, he was stunned. So delicious. After selling the river shrimp at the restaurant, he hurried over to buy more chili meat sauce, but it was all gone. Was it really gone so quickly? Jiang Luo smiled and said, "Yes, this bucket was bought by this customer." The boatman looked at Wei Xingye with a sad, longing gaze. Wei Xingye was confused. Was this stuff really that tasty? Was it really that good? It was just some food, after all. Wei Xingye generously said, "Then I'll sell you some." "Thank you, young master. Thank you. I'll buy 1 jin, no, 2 jin." Wei Xingye asked Lin Fan behind him to come forward and help weigh the goods, then handed some to the boatman. The boatman paid with copper coins, happily took his things, and left. Wei Xingye smiled and gestured for Jiang Luo to come over and talk. Jiang Luo moved to a corner, crossed her arms, and looked coldly at Wei Xingye. She asked, "What's the matter?" Wei Xingye spoke seriously. "Miss, can you teach me martial arts?" Jiang Luo frowned. "Last time, didn't I hit you so hard you got a problem in your head?" She controlled her strength, so she wouldn't seriously hurt him. "Are you deliberately asking me to hit you?" Wei Xingye quickly waved his hands to explain, No, I just want to be your disciple and learn martial arts from you." "No way." Jiang Luo refused without hesitation. Then she headed toward her stall. She was busy with her business every day and had no time to take on students. And this disciple looked a bit silly. Wei Xingye was surprised. No way, he was the young master of the Wei family and the young boss of the agency. Was this woman really so rude? Couldn't she just hesitate a little? Why was she not hesitant at all? Just as Jiang Luo was about to leave, Wei Xingye quickly snapped out of his surprise and said, "I'll give you silver. I'll pay silver if you teach me martial arts." When she heard silver, Jiang Luo paused. Silver? Seeing that silver could soften Jiang Luo's expression, Wei Xingye nodded eagerly. Yes, I'll pay silver. I will also be a good and filial disciple." Hearing the word filial, Jiang Luo's mouth twitched.
No need for that.
She was only 15, and the disciples she might take in were at most a year older than her. "Master, have you agreed?" Wei Xingye was so excited, he looked like he saw himself becoming a martial arts master. He also wanted to learn that skill. Jiang Luo looked over Wei Xingye from head to toe. He felt her sharp gaze, as if she could see right through him. She stroked her chin and said, "I haven't agreed yet." Wei Xingye was a bit anxious. "How can I make you agree to teach me martial arts?" Jiang Luo raised an eyebrow. "You have a hot temper, you're impulsive and easily swayed by others. I can't just take you as a disciple and teach you martial arts for silver. I promise I will change my temper. Master. Jiang Luo looked at Wei Xingye's sincere eyes. She knew that although this young boy was a bit low in emotional intelligence, he had a good heart and youthful passion. During her previous lessons, it was clear that he had good basic skills and strength. Proper teaching can indeed help someone become skilled in martial arts. While Jiang Luo was thoughtfully observing Wei Xingye, he was very nervous. Jiang Luo said, "I can take you as my disciple, but you must agree to 3 conditions." Wei Xingye was excited. Really? Jiang Luo replied, "First, after learning martial arts, you cannot bully others or harm innocent people."
I can do that.
Second, I am your master, but this is a private matter. It should not be made public or known to others. Jiang Luo just wanted to live a peaceful life and did not want to attract too much attention. If her skills were known and caused trouble, it would bring problems to Cui Hejin. "Of course, I won't tell anyone," Wei Xingye assured. He looked at Lin Fan and the others and said, "Seriously, don't worry. They are loyal to me. I am their boss, and I won't tell them about meeting you today. I will also remind them not to talk about it." After saying this, Wei Xingye waited for the 3rd condition. Jiang Luo said, "I haven't thought of the 3rd condition yet. I will tell you once I decide." She was about to go back and close her stall. "Master, I haven't prepared the formal gift for becoming a disciple. When will you start teaching me?" Jiang Luo replied, "Those formalities are just for show. There's no need to worry about them. As for teaching you, I will find time to do so when I can." Wei Xingye couldn't believe it. "Master, are you joking? Are you tricking me?" He was afraid Jiang Luo would change her mind and stop teaching him. Jiang Luo turned to look at him and saw him looking at her with pitiful eyes. She couldn't help but twitch her lips. After all, he was a strong young man. She explained, "I'm not going to lie to you. If I wanted to trick you, I wouldn't agree to teach you in the first place. Then when can I start learning, Master?" He was eager to learn martial arts. Seeing his hopeful eyes, Jiang Luo couldn't help but think of her time in the organization. In her previous life, she also had a partner in the organization. Later, that person died for her. That person was once as dedicated as Wei Xingye is now. Looking at Wei Xingye's expression at that moment, she couldn't help but think of the past. In the end, she still couldn't stay indifferent. Jiang Luo's expression moved slightly as she said, "You're too clumsy, which affects your performance. First, go back and tie a 1-kilogram sandbag on your leg. Run 3 kilometers every day. Keep it up for a month. If you can stick to it, I will then teach you other things." Wei Xingye looked at Jiang Luo's serious face and knew she was speaking sincerely. He was a bit confused. Could it be that his master's martial arts training started with running? But he only practiced horse stance first. However, since his master was teaching him, he naturally had to follow her instructions.
"Don't worry, Master.
I will definitely keep at it. Let's see if you can stick to it first." After Jiang Luo finished her work, she went to Lin Juju's place. Wei Xingye was happily bouncing around. "Sure, take this bucket of chili meat sauce." "Yes, young master. This is made by me, Jiang Xiaonyangzi, so it must be very delicious. Take it back and let my father and the brothers at the agency try it." Wei Xingye thought that Jiang Luo was now his master, and whatever she made must be the best. Whether it was tasty or not, it had to be shared with his brothers. Sure, Lin Fan, and Ding Pai looked at the young master's expression and listened to his words. Something felt off. "Young master, what did you just say to Jiang Xiaonyangzi?" "Yeah, Jiang Xiaonyangzi didn't even make a move." "Young master, does Jiang Xiaonyangzi agree to teach you martial arts?" Wei Xingye wanted to show off a bit, but remembering his master's instructions, he had to stop and say, "Why are you 3 talking so much today? Hurry up and take the stuff back to the brothers so they can try it." Lin Fan understood that the young master didn't want to talk more. He thought to himself that the young master might have been scolded even if he wasn't beaten. "We'll take the stuff back now." As they carried the things back, they were all very curious. "Do you think this is tasty?" "Who knows? Didn't many people buy it before?" "Yeah, and there was an old man who got so excited just because the young master sold him 2 jean of meat sauce. Our young master is just too kind. Our young master is the most righteous. That fierce lady, he didn't mind at all. Lin Fan and the others talked as they carried the things back to the agency. Wei Xingye held a hammer and thought about what his master said. Should he run with a sandbag? He was determined to keep going. The Wei family's agency was large. Most of the guards had gone on missions, but some people stayed behind in the martial arts training yard every day to practice. Hey, what's that delicious smell? Someone's cooking lunch in the kitchen. Training's so hard that you're going crazy. It's not even noon yet. The smell is coming from the kitchen. They ate every day and sometimes got tired of the food. Maybe we should go out to eat. There's not much good food outside. How about noodles or wontons? The restaurant food was too expensive, so they didn't want to spend money there. But just now, they smelled something very tempting, even though they had just finished breakfast. Now they felt hungry and wanted to eat more. At that moment, Lin Fan came to the training yard and said to everyone, "Young master brought back some good food. He wants everyone to try it." Everyone can go to the kitchen and bring bowls and chopsticks to serve some. When they heard this, everyone was surprised. Really? Is it that good? Did we hear right? It's not even lunchtime yet. Sher said. The young master said it himself. Everyone knew that Sher and the others were close helpers of the young master, so what they said was definitely true. And more than one person heard it. Everyone in the training yard heard too. Let's go quickly. Everyone had their own bowls and chopsticks. When it came to food, they hurried to get their things. Soon, everyone gathered. Sher and his friends were in charge of scooping spicy meat sauce into big bowls for everyone. It smells so good. Hurry up and taste it. Someone couldn't wait and used chopsticks to pick some up and put it in their mouth. As soon as they tasted it, they were stunned by the flavor. Is it really that delicious? Wow, my tongue feels numb and spicy. The taste is amazing. It's so tasty, really delicious. It tastes great with dry food. Yes. I still have half a pancake from breakfast. I'll go get it. Someone quickly grabbed their dry food to eat with the sauce. This is so good. Boo-hoo, I've never had anything this delicious. We've traveled to many places on missions, but we've never seen this kind of sauce. It's so tasty. If we had this spicy meat sauce on our courier route, we wouldn't worry about food even when camping outdoors. With this, plain food feels delicious. Indeed, a few people dipping their dry rations in the spicy sauce could enjoy several bites without feeling that the dry food is hard to swallow. They can eat it without water. Delicious. Young master is so kind to us. That's right. He is such good stuff and still thinks of us. Fortunately, we're not out on a courier mission now. If we were, we wouldn't get to eat such tasty food. Everyone praised the spicy meat sauce, feeling very touched and thinking young master was very kind. He wanted to share such delicious food with them. Sher and the others looked at everyone's expressions, wide-eyed in shock. Sher and Lin Fan looked at Ding Pai and the others, exchanging glances. Is it really that good? That's a bit much, isn't it? The courier house usually treats us well, and the food from the kitchen is pretty good too. The three of them looked a bit stunned. Seeing only a small amount of the sauce in the bucket, barely enough for one bowl, they hurriedly carried it inside. Let's take it back for young master to try. Yeah, maybe it really is delicious. If young master doesn't eat it, the three of us will. Although they said this, they couldn't quite believe that something made by that scary woman could taste so good. Wei Xingye returned home and started preparing sandbags for running. After grabbing a cloth bag, he saw Sher and the others acting sneaky and frowned. What are you three doing? Young master, we shared the stuff with our brothers in the courier house. Everyone said it was very tasty, some even cried. Yes. Young master, why don't you try some too? Everyone also said that if we're out on a courier run, with this, we wouldn't be afraid of rough camping or weather. Wei Xingye was stunned. Is it really that amazing? He asked Ding Pai to help get his chopsticks and took a taste. The moment he tasted it, his eyes lit up. It's really delicious. The flavor was so unique that he wanted to eat more after just one bite. Sher eyes shone. The young master was from the Wei family, after all, and had tasted many delicacies. If the young master said it was good, it must be really tasty. Young master, They also wanted to try. Wei Xingye seemed not to understand his subordinate's meaning. Seeing the small amount in the bucket, he wondered, why is it so little? Such a big bucket, and this is all that's left? Sure air, and the others twitched their mouths. No, young master, have you forgotten? You previously asked us to share the items with the brothers at the agency. Wei Xingye knew he had told his men to give the items to the brothers. But he had no idea how delicious these things were. If he had known, he wouldn't have given everyone so much. Wei Xingye could only sigh and say, since it's something made by Miss Jiang, she might also sell it at a stall. I'll buy some later. Seeing the eager looks of Sure Air and the others, he could only helplessly wave his hand and say, all right, you three can also take some back to eat.
Leave a little for me.
Being a young master was not easy. Sure Air and the others happily said, thank you, young master. Young master is so good to us. Young master is the best young master. Wei Xingye was amused and angry. All right, go now. Stop flattering me. Oh, and starting tomorrow you all need to practice with sandbags and run with me. The three of them. They were very unwilling. Wei Xingye coughed and said, do you want to meet Miss Jiang again and get scolded, making others think we're shameful? Sure Air and the others thought, indeed, it would be embarrassing if a younger girl beat them up and it got out. They wouldn't have face at the agency anymore, and they wouldn't dare claim their martial skills were good. Young master, we will run. Yes, young master, we will listen to you. Next time, we will definitely help young master beat Miss Jiang. Before Ding Pai could finish, Wei Xingye kicked him aside. Beat what? I warn you, don't disrespect Miss Jiang in the future. After that, Wei Xingye went to prepare the sandbags for running. Ding Pai and the others looked confused. Young master must have taken the wrong medicine? Young master wasn't like this before. Exactly. Young master wouldn't be bewitched by that terrifying woman, right? The three of them increasingly thought it might be true. Young master hasn't mentioned Miss Chen recently. Has he forgotten about Miss Chen? It seems that recently, the young master has been talking mostly about Jiang Xianyangzi. He wants to surpass her, learn martial arts from her, and become stronger. This has made the young master think about training every day. He hasn't mentioned Miss Chen at all. After Jiang Zhilu finished selling the spicy pepper meat sauce, she went to Lin Juju's place to collect the money from yesterday's sales of marinated food. Adding the money from the spicy pepper meat sauce, she earned a little over 2 silver coins. Holding the silver coins, Jiang Zhilu felt very happy. She bought some more meat, planning to make more spicy pepper meat sauce at home. She also prepared a small jar and gave it to Lin Juju, saying, this is the spicy pepper meat sauce I just made.
Try some.
Lin Juju couldn't help but smile happily. Jiang sister, your food must be delicious. Without even tasting it, Lin Juju knew. Jiang Zhilu smiled and said, maybe I will be making spicy pepper meat sauce for a long time, so I'll buy meat from you. Lin Juju said, then I'll give you an even better price. The pork Lin Juju sold to Jiang Zhilu was already quite cheap. Although she was responsible for slaughtering pigs, sometimes she bought pigs from the village, which weren't cheap either. Costs were there. Jiang Zhilu said, what you're offering is already cheap enough, just don't lose money. No worries, Jiang sister. Rest assured. Ever since I started selling marinated food with your help, my meat stall business has been getting better and better. I also earned some commission from selling marinated food. Jiang Zhilu and Lin Juju chatted for a while. Then Jiang Zhilu told her to prepare pig offal and meat in advance, so she could come back to pick them up after finishing her chores at home. Jiang sister, are you planning to visit the market? Jiang Zhilu said, I want to buy some wooden jars to store the spicy pepper meat sauce, or maybe have some wooden barrels made, like the packaging for Town's bean paste. Hearing this, Lin Juju's expression changed, and she hesitated, unsure whether to speak. Seeing her look, Jiang Zhilu asked Lin's sister, do you happen to know someone who makes these? Lin Juju replied, you know I live in Linchi village. There's a family with the surname Han who makes beautiful redwood boxes. They're very well crafted. He can read and even carve words. But later, Uncle Han accidentally offended the Song family, and no one dared to buy from them anymore. They live with their son, relying on farming to make a living. I am thinking that although he used to make rouge boxes, he also made wooden bowls. The small wooden jars you mentioned, he probably made those too. In the past, no one dared to order goods from him. But since the Song family has been punished by our county magistrate and removed from the county, there's nothing to fear anymore. It's a pity that recently, no one buys his products, even at just 1 coin each, very cheap, but still no buyers. However, his hands were once broken, and although they healed later, he works slowly. If there are many orders, he might not be able to finish them all at once. I also don't know if I should tell you all this. It's just that I heard, thanks to you, the Song family's grain shop was later shut down. If it were someone else, they wouldn't dare to confront them. She also heard about the Song grain shop. She admires Jiang's sister very much for not fearing the powerful. The Song family has been bullying others for a long time. Jiang Luo's expression changed and she said, Sister Lin, you really helped me. I don't care what this person has experienced before when I buy things. As long as they can make what I need, good quality at a low price is enough. Hearing this, Lin Zhuzhu was very happy. Although Han Jianda has nothing to do with her, he is their neighbor. When Madame Han was still alive, she had a very good relationship with her mother. They all live in the same village, and everyone helps each other in daily life. Seeing how the Han family father and son behaved, she also felt worried. And Han Jianda's son, Han Binks, was a good person. Now he's 19, but he's been rejected several times for marriage proposals. It's because they heard he offended the Song family and wanted to cut ties with them. Jiang's sister, are you really not afraid? But the things made by the Han family are really good, and the prices are truly cheap. Jiang Luo shook her head and said, there's nothing to be afraid of. Fear is not in her dictionary. Lin Zhuzhu, who is kind-hearted, said then, Jiang's sister, I usually go back to the village in the afternoon. If you want to order something, I can ask for you. Or you can come to the village and find me. I can take you to the Han family. Uncle Han and Big Brother Han are a bit aloof and cold, hard to get along with at first glance, but they are actually very kind. Jiang Luo nodded and said, don't worry, I understand. Having a reserved personality isn't a big deal. Cui Hejin is also cold and lonely, but Jiang Luo knows he is actually very kind. So, I will go to town to find you, and then go together to Linchi village. Jiang Luo thought that if she had good packaging, she could sell it to passing boat merchants to carry. Selling in bulk was still not convenient. When Lin Zhuzhu heard Jiang Luo say this, she knew Jiang Luo was serious. She really planned to order things from Uncle Han. Lin Zhuzhu looked at Jiang Luo, feeling a surge of emotion in her heart, wanting to say something but feeling like her throat was blocked. Seeing Lin Zhuzhu's strange expression and that her eyes were a bit red, Jiang Luo asked, what's wrong? Lin Zhuzhu choked slightly and said, nothing, I just think, Sister Jiang, you are really very good. She couldn't find any words to describe her. And she was different from others. Truly beautiful and kind. If she were a man, she wouldn't be able to help liking Sister Jiang. But she was a woman. As a woman, she also thought Sister Jiang was great. Let alone men. Lin Zhuzhu thought, Sister Jiang's husband must treat her as a treasure. Jiang Luo smiled softly and said, I'm just doing business. Then I don't need to go shopping for anything for now. I'll take the pig offal and meat home first. Originally, Jiang Luo was thinking of shopping around to see if there was a place to order wooden containers. Now she had a solution. No need to worry about containers. Jiang Luo felt relieved. Lin Zhuzhu nodded, okay. When Jiang Luo was returning home with the things, Old Lady Cui had just steamed the snow-red vegetables and was hanging them out to dry in the yard. Hey, Luo, you're back so early today? It was only mid-morning, not even noon yet. Usually, when selling pancake wraps, she would only come back around noon. Jiang Luo said, the chili meat sauce has all been sold, so I came back early. Old Lady Cui was shocked and looked at her in disbelief. What? All sold so quickly? Even with 2 large buckets of chili meat sauce, Old Lady Cui found it hard to believe. Jiang Luo smiled and said, yes, We sold a total of 1,530 coins, plus the marinated pig offal settled yesterday. It's almost 2 silver coins. Someone bought a large bucket this morning, so we finished early. I bought some pork again, and we will continue making spicy meat sauce. Jiangji Luo didn't mention the matter of taking disciples, as she didn't want old lady Cui and others to worry or overthink. She also didn't want to reveal her abilities and secrets from her past life for now. Old lady Cui and Cui Hejin probably don't know that she can practice martial arts. Old lady Cui suddenly remembered and was very happy. Does this mean making spicy meat sauce is more profitable than selling baked flatbreads? It sells so quickly. Old lady Cui quickly thought about drying the snow-red vegetables so that Ji Luo could help make the spicy meat sauce. Jiangji Luo said, making spicy meat sauce is easier because we can prepare it in advance and sell it at the market instead of making it fresh every time. It's simpler and saves time. At the market, she can just scoop it out and sell directly. And this sauce doesn't get cold easily, nor does it spoil quickly, since it can be stored for a long time. This way, there's less pressure. She doesn't need to control the quantity like with baked flatbreads, which can't be made in large amounts. She can make more spicy meat sauce. Also, this afternoon I plan to go to Linchi village. I heard someone there makes wooden boxes and jars. I want to order some, they're cheap, so we can package and sell the sauce, making it look more high-end. Jiangji Luo thought that better packaging might help sell the product more easily. She could sell it casually to people along the dock or to passing merchants. Or she could sell to residents along the street in town, which is much more convenient than cooking food. Do you want me to go with you? Old lady Cui thought that if Ji Luo needed her, she would go along. She guessed Ji Luo probably heard about it from Lin Juju. Lin Juju is from Linchi village, so her information should be reliable. Jiangji Luo smiled and said, Mother, I'm not a child. This afternoon, I'll go to town to see Lin Juju. She'll take me back to the Han family in Linchi village. Old lady Cui nodded and said, all right. She knew Ji Luo was careful and thoughtful, even more so than herself. She didn't need to worry too much. Oh, by the way, Aunt Zhu came this morning. She said in a few days they'll be putting the beams in the new house. Should we buy some firecrackers and prepare some snacks for the celebration? When Jiangji Luo heard this, she remembered that in their village, it's customary to set off firecrackers and celebrate when the house's beams are put in, and to sprinkle some snacks on the beams. Everyone in the village would rush to grab the snacks. Jiangji Luo remembered this and paused her actions, saying, next time, I will buy some firecrackers in town, and we can make some snacks ourselves. When she thought about making snacks, Jiangji Luo considered that having molds would make the treats look better. She even wanted to make bread, but unfortunately, there was no oven in this era. Old lady Cui smiled and said, all right, then let's make some snacks. We also have flour at home. Jiangji Luo nodded. Yes, we can make more to enjoy a lively time. Old lady Cui dried the steamed snow-red vegetables and then washed her hands to help Jiangji Luo cut meat for spicy meat sauce. Thinking about the house, she smiled happily. Just thinking about the house being built quickly with the beams makes me so happy. I went to see the yard and the rooms. Each one looks nice, and the bathroom you mentioned is very different. Everyone helping to build it says that living in such a house must be very comfortable. Old lady Cui thought her family's Ji Luo was really capable. She felt proud inside. After all, she was her daughter-in-law. Jiangji Luo also felt a bit excited. Moving into a new house would make washing up much easier. There was also a special room for firewood and miscellaneous items, so the firewood wouldn't get wet on rainy days. Her design included thick walls, and adding more wall plaster would keep the house warm in winter and cool in summer. There was also a cellar and an ice cellar for storing things. Good, as long as you're happy, Mother. Jiangji Luo and Old Lady Cui worked for a while. After finishing the spicy meat sauce, it was already noon. They had a simple lunch, and then Jiangji Luo went back to her room to sketch out the wooden buckets and snack molds. She thought that since the family could carve characters and make rouge boxes, they should also be able to make molds. She first drew the designs so she could explain to others how to make them and what they should look like. Jiangji Luo drew 2 sizes of wooden jars, one small jar that could hold half a jean of spicy meat sauce, and a larger one that could hold a jean. This way, everyone could buy half a jean or a jean as needed. Old Lady Cui was boiling pig offal at home. After finishing her drawings, Jiangji Luo took a little spicy meat sauce and went to town to find Lin Zhuzhu. She wanted to visit her friend, and even if she ordered custom items, Jiangji Luo thought it was not appropriate to go empty-handed. So, she brought some small gifts to show her sincerity. Lin Zhuzhu just finished selling everything and packed up her stall. She handed over today's earnings from the marinated meat to Jiangji Luo, saying, "Here's today's income. You can have it now, or I can settle with you tomorrow morning." Usually, after Jiangji Luo finishes her morning stall and business, she goes to Lin Zhuzhu's stall, and Lin Zhuzhu settles the previous day's marinated meat sales with her. After giving the commission to Lin Zhuzhu, Jiangji Luo still had 1,566 coins in her hand. Lin Zhuzhu held 174 coins, feeling very happy. Earning over 100 coins casually each day makes her very pleased. It also helps boost her pork business. She guessed that if Jiang Mei did some other business along with selling marinated meat, she could earn at least 2 taels of silver a day. In a month, that would add up to about 60 taels of silver. Lin Zhuzhu's expression changed slightly, and she said, "Jiang Mei, have you ever thought about buying a shop in town? Even a small one would be good, so you don't have to carry things back and forth every day. Plus, on rainy days, you wouldn't have to worry about getting wet. Now that spring is here and the weather's warmer, it's a bit easier. But in summer or winter, setting up a stall outside can be very hard. In summer, when it's hot, people prefer to buy from shops because it's shady and cool. In winter, it often snows. When there's heavy snow, it's really hard to walk. Last winter, I was selling pork. One afternoon, it snowed heavily, so I stayed overnight at my family's house in town. My parents were worried about me walking in the snow." Lin Zhuzhu was truly thinking about Jiangji Luo. Jiangji Luo was moved and said, "Having a shop would be much better." "Lin Jiejie, do you know how much shops near the town dock cost?" Lin Zhuzhu replied, "The small shops at the dock with tiny storefronts cost around 100 silver taels. Bigger ones can be over 200 taels. I bought a small house in the north because the prices here are high. It's a bit remote, but I can live there. The small house I bought is remote and small, and it cost me 92 silver taels." Hearing this price, Jiangji Luo had to put the idea of buying a shop aside. Although she earns 2 or 3 silver taels a day now, building a house costs a lot, and she also needs money for herbs. She doesn't have much silver left in her hand, and I can't think about buying a house for now. The price is a bit high. Let's wait and see. I hope to buy a shop before summer so I can do business there, which would be much less tiring. If I want to grow the business, I definitely need a storefront. Even just a sign would be good. Once the house is built, I will customize the furniture, but I probably won't have much money left. Cui Hejin and Old Lady Cui's medicine will run out soon, and I need to buy more. I must first help Cui Hejin recover his health before I can fully cure him. There are also important medicinal ingredients I haven't bought yet. Earlier, I asked Zhuang Xing'an, and she said those herbs are hard to find and not common. Despite that, Jiang Zhilu insists on continuing. Recently, the Xinglin Pavilion has been closed, and after finishing the medicine for Cui Hejin and Old Lady Cui, I don't know where to buy more. Thinking of this, Jiang Zhilu asked, "By the way, do you know any news about Xinglin Pavilion lately?" Lin Zhuzhu said, "I heard from customers buying pork that Xinglin Pavilion has been closed since the fire, but I heard Dr. Chiu is still around. Maybe in a few days, they will reopen at a different place. The old shop was burned beyond recognition, so it will take time to rebuild." Hearing this, Jiang Zhilu felt relieved. So, Jiang Zhilu and Lin Zhuzhu talked while riding a cart pulled by oxen toward Linxi village. They had to walk a bit from the town, crossing a hill up and down before reaching the village. They had to cross a mountain on the other side. The ox cart took over half an hour to reach Linxi village. Lin Zhuzhu knew Jiang Zhilu was in a hurry, and if she returned late, she would have to walk home in the dark. So she first took Jiang Zhilu to a thatched hut behind the village. "This is Uncle Han's house." Jiang Zhilu looked at the simple thatched house, swaying in the wind, and her face changed. She thought their small yard with a fence was simple, but compared to this thatched house, it seemed quite nice. Seeing Jiang Zilu's shocked expression, Lin Zhuzhu explained, "When the weather is bad, rainy or snowy, Uncle Han and Big Brother Han stay in a cave behind the mountain. Anyway, conditions are pretty simple. Every family in Linchi village isn't well off, and there's not much they can do to help. Lin Zhuzhu's parents often help Uncle Han and his family. But Uncle Han and his family don't like to accept help from others. They don't quite fit in with the villagers." Her parents both said that Uncle Han's family are good people. When heavy snow blocked the mountains, her father was trapped on the road, and Uncle Han saved him. Lin Zhuzhu gently walked over and knocked on the shaky wooden door, saying, "Uncle Han, are you at home? Uncle Han, Uncle Han?" Lin Zhuzhu called a few times, but no one answered. Jiang Ziluo said, "Maybe he's not home?" Lin Zhuzhu replied, "If Uncle Han is at home, he sometimes doesn't like to talk to people." Just then, a young man in worn linen clothes came carrying water. He looked about 18 or 19, tall and thin, with messy hair, a cold and sharp face, and eyes like a lone wolf, naturally fierce-looking. "My dad's not here." He finished speaking and went inside with the water. He didn't say another word. It seemed Lin Zhuzhu was used to this person's attitude. She didn't waste words and directly said, "Big Brother Han, this is my friend Jiang Ziluo. She wants to order some wooden jars." Huan Bingse heard this and put down the water, then looked at Jiang Ziluo. His eyes flicked at the corner, cold and wild, giving off a difficult-to-approach vibe. Lin Zhuzhu was a bit afraid when talking to him. If she knew Uncle Han wasn't home, she wouldn't have come here. But Ziluo had come all this way, and she was worried she might leave without doing business. Next time, Ziluo might not come again. "Big Brother Han, Jiang, and I also do business. She's very nice and makes delicious things. Can we talk about a business deal?" Huan Bingse didn't speak but looked at Jiang Ziluo. She smiled slightly, understanding that although he seemed aloof and fierce, her words were important. She said directly, "I sell spicy chili paste, so I want to order some wooden jars. Here's my drawing. You can take a look. It also shows the sizes." She handed over the prepared drawing. Huan Bingse looked at it briefly and said, "Okay. Price?" Jiang Ziluo understood his meaning and asked, "How do you set your prices?" Huan Bingse replied, "1 coin each." Jiang Ziluo's expression changed. Was it really that cheap? She looked at his fingers, long and slender, but with many knife scars. Then she saw he was barefoot, and his pants were quite short. She hesitated and said, 1.5 when each. "I'll order 100 large jars first, to use now, and later I can order more if needed." As she spoke, Jiang Ziluo took out 151 from her pocket. 1.5 when each is quite cheap. On the market, they usually cost 2 or 3 when each. Lin Zhuzhu's eyes widened in surprise. Really? There is such a way to bargain? But spending over 101 at once is enough to feed Uncle Han's family for a while. Looking at how thin Brother Han has become, she felt worried. Han Bingse was momentarily stunned, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. He didn't rush to take the 151 and said, "Take the deposit first." Jiang Ziluo replied, "No need. I trust you all. Here is the 151, paid in full upfront. For future cooperation, a deposit will be paid first, and the rest upon delivery." Han Bing's expression changed slightly. He looked deeply at Jiang Ziluo, and the coldness around him eased a little. He didn't say anything more and accepted the money. Jiang Ziluo could see many intersecting scars on his hands, which looked quite shocking. "Also, about this blueprint, please help me make 2 more molds for making snacks." "All right, these 2 won't cost anything." Listening to Han Bingse, Jiang Ziluo didn't fuss. "This is my homemade chili meat sauce. Please try some." "No need," Han Bingse replied, always sparing with words. Jiang Ziluo said calmly, "A small token of my appreciation. Deliver in 3 days." Jiang Ziluo blinked and asked, "Will it be delivered to my home?" Lin Zhuzhu hurriedly said, "Thank you, Brother Han. Jiang Mei is staying in Donghe village.
Just ask around for the Chui family.
Han Binks nodded and went inside with a water bucket to pour water. Jiang Luo and Lin Juju then came outside. Lin Juju finally relaxed and said, "Don't worry, Jiang Mei. Uncle Han and Brother Han are very trustworthy. They may not talk much, but they always keep their promises. They said they will deliver the goods, so you won't have to make a long trip." Jiang Luo nodded and asked Lin Juju, "Are you so afraid of him?" After walking a little further, Lin Juju whispered, "Don't you think Brother Han's coldness makes people feel a bit intimidating? Just like a wild beast, yes, just as dangerous as one. I think the few young women who offered to marry Brother Han only withdrew because they were afraid of him after seeing him. Even I can't stay in the same room with Brother Han. I feel so cold." Lin Juju complained and looked at Jiang Luo, who seemed completely normal. She couldn't help but admire her. "You're really impressive, Jiang sister. You're not affected at all." Jiang Luo smiled faintly and said, "We're all normal people. There's nothing to be afraid of." That's true. Lin Juju thought that was how she felt, but sometimes she couldn't help but feel a little out of control. This is also why the villagers know they are close but are reluctant to get too close. Lin Juju invited Jiang Luo to her house, but Jiang Luo politely declined. She looked at the time and felt it was late, so she hurried home to avoid worrying her mother and Cui Huijin. Thinking of this, Jiang Luo's expression changed. Would Cui Huijin be worried? Actually, Jiang Luo couldn't quite read Cui Huijin's mind, but she still hurried back quickly. By nightfall, Jiang Luo finally returned to the village. It was already dark, and as she entered, she saw many homes glowing with warm candlelight. Occasionally, dogs barked in the village.
Woof.
Woof woof. As she passed through the alley, she could hear laughter from some houses. When Jiang Luo reached their alley, she saw a figure standing at the door from afar. In the night, starlight stretched his shadow long. The starlight seemed to shine down on him like a gentle blessing, making him look as if he carried the glow of the moon, with a face that was partly like jade and partly like a fairy. The moment Jiang Luo saw Cui Huijin's figure, her heart started beating faster uncontrollably. His stunning, delicate face always struck her deeply, making her heart flutter without control. Jiang Luo slowly walked over. Cui Huijin seemed to hear her and turned to look. When he saw Jiang Luo, he relaxed slightly and took a few steps toward her, saying, "You're back." He didn't ask where she had been or why she returned so late. He just waited patiently and gently, like a man waiting for his wife to come home. "Yes, I'm back. Have you been waiting for me at the door all this time?" Cui Huijin's normally cold expression softened a little, and the cold aura around him dispersed. "No, I was just worried about you." He couldn't help but worry in his heart. Jiang Luo's heart suddenly trembled. She couldn't believe what she heard. "Are you worried about me?"
Why?
Cui Huijin reached out his hand, as if to touch her face, but in the end, he gently placed it on her head and stroked it lightly. "You are my wife." This answer might have made her feel a little disappointed, but was it only because she was his wife in name that he worried? But at least it was an improvement compared to before. At least he wasn't so indifferent to her anymore and would worry. "Don't you ask what I did," Cui Huijin said softly. "If you want to tell me, then tell me. If there's something you don't want to say, then don't." He seemed to be in a good mood toward her. Honestly, this feeling made Jiang Luo feel very comfortable and relaxed. Inside the house, candle wax was burning, and Madame Cui was cleaning the stove. Madame Cui loved to keep things tidy and couldn't sit still. When she had free time, she would wipe the stove several times. Otherwise, she would just sit and think too much. Seeing Jiang Luo return, Madame Cui sighed in relief. "It's good you're back. It's late, and you haven't come home yet. I was so worried. By nightfall, Huijin will be waiting outside. If he's late, he might go to Linchi village to find you." She knew her son best. Though the house was quiet, she couldn't truly ignore how good Luo was. Jiang Luo felt a little apologetic. "Sorry for making you all worry. I'll be more careful next time." Madame Cui said, "Next time, I'll go with you." I don't feel comfortable letting you go so far alone. She didn't expect it would take a bit longer for her to come back and forth. I'm glad you're back. I'll bring out dinner now, and we can eat together. Madame Cui prepared dinner and kept it warm in the pot. She and Cui Hejin were used to waiting for Ji Luo to eat together. The whole family sitting together made the food taste better. I wasn't very good at cooking before, but now, following Ji Luo's instructions, I think the dishes taste pretty good. I stir-fried some radish strips and made mushroom soup. It's warm and will help keep us warm. Although spring had begun, the nights were still cold. Jiang Ji Luo didn't really fear walking on the road, but it was indeed quite chilly at night. When she returned home, seeing Lady Cui and Cui Hejin, feeling the candlelight and the warmth of the meal, she felt her whole body warm up. A feeling of warmth from her heart to her limbs. Jiang Ji Luo smiled and said, "This afternoon, I made arrangements with the Han family in Linxi village to make 100 wooden jars. They will deliver them in 3 days." Lady Cui nodded and said, "That's good." Lady Cui felt a bit guilty and looked at Jiang Ji Luo, wanting to say something. Seeing Lady Cui's expression, Jiang Ji Luo knew she was overthinking again. "Mother, I know where I am going when I leave the house. If I need your company somewhere, I will tell you. If not, it means I am fine. I know I will come back at night. Besides, my husband gave me a dagger for self-defense, so there's nothing to worry about." Thinking of the dagger Cui Hejin gave her before, Jiang Ji Luo cherished it very much. She kept it in her space to make sure she wouldn't lose it. This was the first gift she received from him in this life, and she liked it very much. Hearing Jiang Ji Luo say this, Lady Cui finally relaxed a little. Lady Cui helped Jiang Ji Luo serve some food and meat, saying, "You work the hardest every day, eat more."
Yes.
The family enjoyed a happy dinner together. Jiang Ji Luo was about to get up to help clean up, but Cui Hejin stopped her, saying, "You should rest in your room." He then helped clear the dishes and table. After cleaning, he washed the dishes and wiped the table. Jiang Ji Luo couldn't help but watch his figure. She thought that Cui Hejin looked even more charming while doing housework. He was already so noble and handsome, and when doing chores, every movement radiated elegance and grace. It was as if he was not doing housework but creating art. Jiang Ji Luo couldn't take her eyes off him. After finishing, Cui Hejin put the dishes into the cabinet and turned around to see Jiang Ji Luo standing by the door. He softly asked, "What's wrong?" Jiang Ji Luo shook her head and said nothing. She just thought he looked so good that she couldn't help but look a few more times. But she didn't want Cui Hejin to notice her little thoughts now. The next day, when Jiang Ji Luo went to the town to sell chili and meat sauce, many people came to buy out of curiosity. "Young lady, your chili sauce is really delicious." "You're right. It's very good with rice. We wanted to buy some yesterday, but your stall was gone." "Yes, we were worried you wouldn't do this anymore. Luckily, you are still selling today. This time, I want to buy 2 more Jean. It's so tasty that I can eat it straight without any vegetables. I don't know how you make it, but it tastes so good." "Exactly, it's so delicious. We didn't buy enough yesterday. The whole family finished it in just a few days, so it's better to buy more in advance." "Yes, this stuff keeps well and tastes good anytime." As everyone talked, they started lining up. This time, no one had to call out. Everyone came to buy the chili meat sauce. Seeing how busy the stall was, Jiang Ji Luo couldn't help but smile. With this pace, she could be home in about 2 hours. Getting home early means she can do other things. While Jiang Ji Luo was busy with her business, Wei Xingyi arrived with 3 attendants. The 3 attendants no longer urged the young master. They were all watching the jar of chili meat sauce with shining eyes. From afar, they could smell the delicious aroma, and their mouths watered. Wei Xingyi ran 3 kilometers early in the morning, took a shower, and didn't even eat before coming to check the stall at the dock. He wanted to squeeze in, but seeing everyone lining up, he joined the queue. When it was his turn, he opened his mouth and mouthed, "Master." Jiang Ji Luo sighed and asked, "What is it?" Wei Xingyi said, "I want to buy it all. This is so good. Our agency people say they can't get enough. They have big appetites. My father also said it's delicious and wants to bring some to a few friends." By now, half of a large jar of chili meat sauce had been sold. There was still the other half, and a big basin. Yesterday you even took a wooden bucket, but didn't bring it back to me? Hearing this, Wei Xingyi froze. He touched the back of his head and said, "Oh, I forgot." He turned to Lin Fan and said, "Quick, go and bring back the wooden bucket from yesterday for Jiang, little lady."
Yes.
Lin Fan hurriedly ran to fetch it. The people behind were annoyed. "What? You want to buy it all?" "Young man, if you buy it all, what are we supposed to buy?" "Exactly, young man, can you let us buy a jean first?" "Yeah, we've been waiting in line too." Wei Xingye listened to some people behind him, touched his head, and didn't know what to say. But he also wanted to buy some. Jiang Luo thought for a moment and said, "If you want to buy chili meat sauce for the agency, it's better to order in advance." "Order in advance?" Jiang Luo explained, "If you buy a large amount, you can tell me beforehand. I will prepare it and deliver it to the agency. But you need to pay a deposit first." Wei Xingye suddenly became excited and said, "Can it really be like that?" Jiang Luo nodded and said, "Of course. In the future, we can take orders for the chili meat sauce, and you can order in advance. Once it's ready, I will give you a receipt. But if the amount is too large and I can't finish it in one day, I will need more time." Wei Xingye thought for a moment and asked, "So I can order in advance, and if I finish eating, can I still order more?" Jiang Luo nodded and said, "Yes, once you finish eating, you can place another order. When it's ready, I will deliver it to the agency." "That's great. I'll start with 60 jean, no, 80 jean. The agency has many people, and everyone has a big appetite. I'll order this much for now. With chili meat sauce, they can take it on their trips and still have enough to eat." At first, Wei Xingye didn't really pay much attention to such things. But he didn't expect everyone to say it was delicious, and even he loved eating rice now. His father was the same. Last night, he mixed it with rice and could eat several bowls. His father was always busy with agency work and rarely had proper meals. His mother was very worried. Now that they had this, he wasn't worried anymore. His father ate 2 more big bowls of rice than usual last night. Jiang Luo nodded and said, "80 jean. I will deliver it to you in 3 days." Exactly 3 days later, the Han family finished making 100 jars. That would be enough for the jars. "I will pack it in jars, so it's easy for you to carry when you go out." Wei Xingye was happy and said, "The young lady really thought of everything." He almost called her master. Although he didn't say it aloud, in his heart, Jiang Luo was like his teacher. Wei Xingye knew the price. 30 coins per jean, totaling 2 taels and 400 coins. He gave all the money to Jiang Luo, knowing that his master liked precise amounts down to a copper coin, so he didn't give exactly 3 taels. Jiang Luo said, "Just pay the deposit first." Wei Xingye insisted, "Anyway, I have to give everything, and I also want to give my teacher some money. This morning, I helped run with a sandbag. At first, I ran very slowly and couldn't keep going, but after dropping the sandbag, I felt my legs become very light." He found it amazing and felt much lighter overall. He believed that if he kept running like this, he would see more progress. Jiang Luo watched Wei Xingye look excited and passionate, feeling a bit surprised. She raised an eyebrow and asked, "Didn't you feel tired? Did you think about giving up during the run?" Wei Xingye patted his chest and said confidently, "Of course not. How could I give up? I will keep practicing and wait for my master to teach me real kung fu." Seeing Wei Xingye like this, Jiang Luo thought he carried the fiery spirit and youthful arrogance of a young person. But the more someone is like that, the more they can seriously stick to something. Maybe he really could achieve good results in martial arts. Jiang Luo was amused by his attitude and said, "You really believe I will teach you martial arts?" "Of course. I believe in my master." When Wei Xingye said master, he deliberately lowered his voice so others couldn't hear. He didn't know why he trusted his master so much. She was only 15, a year younger than him. But for some reason, he felt a compelling strength from her. She looked fragile, dressed in plain linen, with an elegant and pure appearance. Who would think she could be so fierce and cold when fighting, sharp and ruthless? Wei Xingye didn't realize that now. His eyes were very bright when looking at his master. If this were a modern time, his gaze would look like a fan's adoring look. Jiang Zhiluo's expression flickered. She knew Wei Xingye wasn't lying. She could see clearly whether someone's expression was genuine. After a moment, Wei Xingye said, "Also, this morning, running with the sandbag was tough, but after finishing, dropping the sandbag made me feel very comfortable." It felt a bit different from his previous martial arts training. Jiang Zhiluo nodded and said, "Keep practicing."
Okay.
Wei Xingye was very happy. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something else. Jiang Zhiluo looked at him and asked, "What's wrong?" "Master, I want to invite you to my home. I want to formally become your disciple and serve tea to show my respect." When Jiang Zhiluo thought of that scene, she couldn't help but grimace. She knew that in this time, paying respect to a teacher was a bit different from modern times. Respecting a teacher meant truly treating elders well, showing respect and gratitude. Otherwise, people might criticize you behind your back. Jiang Zhiluo quickly waved her hand and said, "I told you, I don't care much about these things. No need to make a fuss." Seeing her firm attitude, Wei Xingye could only lower his head and nod. In Wei Xingye's mind, he felt that truly respecting the teacher by offering tea made him feel at ease. He was worried Jiang Zhiluo might reject him as a disciple. But he also didn't dare to force his teacher to do anything. "Yes. Hey, young man, you're not buying anything. Could you please move aside, so we can buy some?" "Exactly, we have things to do later. We've been waiting in line for a while just to buy something. The chili meat sauce made by the young lady is so delicious. Just a little stir-fry with vegetables makes the dish taste so good." "Yes, young man, people can't be so selfish. Don't block us." "Young man, the elderly's legs aren't very steady. Standing for a long time makes it hard to stand, so could you please give us some space?" Many older women and grandmothers behind Wei Xingye watched him standing at the front, but didn't say much. After a while, they were relieved when they heard he had pre-ordered and wouldn't buy everything now, so they could relax. But they were also anxious to buy quickly before everything was sold out. Some families were boat operators, and they needed to buy supplies quickly to take to other docks, returning only after several days. They were in a hurry to buy some things to take along on their journey.
It was indeed a busy time.
There were also large merchant ship crew members who bought their items directly onto the ship, so the line behind had over 20 men and women. Men generally weren't very good at talking, mostly older women urging them along. Wei Xingye hadn't even had a proper chat with his teacher before being urged to move aside. He thought it really couldn't affect his teacher's business. He quickly made way. In the past, he wouldn't have been so easy to persuade. He was a big boss in the county. But facing his teacher, who was overwhelmed by force, he didn't dare to be rude. Wei Xingye briefly told his teacher a few words and quickly moved aside. The people behind continued shopping. Jiang Zhiluo felt much more relaxed buying the chili meat sauce, as she didn't have to do both cooking and selling at the same time. Selling food at a street stall is really hard work. One person has to take money and also handle other tasks, which can sometimes make things chaotic. However, those who do this regularly are used to it. Many small food stalls are run by couples working together, and they also have to deal with the many questions from the older women in the neighborhood. People with bad tempers tend to speak quickly, while those who are shy often don't know how to respond. No wonder my parents are a bit worried about starting a food business. They think they might not do well. But they're busy with their stall every day, so they probably don't have much time for other things. Plus, my father has a bad leg, and my mother and younger siblings are busy with household chores. Now it's mid-March, and many people have started planting vegetables and grains. Usually wheat was planted last winter, but now most people are planting vegetables, corn, peanuts, and other crops. During planting season, everyone is very busy and tired. Some families are better off. They have oxen to help pull plows, which makes work easier. Most families have to use human effort, pulling the plow with ropes over their shoulders to make long furrows and plant seeds. They spend the whole day making these furrows, and many are so exhausted they can't get out of bed the next morning. Jiang Zhiluo remembers her past. She recalls that her father usually farmed with 2 or 3 neighbors. Women couldn't pull the plow because it was too tiring, and they lacked the strength. Usually, two men worked together, one in front pulling the plow, and another pushing from behind. 3 families farmed together, with at least 3 men taking turns pulling the plow, so they could rest a little. This way, they wouldn't get too exhausted all at once. Thinking of her parents, younger brother and sister, Jiangji Luo couldn't help but feel worried and miss them. She knew she had to find ways to earn more money. She believed that with enough money, she could help cure Cui Hejin's health, fix her father's leg, and improve her younger sister's face. Only then could she truly care for her family and help ease their burdens. With these thoughts, Jiangji Luo worked harder, talking and smiling more happily with the women around her. When Wei Xingyi left the dock to go home, he was thinking about his upcoming run. Suddenly, at a corner, he bumped into someone. He was caught off guard and was surprised. When he saw who it was, he paused in shock. "Miss Chen?" Looking at Wei Xingye's surprised expression, Chen Huadai felt a slight sense of panic inside. Chen Huadai was still used to Wei Xingye's previous obsessive behavior towards her. That made her feel attractive, as if she could hold Wei Xingye tightly in her hands. She looked at Wei Xingye with a tearful, pitiful expression, saying, "Young Master Wei." Her eyes reddened, looking delicate and helpless, almost on the verge of tears, which made people feel sorry for her. Wei Xingye looked at Chen Huadai like this, feeling helpless, and asked Miss Chen, "Don't cry. What's wrong with you?" Seeing the beauty almost in tears, Wei Xingye naturally became anxious. His mind was completely confused. Seeing Wei Xingye so nervous about her, Chen Huadai finally relaxed a little. She gently looked at Wei Xingye and said, "I thought young Master Wei had forgotten about me after so long." In the past, Wei Xingye often sent her food or fun things. As long as he wasn't out on a mission, he would remember her and try to please her. She believed she could hold on to Wei Xingye tightly. But recently, for some reason, Wei Xingye seemed to suddenly disappear. It was as if everything changed after she deliberately found Cui Hejin and also intentionally provoked Wei Xingye. This made Chen Huadai feel that some things were beyond her control. Wei Xingye quickly said, "How could that be? Don't be sad or upset. I've just been busy lately, so I haven't come to see you." This was the first time Chen Huadai took the initiative to find him, which surprised Wei Xingye. He smiled foolishly, looking very unimportant. But Wei Xingye was also a bit stunned. He seemed to have indeed forgotten Miss Chen recently. His mind was full of the scene where he was beaten up that day, thinking about practicing martial arts and asking his master to teach him. But he didn't dare admit this in front of the beautiful lady. She looked so delicate and needed his protection. He didn't even dare to speak loudly. Chen Huadai lowered her head softly and said, "Last time, I really shouldn't have bothered you. I know I caused you trouble."
Guifutsi. He.
I was just scared for a moment. I didn't expect him to speak like that and threaten me. I didn't mean anything else. I only met him when he went to the bookstore to deliver books last time. Please don't misunderstand. Talking about Cui Hejin, Chen Huadai also felt a bit resentful. Why does that person refuse her like that? She is beautiful, talented, and wealthy. Her family is quite well off in town. But Cui Hejin speaks to her without any politeness. Wei Xingye heard this and quickly said, "Don't worry, I won't misunderstand. It's all a misunderstanding. Cui Fuzi has a wife now, so he naturally won't have any thoughts about you. His master is so powerful, and everything he does is excellent. He's handsome and capable. Cui Fuzi wouldn't look at others with a wife like that. Men understand men better. Besides, that's his master's master. He needs to protect him too." Since he recognized Jiangji Luo as his master, Wei Xingye respects both Jiangji Luo and Cui Hejin. Chen Huadai listened to Wei Xingye and felt very anxious. Could this person not understand her words? Chen Huadai secretly clenched her teeth and dared not speak so subtly anymore. She could only be clearer. "Last time, you said you went to teach Cui Fuzi a lesson. Did anything happen?" Wei Xingye was stunned. Of course, something happened. That day, he was almost beaten to tears by his master. He only recovered after lying down for several days. But He wouldn't say that in front of a beautiful woman. Oh, since it's a misunderstanding, everything's fine now. Chen Huadai looked at Wei Xingye with a doubtful expression and asked, "You didn't fight?" "How could I fight?" "Don't worry. As long as you don't go looking for Cui Fuzi, he won't bother you." He knew his master well. As long as she didn't provoke his master or his master's family, his master wouldn't bother to act. Hearing this, Chen Huadai was so angry she nearly exploded. But she had to hold back her anger and softly said, "You seem very familiar with Cui Fuzi." "Not exactly familiar. I just think Cui Fuzi's wife, Jiang Xianyangzi, is a good person. You'll know once you go to the dock and buy something from her. She's kind, and her crafts are good. You'll understand once you meet her." Chen Huadai looked at Wei Xingye in disbelief. Is he stupid? He even praised another woman right in front of her. What's so good about a village woman? Chen Huadai was unwilling. She thought she would take a look later to see what was so special about that woman. And Wei Xingye clearly said he would help teach her a lesson, but he hadn't done anything. No wonder things have been strange lately. Chen Huadai felt resentful, but could only continue to act weak and delicate. Wei Xingye thought about going back to continue practicing martial arts and didn't want to waste time. He hurriedly said, "Miss Chen, I will ask someone to send you some spicy meat sauce later. It's made by my master. I mean, by Lady Jiang. It's very tasty. I have to go now. I'll come find you later." In Wei Xingye's eyes, becoming stronger in martial arts was the most important thing. He carried the heavy responsibility of his family. The stronger he became, the easier it would be for his father. When delivering messages, his subordinates could better protect their lives. Watching Wei Xingye leave, Chen Huadai stomped her foot angrily, feeling a bit disappointed. As Chen Huadai headed back, she called her maid who was hiding nearby and said, "Go find out about that Lady Jiang. Also, ask Wei Xingye's people who he's been talking to lately." She wanted to see who dared to compete with her for him. Yes, Mississippi. Jiang Luo naturally didn't know about this. By midday, she had sold all her spicy meat sauce. She counted over 1,800 won, plus the 2 taels of silver Wei Xingye ordered, which was 400 won, totaling 4 taels of silver. This made Jiang Luo very happy. Selling the spicy meat sauce was much easier than making pancakes and chive dumplings. She finished her work by midday and could go home early. Jiang Luo first bought some soybeans and went home to continue making fermented soybeans. She also went to Lin Juju's stall to buy some meat. Lin Juju happily said, "Jiang sister, your spicy meat sauce is really delicious. My parents can't stop praising it. Last night, my mother made cornmeal buns. We didn't need to cook anything else. We just ate them with the spicy meat sauce. I ate 2 cornmeal buns. In 2 days, my younger brother will have a break from school. I was wondering if I could order 2 jean from you, so he can take them to the academy." Thinking about her brother coming home soon made Lin Juju happy. Jiang Luo, who also had younger siblings, understood Lin Juju's feelings. "No wonder you're so happy. Your brother is coming back." Lin Juju smiled and said, "Not only that, I also see you're happy. Since you're doing well with your spicy meat sauce business and buying more meat from me, it's also helping my business. Plus, I want to tell you a secret." Seeing Lin Juju's mysterious expression and looking around to see if anyone was nearby, Jiang Luo asked curiously, "What is it?" Lin Juju happily said, "My parents told me about a marriage proposal. The person is a scholar." Although Lin Juju appears carefree, she actually has a young girl's heart inside. She is 18 years old, a bit old for her age, and she is running a business openly, which villagers talk about behind her back. Moreover, she has a younger brother, so she doesn't need to find a husband. Staying at home often invites gossip. Sometimes, she also longs for a family, someone who understands her feelings. So, she was very happy to hear about the marriage proposal, especially since the suitor is a scholar, which made her even happier. Jiang Luo looked at Lin Juju's expression. Her face slightly changed, and she couldn't help asking, "How old is he? What are his morals? What are his family conditions?" Lin Juju replied, "My second aunt said, he's quite good. His family owns a shop. He's 20 years old, and his family has a lot of land. His conditions are pretty good. Most importantly, he doesn't mind my meat business. I've met him. He seems very kind. He studies at a private school in the county, and I heard he's quite honest. Usually, Lin Juju has few friends. The girls her age in the village are already married with children. Only she is still running her business. Those a few years younger than her don't play with her, probably afraid of affecting their reputation. She believes she earns money through her ability, without stealing or cheating, which isn't shameful. But villagers still gossip behind her back. Over time, she feels a bit upset about it. She only feels comfortable talking to Jiang Mei. Jiang Luo has a calm and confident aura that makes people trust her. So, she quietly shares her thoughts with her. Jiang Luo looked worried and said, "Sister Lin, don't mind me being nosy, but I think you should ask more about him. Do you know how his parents are?" Lin Juju replied, "Su Muhan's father passed away early. He lives with his mother, and he's a filial son. I think someone who sincerely respects and cares for their parents probably has good morals." Hearing this, Jiang Luo's face darkened, feeling that things might be more complicated. First, in this era, scholars look down on merchants, which is normal. Many scholars also have high standards. Some ordinary families might be picky about Lin Juju, let alone a scholar's family. And the fact that the mother and son depend on each other suggests she might be overly dependent on her mother. Older sister Lin, always being obedient to her parents, can sometimes be foolish obedience. Jiang Luo was a bit worried about Lin Juju and could only give a gentle reminder. But she couldn't decide for Lin Juju what exactly to do. Lin Juju nodded and said, "Jiang, younger sister, thank you. I will ask around more." Jiang Luo couldn't help but say a few more words. Luckily, Lin Juju didn't get angry and listened carefully. Jiang Luo returned home with worries in her heart. For 2 days in a row, she continued selling spicy chili sauce in the morning and was busy at home in the afternoon. Every day, people came to buy chive seeds. Most of them were from Yanglu village, but a few were from other villages. They heard about it from Yanglu village. However, only those who had tasted chive dumplings were willing to spend so much money on chive seeds. Most people who came to buy chive seeds had good financial conditions. Those who couldn't afford to eat enough wouldn't buy chive seeds at all. On the third day, Shimo Academy happened to have a day off. Cui Hejin didn't need to go to school that day and could rest at home. Jiang Luo wanted Cui Hejin to rest a bit, but she didn't. Instead, she got up early to help. That day, Jiang Luo didn't go to the town to set up a stall. She was busy making chili sauce. When Han Binks brought the jars, they could be filled and sealed. In the morning, Jiang Luo's family started working. By mid-morning, someone arrived.
Cui brother, cui brother.
Hearing the familiar voice outside, Jiang Luo looked at the garden gate and saw Lu Ting'an. She looked at Cui Hejin, who was burning firewood, and said, "Your friend is here. Invite him in to sit and have some water." Jiang Luo thought that Lu Ting'an sometimes seemed a bit slow in speaking. But as long as Cui Hejin was happy, she was happy too. He usually kept to himself and was cold and aloof, so having a friend to talk to was good. Cui Hejin slowly stood up, tidied his sleeves simply, and moved with grace and elegance. He still seemed like a noble young master from a wealthy family. He had a natural sense of pride that he had always kept. Cui Hejin walked to the garden gate, looked at Lu Ting'an, and said gently, "Why are you here?" Lu Ting'an saw Cui Hejin and was very happy, saying, "Oh, these days the academy is on break, so I came home. Quick, I brought you 2 books to read. I also have some essays I've written and would like your advice." Although Cui Hejin does not attend the academy, Lu Ting feels that every classmate can match Cui Hejin in knowledge. Every time Cui Hejin helps him with his essays, he makes great progress. Writing essays was once his weakest skill. His essays used to be criticized for lacking insight and originality. But since Cui Hejin explained many things to him, he feels like his mind has been suddenly opened. So, Ishiomu couldn't wait to come find Cui Xiong. "I also brought you some snacks from the most famous crispy pastry shop in the county, much tastier than Zoji pastry shop in town. Chui Hejin welcomed Lu Ting inside and said, "I told you, no need to bring anything." Lu Ting replied, "That's different. Last time, I tasted the chive dumplings made by your wife, and they were so delicious. I had to bring some treats." Lu Ting is very friendly. Even though Chui Hejin looks cold and distant, he talks a lot without hesitation. He doesn't treat Chui Hejin as an outsider. Perhaps that's why Chui Hejin considers him a friend. Chui Hejin said, "Come inside, and we'll talk." Okay. Just as Lu Ting was about to follow inside, he caught a strong aroma and couldn't help but sniff. "Brother Chui, your wife seems to be making something delicious again?" The smell was even more tempting, and saliva almost dripped from his mouth. It reminded him of the chive dumplings from last time. Chui Hejin nodded and said, "She's making spicy chili pork sauce."
What is that?
"I've never heard of it in town." Lu Ting's voice was not loud, but Jiang Luo, who was stir-frying the chili pork sauce, heard him clearly. She turned around and said, "This is my own creation. You can't buy it elsewhere." Lu Ting's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "Is it like the chive dumplings?" "I asked around in town, but no one knew about chive dumplings or what chives are. But it's really delicious." After trying it once, he couldn't forget the taste. Recently, he's been busy studying at the academy and preparing for exams, so he rarely goes home. But when he has free time, he likes to wander around the county with his classmates. He's tried all kinds of pies and wraps, but none tasted like the chive dumplings. Jiang Luo looked at the person in front of her and clearly saw that he was a foodie. It's been a month, yet he's still thinking about the taste of chive box. "You're just in time. The dish is about to be ready. You can taste it soon and see how it tastes." Lu Ting looked at the beautiful young woman in front of him, and as he smelled the spicy meat sauce in the pot, he thought, no wonder Brother Chui didn't like him before. He's right about her. And he even said she was his wife. Lu Ting's expression changed slightly, and he smiled, saying, "Thank you, sister-in-law." He acted very naturally, as if he had forgotten what he had said earlier. When Jiang Luo heard Lu Ting and call her sister-in-law, she was momentarily stunned. This person had previously looked down on her, seemed to think she forced Chui Hejin, and appeared to be defending Chui Hejin. Now he was calling her sister-in-law so casually. Although he looked like a foodie, he didn't seem like someone who would change his stance just for food. Seeing Jiang Luo raise her eyebrows at him, Lu Ting shyly rubbed the back of his head and said, "Hee, if I don't call you sister-in-law, Brother Chui might be unhappy." Lu Ting still cared a lot about Brother Chui's feelings. Jiang Luo paused her action of stirring the spicy meat sauce in the pot, froze for a moment, then her heart skipped a beat. She couldn't help but turn around to look at Chui Hejin, who was gracefully pouring water. Jiang Luo couldn't imagine what he would look like if he was defending her. She didn't say much, only said, "You're Chui He's friend. Please sit down and have some water first." "Okay, sister-in-law." Lu Ting called her sister-in-law enthusiastically, without any sense of being forced. Jiang Luo helplessly chuckled. Old Mrs. Chui went to the back to build a house, and was not at home for now. Chui Hejin poured water for Lu Ting and said, "Drink some water first. I'll go light the fire and talk to you after I finish." After speaking, Chui Hejin sat back down at the stove to start the fire. Watching Chui Hejin's actions, Lu Ting was stunned. No way, Brother Chui actually lights the fire? Scholars usually believe that a gentleman stays away from the kitchen. But Chui Hejin, who is so knowledgeable, still works at the stove to burn firewood. It made him feel incredible. Chui Hejin's firemaking was so good to watch, it was pleasing and hard to look away. But the key issue wasn't whether it looked good or not. It was, how could Chui Hejin be the one to cook and light the fire? Is Jiang Luo forcing Brother Chui to burn firewood? Lu Ting wanted to ask nervously, but he knew this wasn't the right place to speak. Jiang Luo watched Chui Hejin still think about helping her burn the fire when her friends arrived. She felt that she couldn't help but be touched. "It will be ready soon. Just put a piece of firewood in the stove and burn it. You can go talk to your friends." Chui Hejin gently moved the fire flames in the stove with an iron hook occasionally pulling the bellows, moving constantly, and said no problem. Jiang Luo also knew that Cui Hejin's decision wouldn't change. However, Lu Ting'an, watching nearby, noticed that the bellows Cui Hejin was pulling looked a bit strange. He couldn't help but ask, "Brother Cui, what are you pulling that for?" It's different from how his family burns fire. His mother and grandmother didn't pull anything when cooking or burning fire. He only heard a whooshing sound, which was quite strange. Lu Ting'an couldn't sit still and walked over to squat down and look. He saw that the flames in the stove were very strong, filling his view with a big fire. He exclaimed, "Such a big flame. Is it blown by the wind?" Cui Hejin explained calmly, "That's a bellows. Using a bellows helps ignite the firewood easily. When burning, the flames will be stronger." Lu Ting'an became interested and said, "It looks so amazing. I didn't know such a thing existed." After saying this, Lu Ting'an was surprised at himself. He realized that the things Cui brothers' family used were rare and not seen elsewhere, nor had he heard of them. It seemed Cui brothers' family had some interesting tools. Thinking about how his mother and grandmother struggled to burn fire at home, he asked, "Is this bellows easy to pull? Can I try it?" Cui Hejin withdrew his hand and handed it to Lu Ting'an, saying, "Yes, you can." Lu Ting'an excitedly reached out and grabbed the handle of the bellows. "Just pull like this?" Cui Hejin nodded. "Yes. Pull it back and forth, and the stove will have wind." Lu Ting'an gently moved his hand and tried to pull, but it was too hard. Then he used a little force, pulling back and forth, and found that the fire in the stove indeed blew strongly. This made him excited and thrilled. "It really works well. Brother Cui, where did you buy this bellows? I want to buy one for my mother and grandmother too. They usually find it quite difficult to cook and light fires. Sometimes, when the weather is humid and the firewood is damp and not dry enough, the fire at the stove becomes very small and difficult to keep burning. They have to stoke it vigorously, or even relight it sometimes. Just lighting the fire and boiling water takes a long time. But watching Brother Cui light the fire, the pot heats up quickly. If the fire burns strongly like that, the water boils faster, and they can save some firewood." While stirring the food in the pot, Jiang Luo said, "This is a bellows made by my father himself. If you want to use it, you can buy one from him. The market price is 100 coins. Hearing that it costs 100 coins, Lu Ting'an thought the price was acceptable. Also, the bellows is easy to pull, and once you get the hang of it, it feels quite satisfying. "Can I buy one from your father?" Jiang Luo replied, "I'll go back and ask him about it. Her father probably made a few extra to sell at home for convenience. Are you sure you want to buy it?" Lu Ting'an said, "Of course. 100 coins each. I definitely want to buy one for my family." Lu Ting'an is a filial son. Although he seems carefree most of the time, he knows it's not easy for his parents to support his education. Even though his family is well off, the expenses for studying are high. Expenses for ink, paper, brushes, and tuition are quite significant. Jiang Luo thought for a moment. If she had nothing to do in the afternoon, she planned to visit her parents' house. She hesitated and said, "Husband, if you're free this afternoon, I'd like to go back to my parents' house and ask about something." "Okay, I can go with you." Jiang Luo's eyes flickered slightly as she thought for a moment and then looked at Cui Hejin, asking, "Would you feel uncomfortable if you went with us?" Cui Hejin replied without hesitation, "No." After a pause, he added, "If you want to visit your family, I'll go with you." Even Lu Ting'an, who is not very smart, could see that Brother Cui's feelings for his wife are genuine. He doesn't seem forced or indifferent. Clearly, he cares. Otherwise, if his wife wanted to visit her family, he wouldn't stop her. Not only that, he would go with her. His father treats his mother well, but she worries about her grandparents and wouldn't say she wants to go back to her family whenever she wishes. If she went back too often, her grandmother and father would be unhappy, thinking she's always thinking about her family. Usually, she only visits during festivals. He never expected Cui's reaction to be like this. He is so kind to his wife, so patient and easy to talk to. Doesn't he ever consider her feelings? Although Jiang Luo didn't say anything, she felt warm inside and couldn't help but smile. While they were talking, there was a knock at the door of the fence gate. Is someone here? Lu Ting'an had good hearing. He stood up and looked outside. When he saw a young boy at the door, he was surprised. No, Brother Chui. Do you have other friends? Chui Hejin turned to look outside. When he saw two large baskets at the door and the wooden jars inside, a dark glint flashed in his eyes. Chui Hejin's eyes flickered with a shimmering light, making his emotions hard to read. Lu Ting'an felt that Chui's aura seemed a little different. He was calm just now, but suddenly he looked a bit sharp. So, this person isn't Chui's friend. But the person at the door was strange. He was knocking but not speaking. Jiangji Luo felt a bit silent and turned to look at the door. When she saw Han Bingsu, her eyes lit up and she immediately smiled. She put down her spoon and hurried to the door. She rushed past Chui Hejin and Lu Ting'an like a gust of wind. At the door, Jiangji Luo asked, "Is it ready?" Han Bingsu was a bit shy and reserved. Jiangji Luo asked, and he replied, "Yes, it's ready. 100 jars.
Check them."
Jiangji Luo stepped aside and said, "Come in quickly. Put them down first, then come inside for some water." "No need." Han Bingsu set down two large baskets of wooden jars and carried a big basket on his back filled with more jars. After placing everything down, he stood nearby, seeming to wait for Jiangji Luo to check the items. Jiangji Luo knew Han Bingsu's personality and wasn't surprised. She simply looked at the baskets and the basket on his back. They matched her design drawings. The jars had words carved on them. Qianwei Xiang Spicy Pepper Paste. Qianwei Xiang was a brand name Jiangji Luo thought of for now. She hadn't decided if she would use it later, but for now, she just used this name. Jiangji Luo looked at the jars, size, appearance, and writing, and thought they looked very good. Suddenly, it felt like 1.5 coins were a bit cheap. Jiangji Luo sincerely thanked him, saying, "Thank you, you did very well." With these jars, they could fill 1 jar per gene, making 80 jars to send to Wei Xingye. Han Bing's lips moved as if he wanted to say something but ultimately didn't speak. He helped take out the items so they could go home soon. To Lu Ting'an, it looked like Jiangji Luo was happily chatting with the young man. Lu Ting'an watched Chui Xiong's calm expression, which seemed to have returned to its usual coldness, and asked, "Brother Chui, who is that person? Why does he seem to get along well with sister-in-law?" She didn't bother making chili pepper sauce and went over to talk to that person. "Is that person here to deliver something to sister-in-law? Wasn't it sister-in-law who forced you before? She probably wasn't willing to follow you willingly. I think that person doesn't look like an ordinary person." Lu Ting'an spoke openly, expressing his doubts one after another. Chui Hejin pinched his brow hard and whispered, "You don't have to say anything." Lu Ting'an felt a cold breeze around him. He realized that Brother Chui might be upset, so he quickly covered his mouth. Although he covered his mouth, his eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but imagine all sorts of guesses. Han Bingsu was helping to take the items out of the basket. He arranged everything neatly in the basket, and when he took things out, he also helped organize them in the yard. He looked very serious and meticulous. Jiangji Luo watched his actions and moved slightly, saying, "Thank you this time. I plan to order 300 jars from you. How about that?" Han Bingsu nodded gently and said, "Okay." His speech was a bit slow, as if he wasn't used to talking with others. 300 jars cost a total of 450 coins. But this time, Jiangji Luo paid a deposit of 200 coins, following normal business practice. Han Bingsu naturally had no objection. With this work, he and his father could buy some food to eat. His father had been sick before, and last year they sold part of the harvest to buy medicine for him. Now, although his father was better, their food supply was indeed running low. Jiangji Luo mainly planned to order 1 gene of wooden bottles. After discussing with Han Bingsu, he prepared to take the items back. Jiangji Luo looked at his back, feeling that he seemed a bit lonely, as if carrying something unusual. She opened her mouth and said, "Hey, wait a moment." Han Bingsu stopped and looked back. He saw a girl under the sunlight, her eyes clear and bright, smiling at him. Then Jiang Luo went inside and prepared some spicy pork paste, saying, "This is freshly made spicy pork paste. Here, take it home and share it with your father. There's no need to trouble you." Jiang Luo replied, "It's not trouble. You help me make things, so I give you something in return." Thinking about how these wooden bottles could hold the spicy pork paste and make money made Jiang Luo very happy. She thought that making these wooden bottles, which could be crafted by a skilled worker, would cost only a few cents each. 1.5 cents was already very cheap, and the quality was good. If her business grew in the future and she needed more bottles, she would save a lot of money. The money saved would be worth more than what a few jars of spicy pork paste could earn. Moreover, she thought they might work together often in the future. Jiang Luo's eyes shone with sincerity. Han Bing-su remembered the spicy pork paste from 3 days ago. His father could eat more rice because of it. He hesitated for a moment and then took the jar from her hand, saying, "Thank you. You're welcome." Han Bing-su left, and Jiang Luo was very happy looking at the wooden bottles in the yard. They were just right for storing the jars. At that moment, Lu Ting'an came over and couldn't help but ask, "Sister-in-law, who is that person? Why do you seem so familiar talking to him?" "A business partner. Look, all these bottles are made by him, and they're quite cheap. And these two are molds for making pastries, with very fine carvings." With molds, she could make pastries, and when the house was built, she could display these treats. Lu Ting'an suddenly realized and said, "So, he's just a craftsman." Jiang Luo nodded and said, "Yes, more or less." She didn't know much about Han Bing-su either. Lu Ting'an thought about how Brother Cui looked unhappy just now, and deliberately said, "I thought he was a close friend. You both seem very familiar when you talk." Jiang Luo didn't think much and explained, "You can't be cold when doing business. You're not reading so much that you've become foolish. If you become too naive, even if you pass the imperial exams and gain fame, if you don't understand social manners, it will be hard to survive in official circles." If this person weren't Cui Hejin's friend, Jiang Luo wouldn't bother to give him advice. Lu Ting'an said stubbornly, "How can I not understand? I understand very well. Besides, if there's something I don't understand, Brother Cui will guide and teach me." Jiang Luo paused, looking at Lu Ting'an with suspicion. With Cui Hejin's cold and distant attitude, seeming completely aloof from others, how could he teach Lu Ting'an about social skills? Lu Ting'an looked at Jiang Luo's doubtful expression and said, "What I said is correct. Brother Cui is the most capable person. The person just now wasn't as good as Brother Cui." Jiang Luo frowned more and thought Lu Ting'an's mind was not very sharp. "Why are you comparing others to my husband?" Hearing this, Lu Ting'an finally relaxed. For his sister-in-law, that person was an outsider. Brother Cui was her husband. Yes, this is good. It means Brother Cui is fine. Sister-in-law is right. Outsiders naturally can't compare to Brother Cui. Jiang Luo put down the bottle, planning to go inside and scoop out all the chili meat sauce to fill bottles. After filling the bottles, she could send them to Wei Xingye. When Jiang Luo entered the house, she saw that Cui Hejin had helped scoop all the chili meat sauce into a large basin and a big wooden tub. A whole big pot was filled and scooped out. Jiang Luo smiled happily. "Thank you, husband." Cui Hejin softly said, "It's just what I should do. No need to thank me. What's next? Filling bottles?" Just now, Jiang Luo's words to Lu Ting'an, Cui Hejin also heard clearly. Jiang Luo nodded and said, "Each bottle can hold about 1 jin. Let's start with 80 bottles." Cui Hejin replied gently, "Okay." Then he began filling bottles. Lu Ting'an hurried to help too. The two took the wooden tub and basin outside to fill the bottles. The inside of the house was a bit small and busy. Lu Ting'an helped while carefully watching Cui Hejin's expression. He always felt Cui Hejin was very different toward his wife. Cui Hejin sensed Lu Ting'an's gaze and asked calmly, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, I just think you're really good to my sister-in-law." Cui Hejin paused in his bottle filling and looked serious as he said, "Compared to what she has given, this is nothing to boast about." Lu Ting'an was confused and asked, "Isn't this good?" He always felt that whatever his wife said, Brother Chui would agree. It seemed that Brother Chui listened a lot to his wife. Isn't this good? In his family, his grandmother listened to his grandfather, and his mother listened to his father.
Many families are ruled by men.
But in Brother Chui's house, it seemed completely different. No wonder Jiang Luo wanted to marry Brother Chui. If he were a girl, he would do everything possible to achieve his goal. But he's a boy, so naturally he wouldn't have such thoughts. I think it's good. My father isn't like that with my mother. But, well, I think Brother Chui's family atmosphere is very nice and comfortable. Unlike my family, my mother doesn't dare say much or have her own ideas. She mostly listens to my grandmother or my father. His mother works busy every day, doing chores and talking less, so his grandmother wouldn't find fault with her. But he feels his mother's smile is rare. His mother misses her parents, but never dares to say it. He remembers once when his grandmother was sick, his mother wanted to bring some money or food to visit her, but his grandmother scolded her for always thinking of her family. Later, his mother didn't take anything but went to the mountain to pick some wild goods to see her grandmother. He remembers that when his mother returned at night, she secretly cried inside. As he grew older and learned more, he became more successful, and because he was talented, his status at home improved. But he always believed that once a woman married, she belonged to her husband's family and shouldn't visit her own family often. He paused and couldn't help but ask, Brother Chui, if your wife cares about her family and often visits them, wouldn't that make you angry? Chui Hejin chuckled softly, but seeing Lu Ting'an's puzzled look, he replied, I wouldn't be angry.
Why not?
Women shouldn't be part of the husband's family and should support it? Chui Hejin rarely said more to Lu Ting'an and explained, that's not true. They also have feelings and attachments. They care about their parents and loved ones, that's normal. He paused again and continued, kindly think about it from their perspective. Try to see things from another angle and you'll understand. Listening to these words, in that moment, Lu Ting'an seemed to understand something. He seemed to understand his mother's position. If I were my mother and I couldn't go back to see my parents because I couldn't control myself, I would feel very sad. Thinking about his mother's hard work over the years, Lu Ting'an suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable inside. He hoped his mother would be happy. Brother Chui, thank you. I understand everything now. Chui Hejin gently shook her head. Jiang Luo naturally didn't know about this small incident. She was busy kneading dough inside the house. By noon, the dough would be ready to rise. Then they could make some snacks. While they were busy, Madame Chui returned. Lu Ting'an quickly politely called out, Auntie. Madame Chui recognized Lu Ting'an. He had visited their home before. It's Ting'an. No need to be polite. Just treat this place like your own home. Madame Chui exchanged greetings with Lu Ting'an and hurried into the house. She excitedly said to Jiang Luo, I went to see our house. It looks so beautiful, big and grand. It will be very comfortable to live in. Now the main beam is about to be placed. After the roof is on, the house will be truly finished. Our house is one of a kind in the village. Many villagers have come to see it and are quite envious. The front and backyards are so large, we can plant vegetables. But now it's mid-March, and everyone is preparing to help finish the house and then start planting. Although we only have 1 acre of land with the big yard, it's like having an extra piece of farmland. Madame Chui was very happy and kept talking excitedly to Jiang Luo after she returned. Jiang Luo said, Mother, I finished kneading the dough and it has risen. By noon, it will be ready, and we can make some snacks. In the afternoon, we can put on the roof beams. Madame Chui asked, Can we make snacks now? Jiang Luo took out 2 snack molds and said, These are the molds I made. They are perfect for making snacks. Madame Chui looked at them and said, These molds are really beautiful, small and delicate, much nicer than the ones in the market. They will make beautiful snacks. Jiang Luo replied, That's why I didn't rush to buy molds in town. I had someone make them for me. Madame Chui imagined the house being finished soon, and her eyes lit up with a smile. Perfect timing.
No rush.
We still have time this afternoon. Today seems a bit busy. I remember you said after preparing the chili meat sauce, you still need to deliver it. I see so many bottles in the yard. When I go to deliver, I will ask the village head if I can borrow their ox cart. East River Village has simple conditions, and only the village head's family has an ox. Everyone envies that. Having an ox cart means earning income. During farming, they use the ox to plow the fields. When it's not busy, they can use the cart to carry people and goods to make money. When Jiang Luo heard about the ox cart, her expression changed a bit. Not having an ox cart is indeed inconvenient. Mother, if I buy an ox, how much would it cost? Old Lady Cui was surprised. Luo, do you want to buy an ox? Buying an ox would cost at least 10 silver coins. Old Lady Cui also felt a bit tempted when talking about oxen. She also wanted a cow at home. But a cow is very expensive, more than 10 silver coins. Buying young calf isn't very practical. Although it's a few silver coins cheaper, it's not worth it. Young calves are usually weak and can't pull a cart or plow the land. It's better to save money and buy a cow when they have enough silver. Right now, their family is spending a lot on building the house, paying the craftsmen and carpenters, and ordering furniture. Jiang Luo only has 9 silver coins now, which isn't enough to buy an ox cart. She also plans to buy a few acres of farmland after the house is built. Hearing this, Jiang Luo shook her head and said, Mother, let's not buy an ox for now. After the house is finished and we move in, we can buy daily necessities and earn some silver first. Old Lady Cui knew that building a big house costs a lot of money. To save silver, they didn't buy many furniture and daily items. They only bought essentials like a wooden bed and cabinets. Now, they are living in a house rented from the village head, and the furniture inside, like beds and cabinets, also belongs to the village head's family. It's not their own stuff. After moving, they will need to buy everything again. Old Lady Cui felt a bit sad and said, Luo, I will do more chores. Don't feel pressured or overwork yourself. She felt a little upset, thinking that all the family burdens seemed to fall on Luo. If Luo hadn't come up with these food ideas, they wouldn't have been able to build a house until now. Not to mention such a big and beautiful house, which was personally designed by Luo. Mother, don't overthink. I don't feel tired. Actually, Jiang Luo doesn't feel exhausted. She enjoys this slow-paced, relaxed rural life. No longer have to do endless tasks like in her previous life. And she eats only natural, green foods, breathing fresh air. The local customs are simple and honest. She actually likes it here. To her, it's like a relaxing vacation. Most importantly, she has him by her side. After a pause, Jiang Luo continued to comfort Grandma Cui, saying, Mother, once we move into our own house, it will be comfortable and spacious. We can do more things. When that happens, we won't have many expenses, and we can save more silver. Recently, most of their money was spent on building the house and buying things. But once the house is finished, those expenses will stop, and they can save most of their earnings. Grandma Cui thought about it and agreed. With preserved meat and spicy chili sauce, even without selling food at a stall, they could earn 2 or 3 silver coins a day, which adds up to dozens of silver coins a month. Thinking this way, Grandma Cui felt very hopeful. She smiled and said, Yes, then I won't worry anymore. Lu Ting'an was in the yard helping Cui Hejin bottle the chili sauce. Curious and looking inside, he said, Brother Cui, I feel like your mother and your wife look just like mother and daughter. He found it very surprising.
Cui Hejin nodded, yes.
No, Brother Cui, aren't you surprised? Lu Ting'an was again shocked. He felt it was different when he first arrived, and now it feels even more obvious. Grandma Cui hurriedly went to find her daughter-in-law when she returned, as if her son was just a figurehead. Especially when Grandma Cui talked to Jiang Luo, she was smiling happily, looking genuine. Cui Hejin replied softly, Yes, Luo is very good. Mother likes her very much. Lu Ting'an twitched his mouth, scratched his head, and said, No, most mother-in-law and daughter-in-law have conflicts, right? I've never seen such harmony.
Just look at my family.
My mother doesn't talk much, but does a lot. Sometimes my grandmother also discusses my mother's matters, and they even have to set rules. Several times, my mother was made to kneel and apologize by my grandmother. My mother looked at my grandmother with respect, but I knew she didn't like her. She endured it only for my father, for me, and out of filial piety. Chui Hejin listened to this story, looked inside the house, and seemed to think of something. His expression changed slightly. He watched Jiangji Luo busy with her work, and a gentle, affectionate light appeared in his eyes. Jiangji Luo naturally didn't know what Lu Ting'an was saying with Chui Helen. She was discussing building a house with old lady Chui. At noon, Lu Ting'an stayed for lunch at the Chui family. He tasted the spicy meat sauce and praised it enthusiastically. If the academy had such delicious food, my classmates would love it too. Hearing this, Jiangji Luo's expression changed slightly. It would be nice if the spicy meat sauce could be promoted to the school. But there's no rush to arrange this now. They had too many orders and were too busy. First, focus on the town's business. During lunch, most of the conversation was from Lu Ting'an. "This is so delicious, sobs. I've never eaten anything this good. I didn't expect stir-fried radish to be so tasty. And this winter melon soup, it's so fresh. The spicy meat sauce is full of flavor too." Lu Ting'an was very satisfied with this meal. At this moment, Lu Ting'an probably understood why Chui Xiong valued his wife so much. He guessed it might be because the food she made was so good. After lunch, Jiangji Luo looked at the noodles she had made in the morning. The noodles had already risen, so she and old lady Chui made some snacks. Chui Helen was about to help, but Jiangji Luo said, "Your friend has finally come for a visit. You should chat with him. Making snacks is quick, it won't take long." Old lady Chui was skilled at making noodles, and with the molds, they worked faster together. Once the snacks were ready, old lady Chui steamed them in a pot. Although they couldn't compare to pastries, white flour foods were considered noble, and these white flour snacks were rare treats. Plus, Jiangji Luo added a bit of sugar, making them slightly sweet and even more delicious. It's obvious that when the snacks are served, many people will rush to get some. The scene will be lively. Old lady Chui also prepared firecrackers early. With nothing urgent to do, Jiangji Luo took out 2 bottles of chili meat sauce and said, "Mother, when my husband's friend leaves later, give him these. There's nothing special at home, and he likes spicy meat sauce, so let him take 2 bottles." Old lady Chui nodded and said, "Good. You thought of everything." Old lady Chui always felt that Ji Luo looked like a daughter raised in a wealthy family. Jiangji Luo looked at the prepared chili meat sauce in the yard, borrowed a cart from the Zheng family, loaded the items, and prepared to send them to the agency. Of course, Jiangji Luo could have stored the items in her space, but that might reveal her secret. So she followed the normal process and used a cart to deliver the goods. However, when Jiangji Luo arrived at the agency's door, she saw Miss Chen Huadai, again. When Chen Huadai saw Jiangji Luo, her face changed. The moment Chen Huadai saw Jiangji Luo, she recognized her immediately. A few days ago, Chen Huadai felt that Wei Xingye was different from before, so she sent someone to investigate Chui Hejin's wife. She even obtained a portrait. In her mind, Chui Hejin's wife was just a village woman, clumsy and ugly. But when she saw the portrait, she couldn't believe how beautiful the woman was. When she actually saw her in person, Chen Huadai had to admit she was even prettier than the portrait. A flash of jealousy and resentment appeared in Chen Huadai's eyes. Why was a village woman more beautiful than her? She was nothing special. Yet, this woman not only became Chui Hejin's wife, but also had been flirting with Wei Xingye recently. Wei Xingye had spoken to her for 2 days straight. She asked her maid to find out, and everyone around Wei Xingye said he talked about Jiang Xianyang the most during that time. That's Jiangji Luo. Chen Huadai's expression flickered. She watched Jiangji Luo driving the cart, then used a handkerchief to cover her nose slightly, showing a look of disgust, and said, "This is Jiang Xianyang, right?" Jiangji Luo raised an eyebrow, looked at Chen Huadai's expression, and a sarcastic smile appeared on her lips.
"Do I know you?"
Even if Jiangji Luo knew Chen Huadai, she didn't plan to pretend to recognize her. The maid beside Chen Huadai looked down on her and said, You're just a village woman. Of course, you don't know our young lady. You're not even qualified to meet her. Chen Huadai pretended to cough and said, Fong Chao, you must not be rude. Although she said this, Chen Huadai clearly showed indulgence toward her maid, with no hint of scolding. The maid, Fong Chao, snorted coldly, Miss. It was her who was rude first, a village woman. No one dared to speak to you like that. Besides, everyone knows that young Master Wei treats Miss well. She's already married, yet she keeps bothering young Master Wei. She should know her place. Jiangji Luo crossed her arms and sneered. If I'm bothering young Master Wei, then your brains are broken. Go see a doctor and stop barking here.
You.
The maid was about to continue insulting Jiangji Luo, but suddenly felt something smelly land on her head. She looked up and saw it was a bird, and when she touched her forehead, she realized it was bird droppings. Fong Chao was about to go crazy. Of course, this was because Jiangji Luo used some special ability. Dealing with a little maid was a piece of cake. Chen Huadai watched her maid scream and shout, while Jiangji Luo calmly watched the show, her face alternating between white and green.
You.
Jiangji Luo shrugged innocently and said, Someone barking like a mad dog. It looks like even the birds couldn't stand it. Chen Huadai was speechless for a moment. She was used to achieving her goals with a gentle attitude. And when she talked with her close friends in the ladies' chamber, she was very polite and reserved. But this woman didn't even curse when she insulted others. She was clearly a scolding woman, uncultured and rude. How could young Master Wei look at someone like her differently? Seeing Chen Huadai waiting to get angry, Jiangji Luo felt quite pleased. She squinted lazily at Chen Huadai and coldly said, Miss Chen, I'm sorry, please make way. Don't let this cow brush against your clean clothes. If it accidentally touches you, just don't blame me for asking for compensation later. Chen Huadai covered her nose in disgust, but didn't want to move. She bit her lip but still reluctantly said, Young Lady Jiang, I heard you use tricks to force Master Cui to marry you. You're married yourself. If you keep bothering young Master Wei, people will find out, and you might end up in trouble. Jiangji Luo's gaze grew colder. Miss Chen, are you threatening me? Who told you I'm bothering young Master Wei? Even if I use tricks to force my husband to marry me, so what? That's our private matter and has nothing to do with you, an outsider. Moreover, what is my relationship with Wei Xiao? What I do is none of your business. What right do you have to criticize me and say these things?
Who are you to Wei Xiao?
And what is your relationship with my husband? Oh, I forgot to mention, my husband hates delicate, weak women like the White Lotus. Jiangji Luo snorted coldly as she spoke. Chen Huadai's petty tricks to show off in front of her were laughable. Calling her a White Lotus was giving her too much credit. Her methods are childish. This was the first time Chen Huadai had been so openly insulted and criticized. She didn't curse or swear, but it felt like she had hit a sore spot. Chen Huadai's face turned pale. The noise at the door seemed to have alarmed the people inside. The guard went in to report, and Wei Xingye quickly came out. At that moment, Chen Huadai looked as if she might faint, tears falling from her eyes.
Master.
Chen Huadai turned her back to Wei Xingye, who immediately saw Jiangji Luo and the things on the cart outside. He was suddenly excited, his eyes shining like stars.
Master. Jiang Xiaonyangzi, you've come. His father and the brothers from the agency had been talking about chili meat sauce these days. He had said they would get the chili meat sauce today. He didn't expect his master to deliver it personally. Wei Xingye's eyes were only on the chili meat sauce and didn't notice Chen Huadai, who was leaning against the wall and about to collapse. Jiangji Luo raised an eyebrow and looked at Chen Huadai with a smile. Wei Xingye, young and straightforward, didn't have complicated thoughts. He didn't understand women's complex feelings. It's better to tell him directly what you want to say, rather than beating around the bush and making him guess. Chen Huadai's use of tricks on Wei Xingye was clearly wrong. Jiangji Luo pointed at Chen Huadai and said, Miss Chen seems to have misunderstood and thought I was bothering you. Hearing this, Wei Xingye's face changed dramatically. Why would she say that? That's slander and false accusations. Wei Xingye was very angry. He respected his master deeply and wouldn't tolerate anyone speaking ill of her. When Wei Xingye turned to look, he immediately saw Chen Huadai. Seeing her tears, I quickly stepped forward and said, "Miss Chen, why are you here? Why didn't you tell me?" Seeing Wei Xingye's surprised and confused expression, Chen Huadai pursed her lips and asked, "Can I come to see you?" Wei Xingye touched the back of his head and said, "No, that's not what I meant. It was a bit sudden. I used to come looking for you." He used to be the one eagerly seeking out Chen Huadai, but his father didn't allow him to have much contact with the Qin family. However, he didn't listen to his father. "That's not right. Why are you crying?" Chen Huadai looked at Wei Xingye, who seemed completely clueless about her feelings, and her heart felt like it was about to burst with anger. Fortunately, at that moment, Chen Huadai's maid, snapping out of her panic, hurried over, ignoring the bird she was chasing, and falsely accused, "Young Master Wei, this village woman is bullying our young lady. She's already married but still bothering young Master Wei, trying to ruin your reputation. Our young lady is acting kindly for your reputation, but this person is insulting our young lady." When Wei Xingye heard the maid say such things about his master, anger surged through him. He shouted angrily, "What are you talking about? Village woman? Bothering? This is a distinguished guest I invited. Someone more important than a guest. This is his master, the highest-ranking person in the Wei family. With his master here, he would sit at the head of the table." Wei Xingye clenched his fists tightly and said, "If you weren't Miss Chen's maid, anyone else who dared to speak like that, I would punch them. This time I won't argue, but if you disrespect young Lady Jiang again, I won't care who you are, I will fight." At this moment, Wei Xingye was no longer the usual carefree person. His expression was serious and fierce. Even the maid was frightened by Wei Xingye's serious look. She trembled slightly, sensing that Wei Xiao was speaking seriously. If she said another word, Wei Xiao might hit her. Even Chen Huadai forgot to act pitiful and wiped away her tears. She was staring at Wei Xingye in shock and disbelief. He was actually protecting Jiangji Luo without asking questions. Why? On what grounds? Why does he protect a married woman like that? Isn't she better than Jiangji Luo? Even Cui Hejin is the same. Chen Huadai looked at Jiangji Luo with jealous eyes almost popping out. Jiangji Luo crossed her arms and sneered, "Miss Chen, your maid said, I bullied you. How exactly did I bully you? Go ahead, tell me." Seeing Jiangji Luo's teasing eyes, Chen Huadai felt like she was being mocked and laughed at. She gently wiped her tears with a handkerchief, then looked at Wei Xingye, her gaze hooking onto him like a hook. Softly and weakly, she said, "Young Lady Jiang just said I am an outsider, that you forced young Master Cui to marry you, and that it has nothing to do with Wei Xiao or me. I was just standing here blocking your way. Sorry, I will move aside now." As she spoke, Chen Huadai stepped forward, but suddenly twisted her ankle and fell toward Wei Xingye. Wei Xingye was caught off guard and instinctively reached out to catch Chen Huadai. But Jiangji Luo pulled Wei Xingye aside. His hand missed its target. With a loud smack, Chen Huadai fell hard to the ground, landing with a thud. "Ah!" Startled and in pain, Chen Huadai screamed. Her maid, Fong Chao, exclaimed, "Miss, what happened to you? Woo-woo, Mississippi, you're such a good person, coming to find Wei Xiao, but being bullied like this." Fong Chao carefully helped Chen Huadai up. Chen Huadai gasped from the pain. She had never been so embarrassed before. She was so angry, she almost vomited blood. Because of the commotion, neighbors and nearby villagers gathered around to watch. "Hey, what happened? Isn't that Miss Chen? Why is she at Wei's house?" And she fell right outside Wei's door. Everyone was talking. Wei Xingye, who was pulled back, froze in place. When he finally regained his senses and wanted to help Chen Huadai, he hesitated. Under everyone's watchful eyes, if he touched Miss Chen, it might harm her reputation. Jiangji Luo looked at Wei Xingye, dazed, and said, "Shouldn't someone take Miss Chen to the clinic?" Yes, to the clinic." Wei Xingye hurriedly shouted, "Someone, take Miss Chen to the clinic."
He even wanted to go along. Jiang Luo asked, "What should I do with these spicy peppermeat sauces?" Wei Xingyi suddenly snapped out of his thoughts, ignoring Chen Huadai. He instructed his servants and the maids in the house to take good care of the person. He quickly invited Jiang Luo into the house. At this moment, Chen Huadai was in so much pain that she couldn't move and was carried on a stretcher to the clinic. She watched Wei Xingyi focus only on bringing Jiang Luo into the house and was so angry that she fainted right there. After entering the Wei family, Wei Xingyi regained his senses and said, "Master, it's a good thing you stopped me just now. Otherwise, I might have caused trouble. I didn't react in time just now, and I was worried I might ruin Miss Chen's reputation. If people saw us pulling and tugging, it wouldn't look good." Hearing this, Jiang Luo's lips twitched. Chen Huadai had just spoken, intentionally criticizing and insulting, but unfortunately Wei Xingyi didn't understand. She also noticed someone at the door and planned to fall on Wei Xingyi to make him responsible. She was quite scheming, but unfortunately, Wei Xingyi couldn't see through her. Jiang Luo said, "What if I hadn't stopped you, and Miss Chen fell on you?" Wei Xingyi was surprised and stunned. He hadn't thought about this problem.
Then,
"If it damages Miss Chen's reputation, I would have to take responsibility. As a man, I should be responsible." Jiang Luo looked at Wei Xingyi and said, "You're still young, but do you plan to marry Miss Chen?" Wei Xingyi replied, "Master, I think so. Miss Chen is beautiful, talented, gentle, and kind. Unfortunately, my parents don't agree. I don't know why my parents don't like Miss Chen. Marriage depends on the parents' wishes and matchmakers. If I can't persuade my parents, there's really nothing I can do." Wei Xingyi had already decided that Jiang Luo was his master, so he shared his thoughts and plans with her. Wei Xingyi's father owned a courier business, and his mother was not an ordinary person either. She must have seen many people and had some ability to judge character. It's normal that they didn't like Chen Huadai. "Did your parents say why?" Wei Xingyi pushed the cart inside while scratching his head and said, "My father didn't say why, just coldly refused. My mother said, 'I don't understand women. Sometimes women are different inside and outside. Anyway, my parents don't want me to see her. When I find good things and send them to her, my parents don't know about it." Jiang Luo looked at Wei Xingyi and thought he was a typical rebellious young boy. She said, "It's good that you pay attention to this. Girls care a lot about their reputation. Without an engagement arranged by matchmakers, they shouldn't have too much contact. You're a guy, so it's not a big deal. But Miss Chen is a delicate girl. What if she gets upset?" Jiang Luo thought that telling Wei Xingyi directly that Chen Huadai had issues wouldn't convince him. It was better to suggest it differently, so Wei Xingyi might pay more attention and not fall into Chen Huadai's trap. Wei Xingyi's expression changed suddenly, and he realized, "You're right, master. I must be careful. I can't let Miss Chen get hurt." Hearing this, Jiang Luo's mouth twitched sharply. If this person weren't her disciple, she wouldn't bother to interfere. Also, Chen Huadai's way of looking at people and scheming made her uncomfortable. But she thought it best that Chen Huadai be clever and not provoke her, or next time she wouldn't be so easy to deal with. "Let's not talk about this now. In this box, I've packed chili meat sauce in bottles. They're ready, one bottle at a time. If you go on a mission, it's convenient to carry and eat on the road." When Wei Xingyi heard this, he looked into the box on the ox cart and exclaimed, "Master, you packed it in bottles this time. That makes it so much easier to carry around. You're so thoughtful, master. Now, everyone can take chili meat sauce when they go on a mission. Master, you don't know, last time everyone ate this and couldn't stop praising it. They kept talking about it. Not only them, but my parents and I also love it. It's great with rice. Especially after a long day, eating this with steamed buns feels so good." He kept talking excitedly, sharing these thoughts with Jiang Luo. She looked at Wei Xingyi, who was covered in chili meat sauce, seemingly forgetting about Miss Chen altogether. She stroked her chin, thinking that Wei Xingyi's feelings for Chen Huadai might not be genuine. Maybe he didn't even understand what love was. "You ordered 80 jin, 1 jin per bottle. That's 80 bottles. Take a look."
Once I deliver it, I'll head back. Master, why don't you stay for a meal? Wei Xingye felt a little reluctant, thinking that since Master had come all this way, he hadn't properly hosted him. Jiang Luo said, "There are things at home. I need to go back early. You should go for a good run regularly." "Yes, Master." They were in the empty courtyard on the east side, with no one around, so Wei Xingye called him Master. When Wei Xingye ordered chili meat sauce, he paid the full amount up front. So this time, Jiang Luo was just delivering the goods. Back home, it was just evening. Lu Tingyan was still at home and hadn't left. He was helping Lady Cui pack some snacks, filling cloth bags one by one. "Auntie, later I will help set off firecrackers." Lady Cui said, "No, let the village officials arrange the firecrackers later. You should use your hands to study and write, and don't get hurt." Lu Tingyan wasn't in a hurry to leave because he was thinking about the upcoming roof beam raising at Brother Cui's house, setting off firecrackers, and enjoying the lively scene. If there was anything he could help with, he would. Anyway, his home wasn't far. Hearing this, Jiang Luo thought it was a good opportunity to come back. She walked over and said to Lu Tingyan, "I didn't have time to visit my parents today. I'll go later to ask for you." "It's okay, sister-in-law. Just ask when you're free." Lu Tingyan could see that Brother Cui cared a lot about his wife, so he naturally didn't dare to be disrespectful to Jiang Luo anymore. He originally came to learn from Brother Cui and had gained a lot of knowledge, and he was also worried about causing trouble. "It's just a bit of trouble for you, sister-in-law." Seeing Lu Tingyan's polite manner, Jiang Luo smiled faintly and said, "It's no trouble. After all, it was business. And if more people used the bellows, everyone would realize its benefits. Maybe many would ask to buy bellows from her father. That could also help increase his business." Thinking of something, Jiang Luo said, "By the way, I want to ask you about someone. Is that convenient?" Lu Tingyan replied, "Happily, sister-in-law. Just ask me directly. There's nothing inconvenient. I will tell you everything I know." Jiang Luo asked, "Do you know someone named Su Muhan?" This was the name Lin Zhuzhu mentioned. Jiang Luo felt a bit worried and couldn't help but think about finding out more. Listening to this name, Lu Tingyan thought carefully and shook his head. "Sister-in-law, I really haven't heard of this name before. Who exactly is this person?" "It sounds like a man's name." Jiang Luo said, "I don't know him either. He's probably someone a friend knows. I heard he's a scholar." "A scholar? Doesn't your academy know him?" Lu Tingyan replied, "If he's from our academy, I would remember his name. If I don't, then he's either not from our academy, or he's not very good at studying. Maybe he's someone studying at a private school outside. Our academy is the biggest in the county. Usually, people who aren't well-educated can't get in." "Sister-in-law, don't worry. I'll look into it later." Jiang Luo nodded and said, "Just investigate quietly. Don't let others find out." Jiang Luo thought that Lin Zhuzhu probably didn't want others to know about this either. But listening to Lin Zhuzhu's words, Jiang Luo still felt a bit worried for her. She's not a very kind person, but since she often interacts with Lin Zhuzhu and finds her to be quite nice, she can't treat her like a stranger anymore. Moreover, Lin Zhuzhu trusted her enough to share these things. Jiang Luo smiled softly and said, "Thank you so much." Seeing the smile on her sister-in-law's face, Lu Tingyan awkwardly rubbed his hands. It's nothing. No need to thank me." He even stammered when speaking. His sister-in-law is so polite, and her manner of speaking doesn't seem like that of a village girl at all. When Cui Hejin came out of the house, he saw Lu Tingyan smiling foolishly at Luo. His expression darkened slightly, and he cleared his throat softly. Cough. Cough. Lu Tingyan suddenly snapped out of his daze. "Brother Cui, what's wrong?"
"I'm fine."
Jiang Luo quickly put down what she was doing and went over to hold Cui Hejin's hand to check his pulse. Cui Hejin looked gentle at this moment, allowing Jiang Luo to take his pulse. "Rest first, don't overexert yourself. In a while, I'll find some medicinal herbs. Drinking medicine will make you feel much better." Jiang Luo thought that if she couldn't find the herbs at the pharmacy, she would try to find the necessary herbs deep in the mountains and forests. No matter how dangerous it is,
She must cure Chui Hejin's illness. Otherwise, every time he coughs, her heart can't help but tighten. And some herbs probably cost at least 100 taels of silver to buy. Seeing Jiang Luo's furrowed brow, Chui Hejin said, "I'm fine, don't worry. I just choked a little earlier." Watching Jiang Luo's worried expression, Chui Hejin thought that next time, even if he felt unwell and wanted to cough, he should hold back. Although Chui Hejin said this, Jiang Luo knew very well how Chui Hejin's health actually was. You can tell just by checking his pulse. Next, Jiang Luo didn't let Chui Hejin do anything and told him to rest. However, when they went to the new house at the back, Lu Ting'an was especially eager to go see the lively scene. Chui Hejin could only take him along. Jiang Luo, feeling uneasy, said, "Brother Lu, please help protect my husband later. There will be many villagers, so don't let anyone push or bump into him." Lu Ting'an listened and widened his eyes. He finally realized that his sister-in-law really cared about Chui Hejin. That worried look didn't seem fake at all. "Don't worry, sister-in-law. I will definitely protect Brother Chui." Jiang Luo then took some snacks and entered the house with old lady Chui. Right now, many children had gathered around the house. The children were chattering happily. "My dad said today the Chui family will hang a beam and throw some snacks. My parents also said we should come early and wait. Later, my mom will herd the ducks back from the river." There were many children in the village, playing together, creating a lively scene. They were excited because they knew they could grab some snacks later. The village elders, with nothing else to do, also brought their stools and benches early to sit and chat. The older women in the village could talk for a long time. They would talk about whose family was doing what, or share stories they had seen or heard. When Jiang Luo came to the back of the village and saw this scene, she couldn't help but smile. Earlier, the villagers were busy with their own things, so she hadn't realized how many people there really were. Now, seeing the street full of people and children jumping and playing, she understood how lively it was. Even people from neighboring villages had come. Jiang Luo really liked this lively atmosphere, and a smile couldn't help but appear on her face. She said, "I didn't expect there to be so many people in the village." Old Lady Chui replied, "There are still many people who haven't arrived yet. It will be even more crowded later. Village people usually have nothing to do on weekdays, but whenever there's a celebration, everyone rushes over. They even compete to get snacks, which are considered good things in the village. If other families in our village are offering snacks, I would also go and try to get some." Jiang Luo looked at Old Lady Chui with surprise. If she remembered correctly, Old Lady Chui was the legitimate daughter of the Hongnong Yang family and had once been the wife of the Duke of Gua from the Chui family. Would she go to compete for snacks? Old Lady Chui chuckled and explained while looking at Jiang Luo's expression, "Since I was exiled, I've learned one thing. Eating enough and staying alive is the most important. Also, going along with local customs helps you fit in better." Old Lady Chui understood all this in her heart. Maintaining her previous noble attitude, she might have already starved herself. Jiang Luo's expression moved slightly, and she said, "Since we are here, we should make the best of it." "Yes, that's right," Old Lady Chui replied. She looked at the snacks in her bag and said, "Fortunately, we made a lot. Otherwise, with so many people, it wouldn't be enough for everyone to share. This year, no one in the village has built new houses. I don't know how others in the village are offering snacks, but I heard from Aunt Zhu that we probably have quite a bit." Jiang Luo nodded. The small snacks they made were sweet and easy to eat on the go. At this time, the local food culture was quite backward. The village conditions were tough, and there weren't many good foods, so everyone cherished these snacks. Thinking about how villages evolved with technological progress, Jiang Luo felt a bit nostalgic. Many villages were transformed during the technological age, and few young people returned to the village. As a result, many people grew more and more nostalgic for their childhood villages, which became quieter. Even festivals and New Year celebrations lost their lively atmosphere. Here, it still felt lively and bustling. Especially the chattering of children and their playful figures made people feel the warmth of everyday life. When the villagers saw Old Lady Cui and Jiang Luo arrive, they greeted them warmly. It was about time, so Old Lady Cui went to talk to the village chief about setting off firecrackers. She then handed over the snacks, asking to throw them onto the beams during the house-lifting ceremony. Jiang Luo thought it was quite interesting and asked, "Mother, can I go up and throw them?" That Old Lady Cui was suddenly caught off guard. That place is very high and dangerous. Madame Cui was indeed worried about the danger of being at a high place, but she couldn't bring herself to refuse Jiang Luo's interested gaze. Jiang Luo softly said, "Mother, it's okay. I will be careful." With her skills, she could protect herself. However, sometimes she also asked her family members for their opinions. Otherwise, if she acted on her own without asking, Madame Cui would worry. Plus, the villagers might have their own opinions. Madame Cui didn't dare make the decision herself. Just then, she saw her son approaching and said, "Why don't you ask He-jin? If he agrees, I will agree too." When Cui He-jin and Lu Ting'an arrived, the village girls stared in amazement. Even some women couldn't help but keep their eyes on him. As soon as he appeared, he became the center of attention. "Young Master Cui is here. He's so handsome. Too bad he's already Jiang Luo's. Seeing him doesn't hurt anything. Who is that person next to him? He looks like a scholar." Everyone was talking. The young girls were shy and spoke softly. But the older women didn't care. They raised their voices when they spoke. "He's handsome, but it's no wonder that Jiang Luo was eager to marry him. That can't be true. Jiang Luo is such a good girl. Most importantly, she can heal and bring good luck to her family."
Exactly.
The Cui family is lucky. Since Jiang Luo married in, they've even built new houses. I'm not saying anything bad about Jiang Luo. I'm not happy about it. My two sons helped build the house, and they earned 20 coins a day. One person earned 10 coins a day, 2 people earned 20 coins, and after half a month, they made over 300 coins. An older woman was talking and smiling happily while playing with her grandson. "That's true. Ever since my husband started bringing money home every day, our family has been eating much better." Everyone was chatting happily, feeling grateful to the Cui family. Even an extra 100 coins could buy a lot of grain and help with household expenses. Most importantly, counting those 10 coins every day made everyone very happy. When Cui He-jin approached, Madame Cui said to him, "Luo wants to go up and make some snacks. I'm a bit worried. Do you think you could talk to her?" Yes, Madame Cui wanted her son to persuade Jiang Luo. Maybe he could convince her. Jiang Luo blinked her clear eyes at Cui He-jin and said, "I want to go up and try." Cui He-jin's eyes reflected a gentle, shimmering light and replied, "Okay." Jiang Luo was surprised he actually agreed. Cui He-jin added, "Don't worry, I will be below. Even if she fell, he would catch her and keep her safe." Seeing Cui He-jin's kind and gentle expression, Jiang Luo felt like a stone had dropped into her heart, causing ripples that made her feel restless. It was as if her heartstrings had been gently plucked. She smiled softly and said, "All right." He was always so kind and gentle that she couldn't resist. After they agreed, the village chief's people lit firecrackers. The sound of firecrackers was like sending a message to the village. Many people who were busy hurriedly dropped their work and ran over. Jiang Luo also stepped on a ladder and climbed onto the roof. She looked down at the crowd, all of whom were looking up at her. "Young Lady Jiang, over here, over here. Madame Cui, wave here. Wave more here." Everyone was calling out to Jiang Luo, stretching out their hands, waiting eagerly for some treats. Jiang Luo found it very interesting and felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. As she experienced the village customs and atmosphere, she couldn't help but relax. She smiled, reached into her small bag, and threw some small treats outward. She threw them toward the crowd. "Here, over here." Everyone was calling out, and Jiang Luo threw treats in all directions to make sure everyone received some. After tossing them out, the crowd surged forward to grab them. Some treats fell to the ground, and everyone hurriedly bent down to pick them up. They didn't mind if there was dirt on the treats. They just wiped them lightly and quickly put them into their bags. Jiang Luo enjoyed the feeling of throwing treats, her lips curling into a smile and her eyes shining happily. Cui Hejin saw her happy expression and wore a faint, gentle smile. Lu Ting and was nearby talking with Cui Hejin when he suddenly saw Cui Hejin smile and was surprised. He had known Cui Hejin for a long time and had never seen him smile like that. When he looked in the direction of Cui Hejin's gaze, he realized what was making Cui Hejin smile. He was filled with shock and emotion for a long time. All around, there was the sound of villagers joking and chatting. "Oh no, I got it! I got it! Such beautiful snacks, they smell so good. And over here, there are so many." People who caught or picked up the snacks are all excitedly shouting. Jiang Luo is above, holding up the snacks. She is actually controlling them with her wood element abilities, trying to let everyone have a chance to get some. There are also children. Seeing their eager eyes, Jiang Luo feels soft inside. Fortunately, she made extra. When she was tossing the snacks, she controlled their fall so they would land in the children's hands, trying to help them catch some. Seeing the children in the village happily holding the snacks, Jiang Luo also smiles. Only after she finishes tossing all the snacks does she come down from the beam.
Cui Hejin carefully watches below.
When Jiang Luo lands safely, he breathes a sigh of relief. Everyone comes over happily to thank Jiang Luo. She responds with a smile to each of them. After working for a few days, the house is finally fully built. However, Cui's family is not in a hurry to move in. Cui Hejin still remembers Jiang Luo saying she wanted to visit her parents' house. He specifically took half a day off for this. When Jiang Luo learns Cui Hejin has taken leave, she looks up at him during lunch and asks, "Will taking leave cause any problems?" She doesn't really understand what the teachers in this era do. It seems that in modern times, asking for leave isn't that easy. Cui Hejin says their afternoon recitations won't be affected. Jiang Luo thinks for a moment and says, "Actually, I can go back by myself." Cui Hejin softly replies, "We promised to go together to see your parents. If we don't go, they will worry." Jiang Luo thinks about it and agrees. Last time she went back, her parents asked why Cui Hejin didn't come along. In their eyes, once a woman is married, she usually visits her parents with her husband. And if they go often, the villagers in Xingshan village will start talking. She's not worried about that, but her parents live in Xingshan village, and it's not good to be gossiped about behind their backs. She also has to consider these things. After lunch, Jiang Luo and Cui Hejin take the prepared things and go to Xingshan village. When they arrive home, as soon as they enter, Jiang Luo sees the dried brown bark hanging in the yard. Jiang Luo's eyes lit up. Did Dad and Mom find some palm bark? Older sister, brother-in-law, older sister, brother-in-law. Just after the Jiang family finished lunch and tidied up, Jiang Yunmian and Xian Xian saw Jiang Zilu and Cui Hujin and excitedly ran out. Hearing the voices, Jiang Xiangchuan and the others also came out. The family happily exchanged greetings and then sat inside to talk. Jiang Zilu explained her main purpose for coming. "Dad, do we still have a bellows at home?" "No, we don't." "Do you need a bellows, daughter?" "I can make another one." Jiang Zilu shook her head. "It's not me who needs it." A scholar friend of Hujin saw the bellows at her house and thought it was useful and wanted to buy one. Hearing that someone wanted to buy a bellows, Jiang Xiangchuan and Yi Shi were very happy. That way, they could earn more money. With these kinds of business, our family will keep earning income. Seeing that her parents and younger siblings looked healthy, Jiang Zilu felt relieved. "By the way, Mom and Dad, how are the sales of the straw sandals?" Yi Shi explained, "We've sold quite a few at the recent markets. But this time, there's another seller at the market selling straw sandals. They are not as good as ours, but they are cheaper by 4 coins each, and many people bought them. However, making these sandals is manual work. Now, we can weave them skillfully. Whenever we have free time, we can make a pair without affecting our other work, and selling one pair earns us an extra one. One market can bring in over 100 coins. This made Yi Shi very content. Jiang Zilu looked at the yard and asked, "Mom and Dad, I saw the palm bark in the yard. Did you find some?" Hearing this, Jiang Xiangchuan's face was full of smiles. Thanks to your younger brother. He's been traveling around and really found a patch of palm trees, not far from our house, about 5 miles away. A couple of days ago, our family went together and cut a lot of palm bark to bring back. Hearing this, Jiang Zilu was very happy. Dad, now we can make raincoats. I've written down the detailed steps for making raincoats on paper. Dad, you'll understand just by looking. She then handed the diagram to Jiang Xiangchuan. Jiang Xiangchuan looked at it, and his eyes brightened. Daughter, your drawings are very detailed. Dad can see how to make it just by looking. These brown skins can make about 10 raincoats. If there aren't enough, they can go up the mountain to gather more. There are plenty in that area. Jiang Xiangchuan thought about making raincoats for his daughter's family, 3 in total. This way, when they go out in the rain, it will be more convenient, and they won't have to worry about getting soaked. The family also made a few extra for backup. Jiang Zilu suggested, Dad, you could make raincoats to sell at the market. Mrs. Yi thought for a moment and said, I saw some raincoats being sold at the market before, but not many people bought them. Jiang Xiangchuan replied, they're still too expensive. People in the village don't go out much in the rain. If they really need to go out, they might use straw to block the rain instead of buying a raincoat. Each one costs over 100 coins. Jiang Zilu initially thought the price could be lower, but if they sold the raincoats cheaply, it would disrupt the market's price balance. Other sellers might rely on that small profit to make a living. So, a price war isn't the main issue. Jiang Zilu said, Mom and Dad, let's make a few to try selling. If they don't sell well, we can keep them for ourselves. Once we find bamboo, we can also make umbrellas. Earlier, Jiang Zilu noticed in town that many people bought umbrellas. Jiang Yinshu said, Sister, I asked around and heard that there are bamboo in our area. I'll find out exactly where. Jiang Zilu nodded and said, Yes, with bamboo, we can make umbrellas. Each costs about 300 coins, and if many people buy them, we can make good money. She then showed Jiang Xiangchuan the design plans for the umbrellas. Once they find bamboo, they can start making umbrellas directly. After talking with her parents, Jiang Zilu's younger brothers and sisters gathered around Cui Hejin to listen to her tell stories and share knowledge from books. Jiang Yunshu listened very carefully. Jiang Zilu quietly said, I think second brother really likes reading. My husband also said he has talent. When she mentioned reading, Jiang Xiangchuan and Mrs. Yi looked a bit surprised. Seeing their reactions, Jiang Zilu realized something and said, Mom and Dad, our family's days will get better in the future. We'll have enough to eat and wear warm clothes, and there will be silver in the house. Although her parents pampered her, she didn't want to be the one in charge. She hoped her brothers and sisters would have a good life, but she believed her parents would arrange everything. Yishir also did not want her daughter to have misunderstandings. She sighed and said, Jiluo, your parents know you hope your younger brothers and sisters are well. But this world is not very peaceful. We heard that the emperor is not a good ruler. Having them study and take exams is not very realistic. We just want you all to stay safe and healthy, not necessarily to become officials or go to the capital. Jiang Ziluo was stunned for a moment. Hearing her mother speak like this, she felt that her mother didn't seem like someone from the village. Has your mother been to the capital? Yishir didn't dare to look Jiang Ziluo in the eyes. She lowered her head and said, No, I haven't been there. I heard about it when I went to the town, just a little information. Jiang Ziluo didn't know much about the court, the emperor, or the capital of this era. But she knew that the current emperor had exiled the Cui family, executed Cui Hejin's father and grandfather, and also mistreated Cui Hejin in prison. Cui Hejin had hidden injuries, her martial arts were taken away, and her hand tendons had been cut, all caused during that time. Thinking of this, a dangerous cold flash appeared in Jiang Ziluo's eyes. Jiang Xiangchuan also spoke, Your mother is right. I've heard some news too. If there's a war, then we fight. If it's peaceful, that's good enough. When he said this, Jiang Xiangchuan seemed to think of something and looked a bit sad. Jiang Ziluo didn't mention studying anymore. If the emperor was a wise ruler, studying and exams could help serve the people. But if not, even passing the exams wouldn't help, and they might have to endure the emperor's sudden anger. Jiang Luo realized something and said, "Mom and Dad, spring is coming. Let's plant more food. Having grain on hand makes us feel more secure." Initially, Jiang Luo hadn't thought much about it, but now she realized it was necessary to plant more grain. Even if there was a war, hiding food deep in the mountains could sustain them for a long time. They could wait until peace returned to come out again. Yishur said, "Our family has 3 acres of land now. The crops we grow are enough for us to eat." Jiang Luo nodded. She also told her parents that she had earned some silver by making flatbreads and spicy meat sauce recently. And her house was also built. Jiang Xiangchuan and Yishur were happy to hear this. "That's good. Now you have your own house to live in." Yes, living in your own house is comfortable and free. You can also grow some vegetables in the yard. Yi planted some vegetables in the yard. When they wanted to eat, they could just pick, wash, and cook them directly. It was very convenient. Jiang Luo nodded and said, "Mom and Dad, later you can go with your younger brother and sister to see the house built by my daughter and son-in-law. Let's go when we have more time. Now is the busy farming season." Actually, Yi and Jiang Xiangchuan wanted to see how the house of their daughter and son-in-law was. But they didn't want to cause trouble, so they said it like that. Jiang Luo understood a simple truth. Teaching people how to fish is better than giving them fish. They wouldn't use money given by her parents, so it was better to teach them skills. However, her parents didn't seem to want to sell food at a stall. Jiang Luo thought for a moment and said, "Mom and Dad, business with chili meat sauce is good now. In the past few days, many merchant ships at the dock have ordered it from me, about 10 to 20 bottles at a time. You don't need to set up a stall. Just make it at home and deliver it." At first, Jiang Luo sold chili meat sauce at the dock to let people know how tasty it was. Once more people tried it, they naturally started ordering from her. This was also a way to promote her product during the stall days, so everyone knew they could order in advance. Many merchants ordered some from her. So, she had been busy these days, selling chili meat sauce at the market in the morning, then going home to prepare the orders. Jiang Xiangchuan and Yi were happy for Ji Luo, but Yi still said, "This idea was yours, but Mom and Dad can't use it. Don't worry. Our family is much better off now.
We can all eat well."
Last time I bought some meat and made dumplings for everyone. Thinking about the day they ate dumplings happily, Yi felt hopeful about the future. She also thought that her children working hard to weave straw sandals was tiring, so buying some good food at the market was a small reward for everyone. Seeing her parents insist, Jiang Luo could only say, "Then, Mom and Dad, you can make baked flatbreads to sell. If you don't want to sell at the dock, you can sell them at the market each time. You can also sell straw sandals, raincoats, or leek buns. I'm now making chili meat sauce and don't plan to make leek buns anymore. Mom and Dad can try this business. You don't have to work every day. Just sell at the market and the business will be good." Many people in Yonglu village have bought chive seeds. It takes over a month to grow them, so during this time, my parents plan to sell chive-filled pastries. After a month, they will start making flatbreads. Jiang Xiangchuan and Mrs. Yi thought about this and looked pleased. They don't need to work every day. Setting up a stall at the market is enough. However, Jilu, these are your business ideas. Mom and Dad, you don't need to be so polite to me. Besides, I won't do these 2 businesses later. It's perfect for you to sell at the market. Moreover, Dad can use a small food cart for selling. It's just that making food requires more firewood. They could also make rolled pancakes or similar foods, but Jiang Jilu feels those are easy to copy. Mrs. Yi thought for a moment and hesitated. Jiang Jilu said, "Mom, just tell me directly if you have something to say. No need to hold back." Mrs. Yi replied, "It's just that the Yonglu village market is crowded, and it might be inconvenient. You came up with these ideas for us, but we're worried that making food while selling might be too busy." Mrs. Yi still prefers selling straw sandals because it's simpler. She knows her daughter is doing this for their good, but she still has some worries. Also, she's not very good at cooking on ordinary days. You see, you're thinking of the family. We're just worried about causing you trouble. Mrs. Yi understands that if their life improves, her daughter won't have to worry about them. So, she should try harder, but she has no experience in running a snack stall, so she feels a bit nervous. Hearing this, Jiang Zhilu looked at her mother's expression and understood that making food on the market spot isn't so easy. Suddenly, Jiang Zhilu had an idea. Her eyes brightened. Mom and Dad, you could make scallion pancakes or layered pancakes. Just prepare them at home, and when people buy at the market, they can just cut a piece and weigh it. These don't need to be hot. Just cover them with a clean cloth when going out. Jiang Zhilu said, make large scallion pancakes, big ones, and also layered pancakes. When someone wants to buy, just cut a piece and sell by weight. Making them at home is simple and saves time and effort. Mrs. Ye's expression changed, and she said, that's a good idea. You know my cooking skills are quite average and I am not good at making baked goods. When I saw the food at the market, Yishur never imagined she could set up a stall to sell food. Jiang Zhiluo smiled and said, Mother, don't worry. I can teach you. Maybe we can make scallion pancakes now. Hearing that her daughter was going to teach her how to cook, Yishur was happy. She suddenly became motivated and said, all right. Yishur stood up and asked, what do I need to prepare? I'll get the ingredients. Jiang Zhiluo replied, we need flour, salt, warm water, and oil for the dough. She explained each ingredient to her mother. Yishur asked, what is oil for the dough? It was the first time she heard about oil for the dough and didn't know what it was. Jiang Zhiluo explained, it's oil mixed with flour, salt, and scallions for flavor. I'll handle the mixing. You just get everything ready.
Okay.
When she heard they were making food, Jiang Zhiluo's two younger sisters, Jiang Yunhua and Jiang Yunmian, also came over. Big sister, we'll help you. Jiang Zhiluo smiled and said, good. You can help out later and watch how to do it. Once you learn, you can also make scallion pancakes. Jiang Yunhua and Jiang Yunmian nodded seriously. After Yishur prepared all the ingredients, Jiang Zhiluo said, Mother, mix the flour, salt, and warm water into a soft dough. She took out a basin, added ingredients in proportion, and explained to her mother. Yishur listened carefully and memorized everything. Even Jiang Yunhua and Jiang Yunmian watched and took notes seriously. Yishur started kneading the dough. Jiang Zhiluo prepared to make the oil for the dough and asked, Mother, do we have scallions? Jiang Yunmian quickly replied, Big sister, yes, in the yard. I'll go pick some. Jiang Zhiluo nodded and said, Good, get the scallions ready. Jiang Yunhua knew she needed to light a fire, so she went to the yard to fetch firewood, ready to help when needed. Jiang Zhiluo said, Third sister, you light the fire. I'll heat the oil. Okay. Once the oil was hot, Jiang Zhiluo mixed flour, salt, and the hot oil for flavor. After Jiang Yunmian washed the scallions, Jiang Zhiluo chopped them into small pieces and added them to the mixture, stirring everything together. Of course, the seasonings she used were from her space. Mother, I will keep these seasonings for you. Later, you don't have to use all of them. Adding a little more flavor makes it taste better. Usually, just salt is enough. Mrs. Yi nodded and said, Okay. The daughter just watched the step of making fried dough and remembered it in her mind. The whole family was busy together. Soon, Mrs. Yi finished kneading the dough. Jiang Shengchuan couldn't sit still. He looked at his daughter's drawing of the raincoat, took some tools, and went to the yard to start making the raincoat. Jiang Yunshu, Jiang Yunxing, and Xian Xian gathered around Cui Hejin to listen to him share knowledge from his books. The family was lively and busy. After Mrs. Yi finished preparing the dough and letting it rest, she took out the rolling board to start rolling the dough into skins. After rolling, Jiang Zhiluo spread the oil filling on it. What's the next step? Jiang Zhiluo demonstrated. Fold the sides toward the middle, stretch into a long, and roll it up. It's similar to how Mother used to make oil-steamed buns. She remembered her mother rolling the dough the same way for oil-steamed buns. Jiang Zhiluo also liked eating oil-steamed buns very much. Jiang Yunhua and Jiang Yunmian looked excited just by watching, eager to taste the delicious food. Although they had just finished lunch, they still felt a bit hungry. They could smell the fragrant aroma after spreading the oil filling. They remembered that during the new year, they could only eat oil-steamed buns occasionally. Normally, they couldn't have them. But now, The family is doing much better. They earn money at the market, and sometimes Mother makes tasty dishes. Last time at the market, Mother cooked with meat, and it was so delicious. They still remember the taste vividly. And Mother cooks according to elder sister's method, which makes the food very tasty. It does use a lot of oil, but Mother said that planting more peanuts this year would produce more oil. Jiangji Luo looked at her younger sister's eager expressions and felt soft-hearted. She said, "Eating with scallion pancakes makes the flavor even better. By the way, Mother, I brought some spicy pepper paste. It's only slightly spicy, and you can eat it with scallion pancakes." Jiangji Luo brought 6 bottles of the pepper paste. She thought they could last a long time. When they nearly run out, she would send more. Mrs. Yi said, "Next time you and Hejin come back, don't bring so many things. We'll be happy just to see you." Mrs. Yi did not expect her daughter and son-in-law to bring anything back. She only hoped they would live happily and warmly together, and she would feel at ease. Jiang Zhilu said, "Mother, it's not much, just a small token of my love." She also felt sorry for her parents. When she returned, she wanted to show some care, so she would feel better inside. Otherwise, she always felt uneasy, thinking that her parents raised her well, but she hadn't shown enough filial piety. Mrs. Yi softly said, "I'm very happy that you come back often. Even if you bring small gifts, your mother won't mind, but don't let your mother-in-law hold any grudges." Mrs. Yi was worried her daughter might suffer unfair treatment. Although she knew Jiang Zhilu's mother-in-law was kind, she still couldn't help but worry. Jiang Zhilu understood her mother's concerns and comforted her. "Mother, don't worry. My mother-in-law helped me prepare everything." Mrs. Yi sighed in relief, saying, "That's really good. I see that Hejin is very caring and has a good temper. He's very kind. All your brothers like him very much." Mrs. Yi couldn't help but praise. Jiang Zhilu looked back at Cui Hejin, sitting nearby. She thought he looked gentle and elegant, with a stunning appearance. When he was talking kindly to her 2 brothers, his expression was soft and warm. Jiang Zhilu couldn't help but smile. At that moment, Cui Hejin looked over, and their eyes met unexpectedly. Jiang Zhilu felt like she was struck by an electric shock, as if her heart was burning. She quickly looked away. Mrs. Yi didn't notice and was rolling a pancake, saying, "I also think that when your brothers get married in the future, I want to be a good mother-in-law." Jiang Zhilu smiled and said, "Mother will surely be a wonderful mother-in-law. I can't help but worry about you. I think women are treasures in their parents' home, and it's only fair that they are treated well when they come to our home." Jiang Zhilu gave a thumbs up and said, "Mother is so wise." Mother and daughter laughed and rolled out the pancake dough again. "Is this better now?" Jiang Zhilu said, "It can be fried in the pan, both sides until golden." Jiang Yunmian excitedly said, "I'll go light the fire." Jiang Yunmian was lively and energetic. Before Jiang Yinhua could react, her younger sister had already gone to the stove. After returning, Jiang Zhilu noticed her 3rd sister was smiling more. She no longer kept her head down and stayed silent like before. Jiang Zhilua smiled softly, feeling that everything was just right. Everyone is improving. After Jiang Yinhua left the stove area, Jiang Zhila said, "Mother, this time when I came back, 3rd sister is smiling more and talking more than before." Mrs. Yi showed a pleased smile and said, "Maybe it's because everyone has been making malt sugar and weaving straw sandals to earn money. Your 3rd sister is happy inside and more confident than before." Jiang Zhilua nodded and said, "Yes, that's good. Mother, trust me, 3rd sister's face will definitely get better." Mrs. Yi said seriously, "Yes, I believe so." At this moment, Mrs. Yi felt full of energy and hopeful about the future. Seeing the children all improving made her very happy. When Jiang Yunmian finished gathering firewood and heated the pot, Jiang Zhilua poured oil into the pot and used a spatula to spread it evenly along the edges. The village used large pots for cooking, steaming, and boiling, no modern flat-bottom pans. Once the oil was hot, Jiang Zhilua placed the scallion pancake into the pan to fry. Such a big pancake, it's hard to flip. The spatula couldn't flip it easily.
Mrs. Yi said, "Let me try."
When the pancake was almost done, Mrs. Yi skillfully grabbed both sides and quickly flipped it. Mother, be careful of the hot oil. Mrs. Yi said, when I occasionally make big pancakes before, I flipped them like this in the pan and didn't feel hot. She flipped the pancake back and forth, and it cooked quickly. A fragrant aroma of scallions and oil spread out. Jiang Yunmian sat by the fire at the stove, smelling the delicious scent, and inhaled deeply, saying, "It smells so good." She felt her mouth watering. Mrs. Yi couldn't help but smile and said, "It really smells wonderful. We just had lunch, but this smell makes me want to eat again." Even Jiang Yunhua kept watching the pot with wide eyes, shining with excitement. Even Jiang Yunzheng and the others on the other side could smell the aroma. Jiang Yunzheng was originally listening to his brother-in-law tell a story from a book, completely captivated. Suddenly, smelling the aroma, he couldn't help but exclaim, "It smells so good." Xian said, "Sister made something delicious." He quickly got down from his chair and ran toward Jiang Zhilua, forgetting about the story. Jiang Yunshu was able to stay seated and continued listening to his brother-in-law's story. Xian came over to Jiang Zhiluo and leaned in to look into the pot. Jiang Zhiluo noticed his figure. Watching his cute and gentle appearance, her heart almost melted. She crouched down and picked him up. Xian said, "Sister, I'm heavy, I don't want to make you tired." Jiang Zhiluo smiled and replied, Xian isn't heavy, I can carry you." Xian happily reached out and hugged Jiang Zhiluo's neck. From this height, she could see clearly into the pot. Pancake. "Yes, we're making scallion pancakes. Once they're cooked, I'll let Xian try one. Mother and older brothers and sisters will eat too." Although Xian was small, he was very sensible. He never kept food to himself. If something was tasty, he thought about sharing with his brothers and sisters. Jiang Zhiluo stroked his hair, noticing that his hair was also thick. Xian stayed in Jiang Zhiluo's arms for a while and then said, "Sister, I want to get down. Why don't you want to watch anymore?" Xian nodded and said, "I want to find brother-in-law." Actually, Xian was thinking that holding him for so long might make Jiang Zhiluo tired, so he wanted to get down to avoid tiring her. "Okay," Jiang Zhiluo said, putting Xian down. "You really like to be close to your brother-in-law." Xian looked serious and said, "Brother-in-law is good." Jiang Zhiluo found it a bit funny and asked, "Why is brother-in-law good?" Xian tilted his head, thinking, and said, "Brother-in-law tells good stories, and his words are nice, and he looks good too." Mrs. Yi, flipping the scallion pancakes, smiled and said, "At such a young age, you already know what looks good and what doesn't." Xian said seriously, "He looks good." Mrs. Yi thought to herself that Cui Hejin was not just good-looking. Just sitting there, he had a stunning appearance and an elegant, almost otherworldly aura. Someone like that would surely be popular all over the capital. If he hadn't been exiled, most people wouldn't know him. Even Xian instinctively liked and was willing to get close to him, which showed he was very good. Moreover, Zhiluo came back during a festival, and he stayed with her, always gentle and never showing any displeasure, which showed he had a good heart. Mrs. Yi was very pleased with all this. While they were talking, one scallion pancake was already cooked. Mrs. Yi continued frying the second pancake. After making 2 large scallion pancakes, she thought to herself, she'd keep one for herself to taste and the other to bring back for Zhiluo. Once finished, she placed them on a large rack. Jiang Zhiluo took out a knife, cut a piece, then cut that piece into small bits. "Girl, try the taste." Mrs. Yi said, "Zhiluo, you try it. If you think the taste is good, we can set up a stall. Let's all try a piece." Jiang Zhiluo took a plate, filled it, and handed it to her 2 younger sisters. Jiang Yunmian said, "Big sister, I have the fire going and dirty hands. I'll eat later. You and third sister can eat first." Jiang Zhiluo blew on a small piece, held it with her hand, and offered it to Jiang Yunmian's mouth, saying, "It's a bit hot. Eat slowly." Jiang Yunmian giggled and opened her mouth to take a bite. After feeding Jiang Yunmian a piece, Jiang Zhiluo also let Jiang Hua try some. Jiang Yunmian took a bite and excitedly praised, "Wow, big sister, This is so delicious. I've never had such tasty scallion pancakes before. Mrs. E said in the past during New Year, our family also bought scallion pancakes once. Now that I think about the taste, I feel this one is even better. After comparing, Mrs. E realized that making scallion pancakes this way could be sold at a stall. This gave her confidence and assurance. Jiang Hua also thought it was very tasty. She whispered, "Mom, can we set up a stall to sell scallion pancakes?" She knew what her older sister and mother were talking about. She understood that her older sister was teaching her mother how to make this so they could sell and earn money. Mrs. Yi said, "Of course, yes, definitely. There will be people willing to buy." Jiang Luo took a bite, nodded inwardly, and said, "Mom, the taste is good. Let's make scallion pancakes this way. When we set up the stall, we can cut them into small pieces just a little so everyone can try. When someone hesitates about whether to buy, we can let them try a free piece." Mrs. E nodded and said, "Yes, at first, it's good to let everyone try." She looked at Jiang Luo, who was thinking, and urged, "You should prepare some for He-jin to try." Jiang Luo nodded, cut a few pieces, placed them on a plate, and took them to Cui He-jin. "This is freshly made scallion pancake, just out of the pan."
Try it.
Jiang Yunzheng excitedly said, "Big sister, I just smelled the aroma. It smells so good. It must be delicious." Then Jiang Yunzheng hurriedly said, "Brother-in-law, you try." Although Jiang Yunzheng was eager to taste it, they had been taught from a young age to follow good manners, which meant that when elders were present, the elders should eat first. Jiang Luo blinked her clear eyes at Cui He-jin, wanting to hear his opinion. Jiang Luo thought that Cui He-jin, who had lived in the capital before, was of such a noble status that he must have tasted all kinds of delicious food. He probably even ate dishes prepared by the palace chefs. So if he thought the food was good, it must be truly tasty. Cui He-jin looked at Jiang Luo. When their eyes met, her bright, beautiful eyes reflected a gentle smile. He picked up a small piece with his chopsticks, gently took a bite, and tasted it. Even his eating movements were very elegant. Jiang Yunshu and Jiang Yunjing watched, both thinking that brother-in-law's every move was very handsome. No wonder sister was so determined to marry him. Jiang Luo couldn't help but ask, "How does it taste?" Cui He-jin looked at her expectant face, smiled softly, and in that moment, radiated a charming and outstanding aura. "Very good," he said. Jiang Luo smiled and said, "Then I am relieved." With such a business of making scallion pancakes, their family could earn quite a bit. This way, her younger brothers and sisters wouldn't just be able to eat enough daily, but could also improve their meals. Jiang Luo went back to the stove and said to Sure, Mother, when you go to the market next time, make a few more scallion pancakes. Cover them with a clean cloth. If someone wants to buy, sell by the jin, and cut a piece for everyone. Yisha replied, "That's good. It's easier without carrying too many things, and it's convenient for the market. It's also thanks to you, Ji Luo. Our family can now eat white flour. Before, we were reluctant to eat wheat flour and mostly ate mixed grain flour," she added. With the family's income, plus selling wind fans, they had earned nearly 1,000 coins recently. Yishir thought about the joy of counting money, and a smile almost overflowed from her eyes. Jiang Yunhua softly said, "Mother, I will help too." Yishir nodded and said, "Good." She then told Jiang Luo, "Your third sister is careful and quick. She makes better tasting food than I do." Jiang Luo praised, "That shows third sister has a talent for cooking." Jiang Yunhua lowered her head and said, "No, I just want to help my parents." Jiang Yunhua naturally felt a bit insecure. When praised, she felt a little flustered and overwhelmed, as if she had been unexpectedly favored. Jiang Luo sincerely reassured her, "Third sister, don't underestimate yourself. You are very good." Jiang Yunhua knows that her younger sister is the type who needs constant encouragement and reassurance to build her confidence. The most important thing is to cure her face. However, the Xinglin Medical Hall has not reopened yet. Jiang Luo is still thinking about buying some medicinal herbs. In recent days, she earned a little more money. After deducting the wages for building the house, as well as the costs of custom furniture and tiles. She only has 8 taels of silver left. But the house will be finished soon, so the expenses won't be much, and she can save the earnings. Fortunately, the herb she bought earlier helped Lady Chui recover her health, and Lady Chui's body is now fine. However, Chui Hejin's injuries are not fully healed yet. Luckily, she uses spiritual spring water and secretly nourishes his body with wood element spiritual energy from time to time. His health has improved, and he coughs very rarely. Jiangji Luo also takes some cakes to the yard to feed her father. Jiang Xiangchuan is busy making raincoats, saying, "Dad isn't hungry, you all can eat." Jiangji Luo watches her father rake and spin silk. Jiang Xiangchuan places an iron rake at his feet to press down, then uses a piece of bark to continuously rake and spin silk, making a lot of progress. Jiangji Luo says, "Dad, it might take a few days to finish making the raincoat. It can't be done overnight." Jiang Xiangchuan replies, "I know, but I can't sit still. Doing some work makes me feel more at ease. When people are idle, they feel anxious. When there's something to do, it feels more secure. Plus, these raincoats can be sold at the market, which motivates me." Jiang Xiangchuan speaks honestly. But he's worried about more rain, and his daughter's family has nothing to protect them from the rain. He wants to finish quickly and deliver the raincoats to his daughter's family. Also, during busy farming seasons, if it rains lightly, everyone still works in the rain. If they have raincoats, they won't be afraid of getting soaked. Jiangji Luo sees the smile on her father's face and feels happy too. "Dad, we have 1.5 acres of land planted with winter wheat. Should we plant corn and peanuts on the remaining land?" Jiang Xiangchuan nods and says, "Yes, plant more corn. More corn means more harvest. We can grind it into flour to feed the family. We should also plant more peanuts. If we sell food this year, we'll need more oil than usual. And we should grow some vegetables so we can eat enough ourselves." Jiang Xiangchuan keeps talking about farm work with his daughter. In the past, Jiang Xiangchuan and Yishir didn't want her to work, so Jiangji Luo didn't usually help with farming. Now that Ji Luo is married, she needs to understand some things, so Jiang Xiangchuan explained more to her. Ji Luo nodded. By mid-afternoon, Chui Hejin and Jiangji Luo went back home together. In late March, the house was fully built, and Jiangji Luo and her family moved into the new home. Their old small yard with the fence was still the main family's house. People in the village also started busy planting crops. Old Madame Chui and Jiangji Luo spent the morning working on business, then went to the fields in the afternoon. Last year, they planted winter wheat, and now they are planting corn, peanuts, and vegetables. Chui's family only has 1 acre of land. Half an acre was used for wheat, and the other half for peanuts, corn, and vegetables. Since they don't have oxen, Jiangji Luo pulled the plow at the front, and old Madame Chui pushed from behind. Seeing Jiangji Luo working hard in front, old Madame Chui felt her nose sting with worry. "Ji Luo, let me pull the plow. You push from behind." Originally, Chui Hejin said he would come back after school in the afternoon to help with farming, but Jiangji Luo didn't want him to tire himself out. Although Chui Hejin didn't say anything, Jiangji Luo knew he was physically weak and would get tired easily. Jiangji Luo said, "Mother, I'm not tired. I have strong strength naturally." She didn't use brute force. Instead, she used her wood element's supernatural power, so she wasn't tired. While Jiangji Luo was pulling the plow and making a furrow in the field, suddenly a figure appeared overhead. She was so busy working that she didn't notice. When she looked up, she saw Chui Hejin's figure.
Kui.
Hejin? Jiangji Luo was surprised and her tongue almost tied. She thought she was imagining things. In the morning, Chui Hejin went to school. It was only mid-afternoon, and even if he finished class early, it wouldn't be this soon. Chui Hejin's eyes showed a hint of tenderness. He gently brushed her messy hair with his slender, fair fingers and softly said, "It's me. Go rest, I'll do it." Jiangji Luo looked at the sky and asked, "Did you finish school so early today?" Chui Hejin replied, "The school is on a 3-day spring break." Jiangji Luo said, "I didn't expect there to be a spring break. I actually don't feel tired at all." Jiang Ziluo felt she could work a little longer. Cui Hejin's eyes darkened, and his cold voice was firm. Be obedient. Sit over there for a while. Jiang Ziluo looked toward Cui Hejin's voice and saw that a small stool had appeared on the ridge of the field, somewhere she hadn't seen before. When she and Old Lady Cui arrived, they didn't bring a stool. Old Lady Cui was very happy to see Cui Hejin return. She looked at Jiang Ziluo and said, Yes, Ziluo. Go sit nearby and rest for a while. You must be exhausted, and we are worried and feel sorry for you. Old Lady Cui wished she could make Ziluo sit down and rest immediately. They had been busy all day. Seeing Jiang Ziluo's weak figure, Old Lady Cui felt a bit uncomfortable inside. She had wanted her to help pull the plow, but persuading Ziluo was useless, especially since the family needed to farm the land. Last winter's winter wheat was planted by her and Cui Hejin. Fortunately, Cui Hejin had returned from holiday. When Jiang Ziluo looked into Cui Hejin's serious, dark eyes, she could only nod. But sitting nearby and watching Cui Hejin busy with work, Jiang Ziluo also felt a bit distressed. She thought that Cui Hejin was simply not suited for such work. She increasingly wanted to buy a cow. That night, after returning home, Old Lady Cui prepared dinner, and Jiang Ziluo was busy making chili pepper sauce. After moving into the big house, the rooms increased, including a dedicated bathhouse. The kitchen was also large, with 2 big pots, a small pot, and a frying pan. Cooking became much more convenient. She also designed a special study room for Cui Hejin to read and study comfortably. The study had 2 large desks and some bookshelves, all custom-made by a carpenter based on her drawings. However, there were only a few books on the shelves. Jiang Ziluo thought that once the family's conditions improved, they could buy many more books. One desk was for Cui Hejin and the other for her. This way, they wouldn't have to squeeze onto a small table inside the house like before. The front and backyards were also very large, with a wall around them, providing good privacy. They no longer had to worry about villagers passing by and seeing what they were doing in the yard. Now, they could take the time to plant more vegetables in the yard. The land could be used to grow crops, without needing to reserve some for vegetables. The front and backyards were enough to grow many vegetables. This made it easier to eat daily, just pick vegetables directly from the yard. Old Lady Cui also sowed some cucumber seeds at the base of the yard wall. Jiang Zilu also went up the mountain to gather some flower seeds and scattered them in the corner of the yard. Living in the big house, with the courtyard wall blocking, Jiang Zilu felt safe here. Even Old Lady Cui liked the house Jiang Zilu designed. When cooking, Old Lady Cui couldn't help but say to Jiang Zilu, "Zilu, your house layout is very comfortable. The windows are clear, the bed is comfortable, and there are bedside tables, chairs, cabinets, and a drying rack." No one in the village uses drying racks, but Jiang Zilu drew the design for the carpenter to make them. Although she has few clothes, hanging them on the rack keeps them from wrinkling easily. There are also drawer keys and a special bedroom. In cold weather, they sleep on the Kong heated bed, and in summer, they can sleep in the room with the bed. Jiang Zilu smiled and said, "It's good as long as mother lives comfortably." While talking, Jiang Zilu was organizing dried vegetables in her hand. These snow-red vegetables are already dried. This kind is called dried mustard greens, and I can make more dried vegetable buns. Jiang Zilu planned to prepare the dried vegetables well and make more chili meat sauce to sell, hoping to buy a head of ox. The kitchen is large, and she looked at 2 pots, one boiling marinated meat and the other making chili meat sauce. A few days ago, some glass bottles ordered from Hanbing's arrived, ready to be bottled and sold at the dock. She planned to take more orders in the next couple of days to earn some extra money. She found out that buying an old ox costs 9 taels of silver. So tomorrow, she would take the earnings from the marinated meat and sell more chili meat sauce, expecting to earn a few more taels of silver. Previously, with 8 taels of silver plus 3 taels, she could buy an ox and still have a tael left. She worked until midnight before going to sleep. Jiang Zilu hadn't dreamed in a long time. That night, for some reason, she had another dream. In the dream, merchants came to the village to buy grain. Buying grain? Corn flour costs 12 coins per jin? Is it that expensive? Normally, grain flour costs 8 coins per jin at the grain shop. Many people thought about selling some of their grain. They figured that later, if they ran out of food, they could buy some mixed grain flour or millet from the shop. But soon, a war broke out outside, and grain prices kept rising. Many people couldn't buy grain, and even when they did, the prices doubled. This is a very serious matter for ordinary people. Because of the war and food shortages, the town has become chaotic. Jiang Luo suddenly sat up in bed in the middle of the night. Cui Hejin heard the noise and quickly sat up too. In the moonlight, he saw that Jiang Luo looked unwell and asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Did you have a bad dream?" Hearing Cui Hejin's voice, Jiang Luo slowly regained her senses. Her heart was beating faster than usual. She realized it was just a dream, and outside was still peaceful, not chaotic. The dream felt a bit unclear about the time, and she didn't know when the war might start or food prices might rise. But she thought it was better to prepare early. Jiang Luo calmed herself down, suppressing her nervous heartbeat, and softly said, "It's nothing." Cui Hejin took a flint from nearby and lit a pine oil candle. The candle Jiang Luo made from pine oil had been used at home for a long time and was quite durable. Seeing her with a cold sweat on her face, Cui Hejin took out a handkerchief and gently wiped her forehead. Jiang Luo's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she gently avoided Cui Hejin's hand. Cui Hejin paused and asked softly, "Did you get tired during the day?" Jiang Luo shook her head and said, "It's nothing. I just think it's better to plant more food. When the world is peaceful, people don't realize how important food is. But once there's a war, food prices in Yunguo will go up and the country will become chaotic." A flicker of light appeared in Cui Hejin's eyes, as if he thought of something, and he said, "There's a large open space in the front and backyards. We can plant some crops there." Jiang Luo felt it still wasn't enough. Although their family had enough food for now, she didn't know how long the war might last. In her dreams, many people took food and hid in mountain caves to escape the chaos. If there wasn't enough food, they wouldn't be able to hide. Some refugees had even started eating tree bark. Jiang Luo concentrated and said, "I want to buy more land." Cui Hejin agreed, "Okay." Jiang Luo didn't expect Cui Hejin to be so easy to talk to. She asked, "Aren't you going to ask why?" Cui Hejin replied softly, "As long as it's something you want to do, you can go ahead. And it's also good to buy more land." Jiang Luo said, "If we buy more land, we won't be able to handle everything ourselves. It might be better to hire people to help with farming. But now, during the busy farming season, there's a shortage of labor and everyone is busy working on their own land. But there's no rush for now. Once everyone has finished their work, they can come help us plant the fields. During spring planting, we have about a month of buffer time. Even if we plant a month later, it won't affect anything." Cui Hejin has always been very patient and gentle, saying, "Okay." Her voice is soft, as if she supports everything she wants to do. Being affirmed and supported makes Jiang Luo feel warm inside. "Actually, I was thinking of buying a cow." Cui Hejin says, "No problem, you can buy a cow later." Seeing Jiang Luo's expression, Cui Hejin slows down his tone and softly says, "Don't overthink it. There's still time.
Just go to sleep."
Jiang Luo nods and says to Cui Hejin, "Sorry for waking you." Cui Hejin always looks gentle, with a soft glow in his eyes, and says, "Silly girl, I sleep lightly anyway. It's okay. If you have anything to say, just tell me. If it's inconvenient to speak, then don't say it." Jiang Luo looks into Cui Hejin's beautiful eyes, feeling like he can understand many things. Her eyelashes flutter slightly, and she doesn't say much. She lies back down again. Cui Hejin naturally tucks her in a bit. Jiang Luo lies there for a while, but can't fall asleep. Her mind is full of thoughts about earning money to buy land. More land means more crops. The crops in this era still have relatively low yields. If future crop seeds are improved, 1 acre could produce at least 1,000 jin, possibly even 2,000 jin. That much land in this era would be equivalent to 5 or 6 acres. So, high-yield crop seeds are very important. Unfortunately, She doesn't have any here. Thinking about this, Jiang Luo suddenly remembers chili peppers. She remembers thinking how great it would be to have chili peppers, and then chili seed appeared in her space. Her mind moves, and she enters the space with her thoughts. As soon as she enters, she notices that the land in the space has increased again. After the last upgrade, it was half an acre more, making it 1.5 acres. Now, it looks like it's about 2 acres. Has it upgraded again? Jiang Luo feels very excited.
Great.
Now I can plant more crops in the space. The half-acre of land in the space was planted with chili peppers, and a small patch was left for chives to collect seeds. This left about 1.5 acres of land available for growing grains. Jiang Luo thought about planting corn or wheat there. The space is different from outside land. It has no seasons, so any crop can be grown there and crops mature faster inside. Before, she had transplanted chives in the space, and she noticed that after harvesting one batch, the next batch grew much faster than outside. Not only did they grow quickly, but their yield was also higher, sometimes doubled. If she could grow corn in the space, Jiang Luo believed the harvest could also double. Wouldn't it be great if there were potatoes? Potatoes produce a high yield and are easy to grow. They can be cooked or eaten as a main food, filling the stomach well. Thinking about this, Jiang Luo went to the wooden house nearby, her heart pounding fast. She wondered if something surprising might appear. Sure enough, she saw a bunch of sprouted potatoes on the table inside the wooden house. Seeing the large, healthy potato sprouts, Jiang Luo exclaimed happily, "There are really potato seeds. This space is amazing. Just say you want potatoes and they appear." Looking at the number of potatoes, Jiang Luo knew she could plant enough on the 1.5 acres of land. But she also wanted her parents to grow some. It would be perfect if there were more potatoes or sweet potatoes, she thought. She kept staring at the table, hoping to see potatoes or sweet potatoes appear. But nothing did. There was still no extra food. Jiang Luo truly didn't know what kind of opportunity was needed for things to appear.
Xiao Lan.
Are you awake? She called out to the space spirit. Master, Master. Xiaolon appeared in front of Jiang Luo after waking up. She reached out her hand, and Xiaolon landed on her finger. It nuzzled her hand gently with its head to show affection. Have you recovered your energy this time? Xiaolon shook her head and said, Master, traveling through time and tearing space used a lot of energy. Your supernatural ability has returned to its original stage, so I've also returned to my original form. But after sleeping more, your spirit has recovered. Xiaolon said as she circled around Jiang Luo, excitedly adding, your wood element supernatural power has increased. However, it's still not as good as being with the owner. Jiang Luo reached out and gently petted its head, saying, it's okay. The natural energy here is abundant. In Donghe village, even breathing can improve wood-type abilities, and they will get better soon. Xiaolon said, the owner also uses a lot of wood-type abilities, so progress is slow. Jiang Luo couldn't help but think of Cui Hijin. Yes, to prevent Cui Hijin from falling ill and to help him feel more comfortable, she often infused wood-type energy into his body while he was asleep to help him recover. Unfortunately, her wood-type ability was still at the beginner level, so its effect was limited. It could only nourish Cui Hijin's body temporarily and couldn't cure him completely yet. She needed to use special medicinal herbs to help. Some herbs were very hard to find, and some were very expensive. Even so, Jiang Luo refused to give up. She smiled softly and asked, I want to know, why did we get leek seeds when we upgraded the wooden house, and now we have potatoes? I was thinking about other things, but why didn't they appear? Xiaolon thought for a moment and flapped his wings, saying, the space's energy is weak now. Maybe in about a month, something else will appear. So, since leek seeds appeared before, and now potatoes, if the owner needs anything else, it will only appear next month. Jiang Luo nodded and said, okay, I understand. You go and rest now. She thought that maybe Xiaolan's energy would recover while sleeping, and the space would regain some strength. After talking with Jiang Luo, Xiaolon went back to sleep. Jiang Luo didn't bother to sleep and instead worked in the space. These potatoes were sprouting potatoes, so they didn't need to be cut into pieces to grow. They could be planted directly. Jiang Luo was busy planting 1.5 acres of potatoes in the space. There were only so many sprouting potatoes, and she wanted to leave some for her parents to plant. But considering the high yield, if they took some out, it might cause a fuss. So, she decided to plant most of them in the space and only take some out when they were mature to share with her parents. After finishing her work, Jiang Luo came out of the space. By then, it was already dawn, and she didn't bother to sleep anymore. She got up to prepare breakfast. Cui He-jin and Old Lady Cui also got up early to help. While washing up in the special bathroom, Jiang Luo couldn't help but sigh. Having a big house is really good. There are many rooms, and it's convenient for washing and bathing. And after coming out of the house and seeing the spacious, bright courtyard, I felt a sense of openness and comfort. After breakfast, Jiang Luo was preparing to go to the town dock to set up a stall when there was a knock at the door. Old Madame Cui went to open it and saw Nyo, with red-rimmed eyes, standing at the door. "Nyo, sister, what happened?" Nyo wiped her tears and said, "Sister Cui, is Ji Luo at home? My husband hurt his arm while plowing and can't move it now. Could Ji Luo come and help check on him?"